This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. It hurts. Am I going to die? Something's leaking from my stomach. Is it blood? I need to stop it. Outside came the sound of a loud fight. Magicians and guards from the Earl's palace surrounded a monster wielding dozens of tentacles, fending off attacks of freezing, burning, lightning, and swords. The door to the banquet hall in the Earl's palace, vibrating from the magical currents outside, creaked open and closed, revealing the once magnificent hall in ruins. The long Nama table snapped in two, shattering plates and wine glasses. Precious red wine flowed from the overturned bottle, staining the white tablecloth inch by inch, dripping along the tassels, and into a pool of red liquid. A thin girl, about 16 or 17, collapsed to the ground, her head and neck resting against the corner of a table. A fist-thick, thorn-covered branch protruded from her abdomen. Blood slowly flowed onto the roses on the branch, casting an eerie, bright red hue. The girl's pale fingers pressed feebly against the wound, but the blood continued to flow, forming a pool on the ground. The branch pierced her body, and another branch emerged from her side, revealing the cross-section of the blade. It hurt so much. My stomach feels like it's been torn apart. At that moment, the dilapidated door suddenly flung open, and two figures ran in, one in front and one behind, surrounding the girl on either side. The backlight made it impossible to see their faces clearly. Is it Miss Clements? Has the monster been defeated? She tried to speak, but only warm blood flowed from her mouth. Hold on a little longer. Clements, a noblewoman in elegant attire, grasped the girl's hand. If the girl before her hadn't pushed her earlier, she might very well be lying on the ground right now. Another blonde figure knelt on one knee, chanting a spell, attempting to remove the rose branch with magic. However, the slightest movement only caused the sharp thorns to dig deeper into her flesh. Although her fingers could still feel the warmth of the flowing blood, Elle's gaze began to unfocus. Am I going to die? I'm so unwilling. I'm so unwilling. I'm so soon, to have enough money saved. I'm so unwilling. I'm so unwilling. As long as I can survive. As long as I can survive. Anything is fine. Anything is fine? Even if the next death is even more horrible. As if responding to her inner voice, a voice suddenly rang out, but the two people surrounding the girl remained silent, as if they hadn't heard anything. Who's speaking? Aire was now unable to speak, and he conjured questions in his mind. The voice, as if it knew what Ai was thinking, spoke again. Don't worry about who I am. Just know that I can fulfill your wish. I have a question. If you answer it to my satisfaction, I give you a chance to live. Hee. The childlike voice was playful and casual, like a cat teasing a mouse, showing mercy to a dying one. You are destined to die by the will of your creator. The most likely outcome is being killed by a monster. Perhaps you were used as an example by a monster, killed by falling objects caused by a monster, accidentally injured during a battle between a magician and a monster, taken hostage by a monster only to be shot by your rescuer under the pretext of refusing moral coercion. Or, as you are now, being attacked and parasitized by a monster. Hee. Only by living. Do you have the right to worry about how you die in the future? So what's your question? Don't worry. Here's the question. Even if you survive today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, 3 days from now, 5 days from now, you still die. The only difference is the manner of death, and it might even be more tragic and uglier, like being captured by a monster and devoured bite by bite. What will you do? If you're going to be killed by a monster, then kill it first. If you're going to be harmed by the environment, then run away desperately. If you're going to be murdered by others, then become so strong that no one can kill you. Even if I die in the next second, I struggle desperately trying to survive. One more day, and another. As the spikes grew inch by inch into her flesh, Aire's face grew paler. She could clearly feel the vitality draining from her body along with the red blood. Her mouth trembled slightly, opening and closing as she answered in her mind, to live. Hee. This mingled scent of death, and the will to live tasted so delicious. I really like your answer. Live on, and be my most delicious food. Hee. The voice's tone fluctuated, revealing a morbid glee, declaring Aire's future fate. At the same time, unnoticed by the two people beside her, a black mist swirled and penetrated Aire's heart. Aire could clearly feel an unknown force coursing through her body. Beyond her sight, the flesh that had been pierced was growing at a visible rate. Perhaps due to the excessive energy consumed by the wound's healing, or perhaps due to a slight slackening of her obsession with survival, Ayer allowed her consciousness to drift into chaos. Her face was utterly pale, and only her increasingly strong pulse signaled the return of vitality. Dazzling sunlight streamed through the shattered stained glass windows, and the branches and vibrant red roses quickly withered and turned gray, turning to dust and dissipating in an instant. The magic worked. The branch has been uprooted. Quick, switch to healing magic, Miss Clemens said to the other person in surprise. A pale green healing magic emanated from his hands, and as Elle's wounds gradually healed, he could clearly feel the beating of Elle's pulse. Great. She's alive. It wasn't like in the dream. The frown on her face gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of hope flickered in her lake green eyes. When Elle awoke again, it was already the next morning. She jolted out of bed, gasping for air, her mind still lingering on the moment of her near-death experience. You are destined to die by the will of your creator. Live on, as my most delicious food. That teasing voice seemed to still ring in her ears, the pain of being pierced by thorns so real. Ayer touched the wound in disbelief. The hole, once as huge as a fist, was now smooth and smooth, without a trace of blood, not even a scar from healing. Gurgle. A hollow growl came from her stomach, and Ayer's brows relaxed for a moment. Something happened, I survived. Whatever the voice said, there was always a solution. As long as I survived, there was always a way. Ayer finally had the energy to survey the room she was in. The high bed curtains and the ornate decorations made Ayer recognize this as the guest room of the Earl's mansion. She had been dressed in a change of clothes, the one she had stored in Aunt Sophie's kitchen lounge. Under the bed were her own old shoes. A meal lay on the bedside table, likely from that morning's meal. It was already cold to the touch. The door to the lounge creaked open, and Aunt Sophie, a distant relative of Elle's, now a cook at the Earl's mansion, walked in. You're awake. How are you feeling? Aunt Sophie placed the steaming hot lunch tray on the table, took Elle's arm in her hands, and looked him up and down. Everything's healed, Aunt Sophie. The magician's healing magic is powerful. Elle patted the wounded area on his abdomen and said with a smile. It was hard to tell whether that eerie voice was good or bad. Since he had apparently been saved by healing magic, there was no need to stir up trouble until the truth was clear. I'm glad you're okay. The Countess called me over yesterday, and seeing you covered in blood really scared me. Is everyone okay? Are the Countess and the others injured? No, you're the only one injured in the entire Earl's mansion. The Countess said that if it weren't for you, she would have been injured, so she told you not to rush home today, and that she would thank you profusely when she got back. Aunt Sophie then looked at Elle with a look of pity and shook her hand. I know you have good intentions, but you also have to take care of yourself, okay? It could only be said that everything was fate. Elle didn't believe he had a penchant for sacrificing for others. He simply saw danger and wanted to help, but he didn't expect to end up in it himself. Elle was now 17 years old. He spent about half of each month working odd jobs around Philo City to earn money, and the other half doing odd jobs around the Earl's mansion. Because of his diligence and his good relationship with Miss Clemens, Elle was now considered a semi-employee at the Earl's mansion. Yesterday was the celebration banquet for the Countess's election to the Court of Magic. With so much going on, Elle was called in to help, but she never expected to encounter such a disaster. Aunt Sophie handed over some fresh food, including an appetizing-looking red soup. Thankfully, the healing magician at home is checked, and you're doing fine now. Don't worry. This is the lunch I just cooked for you. Eat it while it's hot. Elle obediently took the spoon, added tomatoes and minced meat to the soup, and slid it into her mouth. Her taste buds were instantly awakened. It was delicious. Seeing her devouring it, Aunt Sophie stood up with relief. Okay, the kitchen is busy right now, so I'd be going home. I take the cold breakfast. I know you're usually frugal, but since you're feeling well now, don't eat cold food. I understand. Elle chuckled and stuffed another piece of bread into her mouth. In fact, that was exactly what she had planned when she was hungry. For someone used to being hungry, hot or cold food makes no difference. Looking at her sweet smile, Aunt Sophie patted her head and recalled the first time she met Al. It was late one night. She opened the door after a knock and looked down to see a small, frizzy-haired kid clutching a tattered package. He called out pitifully, Aunt Sophie. Al was only 12 at the time, and after much hardship, he finally found her with the address on an old envelope. Upon inquiry, she learned that her mother had long since passed away, and her father had abused her with constant beatings. So one night, while her alcoholic father slept, she ran away. You kid. Aunt Sophie added before leaving. Why don't you stay at your aunt's house tonight? Your cousin is worried. Ayer swallowed the bread in his mouth and smiled. I won't go this time, Aunt. I still have to tell the innkeeper. Next time, I make a special trip to see my cousin. 2 years ago, I moved out of her aunt's house to make it easier to find odd jobs in Philo's city. Now, she only goes back about once a month. You. Knowing her good intentions, Aunt Sophie gave her a word and said nothing more. She pushed the door open, carrying the cold breakfast, and walked out. Behind the closed door, Ayer's mouth relaxed. She didn't go to her aunt's house because she needed enough time alone to think about her future. That eerie voice had listed various ways she could die, most of them involving monsters. The city of Philos has been peaceful for over 20 years. Aside from magicians and sorcerers, most people living in the city have likely never even seen a monster. Commoners have no way of obtaining information about monsters. If a monster invasion occurs, the nobles have guards to protect them, while the magicians and magic servants can use their strength to resist and destroy the monsters. Commoners, however, are likely to be caught up in the chaos, unaware of the situation, and perish silently. A new way out must be found. Elle couldn't say anything lightly, but she would, as she had said, fight to survive, even if it meant any harm. After dinner, let's go to the banquet hall and the rose garden. At least start by understanding the monster that almost killed her. Chapter 2. The Mars family originated from the founding of Philos City, inheriting the throne of the city's lords for generations. Their mansion, majestically situated in the south of Philos, is the most magnificent estate in the entire city. No matter the season, lush flowers and plants adorn the landscape, making walking through it feel like entering a palace of flowers and trees. The monster from yesterday was confirmed to have been eliminated. After returning the plate to the kitchen, Al decided to try and visit the monster's former haunts, hoping to gain some information about it. Just as he reached the corridor in front of the banquet hall, a transparent light barrier blocked his path. Silver magical patterns shimmered on the barrier, indicating the work of the magic court. The vice dean of the magic court had attended yesterday's banquet, presumably someone he had arranged to handle the aftermath. The transparent light barrier enclosed the right wing of the banquet hall, the fountain plaza outside, and a smaller portion of the botanical garden. The encircled area still bore traces of the monster's devastation. Tall trees and delicate plants alike were spared, crushed or uprooted, lying miserably on the ground. The fountain square was completely shattered. Normally, it was home to the elegant carriages of the city's elite and nobles. Now, it had been replaced by a gray-black thorn forest, marked by burns and frost. Even from a distance, rose bushes were still visible. Ayer's heart skipped a beat, remembering the rose branch that had burrowed into his abdomen. This thorn forest, it seemed, was the monster's true form. Ayer peered inside the barrier. Several people, presumably magicians, were scattered around the thorn forest, each accompanied by a magic attendant holding a long-handled, pointed magic item. The magicians moved in unison, casting their spells upon the strange magic item. Light gradually emanated from the slender pillars, resonating with each other like lightning, connecting to the items on their left and right. As Ayer curiously observed their movements, a sudden, inexplicable sound like a pendulum echoed in his mind, followed by a familiar, mischievous voice. A scene of an unexpected death appears. Countdown to Ayer's death, 10, 9. What would happen if the number reached 0? The inexplicable countdown seemed to foreshadow something ominous. Ayer quickly glanced around. Everything was calm, even the members of the magic court within the barrier, continuing their previous actions, seemingly attempting to uproot the entire thorn forest with their connected magic items. Apart from that, there was nothing unusual. What should I do? Everything before me seemed to be normal, yet unease grew with the sound of the countdown. Anyway, get moving. Ayer quickly turned and ran in the opposite direction of the magic barrier. His heart pounded wildly, pumping energy to his lower limbs, and his legs moved with an unprecedented frequency. The next moment, a foreboding premonition came true. A rumbling sound echoed from behind Ayer as he ran. The ground beneath his feet shook violently, sinking uncontrollably. 6, 5, 4. The rumbling suddenly stopped, and the voice in his head stopped after counting to 4. Ayer then slowly came to a stop, gasping for breath and looking back. From where he had just stood, an irregular, collapsed hole appeared before his eyes, exposing thick, brown roots. The brown roots were clinging to the moist soil beneath them, and the roots trembled slightly as the soil collapsed. Like the thorny rose that pierced Elle's abdomen, every breath trembled, only to see the thorns pierce deeper. Painful memories flooded back, making her feel a little nauseous. The members of the magic court were drawn to the scene by the loud noise, and a female magic attendant approached Elle with concern. "Little girl, are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." "You're really lucky. You almost fell into the cave-in." Is this the root system of that monster? Is it still alive? Elle asked nervously. No, it's dead. The male magician leader replied, crouching down to examine the exposed roots in the giant collapsed hole. Don't worry, don't be afraid. No plant-type monster can survive the blaze of our Vice Dean Andre. The black-haired woman soothed gently. Elle then realized that the man looked familiar. It seemed to be Vice Dean Andre himself, who had attended the banquet yesterday. The restricted area was already quite large, but I didn't expect its root system to be so extensive, extending all the way here. As a result, when the main body was moved, the roots loosened, causing a landslide. Vice President of the Magic Court, Andrew, analyzed the situation and issued an order to his men. Expand the restricted area to include the entire Earl's residence. The Earl's family's safety comes first. Understood. The magicians resumed their work. Elle, as instructed, turned and walked in the opposite direction. After turning a corner, she leaned against the stone wall, her wisps of red hair casting a small shadow on her face. It wasn't because she was exhausted, nor was it because she was timid. At that moment, Elle felt the truth of what the voice had said yesterday. Death was all around her. But there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. Aya recalled the time signal before the danger struck. Those brief seconds gave her the opportunity to change her fate through her actions. Was it you who just warned me? Aya asked in her mind, having a premonition that the voice was right beside her. Hee. You really didn't disappoint me. What a delicious meal. I'm very satisfied. A small puff of black, smoke-like substance drifted from Aya's chest. The smoke hovered at the height of her gaze, condensing into a fist-sized sphere, its edges pulsing and shifting like flames. The lower half of the sphere had a nearly semicircular arc, resembling a mouth, like a child's scribbled sketch. Aya suspected it had some means of monitoring her, but she hadn't expected it to be hidden within her body. Can you predict my death? The conversation in her head felt awkward, as if someone were snooping into her thoughts. Now that it had a physical form, Aya asked directly. No, that's all decided by your creator. I'm just using it to gain a little profit for myself, hee. The black ball's mouth curved, its sharp, interlaced white teeth standing out against the black sphere. Its childish, playful tone held a hint of pride. What do you mean? How could the creator god care about someone as weak as me? The creator god was the only being Aya knew who could be called creator. Legend has it that he created mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, spirits, and all things from Monday to Friday, created humanity on Saturday, and departed from the world on Sunday. It was on those Sundays, when he left, that monsters emerged. No, it has nothing to do with your creator god. Simply put, the world you inhabit is a fantasy hero novel with no CPs, and the creator is the author of this novel. The world is a novel? If she hadn't been saved twice by him, she might never have believed such a statement. But now, she had no choice but to believe it. This world, like a novel, has protagonists and supporting characters, characters beloved or hated by the audience. They are the ones chosen by the creator. They are destined to have ups and downs, yet incredibly brilliant and dazzling lives, unmatched by ordinary people. Such a life is inevitably accompanied by blood and flowers, death and glory. Flowers and glory belong to them, but blood and death also need to be borne by others. And you, my friend, are an NPC specially used for sacrifice, or rather, a passerby. Hee. The black ball, like a mischievous child, swayed from side to side as it spouted insults, emitting irritating laughter. NPC? Passerby? Another confusing term. However, considering the meaning of sacrifice to heaven, Aya understood it to be similar to sacrificing cattle and sheep to the creator god, and she was a role similar to those. But why? Why was she destined for such a fate? Rage bubbled up from boiling water, boiling in Aya's chest. But when she spoke again, her voice was unexpectedly calm. Do you know who the protagonist, or any other important characters are? Since death was caused by them, staying away was the most direct way to avoid it. Black Ball chuckled, as if seeing through Aya's thoughts. Of course, but I can't tell you that. Dear Aya, if you run away, how can you be my food? You shouldn't have forgotten our deal, hee. It wasn't that easy. Aya lowered her eyes. I won't run away, but I need more information. That's a good question, but why should I tell you? Hee. Aren't you going to make me your food? I think only if I desperately struggle to stay alive can I best meet your expectations. When the other party first appeared, she was struggling in the moment of death, filled with the desire to live and the fear of death. Aya guessed that Black Ball, like the legendary devil, feeds on human desires, which were her only bargaining chip. Hee. I didn't expect you to be so clever. I can give you a few spoilers. One is the death alarm, which you already seen, and there are also reader comments related to the death conditions you triggered. However, there are very few related comments. After all, no one cares about the NPC's death. Readers only care about the damage suffered or the benefits gained by the main characters. Oh right, due to the restrictions of the world's laws, some key characters and information are blocked and cannot be disclosed to you at will. After Black Ball finished speaking, a rectangular light screen visible only to her appeared before her eyes, and some information on it was blacked out with a black marker. Commentary thorns emerge. Isn't it just killing an NPC with your own hands? How can it be called torture? It left a psychological trauma. Didn't you see that she turned into a monster? Holy Father, don't mess with it. Comment Demon Court Forces, let me ask you, does this monster even have a reason to exist? Its appearance was quite impressive, and it had quite a few words, but the only damage it caused was the collapse of a building, resulting in the death of an unnamed NPC. Based on the information contained in the conversation, AI deduced that the second comment was discussing the recent monster collapse. The first comment seemed to be related to yesterday's events, but it also seemed to be different. The above comment doesn't connect to what I experienced, AI asked thoughtfully. This is a comment from the original timeline. Then why did the second comment appear after my death? Didn't the creator know I wasn't dead? This is a complicated explanation. Simply put, because of my intervention, you're now effectively an unregistered NPC in this world, undetectable by the creator. Relax, hee. However, in the creator's handwriting, you were originally a nameless NPC. You can be moved wherever death is needed. It's hard to describe how AI felt after hearing this. In those comments and Black Ball's description, she seemed like an object without any self-awareness, filling a space where someone else needed to be sacrificed. But she was a living person. So no matter who wanted her dead, it wouldn't happen. Because she would time and again, just like escaping from that alcoholic father, desperately trying to survive. Even if the price was siding with the devil. I have one last question. Hee, Black Ball said with a lopsided smile, as if he could read her mind. I know. You still want to know when your next death is, right? AI remained silent, staring at it intently. That expression is terrifying. Don't worry, it's still the early stages of this world's development. People won't die that often. Don't underestimate yourself, my friend. Even if you're worthless, your death will definitely be of the greatest value, hee. But think about it from another perspective. If I told you now, you'd be in a state of constant fear and struggle. It's not a bad idea, after all. AI suppressed the urge to beat the other person up and continued to encourage him. Perhaps you find more joy in it. That's great, but unfortunately, I don't know yet. Anyway, it's related to an important person or event in this world. I notify you promptly when the triggering conditions arise. It's too far away, we can't predict it. Everything depends on human effort, isn't it, my friend? The Black Ball yawned loudly, its voice raspy. We've been talking for so long, we just finished dinner. I'm tired. I'm going to go back to sleep. See you next time. With that, it drifted back to Air's chest, ignoring Air's reaction. Air touched his chest, but felt nothing. He had no idea what the Black Ball was, how it could just slip into someone's body. Chapter 3. After the Black Ball left, Elle pondered for a long time in the shadows, finally making a decision. She would become someone capable of slaying monsters. No matter who or what event the creator had designed for her death, it would ultimately be connected to monsters. Why not just be direct and become invincible to monsters? This was far more complex than it sounded. To do this, she needed the right weapons and professional training. It was 2 p.m., the sun at its scorching peak. People sat idly on the streets of the civilian district of Philo City, and the street vendors along the way retreated to the shade of the trees, no longer busy hawking their wares. Elle, you haven't been out in a while, have you? Lenny, who worked the fruit stall, called out to Elle as she hurried by. Ah, yes. Thinking of other things, Elle replied absent-mindedly. The potion master in the western suburban forest has ordered some more fruit and needs it delivered tomorrow. Are you still going to take it? It's a bit far, but as you know, this potion master is always generous. The fruit stall owner, Renee, was a cheerful woman in her early 30s. She often hired Al to run errands. Ali paused, hesitating for a moment before replying, Not this time, Sister Renee. I made other plans. Is it because the Earl's mansion is too busy? Weren't you happy to receive the order from the western suburban forest before? That potion master also likes you. If you go a few more times, maybe she agreed to take you on as an apprentice. Maybe there won't be another chance. Ali forced a smile. I have other more important things to do right now. After saying goodbye to the fruit vendor, Al turned down another street. Ding! 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 Old Peter in the blacksmith's shop was busy forging a suit of armor. His muscular arms swung up and down, the hammer striking the iron with a resounding clang. The next week or two would be the blacksmith's peak season. The Knights of the Earl's Palace held annual selections alongside the Court of Magic. Unable to enter the Court of Magic, becoming a magic servant was out of the question. The Knights of the Order was a path for young commoners desperately seeking advancement, willing to invest considerable sums of money. Armor and weapons were essential. Uncle Peter, I want to buy a weapon that suits me. Al paused by the forge, her red hair blazing in the glow of the fire. She wasn't exactly acquainted with the blacksmith, but after years of making a living in Philo's city, they had a familiarity, and would occasionally greet each other when they passed. But Al had learned from a potion master in the western forest that old Peter was once a skilled magic toolmaker, skilled in crafting a variety of magical weapons. As the number of ordinary people buying magical weapons dwindled, he gradually became a blacksmith. Blacksmith Peter paused his work, glanced at Al, and walked into the shop without a word. The four walls of the shop were covered with a variety of weapons, and on the outermost walls hung 2 or 3 full-body armor suits, their silvery sheen showcasing the craftsman's fine craftsmanship. Sword, crossbow, dagger, darts. These are the ones that suit your body shape. Which one do you like? Old Peter walked inside and lined up the items he mentioned. Al's eyes scanned the weapons before him, and he shook his head. I want magic weapons. Uncle Peter, I heard you're a magic tool warlock, right? A magic tool warlock specializes in the crafting of magical weapons and defensive magic tools. Since there have been few monster attacks in recent years in cities across the kingdom, including Philo's, magic tool warlocks are rarely seen in the streets. The magic court or families with a magical heritage do employ magic tool warlocks, but they're not the kind Al can currently access. Old Peter raised an eyebrow at Al's plain clothes and noticeably thin frame. Ordinary people don't have much use for magic weapons. These are cheap and easy to use, enough for daily use. I have money. Al reached into his pocket and pulled out a purse, matching his plain clothing. The heavy bag made a crisp clinking sound as it was placed on the counter. This was practically all of Al's belongings. Every coin inside was the product of years of hard work and frugality. She had originally planned to use the money to become an apprentice to a potion master in the western forests, but now she no longer needed it. If she died, everything would be zero. Come in. Old Peter took a magic lantern from the shelf, pushed open the wooden door behind the counter, and motioned El to follow. Behind the door was a staircase leading down. El followed old Peter, his right foot limping slightly, and his gait was noticeably unsteady as he walked. When they reached the basement door, old Peter had already turned off the lantern. Unlike the darkness she imagined, the basement was brightly illuminated by magical weapons emitting various lights. On the wall in front hung battle axes and great swords, their patterns flowing like blazing red flames. These were fire-type magic weapons. On the left wall, slender, elegant spears and wands hung diagonally, surrounded by a lingering green glow. These belonged to the wood type. The categories on the right were more complex, a collection of small weapons of various shapes and attributes, representing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Battle axes and great swords, weapons that required a high degree of strength, were the first weapons AI excluded. Lance-wielding techniques were complex, and not something that could be mastered overnight. Wands, which relied entirely on the user's own magic, were not suitable choices. Old Peter had obviously considered this as well. He walked directly to the display shelf on the right and introduced the items. You don't look like you're very skilled in fighting or kicking. These lightweight items are perfect for you. Don't be fooled by their small size. They're incredibly powerful if used well. This crossbow can be used with arrows of various attributes, making it quite flexible. This dart, with its metallic properties, offers excellent toughness and hardness, easily piercing the hide of a rock giant. And this? El looked at them one by one, then picked up a dagger about forearm length and asked, Is this the frost fern? A beautiful flower branch snaked around the burgundy leather scabbard, and the dark purple wooden handle complemented the scabbard beautifully. You even recognize this? El nodded. She had bought a book about magical plants from a potion warlock in the western forests, and the pages were curling from so much reading. You have good taste. This is the only dual attribute magic weapon in my shop. Perhaps he wanted to keep his masterpiece a secret. A faint smile crossed old Peter's sturdy face. He didn't rush to explain, but raised his chin, motioning for Ayer to remove the scabbard for a closer inspection. A fragment of the snow-white blade was slowly withdrawn, a chilling white aura emanating from the intricate and ornate inscriptions. Ayr, completely unfamiliar with magical inscriptions, turned and asked, "Besides ice, what other properties does it have?" Old Peter took the dagger and tilted it to display the magical inscriptions on the blade. "As you can see, I carved a frost fern into the scabbard, and the handle is made of mature fern stems. Anyone with experience will recognize this as an ice-based weapon at first glance. But there's more to it than that. It's also enchanted with the property of corrosion. It takes an expert to see that." Old Peter smiled smugly and pulled out a 3-finger-wide wooden stick from the side to test the blade. The dagger slashed across the stick, leaving a mark dotted with ice crystals. About 3 seconds later, countless black lines rapidly spread outward from the incision. Old Peter loosened his grip, and the black eroded wooden plank fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Ayr's eyes lit up. Concealed, lethal, and deceptive, that was what she wanted. The payment and the goods were exchanged, and the heavy purse instantly deflated. Ayr looked at the few remaining silver coins and sighed silently. Years of savings, now practically wiped out in one day. It was a real pain. "Uncle Peter, do you know where I can find some defensive magic tools? You still have money?" Old Peter raised an eyebrow, noncommittal. "Ha ha ha." Ayr scratched his head awkwardly. "There'll be more later." "Humph, defensive magic gear isn't my thing." "Is that so?" The two had returned to the shop upstairs, and Al looked suspiciously at the armor hanging on the wall. "What are these?" "These are just ordinary armor. You need to have them enchanted after you buy them. Defensive inscriptions don't interest me. Besides, you're a tiny chicken. You can't even wear light armor." "But I really need it." Watching Al, who was stroking his dagger, Old Peter took a sip from the silver flat flagon on the table. He bent down, worked on his right leg, and then raised his hand to place a wooden prosthetic leg on the counter. "I don't know why a common person like you would buy a magical weapon, and I'm not interested in knowing. But as someone who has experienced this, I give you a piece of advice. Don't challenge beings beyond your ability. Sometimes running away is also an option, otherwise you pay an unimaginable price." "Thank you for your advice." Al smiled sincerely, his eyes blazing. "But I always feel that one can't escape forever. No matter how far one flees, one day, the things they're fleeing will catch up again. Rather than that, I choose to face it head-on." "Humph, smooth talk." Old Peter replaced his prosthetic leg and continued, "Then remember that sometimes, to save one's life, necessary sacrifices are worth making, just like my leg." Remembering that Miss Clements was going to see her today, Al returned to the Earl's mansion after finishing his shopping. Just as she entered through the back door, where the servants used to enter, she suddenly heard the clatter of horse hooves. The Earl's gilded carriage turned the corner. There was only one guard at the back door, and Al helped open it. Due to the afternoon landslide, the magic court had completely blocked off the road from the main entrance to the banquet hall. The Earl and his daughter had evidently already heard the news. The carriage entered the mansion and slowly stopped as it passed Al. Miss Clements opened the window with a click and asked, "Al, how are you feeling? Even if your wounds have healed, you need some rest." "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. I'm all right now. Since I had some free time, I went for a walk and bought some small things I liked." The more ordinary the situation, the less likely it would arouse curiosity, Al explained, casually waving the black package in his hand. Miss Clements didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she gave her a mysterious smile and told her to come to the study on the second floor of the west wing of the castle later. Miss Clements often went to that study room because of its excellent view. After she was admitted to the magic court, the study was officially assigned to her. Soon, Al stood at the study door and knocked gently. "Come in," Miss Clements' voice rang through the door. Al opened the door and was surprised to see Countess Mars sitting at her desk, flanked by her two magical attendants and Miss Clements sitting beside her. Although the Mars family had a deep magical heritage, Count Mars had little talent for it. His wife's magical education was provided by the intermediate-level magician, Countess Mars. "My lord, madam, miss," Al saluted. "I heard you helped Clements during yesterday's monster raid. What reward do you want?" The Countess spoke succinctly. Nobles, when dealing with those of lower rank, rarely needed to elaborate. "Just ask. Mother has promised me she'd do her best to fulfill your wishes." Miss Clements winked at Elle, practically telling her to ask for more. Elle smiled back and took a step forward. "I wouldn't dare ask for any reward beyond my means. I simply beg for the opportunity to become Miss Clements's magical attendant." The Countess, clearly surprised by this answer, confirmed, "I remember the butler mentioned wanting you to join the family, But you declined. Why have you changed your mind now? Furthermore, the subordination of a magical attendant is more stringent than that of an ordinary attendant. A magical contract is required. If there are any other difficulties, you can speak directly. No need to be roundabout. A magical contract differs from a typical personal contract in that it establishes a magical link between the master and the servant, known as teleportation. Whenever a magician is damaged by a monster or attacked by magic, the damage is evenly distributed among the magic attendants via the teleportation magic link. Yes, being a magic attendant isn't a good place to be. If you have anything you want, just let me know. Miss Clements also spoke nearby. My lady, Elle does have a request. To be honest, I always had a yearning and admiration for magic. Commoners don't qualify to become magicians. For me, being a magician's attendant is a blessing. If Elle hadn't experienced death, she would have become a potion master's apprentice in a few months, according to her plan. Death changed everything. Becoming a magic servant was a decision Elle made after careful consideration. Besides, she had no access to or money to train against monsters. A magic servant served alongside a magician, providing support. The magic court would arrange monster-specific training for them, and those with greater talent could also take supplementary courses in magic tools or potions. The only downside was that servants also had the responsibility of sharing the mage's damage. However, the Countess's prominent family made this less of a risk. The Earl's mansion had recruited 3 magic servants for Clements, meaning that even in the most dangerous situation, the damage dealt would be shared by 3 people, greatly diluting the actual damage. The Countess was about to say something, but Miss Clements interrupted her. Mother, I would like Elle to be my magic servant. She's meticulous, and I trust her. Miss Clements approached with a hurried disregard for etiquette, and grasped Elle's hand. The Countess, observing her daughter's joy, said nothing more. Elle's selfless act had clearly earned her the Countess's favor. She even held Elle's hand, smiling, saying, the magic court is a closed-door environment. You need to prepare everything yourself. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you for having me, Miss Clements. Elle expressed her sincere gratitude. One cannot acquire the strength to protect oneself without experiencing hardships. Sometimes, the difficult path can be the safest. So, no matter how difficult or dangerous it may be, she would continue on this path. Chapter 4. After finalizing the magical servant arrangement, the Countess ordered the butler to bring Elle to sign the contract and agree on a monthly salary of 30 silver coins, a considerable sum in the city of Philos. Compared to ordinary servants, magical servants faced an additional risk of survival, so their salaries were nearly double. Because they needed to prepare for the magic court's admission, the butler even advanced Elle a month's salary. She still had to save money. Elle felt the few silver coins in her pocket, feeling a little more reassured. Since buying the dagger, she hadn't had much money left. And there would be many more occasions when she would need money. After saying goodbye to the butler and greeting Aunt Sophie, Elle finally called time for the day and walked under the silver moonlight towards her small home. Elle rented a room in an inn in the city. Because she would help the innkeeper with some chores in the mornings, the rent was very cheap. The room was in the attic, a small space with few belongings. There was a quilt, a table and chairs with a few books on it, a simple wardrobe across from the bed, and a suitcase in the corner. In 3 days, the magic court would be open for admission. The magic court was a boarding school, and they also provided housing for the magical servants. These few days would be her last days in this room. She needed to pack her bags and tidy up everything in advance. Elle stared at the suitcase's clasp for a long time, but she didn't open it. She turned and walked back to the bed, lying flat on it without even taking off her shoes. Just tonight, let her rest for a while. This day had been too long. Silver moonlight filtered through the window lattice, scattering across the floor. Aire, lying in bed, slept peacefully, a dreamless night. That same night, moonlight streamed into a corner room on the 2nd floor. A young man awoke from his dream, his slender fingers combing back his slightly sweaty golden hair. The next morning, Aire rose early and helped the innkeeper, Ms. Amanda, deliver breakfast to the rooms. This inn was relatively affordable, but it was clean and tidy, and offered a free breakfast every day, earning it a good reputation and occasionally hosting some simple, modest nobles. According to Ms. Amanda, the corner room on the 2nd floor was occupied by a very polite noble guest. Ms. Amanda had specially added an extra fried egg to his breakfast. Sir, your breakfast is here. Carrying a plate in one hand and a milk jug in the other, Aire couldn't find the hand to knock on the door, so he called inside. The sound of boots clacking on the wooden floor soon echoed from inside. Aire deliberately moved aside. The inn's door opened outward, And if someone inside wasn't careful, they could easily injure someone outside. Please be careful, I'm opening the door. A clear voice echoed, and the door was carefully pushed open. Standing inside was a young man in a beige shirt, about the same age as Ayer. He had a handsome face, with soft, medium-length blonde hair that flowed down his cheeks and onto his soft collar. From beneath his fluttering eyelashes, a pair of lake green eyes looked at Ayer in surprise. It's you? You know me? Ah, you saw me at the Earl's banquet the day before yesterday, right? Life's not easy, so I occasionally do some part-time work. Enjoy your breakfast. Elle flashed a work-appropriate smile, shoved the tray into the other person's hand, and turned to leave. Wait a moment. How are you feeling? He caught the tray with one hand, and as Elle turned, he grabbed her upper arm, then quickly let go, realizing something was amiss. I'm sorry, Miss Elle. I shouldn't have held you without permission. It's just that your wounds are healing so quickly, I'm a little worried. Do you feel anything unusual inside? Are you the magician who saved me with Miss Clements that day? Yes. The man on the other side nodded. Mr. Magician, thank you for your help. I couldn't open my eyes at the time, so I couldn't see you clearly. Elle bowed. Thanks to your healing magic, I'm fully recovered. You're truly a formidable magician. You're welcome. Just call me Roland. Everyone else calls me that, too. He seemed unaccustomed to receiving compliments. His smile was a little shy and stiff, but he persisted in asking Ayer. Do you feel a foreign object or growth in your abdomen? Ayer shook his head. Everything is back to normal. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to return to work so soon, right? Please wait a moment. I have something for you. If you feel any discomfort, you can use this to contact me. Roland hurriedly placed the cutlery on the table in the room, strode towards the suitcase, and took out a basic magic tool for communication. When he returned, the doorway was empty. The hand holding the magic tool dropped weakly, and his lake green eyes, beneath his golden hair, were dim and unclear, shrouding him in a vague sadness. Out of his sight, would that nightmare reappear? Is there really no way to change it? Or could he hope for something? After all, the girl was still alive, even though she seemed to be avoiding him like a venomous snake. Elle, on the other hand, almost ran back to her room. She'd better leave today. She made a secret decision, took the suitcase from the corner, dusted it off, and immediately began packing. Although the information was limited, it was impossible to determine whether he was the one who caused her first death. But that overly handsome face made it clear that he was favored by his creator. She was saving her life, so she'd better avoid any involvement. Elle gradually erased the traces of her presence in the room. She asked the shopkeeper to sell the item she couldn't take with her second hand. No matter how much, it would at least help her recover some of her losses. After buying the magic weapon, she was truly broke. To avoid a possible encounter with Roland, Elle waited until lunchtime before leaving. The inn only provided breakfast. Guests were required to eat lunch and dinner outside. After bidding farewell to the innkeeper, Elle picked up his only suitcase and left the inn, a place that held years of memories. He never looked back, like a determined fighter moving forward. The day for the magic court's admission arrived in a flash. 2 carriages, one in front and one behind, escorted by the Earl's palace guards and 2 mid-level magic court magicians, headed towards the magic court. The Count and his wife accompanied Miss Clements in the front carriage, while Al and 3 other magical attendants sat in a simple carriage in the back, their luggage piled beside them. Elle was gazing out the window. Outside, rolling meadows stretched out, and a refreshing breeze blew across his face, sweeping away the shadow of death that had loomed over him for the past few days. A fluffy, naturally curly head suddenly leaned over and threw Elle into a carefree embrace. I heard the Earl's mansion is quite wealthy. Besides the monthly salary, the Earl's lady also gives tips. Elle, you worked there before. Is that true? This familiar magic attendant was named Urza, 2 years Elle's senior. She wore a smart trouser suit, crossed her legs uninhibitedly, and spoke boldly and forthrightly. The salary at the Earl's mansion is indeed better than outside, and Miss Clements is a very nice person, Elle replied kindly. Humph, she's not bad. She has good taste. Urza nodded in agreement. During the conversation, Elle learned that Miss Clements had chosen Urza herself from over 30 applicants. She possessed exceptional physical prowess and had already decided to join the Knights, but upon hearing of the generous recruitment conditions offered by the Earl's household's magical servant, she decisively abandoned her knight status. Nobility is the best, isn't it? You can buy a blood pack as cheap as ours for just 2 cents. Urza waved the magic inscription on her arm. The 3 of them had the same star-shaped magic inscription on their wrists, signifying their positions as secondary in the teleportation magic chain, while the Countess's was the moon, representing the primary position. "Be careful what you say," said a young man, resting with his eyes closed sternly. He was the son of the Countess's magical servant, Jeff. He had been trained in various magical servant disciplines since childhood and considered himself the leader of the three. Urza made a face at ZF and lowered her voice. "Let's keep it down and ignore him." Elle lowered her voice as well. "It's actually not that bad. The Countess comes from a distinguished family. Even if she becomes a combat magician, she have the knights protecting her." "That's true, but of course you have to value your own life." Urza squeezed Elle's arm and shook her head. "Your small body won't do. You need to train. What if Miss Clemens gets hurt, and you can't handle the damage? I have plans to strengthen my physique in the future. If only I could become as strong as Urza." Elle, who used to be busy saving money and often lived frugally, now had neither money nor strength. He was silent, admiring Urza's muscular figure, still prominent beneath her clothes. With muscles this strong, even death would give her a beating. "That's easy." Urza patted her chest and raised her voice. "From now on, you eat whatever I eat and train the same way I do. I guarantee that within a year, you be completely transformed." The destination drew closer amidst the laughter and cheerful conversation, and as Zet's face grew noticeably darker. Chapter 5. The Demon Court is located on the outskirts of Philos City. This is a rule set by the Great Demon Court. Branches of the Demon Court in any city must be located outside the city limits, supposedly for the purpose of defending against demons. At this moment, a team of 7 magicians returned from another direction and joined the Earl's convoy at the entrance to the Demon Court. "My Lord Earl, madam, long time no see." They spoke without averting their eyes. From the fragments of conversation he could hear, Elle pieced together the information they discussed. Since the incident with the Thorn Monster, the Demon Court has dispatched a team of 7 to patrol the city daily. The 2 magicians accompanying this mission were also assigned by the Demon Court to ensure the safety of the Earl's family. However, 5 days have passed since the incident, and the monster itself has been completely destroyed, its body collected by the Demon Court as materials. However, the Demon Court has yet to discover the cause and path of the monster's appearance. Adding to the fact that there have been no other recent intrusions, both the Demon Court and the Earl's Court believe this was merely a fluke. After a brief exchange of greetings with the patrol, the Count and Countess bid farewell to their daughter. Elle, Urza, and ZF, carrying their luggage, followed Miss Clemens into the gates of the Magic Court. "Welcome to the Magic Court. I'm your guide, Luna No. 3. A person dressed in a magician's uniform came forward. Her form resembled a human, but the wood grain was clearly visible on her face and exposed arms. She was a highly realistic puppet. She's a summoned puppet of the high-ranking magician Luna. Doesn't she look very real?" Miss Clemens kindly introduced herself to the 3, who stared at her with astonishment. As the daughter of a lord, Miss Clemens had been in and out of the Magic Court many times before her admission, so her familiarity was not surprising. "Amazing. She's just like the real person." The 4 of them followed Luna No. 3, and the lively Urza couldn't help but lean in to see her. Miss Clemens was easygoing, so she didn't criticize her. Although Elle was also curious, he remembered his current position as a servant and simply followed Miss Clemens, paying her respects. Luna No. 3, leading the way, perhaps sensed their curiosity or perhaps had programmed some dialogue with her master. As they walked, she began to explain some basic information about school enrollment. She also mentioned that her master had several puppets like her, some assisting her in her own magical research, while others served within the Magic Court at the Dean's request. For example, she was currently in charge of welcoming new students, while Luna No. 2 was on duty in the Magic Workshop area. Luna No. 3 first led them to the living quarters east of the Magic Court. Miss Clemens, as a magician, occupied a separate suite. The outer room contained a desk, bookshelves, and a round table for receiving guests, a simple parlor. The inner room served as a bedroom. Overall, the living conditions were quite pleasant. The magic servants shared a room with 2 people, Elle and Urza shared a room, and ZF shared a room with servants from other nobles. The rooms had identical layouts, with a bed, a table and chairs, and a wardrobe on each side. Miss Clemens was clearly more interested in her future friends than her new home. Shortly after they arrived, a magician from the same class as them arrived to visit. Miss Clemens, well-versed in aristocratic socializing, quickly struck up a conversation with them. Luna No. 3 explained that the entire Magic Court was roughly divided into 4 areas: the Senate Chamber, the Living Quarters, the Teaching Quarters, and the Magic Workshop. Miss Clemens had mostly spent time with the Count in the Senate Chamber, and she was curious about other areas as well. So, surrounded by a few people, they agreed to explore the new campus together. Zeph and Urza accompanied them, while Elle stayed behind to decorate Miss Clemence's room. The three magic aides divided their responsibilities according to their specialties. Urza, with her agility, served as a kind of guard. Zeph, having grown up in the magic aid house, was responsible for magic-related support, such as maintaining magic tools. Elle wasn't strong in either area, but he was attentive and took care of some of Miss Clemence's personal chores. After sorting out Clemence's and his own belongings, Elle picked up the map left by Luna number 3 and planned to explore the area on his own to familiarize himself with the area. Still brooding about the piece of magic armor he was missing, Ayer headed towards the magic workshop, thinking, even if he couldn't afford it, he'd still look at it. According to the map, the magic workshop was divided into two major areas, the potions workshop and the magic equipment workshop. Looking at the map as he walked, Ayer considered whether he could find a part-time job there later, doing odd jobs to save some money. As he approached the magic equipment workshop, a noisy argument erupted from the corner. 5 or 6 people gathered together. Judging by their attire, they were both magicians and magic servants. It's fine if he's just an eyesore in his hometown, but he's even come to the magic court? Are you looking for a fight? The family that adopted him must have been cursed too, ha ha ha. Hey, he's still resisting. He's really gotten stronger. Why, hearing that your adoptive parents are unhappy. That's your fault, after all. You're the Roland, the bringer of misfortune? Anything they're up to is your fault. Roland? Albert, who hadn't wanted to stir up trouble, unexpectedly heard a familiar name. However, the other side was outnumbered, so what could a mere magic attendant do? Suddenly remembering Luna 3's words about a special puppet on duty near the magic workshop, Albert came up with a plan and feigned anxiety, shouting, Luna 2. Over here. Right up ahead, there's a fight going on. The people gathered in the corner fell for it, and without even checking, they uttered a harsh word and quickly ran away. I'm telling you, put away your bad luck and don't show up in front of us again. With a sense of responsibility, Albert approached the people in the corner. Hey, are you okay? The solitary blonde boy was hunched against the wall. Due to his posture, Albert could even see the top of his golden hair from his vantage point. It seemed he had just been attacked in the waist. The potion workshop is nearby. If you're in any pain, you can buy some painkillers. It's okay. Thank you for helping me out. I'm glad you still remember me. His lake green eyes were calm and gentle, and he habitually wore a gentle smile when he looked at people. A bruise at the corner of his mouth stood out against his fair skin. Aren't you angry? I left without saying goodbye last time, and stood you up. The other person's gentle attitude made Elle feel suffocated. It's okay. I'm used to being avoided. He even nodded slightly, understandingly. Ayer couldn't agree with that. It has nothing to do with the bad luck those people were talking about. I didn't even know you back then. Ayer had heard those people slander clearly. She hated people who casually made false accusations, as if they were standing by the roadside throwing stones at the victim. They often bully the weak and fear the strong, wantonly playing tricks on others' sorrows just for fun. And there's no need to pay any attention to such slander. They only gain the illusion of power by bullying others. It's their own badness and incompetence, and it has nothing to do with who you are. Yes, I know. Unexpectedly receiving Ayer's words of enlightenment, Roland put away the faint smile on his lips. His lake green eyes, like the depths of a lake, delved deeper and deeper, revealing a hint of his true emotions. If you have nothing else to do, then I leave? Since they could meet again, how could he let go so easily? I might need your help again. My back hurts. Could you please help me to the magic tool workshop? It's not far away. A moderate frown, a well-placed apology. The destination was the same, making it hard to refuse. Leaning halfway forward, the girl's fluffy hair occasionally rubbed against Roland's chin, tickling him as she was supported. Red hair filled Roland's vision, unconsciously reminding him of that blood-stained dream. This was his third encounter, and his first encounter with her should have ended in death. From the moment he entered the city of Philos, the dream began. At a banquet at the Earl's mansion, a monster suddenly attacked. The red-haired girl was attacked while saving others. After the battle, he intended to heal the victim, but the healing magic only further fueled the parasitic thorns. In a moment, the thorns, nourished by the girl's flesh and blood, grew rapidly. Spiky vines entwined the girl's limbs, while flower vines replaced her legs, supporting her on the ground. The flower vines wrapped around her arms acted like an exoskeleton, like strings on a puppet, controlling her attacks. The thorns grew at such an astonishing rate that at first, they could easily escape the attacks. But as the flower vines became more adept at symbiotically integrating with the girl's body, their moves became more ferocious. Drops of blood dripped from the rose growing from her right eye socket, like drops of dewdrops, dripping onto the ground, like the girl's cries. In his forced counterattack, he brushed past the girl and seemed to hear her faint cries for help, her desperate hope for life. But it was too late. His magic was still too immature to achieve both. The girl lay between the thorns and roses, dying alongside the monster. Warm liquid splashed on his face, a mixture of human blood and plant slime. He slew the demon's parasite, only to be overcome once again by a powerful feeling of powerlessness. He had just survived the demon's clutches, and he was no longer defenseless like he had been in childhood. Yet he couldn't save an innocent girl. Roland withdrew his thoughts and looked at the girl's red hair. He felt a surge of redemption. Luckily, they could meet again. She was the only one who hadn't died after the dream. If possible, he would do everything in his power to keep this miracle alive. Supporting Roland, who was over a head taller than him, was a bit of a challenge for Elle at the moment. The weight of half his body leaning against him was heavier than he expected. As Elle supported him forward, she secretly resolved to train with Urza sometime. She still had a chance to grow taller. The innkeeper said you became the Countess's magic attendant? The tremor in her voice, transmitted by the other woman's leaning motion, made Elle pause. Ostensibly a question about Elle's current status, it also revealed that he had specifically asked Miss Amanda about Elle's whereabouts. But why? After all, they had only met 3 times in total. She didn't think she had anything worth her while. Yeah, magic servants have good salaries and benefits, and I'm just trying to save up for some magic tools for self-defense. And I heard magic servants can receive training in defending themselves against monster attacks, which I think would suit me. His shoulders felt a little sore, and Aire adjusted the angle of his elbow, supporting the other person as he took another step. It's just my bad luck. A monster that hasn't appeared in decades pierced me the moment it appeared. At this point, Aire felt the other person's body stiffen for a moment. Excuse me, can you stop for a moment? It hurts a bit. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention when I was changing my stance. Aire then noticed that, to make it easier to apply force, his elbow was resting against the other person's waist, probably where he received a few punches earlier. They started again, silent. The magic tool workshop consisted of a row of rooms. The front was open to the public, while the others housed various workshops. Elle helped Roland into the outermost shop. In the center, there were low chairs perfect for him to rest. Perhaps because classes hadn't officially started yet, the shop was empty. The display here was somewhat similar to that in old Peter's basement, except the space was more than 3 times larger. Hanging on the wall were 3 or 4 of each type of magic weapon and armor. You want to buy some magic gear? Of course he did. Elle's eyes were glued to the wall. Without hearing Elle's reply, Roland continued, there are 2 types of sorcerers in the magic gear workshop. One type is a commoner sorcerer, who comes in based on their memory and craftsmanship. They carve existing magic inscriptions to create magic gear. Their output is high, but the styles and effects are relatively limited. The other type is a sorcerer who originates from a magical background and has a unique understanding of magical pathways. They create new magic inscriptions. The magic gear they produce is small in quantity but highly refined, and is often sought after by other sorcerers. Sitting in the center of the room, Roland seemed to know the area well. Are you trying to sell me the profession of magical equipment warlock? Elle turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow in confusion. What I'm saying is that, of the 2, the former is generally commonplace, while the latter is so rare that it's almost impossible to get a hold of, and it's also very expensive. So, if you want a magic item, I can make it for you. I have good craftsmanship and a good understanding of magic. I can customize the inscriptions to your needs, and the price is very reasonable. Lake green eyes stared straight at him, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Aren't you a freshman magician in the same class as Miss Clemens? As you can see, compared to the other new magicians, my family isn't wealthy. Just like you working part-time at the inn, I need to earn some money, so I occasionally supply the magic tool workshop here. It's true that some fallen nobles become magic tool or potion makers to earn money. And since he was staying at Ms. Amanda's commoners inn at the time, his explanation did seem to fit. It had to be said that Aire was a little tempted. I haven't seen anything you made, so how can I know your skill level? Here's the magic tool I supply. I can show you. Roland gestured for Aire to pull out a meteorite iron arm guard from the back of the counter. Unlike the common goods he described, this was the only one of this style on the counter. Aire carefully took the arm guard out, glancing at the price tag. It was indeed quite expensive, It would cost her 3 months' current salary. Roland took the arm guard from Ayer and slipped it onto his left arm. Then, he had Ayer attack with an axe from the tool rack. Are you sure? This axe is quite heavy. Roland simply smiled and nodded, encouragingly. Trust me. Ayer hesitantly raised the axe with both hands, then slowly swung it towards the man sitting lower. Just as the axe blade was about to make contact with his arm, the inscriptions on the arm guard swiftly flowed, emitting a silvery white glow. The light rapidly expanded, stretching into a circular shield-like film of light, firmly blocking the attack. After Ayer sheathed the axe, the film of light quickly vanished, leaving not a single scratch on the arm guard. Do you believe this? The magic workshop tested it upon receipt. Green level 5 and blue level 4 monsters cannot break the light shield. A level 3 monster would need about 30 direct attacks to break it. He continued his question with a smile. Seeing that Ayer seemed to have no idea about the monster's level, he added, the thorn monster that attacked you last time was between level 3 and 2, the highest level monster to appear in the monster riots in the past 20 years. Moreover, the strength of the shield can be increased. Ayer was more than convinced. She was ecstatic. However, her biggest problem was that she had no money. Isn't this expensive? We're friends now. Orders that don't go through the workshop don't have to pay the intermediary fee, so the price is 50% off. 50% off. Elle glanced at the price below the arm guard display. Even with a 50% discount, she still couldn't afford it. Can I buy it on credit? I give it to you as soon as I save enough, and I even give you an extra 1% interest. Realizing he overestimated the price, Roland paused, then, still maintaining his salesman-like composure, said, I see. That's not impossible. After all, we're both in the magic court, so it's easy to meet up. I'm not worried about you defaulting on your payment. The two discussed the shield's construction requirements. Elle's requirements were simple. She wanted the shield to be as large as possible, considering her skills were practically non-existent. Because I'm busy with magic classes, the exact delivery date is still uncertain. I have Luna from the workshop contact you once it's finished. If you come up with any new requests, feel free to come see me. I'm here on weekends. Yes, no problem. Don't worry, I won't get close to you unless necessary. Ayer made up his mind not to hang around this person except when it was time to pay or pick up the goods. There was too little information to confirm whether he was definitely not Fate's favorite, but whether he was or not, it was always safer to avoid him. Thankfully, the daily movements of magicians and magic servants didn't overlap much, so beyond the simple transactions of buying and selling magical tools, there was probably no chance of him interacting with her. Chapter 6. The Magic Court of Fellows City was founded 200 years ago, alongside Fellows City itself. Its rich history and magical heritage imbue its architecture with a quaint and mysterious charm. On the first day of classes, Elle, Urza, and Jeff followed Miss Clemens along a tiled path framed by ancient trees. At the end of the path stood a magnificent building, towering stone pillars rising from the ground. At the four corners of the red spire stood statues of the kingdom's 4 founding magicians, a solemn and majestic sight. This was where the magicians studied and trained daily. To the side of the building stood a much shorter, 3-story building, the classroom for the magic servants. The master and servants split into 2 groups, heading to their respective classrooms. The servants' classrooms were already quite crowded, and there weren't many empty seats. Elle and Urza found seats nearby, while Jeff was surrounded by others, and seated in a seat with a significantly better view. Jeff's face wasn't unfamiliar to those who came from similar families of magical servants. They clearly recognized him as Miss Clemens' servant, and their words and actions were filled with flattery. The music signaling the start of class began, and a man and a woman entered. The man was about 40 years old, with dark brown hair. His most striking feature was a scar on his left cheek that ran from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. The woman was about 20 years old, with short silver hair and a calm expression. Her figure always struck Elle as familiar. Everyone, welcome to the Magic Court. I am your instructor, Bade, and a magical servant serving Dean Sophia. As your instructor, I will help you grow into qualified magical servants. The introduction, devoid of any pleasantries, the cold tone and unsmiling face, made one feel as if they were in the dead of winter. This is Luna 8, your course assistant. No wonder she felt familiar. Elle looked at the woman named Luna 8 with some surprise. Judging from her name, she was undoubtedly a puppet like Luna 3. But her appearance and gestures were practically indistinguishable from a human. If it weren't for Bade introducing her, the naked eye would have been unable to discern her identity. Just as Elle was lost in thought, Urza suddenly leaned in and whispered, "How do you think Bade got that scar on his face?" A sharp gaze shot towards him, and El quickly nudged Urza with his elbow, but the signal was not received effectively. I guess he's probably not very skilled, and got captured by a monster. Don't tell me, Sister Urza. The instructor is watching us. El winked at Urza desperately. No, appearances don't always tell the whole story. It could have been an accidental scratch from a branch. Urza was still lost in her own speculation, unaware that Bade had stepped down from the podium. It seems the students are eager to learn. They can't wait to discuss things privately. Then I'd like to hear your thoughts. Why do you think a magic servant can provide support to a more powerful magician? Bade, strolling leisurely through the classroom, stopped unsurprisingly beside Urza's seat. This student was quite animated just now. Please answer. Urza stood up with a flourish. Her tall and straight figure rivaled that of Instructor Bade, and her muscular build was palpable even through her clothes. She arched her arms, raised her chin, patted her chest, and spoke without hesitation. Of course, it's about strength. Mages are delicate, but we're different. We can fight and withstand any blows. One man can take on two men. We're tough and strong, and we don't need to be rescued. Everyone burst into laughter, and El couldn't help but cover his mouth secretly. The words were a bit harsh, but when paired with Urza's physique and physical skills, they were very convincing. Bade, who was trying to act calm, almost lost his composure, but remembering his prepared plan, he suppressed his laughter and cleared his mouth twice. What are you laughing at? I'm tall and strong. How can you compare? Just laugh. Bade simply ignored Urza's irrelevant answer and forcefully returned to the topic he had been talking about. Each magic servant serves as a secondary member of the magic chain. If the magician is injured by a monster, the damage is immediately transferred to you. However, when you are attacked by a monster, you still bear the damage yourself, making the overall risk far greater than that of the magician. Ire touched the star symbol on his arm. As Bade had said, magic servants' combat risks were clearly greater. However, even decades ago, when battles with monsters were frequent, it was rare for a magic servant to die alone unless the magician died. Magic servants must have special methods to avoid the risk of death from excessive damage. So, even with the health pack attribute, civilians still favor this profession. There are even second-generation magic servants like Jeff. His thoughts shifted before Ire refocused his attention. A magic servant must possess a physique capable of withstanding monster damage, as well as sufficient knowledge of monsters to assist the magician in quickly identifying their attributes and weaknesses. This is the way of life for a magic servant. Your training takes place not in this classroom, but among the monsters. The atmosphere in the classroom was filled with excitement at this conclusion. So we can see real monsters? That's cool. I guess none of the magicians have seen one yet. An unexpectedly lighthearted and anticipatory voice echoed in his ears. El's brow furrowed, and he unconsciously pursed his lips. Monsters aren't animals for viewing, these people knew nothing of that. After more than 20 years of stability in Philos City, most of the magic servants here had never seen a monster. In recent years, magicians have reduced their battles against monsters. Aside from proactively subduing monsters in the dark forest, where monsters gather, new magicians and magic servants rarely have direct experience facing monsters. The Monster Garden was established against this backdrop. The area, home to thousands of monsters, was the destination Baidu was leading everyone to. It served two main purposes. One was to study the attributes and weaknesses of more monsters, and the other was to serve as props for combat training for the magicians and attendants. The 10-minute journey to the Monster Garden was filled with discussion. The magic attendants relaxed as if on an outdoor outing. What do you think monsters look like? Are they more ferocious than lions or black bears? We haven't seen monsters enter the city of Philos in years. I think these monsters have degenerated. When I was a child, I was disobedient, and my grandmother used monsters to scare me. But that was so long ago. Until Baidu raised his hand to signal for a halt, the discussion ceased, just like the footsteps. A vast, dense jungle with no end in sight appeared before them. Magical barriers with golden inscriptions stood around and above the jungle. Similar to the barriers the magicians had erected in the Earl's Garden, the inscriptions were more complex. Not far from Baidu, there stood a two-story wooden hut, its purpose unknown. Right now, the jungle before you is a monster garden, home to thousands of monsters. See these barriers? They were set up by Grand Mage Sophia and the other 4 Grand Mages of the kingdom, specifically to contain the monsters within. Instructor, I heard monsters are divided into different levels. What level are the monsters inside? Someone approached the barrier curiously, raising their hands to block the sunlight, trying to see what was going on inside. Quiet. Yes, instructor. Bide raised a brow, and the man immediately straightened his stance and obediently returned to the group. This is the training ground you frequent from now on. The monster garden, filled with monsters of varying levels trained and raised by the magic court. Luna number 8 faced the crowd and produced a recording magic tool. After a moment's flash of magical inscriptions, a massive map of the monster garden was projected onto the garden's light barrier. The map resembled a 5-petal flower, with 5 petal-shaped areas of varying colors and equal size surrounding a smaller, white, circular area in the center. Bide pointed at the map and explained. The colors of the 5 areas represent the monster's level of danger. The white, circular area in the center is the training ground. As Bide explained, the monster garden's design changed to reflect the following: Type 1 monster, red level, extremely dangerous, with unmeasurable attributes, a high desire to attack, and a high tendency to enter a berserk state. When in a berserk state, the damage is enough to destroy a city, potentially covering up to a city. Category 2 monsters, orange level, high attributes, high attack desire, and highly prone to berserk. During a berserk state, the damage could reach over 1,000 people in a short period of time. Category 3 monsters, yellow level, 1, high attributes, low to medium attack desire, not prone to berserk. During a berserk state, the damage could reach over 100 people in a short period of time. 2, medium attributes, high attack desire, highly prone to berserk. During a berserk state, the damage could reach over 100 people in a short period of time. Category 4 monsters, blue level, medium attributes, low to medium attack desire, no berserk state, short-term damage to double-digit people. Category 5 monsters, green level, low attributes, low to high attack desire, no berserk state, short-term damage to single-digit people. This is just the most basic classification. The instructor in charge of monster taxonomy will explain the details to you. The monsters in the monster garden range from green level 5 to yellow level 3. They will be your perfect sparring partners. As for Type 1 and Type 2 monsters, no one has dared to raise them yet. I hope you never encounter them. After explaining the map, Bide walked to the 2-story building next door and unlocked it. Now, choose your magic tools. We officially head to the training grounds. Chapter 7. Now choose your magic gear. We're officially heading to the training ground. The rooms on the upper and lower floors were each filled with offensive magic weapons and defensive magic armor. Some of them were the same styles as those Elle had seen in the magic workshop before, what Roland called common goods. After everyone had chosen their own magic gear, Bide used a key-shaped magic gear to conjure a doorway through the magic barrier. A curly-haired, freckled man took the lead, brandishing a mace in his left hand and a shield in his right, as he approached with a playful grin. Brothers, guess what kind of monster we encounter today? Want to take a gamble? Are you treating this like a treasure hunt? Elle looked at him speechlessly, tightening his grip on the dagger. As he had done before when purchasing magic weapons, Elle chose a dagger with greater flexibility. He didn't take the magic armor because the items inside were all large, uniform metal shields. Elle was well aware of her limitations. Holding a shield like that would likely make it difficult for her to even move on her own, and would simply be a burden. Watching Urza effortlessly carry the heaviest of all weapons, the battle axe, Elle silently shed tears of envy. If only I could ever be as strong as Urza. The jungle contained a single, narrow path, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. It was flanked by tall trees and dense grass. Green moss covered the tree trunks, and dark, inky branches intertwined like jagged teeth, densely blocking out the sunlight overhead. High above the treetops, beneath the magical barrier, an eagle with a 2-meter wingspan circled high in the sky, its glass bead-like pupils blazing with twin green flames as it stared intently at the troops below. Most of the team had become disengaged, their weapons and shields becoming a heavy burden. Over 20 people were spread out in a line stretching over 50 meters long. The curly-haired, freckled man at the head of the group struck this and that with his mace, occasionally chatting and laughing with the 3 or 5 people gathered with him. Instructor Bade stayed behind, closing the magic barrier gate, and he and Luna number 8 stayed far behind the group. Elle and Urza walked side by side, with ZF following behind them. The 3 of them were in the middle of the group, the few who remained vigilant. As Elle advanced, she carefully observed her surroundings. Suddenly, she saw a pair of deer antlers emerge from the jungle to her right. A deer stood quietly in the lush vegetation, silently observing something. Something's wrong. Elle grabbed Urza, who was walking side by side. What's wrong? Urza immediately went on alert, and quickly noticed something unusual. You mean that deer? Elle nodded. Deer are naturally timid, startled by the slightest movement. Even with such a large group passing by, it didn't flee. I suspect it was frozen in fear, unable to move. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the same conclusion: a monster might be lurking. Everyone, be careful! Almost as Urza shouted, a black, whip-like object emerged from the ground, swung violently, and wrapped itself around the deer's neck, instantly breaking it with immense force. The deer fell to the ground. The black whip-like object bounced in the air, then its tail stabbed downward, pulling a massive scorpion monster, about 3 meters wide, from the earth. The black whip-like object was undoubtedly its poisonous tail, and in front of it were two terrifyingly large claws. The scorpion's tail gathered momentum, piercing the ground once more, propelling its body forward. After a few swings, it reached the front of the group, blocking their path. What is that? Scorpion? How could there be a scorpion this big? It's a monster. The unbelievable size, the power to kill a deer with one tail. This instantly shattered everyone's sense of security. Exclamations erupted, and the group suddenly fell into chaos. Go, go! Brother Laurent, are you scared? The curly-haired, freckled man was closest to the monster. Encouraged by those around him, he bravely moved forward, inch by inch, his front and back legs apart. Nonsense! I'm just being cautious. Die, die, die. When the curly-haired, freckled man was about 5 meters away from the scorpion monster, he raised his mace with both hands and swung it left and right, drawing an X in the air. The scorpion monster, having received 0 damage, calmly clenched its 2 large pincers and extended its 5 to 6 meter long tail, flinging him into the brush beside the road. Ah! The brothers following closely behind him, learning their lesson, hurled their shields from a distance. The others followed suit, but their accuracy was largely non-existent. The scorpion monster's tail swept low, sweeping the scattered swords, halberds, and shields into the brush. The unarmed men in front were instantly terrified, and because the road was too narrow to pass, they all ran into the woods. What idiots! They'd thrown away everything they could to save their lives. Urza swung her battle axe, took a running start, and dashed back, knocking back the scorpion's tail. Unexpectedly, after being blocked by Urza, the giant scorpion immediately stopped its attack, not even glancing at her, and turned to pursue the people fleeing into the jungle. Its 2 large claws stretched forward, cutting through the dense grass wherever it touched. Everyone calm down. Run towards the instructor. There might be other monsters in the forest. Elle shouted loudly, but the people busy fleeing had already lost their way. The instructor's gone. A distant shout from the rear of the team threw everyone present into complete disarray. Elle paused, being pushed aside by the hurriedly fleeing crowd behind her. She turned to look at the road that had been blocked. The scorpion monster was gone. Why did you stop? Urza asked, grabbing her arm to prevent her from being hit. Strange, the scorpion monster's gone. Urza glanced around and pointed toward the woods. It's chasing those who fled into the forest, driving them back. No, how could it have just taken 2 steps and then moved on to another location? Urza, you just blocked the monster's tail attack, and then it ran off somewhere else? Yeah, what happened? Air looked at the giant scorpion monster, which had shifted positions 3 times in a short while, and suddenly understood. Urza, I know what's going on. The right thing to do is to continue in the direction we started from. Did you discover something? Let's talk as we walk. Okay, I follow your lead. With that, Urza slung her battle axe over her shoulder and, carrying Aire, squeezed through the crowd. Aire's vigilance impressed Urza, which was why she was willing to trust his counterintuitive decision. Regardless of which direction the crowd ran, the 2 of them continued forward, not stopping even when they encountered monsters blocking their path. Instead, the monsters, before they could reach them, ran off to chase the others. The 2 of them also tried to call for ZF, but he had already disappeared. I guess this is all part of the course schedule, Aire said as they walked. They had been separated from the group for about 10 minutes, and with no monsters chasing them, their pace slowed. What do you mean? Was Bade's irresponsible escape planned? Wait, the monsters were clearly chasing us, but it seems no one was hurt. Elle nodded. The instructor's absence gives us the opportunity to control the monsters from the shadows. On that stretch of road, the others had been dodging like sheep, hiding from the monster's pursuit. Are you saying that Bade controlled the direction of the monster's pursuit? What was his purpose? That scorpion monster appeared on the monster classification chart displayed by Luna 8. Now that you mention it, I remember it. It's the one depicted on the green level 5 monster icon. Most people have never seen a monster. Philo City has been peaceful for too long. They don't know the true terror of monsters. El paused, pressing against the non-existent wound through his clothes. But today's lesson will teach them that even the lowest level monsters can torment a group of untrained and armed individuals. Oh, so that guy Bade is quite smart. But I'm a little disappointed. I just thought I finally have a chance to teach that monster a lesson. There'll always be another chance. What the hell is going on in Urza's head? El shook his head helplessly and smiled. The two continued their conversation. High in the sky, the black eagle soared through the forest, heading toward the front of the road. A brown-haired woman extended her arm into the air, and the black eagle swooped down, its wings folded, its sharp talons firmly grasping her arm. The golden leg ring on its right talon swayed slightly. I didn't expect there to be so many talented newcomers this year. You've been hard at work, rest now, my little chicken. The black eagle pecked at the rations the brown-haired woman fed it, nuzzled her cheek with its head, and flapped its wings again, soaring into the deep jungle ahead. As it passed through the magical barrier between the clearing and the jungle, the magical inscriptions on the golden leg ring glowed, helping it soar through the barrier. His gaze shifted to the other side. After separating from the main group, Ayer and Urza had been walking for about 2 hours straight, demonstrating the vastness of the monster park. Thinking about having to walk for so long after class, he was indeed a bit exhausted. There's a sign ahead. Urza happily ran a few steps forward, stopping in front of a sign. 500 meters ahead. Monster training ground, Lil Ayer, we're almost there. Yes. Would you like to rest for a while? Urza was keenly aware of Ayer's fatigue. It's okay, you don't need to. Ayer had always been used to doing chores, so running errands was a piece of cake. Even against a talented player like Urza, he was completely outmatched. The thing is, she always carries such a massive battle axe. Her stamina is incredible. Thankfully, victory was not far away. After crossing the final 500 meters, the space beyond the narrow path suddenly opened up. Behind a magical barrier similar to the one at the entrance, a circular clearing, also surrounded by a barrier, stretched approximately a kilometer in radius. At the edge of the clearing stood a square tent, the size of a bungalow, with faint figures moving about inside. In the distance stood 2 tall weapon racks, now empty. They were probably where they stored the magical weapons and armor they had brought. A woman with curly brown hair approached the two men, produced a key-shaped magical device similar to Bade's, and opened a 2-meter square door in the magical barrier. This is the magic training ground. Congratulations on passing the first batch of the in-class test. Chapter 8. This is the magic training ground. Congratulations on passing Bade's pop test. Elle and Urza walked into the magic barrier. This was the unknown center of the 5-petal flower shown on the map, the training ground within the monster garden. The training ground was a nearly circular shape, completely surrounded by a magic barrier. Looking around, each direction was marked with a different colored magic confinement inscription. These inscriptions seemed to correspond to the level of monsters bred in that area. Elle looked behind him and saw, without exception, green inscriptions representing the 5 categories. This was the initial test the instructor set for the new magic servants, their first real encounter with monsters. The two followed the instructor into the training ground. The medical tent ahead looked small, seemingly unable to accommodate more than a few people. Instructor, what is your name? Elle asked from behind her. June, just call me instructor. The more powerful one. June replied with a bright laugh. Her brown ponytail and neat night outfit made her look particularly sharp. Okay, you guys rest here for a while. That guy Bade loses track of time when he's having fun. It'd be a while before the others get here. The two were led to the front of the medical tent. The instructor bent down, lifted the curtain, and called inside, Annie, some new students have arrived. Let them rest here for a while. Come in. A voice responded from within the tent, its voice soft and soothing. Ayer and the others bowed as instructed and walked inside, only to discover a whole new world inside. This place was completely different from what they saw outside. The first thing they caught their eye was the healer's workbench, filled with a dazzling array of potions. A female healer wearing a medical cap was stirring a magical cauldron on the workbench. You two can take a rest at the seats over there. Okay. The two turned around and were once again amazed by the unimaginably large space inside the tent. Across from the workbench were 8 or 9 beds, with a few seats next to them. Wow, magic is amazing. I didn't expect the tent to be so spacious. It could fit a whole class. Urza placed her battle axe beside her and whispered to Elle. The tent must be a magical space. It looks small, but it's actually connected to other spaces. However, compared to the magical tent, Elle was more concerned with what the healer was busy with. Just now, she had noticed that the potion ingredients on the workbench were mostly used to make antidote potions. She had already flipped through the only potion book she had, almost to the edge, and could identify most common potions. On the way here, they had already confirmed that Instructor Bade wouldn't let the scorpion monster harm the freshmen. The fact that she and Urza had easily walked past it without being attacked was the best evidence. So why was detoxification necessary? A healer is a magician, and in terms of professional rank, they are at the higher level of a potion master. Beyond potion making, mastering various healing magics is even more important. Perhaps this was related to Instructor June's upcoming lesson. After Air and Urza rested for about half an hour, the rest of the class walked dejectedly into the magic training ground. At the end of the group were still Bud and Luna number 8. The giant scorpion monster that had chased everyone was following Bud closely. This is your first lesson. The newbies were divided into 3 rows and 7 columns. Bud paced from left to right at the front, his smile particularly dazzling. I'm glad to see how you truly react when monsters appear. Some are more reckless than brave. The freckled man, Laurent, and his brothers blushed quietly. Some, on the other hand, have no judgment and just run around like headless flies. Most people kept silent, their eyes fixed on their noses and their minds focused. Some people even surprised me by coming to the training grounds early. Bud glanced approvingly at Elle and Urza. Now that the quiz is over, I will teach you strategies and corresponding physical techniques for fighting monsters starting tomorrow. I hope you will always remember today's lesson. Ignorance and fearlessness are not suitable for a real battlefield. You must have a rational fear of the dangers of monsters, and not rush into battle like ignorant children. Do you understand? I understand. The depressed crowd replied weakly. I can't hear you. I understand. A deafening roar echoed throughout the training center. Well, respected Instructor Bade, isn't it time to end your lecture? Leave some time for my class. Instructor Zhuan, standing nearby, scratched his ear with a look of frustration. How can you steal class time like this? It's because you made them walk here, and were so engrossed in playing cat and mouse in the woods that you forgot about the time. I have a heavy class load, and I need to give them time to go back and rest in the afternoon. You June, how good can your class be? Once they finish yours, they see how approachable my tests are. The magic attendants watched the 2 instructors passionately arguing over class time, looking at each other in silence. But what did you say, Instructor Bade? Will the next class be even more brutal than the last? No way. Unlike the others, Air, who appeared remarkably calm, was actually eager to try. Based on what she had seen the therapists preparing in the tent, she guessed the next class would be training on monster attacks. This kind of training would be very helpful to her. The 2 instructors' argument finally came to an end. Bade coughed lightly, trying to restore his image in front of the new students with a serious and formal tone. Alright, students. Your classes are divided into 2 sections, Monster Combat and Monster Cognition. I be in charge of Monster Combat, which is related to physical training, and June will be the instructor for Monster Cognition. Now, your time belongs to her. I bless you. What does bless you mean? Bade dropped a bomb and turned away, leaving everyone trembling with fear as they faced the upcoming class. Alright. Instructor June clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. You should already have a basic understanding of monster classification. But when it comes to each monster, there are many different types. Today, I'm going to discuss the poisonous nature of monsters. June waved to the giant scorpion monster resting nearby. The scorpion monster obediently crawled over to her side and placed its tail in her hand. This scorpion monster is a green level, category 5 monster. Its magic attributes are relatively low, and its attack methods are primarily inherited from its biological prototype. For example, its most aggressive part is its tail sting, which is 10,000 times more toxic than that of an ordinary scorpion. Ire clearly saw the sharp sting glowing a faint purple in the sunlight, clearly revealing its venom. I also prepared a pop quiz for everyone. Scorpion Poison Resistance Training. Attribute Resistance Training is part of the Magic Servant's daily training. If Monster Resistance Training is about improving one's physical strength to avoid monster attacks, then Resistance Training is the opposite. Simply put, it involves accepting monster attacks within a manageable damage range, healing, and then being attacked again. This repeated practice increases one's resistance to specific monster attributes. Blunt, bloody, but effective. The stronger the resistance, the greater the chance of survival in future monster encounters. Okay, anyone want to try it first? After listening to Instructor Zhuan's explanation, everyone's faces turned green, and they collectively retreated. Finally, with no one volunteering, Instructor June readily switched to a lottery system. While everyone was drawing lots, therapists and Luna number 8, who were assisting with the testing, had already arrived. Ire looked at number 2 in her hand, feeling a complex mood. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid, but at least she had number 1 to back her up. She was also very excited about the results of the endurance training. If she could improve her defense this way, it would be fantastic. In contrast, the lucky person who drew number 1 wasn't so optimistic. Under everyone's gaze, he trembled as he approached the scorpion monster. June patted his shoulder in encouragement. Don't be afraid. It's a test specimen specially bred by the demon court. Its toxins are 1/10 the strength of natural monsters, so it won't cause any damage. Show your non-dominant arm. If you feel you can't handle it later, remember to call a halt. Don't worry about a short endurance on this first test. Understood, Instructor June. You must show some mercy. Don't worry, I'm very accurate. June smiled silently, swung out a magical whip of light, and wrapped it around the scorpion's tail. The scorpion's tail needle flashed silver and pierced his arm. Ah! This is horrible. It hurts so much. Is my arm still there? The man let out the sharpest wail ever, and soon collapsed to the ground. June quickly removed the scorpion's tail, while Luna number 8, standing nearby, recorded the time as 15 seconds. Healer and, waiting nearby, hurried forward and first applied a potion to the wound on his arm to remove the poison. Then, she used a magical tool to draw a small tube of blood, which quickly revealed the toxin concentration. It's nothing serious. The toxins in your body are only at 30% of the safe limit. It's just the pain. Luna number 8, standing nearby, took the blood-drawing magic tool from the healer and placed it on the cart. She then helped the collapsed man back into the tent. It seemed the 10 or so beds in the tent were prepared, but it was unclear how much the others could handle. The other magic attendants waiting in the waiting area discussed the situation in a flurry of activity. Some breathed a sigh of relief, while others grew even more nervous. All eyes on the field focused on Aire, who was in second place. I'm done. She took a deep breath, rolled up her left sleeve, and thrust her heart forward. Shuan applauded her boldness, lashing out with his long whip, and yanking the scorpion's tail as before. The moment the scorpion's tail needle pierced her skin, the memory of the thorns piercing her abdomen flashed back to her mind. Aire bit the soft flesh inside her mouth tightly with her teeth, suppressing the urge to scream. A sudden tingling sensation spread from the side of the sting, spreading throughout her arm, as if millions of ants were crawling beneath her skin, tearing at the flesh with their mouthparts as they crawled. Dense beads of cold sweat poured from her forehead, and everything in sight began to blur and shake. Aire tightened her teeth, using the pain in her mouth as a distraction. The thick scorpion's tail needle connected to her thin arm, and the venom continued to spread, gradually staining her fair skin a light purple. She hadn't called for a stop yet. This is only 1/10 the strength of a natural monster's toxin. It won't harm the body. She kept repeating this message in her mind, forcing herself to hold on a little longer. The spot where the scorpion's tail had stung her had turned a deep purple, and Aire's eyes were barely open. Healer and hurried forward, drawing blood and measuring vitals. You reached 90% of the safe dose. You can stop the injection. 2 minutes and 54 seconds. No one in her class had ever managed to endure the excruciating pain of the toxin for that long. June raised an eyebrow in surprise. Aire's performance also inspired the others present. The third, fourth, and following test takers finished the test with a determined heart. In the end, except for the first person who fainted from the pain, everyone else managed to hold out for over a minute, though no one surpassed Aire's record. Even at only 1/10 the venom, the scorpion monster's paralyzing effect is not to be underestimated. After the endurance test, over 20 magic servants were left limp and weak. The potion the healer administered could only remove the aftereffects of the poison, but it couldn't directly eliminate the symptoms. Since Aire had been inoculated the longest, she had the strongest reaction. Healer Annie kindly called Aire aside and handed her a small potion. This is a potion I specially crafted. Take internally. It will alleviate the effects of the scorpion venom. Thank you, Healer Annie. At that moment, in Aire's eyes, she radiated a golden glow, like an angel. Alright, students, that concludes the first day of class. The two demonic instructors stood side by side, announcing the end of class. Seeing how miserable you all are, there's no need to take the original path. Let's just use the portal back. Bide smiled, as he used his magic tools to create a portal surrounded by magical inscriptions at the edge of the magic barrier. So why didn't you let us use it from the beginning? We were already trapped the moment we stepped onto the monster garden path, Instructor bayed. The silent resentment of the crowd was almost tangible. Ah, my bed. I miss you so much. Back in their dorm, Urza dove onto the bed, hugging her pillow and rubbing it. El sat down at his desk and rubbed the sting. It still hurt. Opening the bottle of potion healer and had given him, he found a round, bright green pill. Ayer took the medicine with water, as instructed, and the pain in his arm indeed eased. Ding dong. Death condition triggered. A familiar sound suddenly echoed in his mind, and Ayer dropped the cup of water on the table. Then a light screen appeared. Trigger type: indirect contact with high-risk individuals. Death countdown: 2 years, specific date unknown. Little Ayer, are you okay? The sound of the potion bottle caught Urza's attention. Miss Clemens will be out of class soon. I pick her up. Ayer picked up the potion bottle and hurried out, forgetting to close the door. How did you run faster than the monsters chasing you? Doesn't your arm hurt anymore? Little Ayer was indeed too responsible. Miss Clemens wouldn't be that strict, would she? Inside the room, Urza stared at the open door in confusion. To avoid Urza noticing, Ayer hurried out of the room. In her mind, the voice of the black ball continued. Spoiler time. Ayer avoided the crowd, hid in a quiet area, and carefully read the information on the screen. Demon Court Forces. Damn! It's a villain. Awesome. I love characters with such extreme contrasts. Demon Court Forces, as expected. This character design is a classic. Never tire of it. This crazy feeling just hits the spot. The black ball slipped out while no one was around. Oh my dear, delicious food. When did you end up in the Demon Court? No wonder you came into contact with this character. It's dangerous. Hee hee. Ayer was too busy reading the information on the screen to pay attention. The information in the comment didn't seem to have anything to do with him. Could it be a comment about a high-risk person he indirectly come into contact with? And this time, the death countdown was 2 years, significantly longer than before. Ayer mentally sorted out the information he had just received and formed a rough idea. Chapter 9. Ayer sorted through all the information he had just received and formed a rough hypothesis. In other words, when the death alarm arrives, the person affiliated with the Demon Court, who I indirectly contacted as a hidden villain, likely plotting something sinister that will directly or indirectly lead to my death in 3 years. That person couldn't be her. The gentle face of Healer, and flashed through his mind. She had just touched the potion she'd given her, and everyone else he met today seemed fine. The scope for indirect contact can be very wide, and Ayer felt like he missed something, but the most likely culprit was undoubtedly Healer and, thankfully, this countdown was quite long, 3 years. This meant that the high-risk individual's plan needed time to unfold. Therefore, if she left the Demon Court early, she should be able to avoid a fatal outcome. But perhaps it was something like a chronic illness, gradually eroding me. So, to be on the safe side, he could only minimize his use of the potions provided by Healer, and to avoid being cast under her healing spell. Thinking this, Ayer touched his arm, stung by the scorpion monster. The potion had taken effect, the wound remained, but the pain was gone. I'm coming back to my senses. His vision was suddenly obscured by darkness. Ayer looked up, and was met head-on by the black ball's sinister, playful face. After all this thought, it seems you got a clue about the conditions for this death, right, my good friend? Let's put that aside for now. I need to find a way to get more information. Ayer pushed the black ball away with his palm. It felt soft and bouncy, like pudding in the mouth. The criteria for indirect contact are too vague. Strictly speaking, I was even in the same room with Urza at the time. Does that count as indirect contact? So that's what you're worried about. Okay, then I reluctantly explain it to you. The black ball added nonchalantly, swaying. Air contact, not being in the same space, doesn't count. Indirect contact can be considered if you actively touch the other person's objects or body, or if the other person actively touches your objects or body. If that's the case, then the only person I indirectly contacted was Healer N. But whether anyone else indirectly touched my objects is unknown. For now, the best approach is to identify Healer, and as someone who needs precautions, and stop taking the potion she gives me. If there's someone else, we can only investigate slowly. Spending a long time with them will surely reveal flaws. Ayer pondered. I finally made it here, Elle. You're so boring, ignoring me. I'm going to go find some other friends. Bye. Seeing Elle lost in thought, the black ball pouted, expressing its displeasure. It bounced twice in the air and quickly took off, leaving no one knowing where it was going. As Elle watched it depart, she gained new information. She wasn't the only one in this magic court who had made deals with the black ball. Could it be that high-risk individual? Though they say that those who fail to plan for the future will inevitably worry about the present is still the most important. After calming down, Elle went to pick up Miss Clemens from the magician's class as planned. Their classes seemed much more enjoyable than the magical servants. The new magicians came down the long staircase in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. Miss Clemens, the most distinguished magician of this class, was quite popular. But most of them were just nodding acquaintances. Only the 2 people next to her were walking with her, seemingly chatting. "Air, what are you doing here? I heard your first day of classes was very rigorous, and I was thinking I let you rest well." Clemens was a little surprised to see Air. "Well, the instructor is taking care of everyone. It finished early, so I came to pick you up," Air said respectfully, revealing the school bag in Clemens's hand. The bag was a little heavier than it had been this morning, perhaps containing books and equipment specific to magicians. "Clemens, your squire is so kind. My squire just sent a message saying he was crippled by the instructor and is now bedridden." The noblewoman accompanying Clemens held her arm, clearly close to her. Then she looked at Al with curiosity. "What exactly did you practice in class? Tell me." With Clemens's permission, Al focused on the key points of the Magic Squire's quiz, which piqued his interest. "So you saw a monster on your first day? What did it look like? What were its attributes? I never seen a monster before." "A giant scorpion monster? It sounds like a level 5 monster with altered animal characteristics. What does it feel like to be attacked by scorpion venom? Are there any physical discomforts? You were able to hold out for so long, that's impressive. I'd love to be pricked by a giant scorpion monster stinger too." A steady stream of questions bombarded Al, but thankfully, Miss Clemens intervened. "Okay, Eugenie, enough questions. The magicians will have practical magic classes later, so you can look into these questions yourself then. As for Al, go home and rest early today. There's a special welcome party for the new magicians later, so I won't be returning to the dorm yet. Next time, if you just finished training, there's no need to come pick me up. Just rest up, okay?" Miss Clemens said considerately. "I understand, Miss Clemens." Just as Al was about to leave, Miss Clemens, as if remembering something, stepped aside, making way for the quiet blonde boy next to her. "By the way, do you remember Roland? The one who performed the magical healing on you that day? It's thanks to him that you survived." Even when Elle saw Miss Clemens, he had noticed that striking blonde hair. However, his position was obscured by Miss Clemens, and he hadn't spoken a word, so Elle had been trying to ignore him, trying to get away with it. Now, she had to confront him directly. "So your name is Roland. Thank you for your help." The magical armor Roland was currently commissioning concerned Elle's personal life and death. Out of caution, she chose to pretend she didn't know him. "How are you feeling? If you feel any discomfort during training, you can come to me. I'm quite skilled in healing magic and easy to talk to." Elle was grateful that he had tacitly avoided mentioning their acquaintance. As for the polite words about asking him for treatment, she certainly wouldn't even believe them. "Thank you for your concern, but magicians are very busy with their studies. I won't bother you if nothing else." Roland smiled and said nothing more. After saying goodbye to Miss Clemens and the others again, Elle carried Miss Clemens's bag and walked alone to her dormitory. Several groups of magicians moved to the gathering venue on the other side. The sky gradually darkened. In the distance, the joyful laughter of the new magicians could be heard. The sky beyond was illuminated by floating magic lanterns. A magical fire dragon suddenly rose from between the lanterns, followed by a silver-glowing magical ice lion. The two used the sky as a backdrop to present a spectacular performance for the new magicians gathered below. The brilliant magical light almost illuminated the entire night sky. Elle, who had just finished cleaning up Miss Clemens's room, paused at the door and looked into the distance. The distant magic performance reminded her of the magic books on Miss Clemens's desk that she couldn't understand. She was silent for a moment before slowly walking back to her room. The lights were off in the room, and the rhythmic sound of Urza's slumber in the darkness added a touch of warmth to the surroundings. Closing the door, the voices of the magicians faded into the distance. Elle came to the table and wrote down the date as a reminder. Current time, February 22nd, 823 Genesis. Countdown to death, 2 years from now, exact date unknown. The time to be vigilant would be around January to March, 825 Genesis. There was always a way. She still had time. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Elle's life in the magic court gradually returned to normal. Her life could be roughly divided into 2 parts, work and training. The work part revolved around Miss Clemens, primarily tidying the room, which took about half an hour each day. This was mainly because Miss Clemens was an independent person and unused to being accompanied by others, so she would only bring Jeff, who was well-versed in aristocratic etiquette. This gave Elle more precious free time. As for the unidentified high-risk individual, she decided to refrain from unnecessary suspicion and action until she had a better solution. The opportunity to receive monster resistance training was a precious opportunity for her, and she couldn't throw it away because of fear. The only precaution she could take was to stop taking the healer's individual potions and, unless necessary, avoid her magical treatments. To meet the requirements for becoming a magic servant ahead of time, Elle eagerly absorbed all the knowledge she came across, seizing every avenue to enhance her abilities. Thanks to her strong will, endurance, and diligent study, Elle had maintained impressive results in Instructor June's monster cognition and monster attribute resistance training since the beginning of the course. However, she struggled somewhat in Instructor Bade's monster resistance class. In actual combat classes, students must battle monsters with physical strength, find flaws in their attacks, and successfully escape. Although Aire possesses keen observational skills demonstrated during the initial in-class tests, her physical abilities often lag behind her mind. Even knowing there are flaws, she's always one step behind the monsters. This is Aire's current biggest worry. Monster combat relies on physical strength and coordination, and Aire is so thin that, in the words of Instructor Bide, she's easily knocked over by the wind. After being taken advantage of by monsters for the umpteenth time, Aire is determined to improve her physical fitness. Elle had a desire to become stronger. Urza was skilled in physical skills and enthusiastic, and she got along well with her younger sister, who was 2 or 3 years her junior. The two of them hit it off immediately. In addition to their daily training sessions, Urza led Elle in physical training every morning. Urza was not only a formidable warrior, but also a qualified teacher. She always managed to convey key points clearly and vividly. Of course, if words weren't enough, actions were her forte. That morning, at dawn, their rooms were already tidy. In the open space behind the magic servants' dining hall, Urza stood with her arms crossed and legs spread apart, her tall, muscular frame like a wall. Standing opposite her, Elle looked at her figure, then at his own thin arms, feeling like a quail standing next to an eagle. Urzane, aren't we training today? Why are you coming straight to the cafeteria? During the past 2 days of training, I noticed a problem. Is my form not working properly? Elle humbly asked for advice. Urza shook her head. You're very serious and hard-working, and your strength is quite good for someone your size. Being praised always made Elle scratch his cheek. Maybe it's because I've been doing a lot of hard work since I was a child. However, Urza continued, you're too small. If you want to achieve a qualitative change in your physique, your current efforts won't be enough. So how do you do that? To improve your physique, you must first learn how to eat. What does it mean to eat well? It means to be willing to eat your fill, and to know how to eat well. Elle, with all due respect, you're just too reluctant to eat. Good bricks build a good house, but eating the same old straw every day won't make you strong. Struck hard by Urza's powerful words, Elle lowered her head silently and muttered in self-defense, I'm very poor. Vegetables are cheaper, and I have plenty of money to spend in the future. Patience has always been Elle's strength. Back when she was broke, she could survive on 1 meal a day. In her survival, delicious food wasn't essential, money was more important. If she hadn't been broke, why would she have risked buying armor from Roland? Elle, so convinced of her own ideas, was oblivious to the approaching danger. Urza had unknowingly reached her. With a smile, as Elle's incredulous gaze shone, she reached out and lifted her up horizontally, like an onion pulled from dry land. Ah, Urza, what are you doing? Put me down. Elle, clinging to Urza's waist like a chicken, struggled frantically, but failed to move her even a hair. You have plenty of money to spend later, but after this age, you never grow taller. Urza ignored Elle's cries, and even waved her arms up and down a few times. Intuitively sensing the power disparity between them, Elle was speechless and choked. He patted Urza's arm and begged for mercy. I understand, Urza sister. I listen to you and eat well. Just put me down first, okay? This is so embarrassing. Elle was incredibly thankful that they had gotten up early and the cafeteria wasn't empty yet, otherwise, it would have been truly humiliating. What do I eat for breakfast today? What do you eat? Can you do that? Seriously? I can't finish it, and it cost a fortune. Elle recalled Urza's breakfast menu. She eat 3 fried eggs alone, the price of one covering her usual breakfast. Can you cut the portion in half? I have a small appetite, and it would be a waste if I couldn't finish it. Oh! Bargaining? It seems you haven't been flying long enough. With that, Elle took off and landed again, making her dizzy. I agree. I promise not to bargain anymore. Elle, a man of insight, patted his arm across his waist. That's about right. Urza smiled with satisfaction, and set Elle down with ease. Expensive is better. Meat and eggs are indeed better than fodder. Let's hope all this hard work pays off. As Elle and Urza buried their heads in their food, he silently lamented for his wallet. Chapter 10. Third death announcement estimated. 2 years from now, date unknown. Current time, March 31st, 823 Genesis calendar. Death is estimated to occur in 1 year, 10 or 11 months. Today is Saturday, a rare break from the week. Miss Clemens and Jeff returned to the Earl's mansion early this morning. While Urza insisted on going into the city for a couple of days of fun, neither of them staying at the Court of Demons. Compared to spending her money on renting the Court of Demons portal, Elle had more pressing needs, and she couldn't afford to give up her daily training. This morning, she ran 5 kilometers with weights, but considering she had no training, she added an extra 1 kilogram to her usual weights. The result was that she now lay face up on her bed, like a giant carp. Lately, Elle had been avoiding the potions provided by healer Annie, especially during her training against monster attributes. Over the past month, the accumulated pain had gradually reached her limit. It seems she needs to buy some painkillers. Otherwise, before the high-risk individual kills her in 2 years, she torture herself to death. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ayer was calculating how to split the money she had, there was a regular knock at the door. Ayer struggled to get off the bed, holding onto the wall as she opened the door. Hello, are you Miss Ayer? Gula Gula. A chubby puppet with a round head and body was waiting outside. It spoke in a childlike voice, barely reaching Ayer's chest. Who are you? I'm Luna number 2 from the Magic Workshop, Gulu Gulu. Are you Luna 2? Elle stared at it in surprise. With the highly anthropomorphic Luna 3 and Luna 8 before her, she couldn't immediately connect it with the other Lunas. Yes, don't let my name fool you. I'm actually the original Luna. Oh, so I'm the original version. No wonder my appearance is so different from the other Lunas. How did you manage to go from such a tiny creature to a highly anthropomorphic form? The leap from 2 to 3 was enormous. What can I do for you? Here's a message from the Magic Workshop staff. Please shake hands and check. The chubby Luna 3 extended its round hand, motioning for Elle to press the thumb-like button on it. After pressing the button, Roland's gentle voice emanated from Luna 2's belly. Ms. Elle, your magic armor is complete. Come try it out if you have time today. After seeing Luna 2 off, Elle closed the door, shook the purse in his hand, and sighed silently. I hope Roland will agree to a longer credit. With her meager savings in her pocket, Elle trudged with shaky legs towards the Magic Workshop. Before going to Roland to get her magic tools, she planned to buy some painkillers from the Potion Workshop. The door and window frames of the Potion Workshop were covered with a plant resembling ivy, its leaves edged with a dazzling silver thread. As she reached the door, the silver ivy wrapped around it sensed the presence of a visitor. Its winding vines tightened, its leaves trembling, and it wrapped around the doorknob, opening the door for Elle. After Elle entered, it lovingly closed the door again. Is there really such a magical herb? It has more animal-like properties than plant-like ones. Elle stared in amazement at the ivy that had been withdrawn from the edge of the doorframe. Entering the Potion Workshop, the first thing Elle saw was a middle-aged woman sitting by the window. She was dressed in a white wizard's robe, her silver-white hair elegantly tied back. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and her face was beautiful and graceful. A notebook was spread out before her, and she held a quill, seemingly writing something. What struck Elle was her elegant demeanor. Upon closer inspection, she had features similar to Luna number 8, but she looked older, perhaps in her 30s. Hello, I'm here to buy potions, Elle said politely. Don't you know who I am? The woman said lightly, without turning her head, not looking at Elle. She extended her right hand, holding the quill, through the open window. The end of the ivy, like a small snake spitting out its tongue, stretched out its thin tip and wrapped itself around her quill. Are you Great Mage Luna? The other party accepted Elle's address. Why? You seem surprised that I'm the owner of the Potion Workshop. Not really, it's just that I never seen a mage of your caliber before. Magicians have always valued combat intensity. The number of magicians among potion warlocks is far less than that of civilians, and Elle had never even heard of a mage of Elle's caliber like Great Mage Luna. Magic has endless mysteries beyond combat. From her fingertips, tiny needle-like lightning shot out, spreading upward along the quill, and the ivy entwined with it quickly withdrew. She was indeed different from the average magician. Magicians typically pursued combat prowess, but the puppets she created didn't seem to be combat-oriented. Furthermore, she was still performing the work of a potion master, something that magicians looked down upon. But that was something only those with powerful magic could afford to consider and choose. Ire didn't reply. Thankfully, the other party didn't intend to chat with her for too long. Come and see what you need. Let the little one help you. Ire then noticed that behind the not-so-high counter, Luna number 2 was extending her telescopic arms, placing the potions in her arms one by one onto the top shelf. The shelf held potion bottles of various colors. Behind the counter was a row of medicine cabinets, divided into small squares, which appeared to hold various potion ingredients. Luna number 2. You're also in charge of the potion workshop? Luna number 2 stood behind the counter, only her head visible. Her childish voice made it seem as if the potion workshop was employing child laborers. My area of responsibility is the magic workshop. You can come to me for anything you need in the potion workshop or the magic item workshop. I'm Master Luna's most reliable assistant. What potion does the customer need? Master Luna smiled lovingly at this, as if looking at a child. But considering that Master Luna was the owner of the potion workshop, it made sense for her own puppets to help. I'd like to buy some painkillers. This one, and this one. These 3 types target different types of damage. Do you have any you need? Luna number 2 extended her arm, and pulled several bottles of various colors from the shelf. Are there any others? Ire looked at the price tags on the potion bottles, feeling a bit puzzled. Cheaper ones. Then maybe you have any potion ingredients you can sell me? Silver Moon, Luminous Scorpion, and Mercury Root. Grind these 3 ingredients into powder, and mix them in a 1:2:1 ratio to create a simple healing powder. Simply add water and drink. It's incredibly effective for relieving pain. This was the recipe Ire had learned from her own encyclopedia of potions, and confirmed with the potion warlock who sold it to her. It's a practical painkiller that even ordinary people can use. The most important thing is that mixing it yourself is much cheaper than buying ready-made ones. According to Ire's request, Pinocchio turned and searched among the various small boxes, quickly placing the corresponding amounts of the 3 herbs on the counter. Master Luna, may I borrow your mortar? Since he was so broke, he could only afford the raw materials. The impoverished Ire decided to go all out and shamelessly asked the shop owner for a favor. Master Luna nodded in agreement, but Ire's rough technique sparked dissatisfaction from Luna number 2, the all-around magician at the magic workshop. To make a healing potion, you need to remove the stems of the silver moon grass first. You can't just put it in, or the potency will be weakened. The glow scorpion needs to be burned before grinding for better results. Do you even know how to make a simple healing potion? Thanks to Luna number 2's meticulousness, Ire, a novice, learned how to make a simple healing potion on the spot. The service was excellent, and she decided to come back often to use the mortar. After a rough ride, it was already noon when Elle arrived at the magic tool workshop to keep her appointment. Ever since her training had increased dramatically, she always felt hungry quickly, and by this time, it was almost time for dinner. Now, with her stomach empty, her steps felt even more shaky. The warlocks in the magic tool workshop were leaving in groups of 3 or 4, and Roland was closing the door to the outer shop. Wait, don't lock the door, Elle shouted. With her muscles aching now, another such walk this afternoon would be truly agonizing. What's wrong with you? Turning his head, and noticing Elle's strange gait, Roland took a few steps forward and grabbed her arm. Before Elle could respond, he immediately activated his healing magic. Like a gentle spring breeze caressing her face, Elle could feel the warm magic flowing through every muscle in her body, like a fine brush combing through knotted and aching muscles. The comfortable feeling was intoxicating, but something felt off. Why did he start using healing magic right away? And why was he so anxious when my legs hurt? Ire had grown taller recently, and she only had to look up slightly to see the other person's face. From his brisk walk, a few strands of golden hair tumbled down his jade-like face. Then, his handsome brow furrowed, giving his handsome features a serious look, quite different from his usual gentle demeanor. Watching him intently healing her with magic, Ire couldn't bring herself to say something unkind like, "We're not related, you're such a pushover." She scratched her head, maintaining a polite social distance. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. I've been training quite a bit lately, and I already bought some painkillers. No need. The other person interrupted her with a cold face. You're in so much pain you need painkillers, yet you're still fighting like this? Are you trying to kill yourself? Chapter 11. Roland interrupted her with a cold face. The words he spoke went beyond the distance between ordinary acquaintances. It hurts so much it's enough to require painkillers, yet you're still fighting like this. Are you trying to kill yourself? Hearing this, El suddenly pulled back his grip on his arm, escaping the healing magic. Have you always acted so recklessly? Casually interfering in other people's lives? Or do you not understand the principle of not being too close to someone you just met? The two of them had only known each other briefly, and although he meant well, El simply couldn't accept the unconscious arrogance of a noble implied in this well-meaning accusation. Besides, there was no need to explain her actions to someone unrelated. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to accuse you, and it's not my place. Roland's harsh voice softened, his eyebrows lowered, his eyes drooping, and a hint of pleading in his gaze towards El. Can you let me heal you first? I just don't want you to get hurt. Seeing her expression seem to have softened, Roland lowered his brows, and let out a slightly sad smile. I hope you don't overthink it. I mean no harm. Since I was a child, people around me have often been hurt for various reasons. Back then, I was young and powerless. Now, I just want to do my best to help those around me. If you don't want to, I won't force you. What a kind young man who loves to help others. It seemed that if he pressed the issue any further, he would appear to be heartless and ungrateful. Ire, who had already rehearsed a verbal exchange between them several times in his mind, was choked by such a gentle attitude. However, it didn't seem to do him any harm. It would satisfy the other person's sincere desire to help others. El scratched his cheek, apologizing awkwardly for his earlier attitude. I'm sorry for saying that to you. Your magic is very effective. I just don't like people pushing me. It's my fault for being too impatient and overstepping my bounds. You're here to look at the magic armor, right? Let me help you inside. I can walk on my own. Occasionally, people passed by the magic workshop, but it wasn't a place for conversation. Roland unlocked the door, and the two of them slowly walked in, one in front and one behind. This must be the magician's workshop. It was very spacious. On the left was a large metallurgical casting area, while the right was divided into 3 separate areas by boards, probably belonging to different magicians. These areas probably contained blueprints, semi-finished armor, and so on. Each person also had a 2-meter square shelf on which they displayed their newly completed weapons or armor. Roland placed El in his seat in his personal workspace, and went to retrieve the armor from the box on the shelf. He had placed a magical barrier on the box, so his movements were slow. El looked around from her seat. Compared to the other 2 people's workspaces, Roland seemed perfectly organized. To the left, against the wall stood a hollow metal plate, affixed to the wall. Hanging on it were tools, like carving knives and coloring pencils. A dark red leather sheet lay on the tabletop. Perhaps because it was break time, everything on it had been cleared. The basic shape is already complete. Since this is a custom piece, I like to wait until you try it out, and if there are no problems, then we can add the defensive spells and inscriptions. El swore that this was definitely the most elaborate arm guard she had ever seen. Although she hadn't seen many expensive arm guards, she could tell at a glance that this one had been crafted with great ingenuity and effort. Unlike other arm guards, hammered from a single piece of metal, it was crafted from silver wire, intricately interwoven, giving the metal the softness of fabric. Now nestled inside the box, Aire could already imagine how light and snug it would be. Did you make this? Aire instinctively glanced at the hands that had crafted such a delicate piece. Roland stood behind her, his right hand firmly supporting the base of the slender box. His fingers, gripping the dark red edge, looked exceptionally fair and deft. Try it on, Roland said gently. He could tell from her expression and tone that Aire was impressed by the armor's appearance, and believed she would be even more surprised after trying it on. Under her expectant gaze, Aire carefully removed the arm guard from the box, and tried it on for the first time. The arm guard is a semi-wrap design, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. It sits cool in the hand, and can be laid flat. This makes it unlike leather or one-piece metal arm guards, which are stiff and rigid. The fine metal wire automatically adjusts to the most precise fit as the arm moves. To make it easy to don and doff, the top and bottom cuffs feature adjustable length automatic buckles. This way, even if you grow taller, you won't have to worry about it not fitting. Just as Roland had said, El easily donned it with one hand. This is truly the best made armor I ever seen. Watching El flipping her right arm up and down, unable to let go, Roland smiled from behind her. I also like to ask for your opinion. Regarding the selection of defensive magic inscriptions, I plan to alternately blend 2 types. Specifically, I use gold and silver thread to outline 2 layers of inscriptions, with the physical damage protection inscriptions on the outer layer, and the attribute damage protection inscriptions on the inner layer. However, The production time for double layer protection will be more than double that of a single layer, so I may not be able to deliver it in the short term. Gold thread? Wouldn't that be very expensive? Can copper wire be used instead? Aya raised her eyes from the exquisite arm guard and asked sincerely. Her hand was still stroking the arm guard, and it was clear that she really liked it. The current material looked much more advanced than the arm guard Roland had demonstrated. If she continued to use gold thread, she would be in debt for the rest of her life. Roland, completely oblivious to the cost, was stunned for a moment before quickly saying, "The gold thread only looks golden, it's not real gold. It's not as expensive as you think." Then, as if worried Elle might refuse, he added, "It's still the same price as originally agreed upon. Don't worry. I'm fair and impartial, and I won't raise the price mid-sale. Besides, I'm not in a rush to use the money. You can take your time and just pay a small monthly payment." "That's good." Elle breathed a sigh of relief for her wallet. "I'm not in a rush to use the arm guard either. You can make it at your own pace." When she encountered the death warning in the garden of Count Mars's mansion, she was completely distraught and wanted a weapon with high lethality to give her some peace of mind. That's why she spent all her savings on the Frostfern dagger. But now the situation was different. The death warning was still far away, and as her training deepened, she gradually realized that her own strength was her greatest reliance when dealing with monsters, and the magic weapon provided an additional advantage in her success. She was her own reassurance. "Well, then I proceed with the production according to the plan I just mentioned. I have plenty of time on weekends, and I work overtime on weekday evenings. I estimate it'd be finished in 2 or 3 weeks, so you won't have to wait too long. Yes, yes. Just follow your design. I trust you." In Ayer's eyes, Roland was simply the most kind-hearted person in the world. She had been scouting the markets of Philo City for years, and she had never seen a craftsman like him who proactively shortened the production time, and even opted for more complex techniques while keeping the price the same. Wasn't it really worth it? "I have another unwelcome favor." Roland, having received full authorization from the orderer, took advantage of her good mood and spoke. Ayer, still mesmerized by the beauty of his beloved protective gear, responded casually. "Can I continue to treat you?" Her lake green eyes looked at Ayer expectantly, as if this matter was very important to him. Ayer turned in disbelief, his eyes revealing only one thing. "Are you serious? If someone got hurt in front of me, I'd be terribly upset. I might not be able to sleep at night, and I have nightmares about things from the past." This wasn't entirely a lie. Those inescapable and unavoidable premonitions were also nightmares deep within him. Roland spoke softly, his golden hair shading his eyes, casting a small shadow on his fair face, revealing a hint of vulnerability. The combination of a beauty trap and a self-torture scheme was unbeatable for someone as cold and hard as Ayer. "Do you treat everyone like this?" The blond man, immersed in the melancholy atmosphere he had created, blinked, thinking he had misheard. "You must be at a disadvantage being so kind to others," Elle replied stiffly. "After all, you're a noble, a magician, and my creditor. You're easily taken advantage of." So that's what she meant. "No, I'm a very good judge of people. Besides, I'm not always this kind to everyone." Roland smiled, understanding the mellowness behind the girl's awkward words. "Take off the arm guard, and I continue your treatment." A warm, soft turquoise magical glow emanated from the intertwined skin of their bodies. The blonde boy's brows were filled with seriousness. "Can you tell me more about your training? I like to adapt my healing magic to yours." "Just some simple pain relief will be enough," Elle replied somewhat casually. "When it comes to monster attribute resistance, Coach June will have the healer prepare topical potions in advance, and everyone uses the same ones." She was measured in her actions. She would take the general potion when the healer offered it, and when she was on guard, it was difficult for the other party to make any small moves. It's just that she always trains relentlessly, so she's more fatigued and injured than the others. Healer and still gave her some extra potions, but Elle, suspicious, kept them to herself. "Did you buy the potions at the potion shop? If there's residual elemental damage in your body, painkillers alone won't work. When I have time, I asked Teacher Luna if there are any other effective treatments for elemental damage. It turns out that Grand Mage Luna was Roland and Miss Clemence's teacher, which isn't surprising. To have been awarded the title of Grand Mage, her magical prowess is likely on par with Dean Sophia's. Her unique puppetry alone is astonishing enough. Okay, that's it for now. Try moving around and see if you still feel any discomfort." Roland retracted his magic and put on his usual gentle expression. "Come back next week, and I try out my new healing magic. Very relaxing, very comfortable, thank you." Ire shook his shoulders back and forth, took 2 steps, and felt refreshed. All the muscle aches and recent fatigue were gone. But why did his words sound a little off? Next week's treatment is already scheduled? Did I agree? Ire muttered to himself, but never said it out loud. Refusing now would seem like a throwaway. Ire didn't think he was ungrateful. As long as she didn't come to him, it would be fine. After all, he worked at the magic tool workshop on his weekends, so he was probably busy enough on weekdays to not come to someone's house to treat them. Chapter 12. Current time, December 12th, 823 of the Genesis calendar. Third death countdown remaining, approximately 1 year, exact date unknown. Immersed in training all day, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In the monster garden, somewhere in the blue level, Category 4 monster breeding area. Floating in a pond covered in green algae was a brown log, approximately 4 meters long and half a meter wide. A gust of wind blew, rippling the water. The log didn't follow the current, but drifted in the opposite direction, drawing ever closer to shore. Less than 5 meters from the edge of the pond, 2 men and a woman, dressed in magical servants' attire, squatted with their backs to the water. A bonfire burned in front of them, atop a wooden frame, on which sat a half-meter-long fish. The fish was hideously ugly, its densely packed teeth a terrifying sight. Bright orange flames licked the fish, leaving the surface charred to varying shades of brown. A fishy aroma, accompanied by the black smoke of the campfire, spread everywhere. A slight breeze blew through the forest, fueling the fire even more fiercely. The nearby fish were charred to a point of carbonization, and even the increasingly rich aroma was tinged with the smell of burnt food. The 2 men seemed oblivious and continued roasting. At the same time, the brown log in the pond grew closer and closer to the shore. 2 meters, 1 meter, 0.5 meters. The moment the cross-section of the log touched the shore, 2 dim yellow eyes, as big as light bulbs, suddenly opened. The brown log extended its limbs, with wood-like patterns, and stepped onto the shallow shore. It quickly crawled towards the 2 people on the shore, following a grassless, grooved path slightly lower than the surrounding area. It was a 4-meter-long, long-snout crocodile-like monster. Lured by the aroma of roasted fish, it opened its maw, revealing a jagged, interlaced array of sharp teeth whose bite could easily crush anything in the area. The moment it emerged from the water, its bark, disguised as a dead tree, quickly hardened, giving off a faint metallic texture as it crawled. The crocodile monster slithered forward, its abdomen indented where it had made contact. Just as it was about a meter away from the woman, its long snout pierced a green vine loop tailored for it. Its struggle only caused the loop to close in. A tall, muscular woman leaped down from the tree, clutching a long green vine. The vine in her hand was connected to the vine trap that had trapped the crocodile monster. As she descended, the crocodile monster on the other side of the branch was quickly lifted into the air by the inertia of the pulley. The 2 people by the campfire quickly stood up and, along with the woman who had jumped down, pulled the long vines, securely tying the excess length to a nearby thick tree trunk. The crocodile monster's short limbs struggled futilely in the air, but even a skin as hard as gold and stone was useless in its current situation. "Hey, done!" Urza, not even bothering to shake off the leaves that had caught her while hiding in the tree, eagerly high-fived Elle and Jeff. "Little Elle, that was a great move. It took no effort to capture this blue-ranked, Category 4, Golden Ring Crocodile. Our group will definitely take first place in this training assessment. I hope the reward from the mansion won't disappoint us," Elle replied with a smile. The squire's assessment was set now, a year after enrollment, because first-year mages like Clemens and Roland would take the Junior Mage Star assessment before the start of the next school year. This assessment determined whether they were qualified to advance to the next stage of their studies. Each level of magic learning in the Magic Court has a specific entry level. New magicians are ranked as 0-star. After passing the preliminary exam, they earn 1 star, becoming a junior magician and eligible to study second-year magic. After earning 2 stars, they can begin the third-year magic curriculum. At the end of the 3rd year, they take the final star-grabbing exam. Only after earning 3 stars can they be considered a true magician. Each star-grabbing exam eliminates a group of magicians. Among the already rare magicians, there are many 0-star, no-level magicians who fail the star-grabbing exam. The star-grabbing exam allows magicians to work together with their magic attendants. The more skilled the magic attendant, the greater their support for the main family's magician. Some noble magician families offer rewards to their magic attendants, who perform well in the exam, encouraging them to improve their skills. The Earl of Mars's house is no exception. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Zeph lowered his head to straighten the wrinkles in his uniform from running. He prided himself on being the most senior of the three and acted arrogantly in his interactions with Elle and Urza. Elle, already accustomed to his tone, nodded indifferently and pulled a potion from his pocket, handing it to Urza. "We have to go up again, Urza, and spray the sleeping potion on its head. The golden crocodile's elemental properties are gold, and its shell is as hard as a yellow level, Category 3 monster. If it keeps struggling, it eventually wear down the vines. And if it passes out, it'd be easier for us to take it away. I guarantee you complete the mission." Urza gladly accepted the potion and, with a few deft movements, stunned the golden crocodile as Elle instructed. They were currently undergoing a performance review after a year of training. Everyone was divided into groups of 3 to 5, and given 3 days to enter the monster breeding area and defeat at least one green level type 5 monster. Over the course of this year, green level type 5 monsters were the most common monsters encountered by the magic acolytes in Bade's monster combat course. With the exception of exceptional individuals like Urza, whose power rating was exceptional, everyone else had gone from being chased by monsters to being able to fight them evenly through training. This even-handed battle also meant a 50-50 chance of victory, so most people unsurprisingly chose the green level type 5 monster breeding area. Air, however, had decided from the outset to challenge a blue level type 4 monster. This wasn't just because she wanted the reward from the Earl's mansion, but also because of rational judgment. Urza, her teammate, was formidable. And after a year of study and training, her own skills were far superior. Furthermore, she excelled in Instructor June's classes, possessing a thorough knowledge of all the monsters in the Monster Garden and possessing strong resistance to the attributes of ordinary monsters. The Monster Garden's breeding area strives for naturalism and authenticity. Thus, as long as she is fully aware of the habits and attributes of each monster, she can gain the upper hand through traps, props, and other means, without having to engage in direct confrontation. Urza was excited about challenging 4 types of monsters above her level, while ZF was hesitant. Fortunately, when Elle offered the reason that the Earl of Mars's mansion is prominent, and as its magic servants, we must perform better than others, he reluctantly agreed out of respect. Of course, everyone's safety is guaranteed during the assessment. Instructor June's pet monster, Chicken, an eagle-like monster with a 2-meter wingspan, is constantly patrolling the assessment site, the Category 5 and Category 4 monster breeding areas. In addition, the 2 instructors have given each person a communication magic tool for quick contact. Today is the second day of the assessment, around noon. A day ago, Al, following the map, had located the likely habitat of the golden ring crocodile. He, Urza, and ZF carefully avoided other monsters in the breeding area and found this swampy area. Al had his reasons for choosing the golden ring crocodile. During daily training, it's clear that Urza's individual combat prowess is comparable to Instructor Bade's. This isn't to say Bade is weak, but rather that Urza, a martial arts talent recruited from the Knights by the Earl's mansion, is her forte. With Urza's support, the 3 of them had a good chance of defeating an average level type 4 monster through direct confrontation, but that wasn't enough. Elle wanted to use this opportunity to test the effectiveness of her knowledge and strategies in dealing with monsters. Thus, she chose the golden ring crocodile, the most dangerous of the 4 monsters. Monster name, Golden Ring Crocodile. Level, blue level type 4 monster. Attribute, gold. Advantage, defense. It's hard, stone-like shell allowed it to withstand the pressure of yellow level type 3 monsters. P.S. The 3 of them couldn't damage it using their existing, training-only magic weapons. Elle didn't intend to expose her own magic weapons during a test. Elle mentally mapped out its characteristics and, as effortlessly as a butcher butchering an ox, devised a method for capturing it. Since weapons couldn't harm it, there was no need for them to confront it head-on. She spent a day observing the environment, deducing from the lines in a short, grassless groove on the western side of the pond that it was the path the crocodile monster used to reach the shore. The next morning, she, Urza, and Zeph used local materials, using long vines gathered from nearby to set a trap along the crocodile monster's path. During their investigation, piranhas emerged from the pond, serving as bait to attract the crocodiles. Then everything went smoothly. The 3 of them split up. Elle and Zeph used the aroma of roasted piranhas to lure the crocodile monster, while Urza waited in the tree. Once the crocodile monster triggered the vines, tightening, it quickly sank, allowing gravity to lift it up. To successfully hoist the heavy crocodile monster, they also tied over 100 kilograms of rocks to the vines. Thanks to Urza's immense strength, they were able to carry the rocks up the tree. After discovering, setting traps, and luring the creatures into the trap, They had already completed most of their mission in a day and a half. All they had to do now was successfully bring the golden crocodile, a Category 4 monster, back to the training grounds and teach it to the instructors. The assessment would be a success. Urza crouched in a tree and threw a few rocks at the suspended golden crocodile, ensuring it was completely unconscious. Then, the three of them worked together to lower it, tying it up inside and out. They then tied 3 long vines to it, each carrying one on their shoulders, and headed towards the training ground. The golden crocodile, a full 4 meters long, was a formidable weight. Urza, the tallest of the three, took the center position, acting as the primary tracker, with L and ZF flanking them. After nearly 6 months of training, coupled with a change in diet, L had grown about 10 centimeters taller. Her height, once barely reaching Urza's chest, now barely reached her chin. The baby fat on her face had faded, and her arms were stronger and more powerful than before. Now, she could use her knowledge of monsters and her agility to hunt a blue-ranked, Category 4 monster, something she couldn't have imagined a year ago. This was just the beginning. She had to become even stronger, so strong that no monster or person could control her life. Elle tightened the long vines around her shoulders and stepped forward with her companions. Over 2 hours later, Elle's team emerged from the monster breeding area. Arriving at the training ground, a 5-person team had already completed their assessment ahead of Elle's. It was Lauren's brother team, and they had brought back a giant scorpion monster, much smaller than the ones that usually served as sparring partners for magic servants. The scorpion monster was riddled with their weapons, and it was nearly dead. It was hard to say whether their attack on this scorpion monster was also tinged with revenge for being chased by its own kind a year prior. Jeff dropped the long vine upon entering the training ground. He walked over to the side of the brothers' team, glanced at the scorpion monster with a look of disdain. I thought the first group had returned with such power, but this is all it is? This is an old acquaintance of ours. Choosing it to attack is another level of killing an old friend. You? The contempt in his words was so obvious that one of Lauren's brothers stood up angrily, pointed at Jeff, and started to curse, but Lauren held him back. Thanks to the prestige of the Earl's mansion and his family's professional heritage, Jeff was a prominent figure among this generation of magic servants. Lauren didn't want to engage in a heated confrontation with him, but he also didn't want to swallow his anger. The more familiar a monster is, the harder it is to fight. Besides, we're all Category 5 monsters, and the giant scorpion monster is considered a high-level species among the 5. I'm afraid the one you captured won't be higher level than the scorpion monster. This year's skill failed to dissuade him, but instead tickled Zef's nerves. He turned proudly to Urza, his head held high. Show them our work. The two had already dragged the golden ring crocodile monster to the designated monster containment area. Because the golden ring crocodile was stunned, it needed to be locked up. Elle went to the instructor to report, while Urza pulled the long vines that bound the crocodile monster alone. If you want to show off, come here and pull it yourself. Urza didn't tolerate Zef's tendency to show off, and she stood still and shouted directly. Chapter 13. Current time, December 12th, 823 Genesis calendar. Third death countdown remaining, approximately 1 year, exact date unknown. Inside the Monster Park training ground. Today's training ground had a new monster holding area, a clearing designated for this assessment. Several cages were placed there to store each team's trophies. Elle and Urza caged the sleeping crocodile monster and wrapped long vines around its bars. In the adjacent cage was Team Lauren's giant scorpion monster. The door was unlocked, revealing its lifeless state. A monster captured alive is, after all, different from a dead creature. Elle carefully locked the cage door and said to Urza, "The sleeping potion is calculated based on human consumption. We don't know when the crocodile monster will wake up. To be safe, I report to the instructor and have a magical barrier placed on the cage. Urza, please keep an eye on it for now. Did the three of you really capture a level 4 golden ring crocodile monster alive? That would definitely require a barrier. Not only is its defense formidable, but its bite is also among the strongest among monsters of its tier. Ordinary magic. It can't be trapped. It's a blessing you made it back unharmed." "Yes, Instructor June, we used a sleeping potion made from evening primrose. It's been over 2 hours. The golden ring crocodile monster is quite resistant to drugs, but evening primrose is a powerful sleeping potion. It won't wake up easily without significant stimulation. I go check it out." After hearing AL's report, June emerged from the tent, her conch-shaped communication device dangling from her waist, just like the magic attendants. At this time, she, Healer Annie, and Training Assistant Luna No. 8 were stationed at the training grounds. Instructor Bate had received a student's call for help, and had already rushed to the monster breeding area to rescue them. As soon as Elle emerged, he saw Jeff and several members of Lauren's team gathered around the golden ring crocodile's cage, pointing and talking. See? Its defense is the best among all 4 types of monsters, thanks to its hide. Our magic weapons alone can't even scratch it. You're bragging. Look at the giant scorpion monster. Its shell is so tough, and we still stabbed it like a hedgehog. It's only 1 level higher than the scorpion monster. How can it be so strong? In the monster hierarchy, a level higher means a completely different level of strength. If you don't believe me, I show you. The gazes of Lauren and his team became a catalyst. Jeff, who usually disdained to talk to others, was now being talked about and talked too much. With a swish, he drew his own long sword from his waist. It was pristine, a stark contrast to the broken, blood-stained swords that Lauren's team had stabbed into the giant scorpion monster. Thanks to Elle's ability to identify monster tracks, they avoided all monsters except their target, the golden ring crocodile monster. Occasionally, common beasts like wolves and tigers were killed with a single blow from Urza. Zeph, Elle told you to be cautious when facing monsters. Whatever you want to prove, wait until she comes back. Urza, standing by, clamped down on his raised sword hand and stepped in front of the cage. Forget it, Jeff. We don't have to see it now. Wait until your captain comes back. Lauren and the others nearby, noticing the disagreement between the two, spoke up. Their words seemed to be an attempt to persuade Elsa, but in reality, they were fueling the flames. After a year of getting along, anyone with a discerning eye could see how much Zeph cared about his status. Because of his connections to the Earl's mansion, he was often flattered, yet around his 2 colleagues, he seemed neither civil nor military. It was one thing for Urza to outmatch him with her superior strength, but now a poor girl, barely a year into her service, was trying to outdo him. If just now, he was simply trying to demonstrate the team's strength through a higher-level monster, now this had become a battle for his pride. Over there, isn't she back? Zeph, holding his long sword, pointed at Elle and the instructor, not far behind Urza. As Urza turned, he thrust his sword into the cage and slashed hard at the golden ring crocodile. Where the blade met the golden ring crocodile, a series of sparks erupted from the metal-on-metal connection. Dang! There was a sharp sound, and the recoil knocked Zeph's sword loose, sending him stumbling backwards. My god of creation! That's such a thick skin! Exclamations continued. Zeph, forcing a smile, climbed up from the ground, walked over to the cage, and rested an arm on it. How's it? Is it just as I said? Brother Zeph, you're awesome. Lauren and the others exchanged glances, their flattery flowing freely. Someone imitated Zeph, drawing a sword from the nearby scorpion monster and thrusting it into the cage to stab the golden ring crocodile monster. However, beneath Zeph's arm, dangling from the railing, where they couldn't see, the crocodile monster's eyelids bulged and twitched rapidly. A few steps away, Elle didn't bother to say anything to Urza. She saw clearly that when Zef struck the crocodile with his sword, its tail twitched, a sign of awakening. The crowd was now watching a dormant monster. Be careful. Elle rushed over, pushing Zef away with her right hand and blocking with her left elbow. A long snout jutted out from the crack above the cage, its maw wide open as it bit down on the elbow in front of it. 2 curved magic shields, one gold and one blue, erupted from Elle's left forearm, completely shielding her. The golden ring crocodile, blocked by the shields, stared at its prey with its yellow, bulbous eyes. It kicked with its legs, about to leap up and bite again, but fortunately, Instructor June was quick to act and immediately reattached the cage with its restraining magic. Yellow magical inscriptions of restriction swirled around the cage, sealing the crocodile firmly inside. Are you okay? Urza supported Elle, looking at her left arm with concern. It's okay, I have magical equipment to protect me. Ire shook her arm. Her outer layer had been bitten, a corner of the fabric drooping, revealing a sliver of the silver arm guard underneath. Thanks to you for sacrificing your life to save him, otherwise the guy's arm would have been lost. Seeing is believing. She had always wanted to see the true protective effect of this defensive magic equipment. She hadn't expected the actual combat test to be so thrilling. 7 months ago, Ire had received the finished arm guard. Roland, the forger, claimed it could withstand hundreds of attacks from a yellow level category 3 monster, or a dozen from an orange level category 2 monster. During regular training sessions, Ire had secretly tested it on a green level category 5 sparring partner, but no matter how hard the opponent attacked, it couldn't break through the light shield. Even before this, she had only seen the blue light shield representing physical defense, referring to the dual physical attributes Roland mentioned. Directly challenging a yellow level, Category 3 monster was beyond her capabilities at the moment. Testing it with a blue level, Category 4, top-tier golden ring crocodile monster was enough to meet her requirements. This was another hidden purpose for targeting the golden ring crocodile monster. After all, she challenged more difficult monsters out of selfish motives. So when she saw Jeff about to be attacked, she couldn't help but block it. But if this person kept being so foolish, there wouldn't be a next time. Jeff, who had just been pushed away by her, fell to the ground, staring blankly at the crocodile monster spinning restlessly in its cage. Laurent and the others had already retreated several meters away. No one came to help him, so he climbed to his feet on his own, trying to make excuses as he spoke. "Didn't you give it a sleeping potion? What kind of potion is that? It's so useless. It almost got me bitten. I bought it from my workshop. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" An elegant and familiar voice echoed. Luna number 8 was the first to react, sidling up to the person who had arrived. The person lovingly raised their hand and touched Luna number 8's cheek. "Good girl." It was Master Mage Luna. Healer and instructor June greeted her respectfully. "I was planning to send you the materials the students had harvested after the assessment. Why bother coming here in person, Master Mage? I heard from number 8 that someone had caught a golden ring crocodile. I just needed it, so I came to see for myself. Unfortunately, I heard someone say my potion wasn't working." When Grand Mage Luna smiled, even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes revealed a gentleness, yet no one in the Phillips court dared to speak nonsense in her presence. This was not only because her Grand Mage status signified her profound attainments in magical research, but also because of her transcendent status. It was rumored that she was the king's sister, married to the distant city of Phillips decades ago. Over the past year, Elle had occasionally visited the magic workshop to buy potion fodder, mostly with Luna number 2. She had become somewhat familiar with Grand Mage Luna, and she hadn't expected her to speak up for her. Or perhaps she simply couldn't bear to hear anyone say anything about her potions. Although it was only a mild remark, it was likely a rebuke to Jeff, who was particularly concerned about status. Jeff, standing by, was indeed terrified. "This is the golden ring crocodile monster the three of us captured," Ayer said, stepping forward. "I just heard Instructor June mention it, and I learned it's quite resistant to drugs. We used too little back then. It's awake now, so it's a good time to see its condition." With a few words, Ayer focused on the golden ring crocodile before him. No matter what the reason for the other party's words, it was best not to embarrass the nobles of higher status. This was Ayer's advice, born from years of experience in the marketplace. Sure enough, Great Magician Luna's attention shifted once again to the golden ring crocodile monster, passing Jeff with a casual glance. The 4 types of monsters, with their bloody mouths agape, were no match for the Great Magician. Luna cast a simple magic seal, immobilizing the crocodile monster. She then took out a bottle of potion and dripped it onto the monster's hide. Just one drop corroded a deep hole in the stone-hard, impenetrable skin. The crocodile monster, as if greatly stimulated, suddenly went berserk, its mouth agape and lashing back and forth. Its tail banged against the cage, even bending the metal bars. Fortunately, the magical barriers had been reinforced, preventing its escape. Archmage Luna observed it with a satisfied smile. After a brief chant, a chain of magical light, like a chain, trapped it. Soon, the crocodile monster was unable to move a muscle under the magical suppression. "Excellent. I send the ingredients to the potion workshop later." With a wave of her hand, Luna tossed a bag of coins into Elle's arms. "You're quite skilled at hunting monsters. Would you be interested in working for me during the holidays?" Chapter 14. You're quite skilled at hunting monsters. Would you be interested in working for me during the holidays? Of course. Miss Clemens sat leisurely in the red velvet armchair beside the desk, sipping her tea. The atmosphere in the reception room of the Countess's bedroom was vastly different from when they first entered the Court of Demons. The Earl's housekeeper had redecorated it. A gorgeous brocade carpet covered the entire room, and the Court of Demons' original plain tables and chairs were replaced with elegant and luxurious furniture. The broad reddish-brown table was decorated with exquisite ornaments and a pot of tea that Elle had just brewed. It was the morning after the squire's examination. Since the shock of that day, Jeff had fallen ill and remained bedridden. Al, representing the team, reported on the progress and final results of the squire's examination. After the report, she had tentatively mentioned the offer of a part-time job from Great Mage Luna. Now, as a magical attendant, her decisions and whereabouts required the approval of her master. This was the price she had to pay for the opportunity to train. It'd only take half a month. There's no need to wait for Mother's reply. I agree to your request. In the name of the Creator God, thank you for your generosity. Ire stood across from the desk, setting down the teapot to refill it, and bowed heartily in thanks. She hadn't been entirely sure before she spoke. It was the end of the year, and in a few days, the annual long vacation would begin. The 3-month vacation was intended, firstly, to allow the magicians, who had been training for a full year, to relax, and secondly, to allow them to prepare for the Junior Magician Star-Reaching examination in 2 months. The Star-Grabbing examination determines whether a magician can continue studying at the Magic Court the following year, so it's customary to give magicians ample time to prepare. Ambitious individuals often use this period to intensify their training with their magic servants or purchase magical equipment. Under these circumstances, Miss Clemens's willingness to allow Elle to be absent for 2 weeks was truly thanks to her excellent performance in the servant examination. Aside from Elle and Lauren's 5-man team, the others didn't bring back their monsters until the 3rd day, and all of them were Category 5 monsters. Elle's 3-man team unsurprisingly took first place. Elle, you've always been tactful, but I still have a word of caution. In front of Grand Mage Luna, you represent the Earl's house, so you must know your limits. Miss Clemens gently put down her teacup and raised her eyes. Don't worry, Miss Clemens. Elle lowered her eyelids and agreed. It seems that Grand Mage Luna's respect played an indispensable role in making this happen. Elle wasn't interested in the subtle exchanges between these nobles. She wanted to go because the offer was so great. The Golden Ring Crocodile monster, along with the remaining monster fragments from the other tests, had been taken by the Potion Workshop. The 3 of them received the most in material fees. A full 200 silver coins. Even if it had to be split equally among the 3 of them, it was still a considerable sum. After all, Elle's monthly salary, as a magic attendant, was only 30 silver coins. Furthermore, Miss Clemens had promised to pay each of the 3-month salary, 90 silver coins, next month as a reward for achieving first place in the test. It's December now, and the new year is almost here. With this income, not only can I save some money, but I also be able to enjoy a more comfortable holiday this year. Even after leaving Miss Clemens's dormitory, Al was still calculating how much money he had left after the bonus arrived. Did Miss Clemens agree to let you go? Urza was packing her luggage for her return to the city the day after tomorrow when she turned and saw Al walk through the door, with a beaming face. More than that. Al's mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head as he walked over to Urza and made the 3 sign. 3 months off? 3 months, Al shook his finger. Our first place bonus this time is a full 3-month salary. Hearing this, Urza stopped packing and sank back onto the bed, sharing the same bright smile Al shared. She switched from the knights for no other reason than the high salary. That's great. When I get back to the city with the Earl's daughter the day after tomorrow, I have to have some fun. I've been in the Magic Court for almost a year now, and I haven't even had much to drink because of training. At this point, Urza looked at Elle. Speaking of which, you're really hard on yourself, kid. You finally have a day off, and you're rushing to get a job. For a Grand Mage at this level, gathering or hunting monsters for materials is definitely not an easy task. Don't just focus on making money and risk your life. Don't worry, I'm on top of it. While the death countdown was clearly a threat to her, it also, to some extent, indicated a certain level of safety. Elle was taking the risk to earn more money, so that he could save money for his second plan. So far, she still had no clue about the high-risk individual mentioned in the death countdown. She had secretly investigated, and the most suspected individual, therapist, and lived a routine life, and her attitude towards her was no different. If she remained unaware of the high-risk individual's movements until the death countdown arrived, then fleeing would be her only option, and this was her second plan. According to Black Ball, death would always follow her wherever she went. But if she could escape her current situation before the death countdown reached 0, at least she would have a chance to breathe. Until the matter was settled, Ayer decided to prepare for both scenarios. As the two chatted animatedly, a familiar, rhythmic knock sounded at the door, a clear voice slightly muffled by the door. Ayer, are you in the room? Urza's face lit up with understanding, and she chuckled, deliberately lowering her voice. Old friend, here to treat your injuries. Ayer shook his head at Urza's teasing and said calmly, Why didn't you just say you were here to collect a debt? The person outside the door stopped knocking, patiently awaiting a response. For a year, aside from the magic tool trials and the monthly installment payments for the magic tools, Ayer had avoided any other contact with the other person. Unfortunately, the only thing a person can control is themselves. She couldn't stop the mountain from coming to her. Once a week, mostly on Friday evenings after training, occasionally on Saturdays. If she wasn't at the magic tool workshop, he would come. 3 knocks at the same intervals had become a sign of his arrival. His motives were simply suspicious. He simply wanted to help Elle with her healing magic. Sometimes, if Urza accidentally injured herself during lessons, he would heal her as well. If she refused, he just used the same excuse as before. I can't bear to see anyone get hurt. He also, unintentionally, hinted that he could continue to optimize Elle's magic tools. Elle wanted to ask him, why don't you just heal all your magic servants? But the look of his face, as he healed her, made her unable to bring herself to say it. No matter how much doubt she harbored, what he was actually doing was undoubtedly more beneficial to her. Elle couldn't fathom the reason behind his actions. So, even a simple refusal wasn't an option. Perhaps, his repeated visits were partly due to her tacit approval. But she knew it wasn't what Urza had imagined, a pursuit or a romantic relationship. He was more concerned with Elle's injuries than with Elle herself. Sometimes, Elle would fight hard during training and suffer serious injuries. When those blood-stained wounds fell into those lake green eyes, his gaze became hollow for a moment, and even the hands casting the magic trembled slightly. Putting aside all his thoughts, Elle walked to his desk, took a small, individually divided packet of coins from a box, and then opened the door. The door swung open, revealing a figure standing in the shadows. The edges of his blonde hair were lightly outlined by the sunlight, and his handsome face, as gentle as ever, offered Elle a soft smile. I heard you took first place in the test. Congratulations. Elle nodded and raised his arm. No injuries this time. No injuries at all, thanks to the arm guard you made. A faint smile, like a semi-permanent mask, revealed a hint of sincerity at these words. That's good. The two stood in silence at the doorway for a moment, then spoke simultaneously. Can I come in? This is the balance for the magic equipment. The two unrelated sentences collided, like someone suddenly falling to the rough ground. I'm not in a hurry. Wait until you have more money. Thanks to your self-feeding crocodile performance in the Squire exam, a few more people are coming to me for custom magic equipment. Roland smiled and blocked the purse that Elle offered. There it was again, that awkward feeling. He seemed to be saying that his magic equipment was more popular, but was his real point self-feeding crocodiles? Unable to understand this riddle, Elle scratched his head in annoyance, simply ignoring him and stretching his arm forward again. If you don't want it, you don't need to come in. The two's confrontation ended with Roland's concession. He accepted the purse and continued, if you're interested in the new magical tools I brought, this will serve as a deposit. Albert kept his word and made room for him to enter. Just as she was about to close the door, Urza nimbly maneuvered and slipped out from under her arm. Before leaving, she winked at Albert, a look that said, you know what I mean? I won't bother you anymore. Watching his friend move 3 meters away, Albert wordlessly closed the door. Turning around, a small creature resembling a hummingbird flew over, except this hummingbird had eyes several times larger than a real one. Its wings, flickering with afterimages, helped it hover in front of Albert. The tiny head swayed to the left, paused, and then swayed to the right. Not far away, Roland was holding a rectangular, flat object. Clearly, these two objects were the new magical tools he mentioned. What is this? Elle reached out and gently grasped the hummingbird. Its pearly, crystal-clear eyes reflected his every movement. I'm going to sell you a new magical tool. Roland held up a flat object in his hand. Made of a similar material to the hummingbird's eyes, the transparent crystal clearly showed Elle's profile, her eyes forward, staring in shock. It's called Children Returning to the Nest. If you're heading somewhere dangerous, it'd be very helpful. Chapter 15. It's called Children Returning to the Nest. If you're going somewhere dangerous, it'd be very helpful. A few steps away, the translucent crystal ball clearly showed Ayr's shocked expression. What is this? Ayr's curiosity was piqued. As Ayr approached, the tiny hummingbird fluttered its wings, following her, and the image on the crystal ball shifted back to the back of her red head. This is a new communication magic technology from the royal capital. The four-eyed horseshoe crab possesses the sharpest vision in the world, able to detect the movement of an ant at a distance of 10 meters. Using the horseshoe crab eye as a medium, engraving a communication formula on it, and then inserting it into the bottom of the crystal ball, you can use this crystal ball to communicate with others who also possess a crystal ball. Unlike previous communication magic tools, this one can display the context image directly to the other party. Roland expounded on the magic tool's selling points, like a salesman. He handed the crystal ball over, and the hummingbird flew between the two of them, displaying a scene of their conversation on the crystal. Roland then fumbled around the bottom of the crystal ball, and the image vanished, motioning for Ayer to take a closer look at the structure within. Up close, Ayer could clearly see a round black bead embedded in the base of the crystal ball, covered in an extremely fine layer of magical patterns. This must be the eye of the horseshoe crab he mentioned. Then I thought this technology could also be used for environmental exploration, so I created this little bird. Roland stretched his finger into the air, and unexpectedly, a black ring appeared on his slender, white index finger. The little hummingbird obediently landed on the ring, its tiny claws firmly clasped around it, motionless. He held the bird between them, gently stroking its emerald feathers with his right hand. He pressed something, and the bird split open longitudinally from head to tail, revealing its mechanical limbs. Beneath the delicate metal plates was a black eyeball similar to the one in the crystal ball. Behind the eyeball was a blue energy crystal, powering the bird's movements. It's a mechanical bird, housing the same horseshoe crab eye. The bird's eyes on either side are made of magic crystals, with enhanced communication capabilities, transmitting captured images to the crystal ball. The sliding ball at the base of the crystal ball activates a magic inscription, controlling its flight direction and speed within a radius of 1,000 meters. However, because it's a control inscription, its connection distance is slightly limited. A 1,000-meter range is already impressive. In uncertain environments, it will be the best sentinel. Ayer immediately grasped this. A kingfisher's coloring would be more natural in the jungle. But the bird's appearance and color can be changed, depending on the environment you use it in. Roland pinched the mechanical hummingbird's sides, and the split halves reunited perfectly. The bird came to life again, shaking its emerald feathers that had been stroked, and stared at Ayer with wide eyes. How far can it fly at once? One energy crystal can support 100 kilometers. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ayer was sold on the perfect pitch. If it were just a crystal ball for visual communication, it wouldn't be necessary for Ayer. She didn't have any personal relationships that required close communication through magic tools. With the addition of this little bird, the communication magic tool becomes a highly practical tool. Imagine herself, alone in a monster-ridden environment like the monster garden. With the help of the bird, she can safely monitor the situation ahead, which is extremely valuable for avoiding and responding to danger. But the cost is obviously high. Just as the old bill was settled, are we adding another one? Aqua eyes swept across Ayer's troubled and pensive face, as if reading her thoughts. It's a free trial during the holidays. If you don't like it, return it to me next school year. Well, it's really not Ayer's fault for not knowing how to refuse. The magic tool salesman is truly capable. It's free to try it out. Besides, she's been paying for the armed guards in installments, and the bonus will be coming soon, so Ayer still has some money. Since you mentioned it, let me tell you how to control the mechanical hummingbird. The smiling magic salesman, with his usual irresistible offer, began explaining the key points of control. The actual operation wasn't difficult. After trying it a few times, Ayer had a basic grasp of it, though she wasn't quite as adept at controlling the hummingbird's flight direction. She held the crystal ball in one hand and slid the other across its base, guiding the hummingbird to take off in front of her. The image from the hummingbird's field of view was clearly transmitted to the sphere. Inadvertently, she slid her hand too far, and the bird flew farther than expected, almost touching Roland's head, its golden hair instantly occupying 2/3 of the sphere's surface. Take your time. There's no rush. The other party chuckled. Ayer frantically manipulated the hummingbird to climb higher and higher. As the distance increased, the field of view on the sphere widened. Roland, a few steps away, stood still as if in a trance, quietly observing Ayer, who was busy fiddling with the magic tool. That strange look again. Any attempt at further inquiry was met with a gentle rebuff. Ayer paused, summoning the hummingbird back with her ring. Very good. I give you an answer after the holiday trial. She pulled out a much smaller purse from her bosom. It contained half a month's living expenses, which she had originally planned to spend while working with Luna. This is my deposit. Take it. Okay. I hope it helps. Roland accepted the purse obediently, not mentioning the initial proposal of using the final payment as a deposit. Having known Ayer for a year, he knew when to take further steps and when to give in. Therefore, he always managed to maintain just the right distance, avoiding the other person's direct withdrawal. Whether it was the regret of not being able to save his parents and friends, or the precognitive dream that had only ever remained unfulfilled, which had kept him hopeful, it was all his own business. He simply feigned kindness to make it impossible for the other person to refuse. Many times, from Elle's suspicious eyes, from her uncomfortable movements during the healing magic, Roland keenly sensed the impending reluctance. And before anything was spoken, he would cease his kindly pressure and retreat to the normal circle of acquaintances. Thus, there was no reason to refuse, and this time was no different. December 15th, 823 in the Genesis calendar. Countdown to death, approximately 1 year, date unknown. 3 days later, the magicians and their attendants left for the holiday, and the magic court suddenly became empty. Air, carrying a small bag, arrived at the great magician Luna's potion workshop. Silver-edged Ivy opened the door for L, and as he entered, he saw 2 puppets, Luna number 2 and Luna number 8, one tall and one short, chatting in awe. From a distance, they looked like a pair of sisters, if one ignored Luna number 2's obvious puppet features. "You're here," Luna number 2 purred in a clear, childish voice, approaching L. Through its 2 small, painted eyes, one could tell it was in a good mood. Luna number 8, in contrast, seemed a bit distant. She nodded to L, and led him to a door in the inner room, saying businesslike, "Let's go now." With that, she opened the door before her, and a magically restricted portal appeared before her. It was the first time Al knew there was a dedicated portal inside the potion workshop. The magical restrictions that appeared above it also meant that the place this portal would lead to was potentially dangerous. Al paused and asked, "Where are we going? Isn't Master Luna coming with us?" "To the area outside the gloomy forest. Master Luna is already waiting for us at the destination." "Let's go!" Luna number 2 said excitedly, like a child about to embark on an adventure. "There are 6 places in the kingdom where monsters are born and gather, and the gloomy forest is the closest to the city of pharaohs." His heart skipped a beat, and for the first time, Al regretted his decision. At the time, Master Luna had only said they were going to collect potion ingredients, and hadn't mentioned going to such a dangerous place. It was her fault for being blinded by money, and not even asking about the crucial destination. She wanted to make money, but making money was about saving her life. If she went to the gloomy forest without permission, would she be able to survive with her condition that easily triggered death? "Let's go!" Before she could mentally prepare herself, Luna number 2, eager to set off, bumped into her from behind, pushing Al into the portal. "Ah, I don't want to go to the gloomy forest." "Ha ha, let's take a risk." A heart-wrenching cry and a tender child's voice echoed through the teleportation light. Luna number 8 ignored the 2 people's conflicting emotions and gracefully stepped through the door, closing the outer wooden door behind her. Silence returned to the potion workshop. A moment later, the ivy leaves rustled a few times, and the door to the potion workshop opened. A black hooded figure entered, a few strands of golden hair emerging from the hood as he moved. He entered the inner room, opened a portal, and vanished in the light of the teleportation. Dark forest, outermost layer. The trees, blotting out the sun, towered into the clouds, a chilling atmosphere pervading the surroundings. A group of 3 walked along a 2-meter wide path. At the front was Luna 2, humming a song. The 2 wheels under her feet sometimes sped up, sometimes slowed down, occasionally returning to their original position for a few circles. At the end was Luna 8, calm and composed. She maintained the same rhythm and stride with almost every step, as if strolling leisurely in the garden. Sandwiched between the 2 puppets, Aire kept her eyes and ears alert, her vigilance at full blast. After observing for a while, she gradually calmed down. Perhaps because it was in the outer area, Aire's observations of the surrounding traces suggested that the concentration of monsters here was likely even lower than in artificially bred monster farms. Relaxed, Al began to ask Luna number 8 about their assignment. "Are we looking for precious materials? Do we need Master Mage Luna to personally lead the collection?" "We know once we get there," Luna number 8 replied calmly, her voice no different from her usual coarse assistant. The other party was very frugal with words. It seemed there was no way to obtain any other useful information before reaching their destination. Chapter 16. After walking for about 10 minutes, a 3-meter-high mound appeared before us. Its raised surface was covered with flowers and plants. Not just wildflowers and weeds, but rather signs of human intervention. A few steps further, the southern side of the mound was neatly leveled, its top and bottom cut flat. An elegant double door was set into the earthen wall. Outside, a semicircular fence encircled the mound, covered in the same silver ivy as the one at the potions workshop. "Home!" Luna number 2 exclaimed happily, her wheels revving faster as she burst through the door. After El entered, he didn't notice Luna number 2 had come in before him. The room was surprisingly small, allowing for a complete view at a glance. Near the door and window sat a desk, next to a cabinet filled with books. Across from her was a wardrobe and a bed. In the corner next to the bed sat a small, vibrantly colored box, painted with irregular patterns of flowers, suns, and grass, a stark contrast to the elegant style of Master Magician Luna. This way. Luna number 8, standing behind her, stepped aside, blocking Air's path, and pointing toward the other wall. She had the stature of a girl in her 20s, about the same height as Air, and completely blocked Air's view. When working for others, Air always preferred listening over talking. She followed his instructions, and extended her arm toward the wall. A white magical wave erupted before her, swallowing half of Air's arm into the wall. It was camouflage magic. Behind the wall, space suddenly opened up. A dozen magic lamps hung high above, illuminating some of the space. The first person she saw was the Master Magician, surrounded by Luna number 2. She sat behind a desk to the left of the entrance. To the right of the entrance was an area of unknown use, with a half-meter-high platform at the bottom. Further in, a golden glowing railing blocked off the space from top to bottom. Inside was the monster holding area, roughly half the size of the Monster Park training ground. However, due to the distance, it was difficult to immediately discern the specific monsters held within. "Are you here? Come and see our collection target." Great Mage Luna stood up from her seat, and gestured for Elle to follow her into the monster holding area. She was dressed differently today, a floral sleeve shirt layered over a vest, and pants. This was much simpler than the ornately embroidered mage's robe, but more convenient for movement. It was a common attire for potion warlocks. The holding area was divided into several sections by magically restricted railings, 3 rows and 5 columns in total. Each monster was confined to a separate area. The dense concentration of monsters, previously only demonstrated by Instructor June in class, gave Elle goosebumps as he walked through it. Even knowing that with Great Mage Luna's presence, there was no chance the monsters here would escape, it was still terrifying. The only consolation was that the barriers had probably been equipped with a sound-canceling effect. No matter how the monsters raged inside, not a single sound could be heard from outside. Elle's steps paused when she saw a monster in the containment area. It was a blackthorn bush, about 1 square meter in size, its branches still showing signs of being burned by fire. It was in the past. These were merely debris used by the demon court for research. They were not to be feared. She took a few deep breaths, suppressing the painful memories of a year ago that surged back, and quickened her pace, continuing forward. This is our target for this collection. In the magic cage before Great Mage Luna, a dry tree trunk stood upright. Clinging to the bifurcation of the trunk was an oval object, likely the nest of some insect-like monster. The outer layer of the nest's yellow-brown soil bore a dazzling pattern, layers of small, nearly circular lumps nested together, each filled with an infinite array of lines. Ira had only observed the pattern for a few seconds when she felt a short, yet ever-expanding, pulse of light. Her vision blurred, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Everything before her seemed like a painting melted by the heat, transforming into a chaotic, distorted mass of color, resembling the pattern. It was as if she had suddenly fallen into a bizarre dream. Her brain felt like a growing bubble, constantly compressing and expanding. She gasped for breath, feeling as if she couldn't breathe, still feeling the threat of suffocation. Red everywhere. The sound of blood gurgling through her body grew louder and louder. She saw a fist-sized hole suddenly gape in her abdomen, blood gushing out uncontrollably. No! It's too early to die. At the sight of the non-existent wound, a realization struck her in the deepest recesses of her brain. But her vision remained veiled by the distorted colors, as if she couldn't escape this bounded mind. Snap! Ira slapped herself without reservation. A burning sensation spread across her face. Lost in a trance, Ira was pulled back to reality by the real pain. The illogical chaos receded, and the blocks of color before her eyes gradually became clearer. Ira leaned forward, breathing heavily, her emotions uncertain. Your resistance is quite good. You didn't disappoint me. Phantom King bees are psychic monsters. Their nests can also cause mental damage to humans, and in severe cases, can drive people insane. Luna, the great mage, curled her lips and commented nonchalantly. Ira swallowed the chill that slipped through his heart and looked at her. So what do you want me to do? It's an empty nest. The bees and insects inside are tiny and fragile. They died after a simple toxin extraction. However, the potion's effects are indeed surprising. Thanks to your coincidental capture of the golden ring crocodile monster, you helped me shorten the testing time. The great mage continued, your task is to capture a new Phantom King peak for me. Luna number 8 skillfully opened the map, as if in a training class. The great mage tapped an area on the map. The map was drawn differently from typical maps. The dozen or so scattered tiles were not connected to each other, and the boundaries of adjacent areas clearly did not align. Before Elle could delve deeper, the Grand Mage continued, this empty nest was found in this area. It's an old nest abandoned by the bee colony, hence the few frail larvae. Given the habits of the phantom king bees, their new nests should appear in this area. I need you to help me find them and bring them back. I never heard of phantom king bees before, and don't know much about them. That's normal. Most magicians, magical attendants, and sorcerers have never even seen one, let alone studied its habits. Hearing this, Elle turned her gaze to the cage, avoiding the nest itself and focusing on the interior, such as the tree trunk from which it hung. Since you discovered them, and have been raising them for a while, could you tell me about the surroundings when you first discovered the nest, and their food and environmental preferences since being kept in captivity? Seeing Elle's gaze fixed on the tree trunk, Great Magician Luna smiled and continued, you truly mastered monster cognition. You grasped the key points right away. This trunk was brought back with the nest. It's called the cloud-top tree, so named for its 100-meter-tall, straight trunk. But this cloud-top tree has forks. I'm not sure if this is a preference for the bee colony. They have yellow and black markings, and at first glance, they resemble bees. However, the phantom queen bee's eyes are uniquely structured. When it launches a mental attack on its prey, they transform into a psychedelic multicolored mixture. It's like what prey sees when it's bewitched, Elle continued. The other person gave her an admiring look. The phantom king bee is a category 3 monster. It's called a bee simply because the first person who discovered it thought it looked like a honeybee. Actually, they don't collect nectar, but only suck blood, hence the name vampire bee. Their rank is between blue category 4 and yellow category 3. Their usual hunting method is to use their eyes to drive their prey into a frenzy or panic, then paralyze them with their stinger before feeding on them. That day you tested the golden ring crocodile monster's stinger for toxins, right? Aire asked. She wasn't particularly nervous about the fact that her prey was a category 3 monster. Since the other person was confident she could capture it, they presumably had a countermeasure. Indeed. As you've seen, the poison can easily penetrate monsters known for their defensive abilities. With these two abilities, monsters of equal or even higher rank can become their prey. However, ordinary animals can satiate them, so I suspect that as long as they have enough food, they won't provoke other monsters without reason. Any other information? The information already obtained gave Elle a rough idea of the danger of this hunting target, but the location was still a bit vague. The beeswax used for nesting contains a special substance that I only extracted from the soil near Sunken Moon Lake. Elle nodded and looked at the map that Grand Mage Luna had circled. Sure enough, there was a crescent-shaped lake symbol on it. Now that her basic location was confirmed, she planned to search the surrounding area around the lake, first finding the cloud-top tree, and then proceeding. But before anything else, she had to ensure her own safety. She believed the enemy wouldn't let her set out alone, unarmed. From what you said, it sounds extremely dangerous. Do you have any defensive measures to share? Of course. After leaving the monster containment area, Aire found a large package containing a complete set of equipment. This included 3 bottles of antidote for bee sting toxin, a pair of jade-colored gloves with extremely high magical defense, a half-meter-tall magic cage to contain the beehive, which was thankfully lightweight. He also wore a heavy-looking bodysuit that covered him from head to toe. The only exposed area was a pair of clear crystal goggles. Oh, and Aire also insisted on bringing her own bag. Number 8 will go with you. She has a teleportation device that can transport you directly to my cabin near Sunken Moon Lake. There's plenty of food and bedding inside, and the cabin's magical restrictions are sufficient to protect against attacks from monsters in that area. Understood. With this cabin as a base, the sense of security increased exponentially. Master Luna, number 2 wants to go on an adventure too. The portal had already opened, and Luna number 2, standing nearby, spun around and approached the Great Mage. In response to its request, the Great Mage simply stroked its wooden cheek and said with a smile, "Good boy, you can't go into dangerous places." Chapter 17. Good boy, you can't go to dangerous places. The backs of Aire and number 8 merged into the teleportation circle. Master Luna touched Luna number 2's chubby wooden cheek with her palm. But number 2 wants to play in the forest too. And number 8 went, so why can't number 2 go? The little wooden figure said aggrievedly, nestling in the master's arms. Number 8 is an adult now. Children and adults are certainly different. Master Luna patted its head and glanced toward the entrance. A guest has arrived. How about you go and greet them? Okay, Master Luna. The little wooden figure slid slowly on its feet, turned its head, and passed through the disguised entrance in the wall. A moment later, a high-pitched gurgling sound echoed, and the little wooden figure, previously feeling down because it couldn't go out, happily rushed in. Behind it, a black hooded figure silently and slowly entered. Teacher Luna. He slid his hood down with one hand, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed to Luna before him. His golden hair swayed back and forth with his movements, finally falling softly on the black folds of his hood. Don't be so distant when you're not in the magic court. If your mother were still here, she'd definitely say a few words about you. Master Mage Luna, sitting at her seat, didn't look up, flipping through her notes and speaking casually. Why are you here today? You assigned someone else to collect the materials this time. Is it my fault? The corners of his lips, which often wore a smile, twitched slightly, and there was a subtle stiffness in his voice. When he was selling the magic tool, he had already learned that Elle had been hired by Teacher Luna, so he offered her the children returning to the nest that he had intended to use for monster observation. Most of their recent collection efforts had been outside the gloomy forest, where there weren't many dangerous monsters. He assumed this time would be the same, so he planned to tag along and then take the opportunity to join the team. However, during his recent conversation with Luna No. 2, he learned that this time's collection was in the Sunken Moon Lake area, and that Al and Luna No. 8 had already teamed up and set off, with the only teleportation device undoubtedly taken by No. 8. He'd been to the Sunken Moon Lake area before, and it was a hive of monsters. Class 5, 4, and 3 monsters were all possible, and they were far more dangerous than those kept in the Monster Garden. Could someone without magic skills truly complete a monster hunting mission safely? Furthermore, what if Al, unaware of the situation, stumbled into the fog? Roland's mind was swirling with thoughts, and he silently blamed himself for not thinking things through. Across from her, Luna picked up a pen and scribbled something in her notes, saying nonchalantly, "Someone just happened to have caught the materials we need. Seeing she's capable, I just let her do it. She's never been to the dark forest before, and she's just a mere magic servant, unable to even cast spells." Roland spoke hurriedly, then added, as if to conceal something, "I don't know if I can successfully help you capture your target." His fingers stroking the pages paused for a moment. The great magician put down his marked notes, closed the book, and set it aside, looking up. "Since I chose her, I have my reasons," the great magician said coldly. But no one dared to question her decision. Her naturally noble status and powerful magical abilities gave her a deterrent power unmatched by ordinary magicians. Her stern expression alone was enough to intimidate some. The person before her was the son of an old friend, a student with considerable talent and eagerness to learn. She held her breath and spoke in the tone of an elder, just a small magical servant. "I remember she bought some things from you. Are you interested? I just felt I could do better for you," Roland said, his head bowed, his demeanor humble. "You need to learn how to use people for some things. Why do you need to do this dangerous and tedious work yourself? You're a magician, a noble. Why would you argue with a magic servant?" Great magician Luna stood up from behind the table and walked over to Roland's side. As if addressing a struggling child, she admonished him earnestly, "You don't need to prove your abilities with these things. Your future lies in a wider world. Got it?" Then she patted the silent Roland and said, "Since you're here, take No. 2 on a stroll through the outer layers of the gloomy forest. She's a child at heart, constantly clamoring for adventure, and can't stay in the laboratory." "Great. Let's go play with Brother Roland." No. 2 sat quietly in the corner for a moment, then happily ran out when Master Luna beckoned. The little wooden puppet energetically circled Roland, occasionally nudging him from behind, looking incredibly impatient. No. 2 pushed Roland forward a few steps, and turned to say something else. The great magician, who continued to review the documents, seemed to sense his hesitation and sighed, remembering his dear friend who had passed away young. "As soft-hearted as your mother, you're just a magician's attendant. Don't let me down." After saying this, Roland knew that nothing he could say would sway or change the man's decision. He said nothing more as he walked out of the lab, with the elated No. 2, making a decision in his heart. After exiting the portal, Elle and Luna No. 8 entered a well-stocked, cozy-looking wooden cabin. On the wall opposite the teleportation location hung an enlarged map of the obscure forest. Elle examined the map, intending to study it and plan her search route. Her goal was to complete this hunting mission within 10 days. She had previously requested a 2-week vacation from Miss Clements. After completing the mission within 10 days, she would have time to catch up with her acquaintances in the city. She hadn't seen them for a year, and she wondered if Aunt Sophie and her cousin missed her. But when Elle examined the map carefully, she realized it was completely different from the one she had just seen in the lab. More precisely, the locations of the various areas were different. She remembered that the tile where Sunken Moon Lake was originally located was in the upper right corner of the map, but on this map, the area marked Sunken Moon Lake had moved to the lower right corner. Ayer cast a probing glance at Luna number 8, who stood silently beside him, and slapped his palm on the map on the wall. "Excuse me, which one is the real map, this one or the one you have?" "Both are real. Just focus on the Xinhua Lake area, ignore the other sections." Ayer sighed and held his forehead. Why hadn't he noticed during training that Luna number 8 was such a deceptive person? After Ayer's repeated inquiries, the other party finally realized that without an answer, Ayer would never proceed with the next plan. She then calmly explained the true reason for the map discrepancy. The gloomy forest has no truly complete map, only individual maps of each area are available for reference. Like other monster birthplaces, humans who enter find that common sense in geography no longer applies. Mist within the forest appears at the edge of each area, acting like a natural portal. Passing through it will randomly transport people to another region, unidentified in which direction. Not only within the gloomy forest itself, but some fog even connects to other monster birthplaces. Therefore, unless all monster birthplaces are cleared simultaneously, monsters will always find a way to escape. Thus, even during the heyday of magic, magicians, and the knights failed to achieve their ultimate goal of completely eradicating monsters. Now, each year, the kingdom dispatches monster extermination teams to monster birthplaces to prevent a surge in monster numbers, and the resulting threat to surrounding cities. After a century of exploration, while the relative positions of the plates remain unclear, through the continuous accumulation of information, people have developed a general understanding of the areas they have explored. But no one has yet figured out the relative locations of the various areas. This is why the tile positions on the two maps don't match. So we have to rely on portals to return to our original location, right? Luna number 8 nodded. There are special portals to each area, and these portals are only accessible to high-level mages and above. Such important information was revealed only now. AI suddenly felt like he was on a pirate ship. If she could go back a few days, she might not have so easily agreed to Grand Mage Luna's request. But it was pointless to say that now. Ayer suspected that, with Luna 8's rigid and inflexible nature, it wouldn't summon the portal until she found the Phantom King Bee. Luna 8, unaware of AI's assessment of it, suddenly asked, "We confirmed that the search is in the Sunken Moon Lake area. Any other information unrelated to the area won't help the mission. Why do you insist on knowing? Should I say it's just an inhuman puppet? Or perhaps a puppet made of unknown material?" Ayer muttered to herself, somewhat offended. Is the Dark Forest a place you can enter and exit at will? Since her life was at stake, she had to pay attention. Puppets can regenerate, but once a person dies, there's no coming back. Luna 8's usually calm face rarely showed a ripple, as she stared at Ayer, awaiting her answer. Seeing such a bewildered expression, Ayer felt like she was dealing with a child who couldn't figure out the answer. She cleared her throat and began to explain the importance of life to an inorganic puppet. "You mean, once you die, you're gone, and you can never come back. So, we must be cautious of all potential dangers." Yeah. Ayer nodded in satisfaction. After explaining for half an hour, she finally understood. "But Master Luna can create you. Why are we back to the same path again?" Ayer slammed her palms against her forehead. She gave up. Humans and puppets simply couldn't communicate. "Anyway, just because you can does not mean I can. Just because you can be created by Master Luna does not mean others can be created. But, no buts. Repeat what I just said to yourself. Repeat again if there's another but." Finally unable to endure the repetitive conversation with Luna number 8, Ayer made a big X with her hands over her chest and brought the topic back to the current mission. Time is precious, so let's first figure out how to find the Phantom King Bee. After the mission, if you have any questions, I'm always here to help. Okay. Using the keyword Phantom King Peak indeed drew Luna number 8's attention back. At Ayer's request, number 8 zoomed in on the map of the Sunken Moon Lake area. "First, please help me list the locations of the cloud top would you know of, as well as the exact location of the Phantom King Bee nest we found last time." Luna number 8, after some inexplicable manipulation, added a cloud top wood symbol to the map screen and placed a dot in the upper left corner, marking the location of the previous discovery. However, it didn't seem to be of much use. Ayer looked at the cloud top woods scattered almost everywhere in the area, feeling a headache. There were so many cloud top woods, and searching them all would take forever. Chapter 18. Ayer looked at the cloud top trees scattered across the map, feeling a bit of a headache. There were so many of them, searching them all would take forever. It turned out that the simplistic approach of focusing on cloud top trees as the primary search target was simply unfeasible. She carefully examined the map of the sunken Moon Lake area again and looked up at Luna number 8. You just said that the fog in the obscure forest randomly connects different areas. Is this also true for monsters? Yes, someone once tried to control a monster through the fog with magic, and then followed behind. The controlled monster was teleported to a gathering place of higher-level monsters, where it was killed on the spot. In other words, the Phantom King Bee's hunting behavior only occurs in the sunken Moon Lake area. Besides the Phantom King Bee, what other types of monsters are there? Ire continued. From a level perspective, there are basically 5 to 3 types of monsters. However, since this area is where Master Luna often hunts, the rarer large monsters have either been eliminated or captured. The remaining ones are mostly small monsters that are difficult to catch. If that's the case, then it's easy. El pondered for a moment, and a new search plan took shape in his mind. I have a new search strategy. Higher-level monsters demand more food. Although the king bees are small, their prey is not always the same. As you said, the local monsters are small, so the most valuable prey for the bee colony is large, ordinary beasts. After all, no matter how powerful an ordinary beast is, it is just food that a monster can eat at will. So, the chances of finding predation traces from a swarm are higher than finding a hive directly. Luna number 8 nodded in agreement and provided additional useful information. Master has sorted through the limited research available on the Phantom Queen Bee, and one source suggests that the effective hunting range generally does not exceed 2 kilometers from the nest. The larvae studied previously typically begin feeding at 5 a.m. This information was a pleasant surprise. Al patted Luna number 8's arm. These 2 pieces of information are crucial. Excellent, partner. Luna number 8 tilted her head at this friendly gesture and address, but offered no further reaction. I'll return to researching the departure route. Just as dawn broke, a hummingbird flew through the flowers, knocking dew off the leaves. The small bird flew by at a low altitude of 4 or 5 meters above the ground, its nimble head swaying from side to side. Its striking eyes rested on its tiny head, carefully examining the traces of vegetation and claw marks of animals or monsters. A few hundred meters away, lightly dressed, Ire and Luna number 8 were walking through the woods, holding a crystal ball that read children returning to the nest. This was the 4th day of their search for the Phantom Queen Bee. To detect predation signs as soon as possible, they began their search at 4:30 a.m. each morning at daybreak. At dusk, number 8 would open the portal and return to the cabin to continue their search the next day. Using the cabin as their starting point, Ire divided the area into 4 sections: southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. They had already completed their inspection of the southeast section for the previous 3 days. This morning, they began their search in the northeast. Although they said they were walking, there was no man-made path on the other side. They were essentially walking along animal trails, old paths overgrown with grass, and completely pathless brush. Ire stared intently at the image on the crystal ball, taking in every detail. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she controlled the bird to fly right, landing on a broken tree trunk. The bird hopped and adjusted its perspective. Through the crystal ball, Ire saw a vast expanse of lush, knee-length grass, bent and collapsed here and there. Several small trees had been knocked down. In the center of the grass, a 2-meter-long tiger lay. As a top predator among ordinary animals, tigers could only be hunted by monsters. Found it. Ire quickened her pace, and she and Luna number 8 ran towards the hummingbird's location. To avoid creating new traces that would affect her judgment, Ire gently parted the grass with her leg, revealing a shrunken tiger carcass with dim markings. The majestic tiger's interior was nearly hollowed out, like a long-sitting mummy. The remaining skeleton was covered in a pristine layer of fur, more exquisite than the skinning skills of the finest leatherworker. But when Elle crouched down, she discovered that beneath the orange and black fur were densely packed with tiny pores. The carcass was intact, and there was no excess blood on the surrounding leaves, consistent with a feeding by phantom bees. The surrounding tangled grass and broken trees were likely the result of the tiger's rampage. She touched the broken blades. The cross-section was still slightly moist. The tiger carcass hadn't attracted scavengers or insects, indicating that the kill had taken place relatively recently. Ire had a conclusion. The Phantom Queen Bee's nest was within a 2-kilometer radius, perhaps even closer. Rising from the brush, Ire shared her theory with number 8 and their plan for the next step: find the nest today and gather equipment for the capture tomorrow. To expedite the search, they traveled light, forgoing the heavy bee-catching jumpsuit and the magic cage containing the nest, aside from the necessary magical armor and weapons. Luna number 8 agreed. With the tiger carcass as the center, Luna number 8 displayed a map of the surrounding 2 kilometers. The two searched the area marked with cloud-top trees, finally making a discovery in the evening. The setting sun cast a golden veil over the forest. Ayer stood beneath a towering tree, shielding herself from the western light with her palms, and peered upward. Unfortunately, the tree was too tall. From her ground level, she could only vaguely discern a small black dot among the branches high above. Fortunately, I brought the mechanical hummingbird, otherwise, it would have been incredibly difficult to find the hive with just the naked eye. Could it be that Roland, who had half-forced this magical device onto me, possessed the ability to predict the future? Or perhaps, he had some knowledge of Master Magician Luna's experiments? This thought flashed through my mind, and Elle once again focused on the matter at hand. She put her arm around number 8's shoulder, and walked side by side into the portal leading to the cabin. Finding the hive is halfway done. Let's go home and get a good night's rest. The next day, Elle stood beneath the tree again, donning her one-piece bee-proof suit, crystal goggles, and jade gloves inscribed with special defensive inscriptions, leaving no gaps in her clothing. Luna number 8 hooked the magic cage's top hook onto the special belt of her one-piece bee-proof suit and reminded her how to use it again. Just put the entire hive inside the magic cage. Align the cage door with where the hive connects to the tree trunk. There's a magical barrier between the wires that will sever the connection and trap any phantom bees that fly out of the hive. Don't worry if phantom bees pounce on you, they can't penetrate this protection. I catch them when you get down. She even added a quip, puppets aren't afraid of stings, you know? Got it, Ayer nodded, his expression difficult to convey through the thick bee-proof suit. Like a nimble puppet, he turned and hugged the trunk of the cloud-top tree and began to climb. To prevent any accidents, Ayer left the children returning to the nest crystal ball in Luna number 8's hand, and the mechanical hummingbird followed her upwards. The inside of the bee-proof suit's arms had barbs, which made it much easier for Ayer to do the same. But it was thanks to over a year of training. If she were still as frail as she was a year ago, she would have been helpless against such tall trees. Inching upward, Ayer felt grateful for her year's arduous training. This cloud-top tree towered considerably taller than the surrounding trees, reaching a height of over 70 meters. About 10 meters from the beehive, Ayer, who had been climbing with her head held high, suddenly noticed the light brightening before her eyes. She glanced around cautiously. It was a perspective she had never seen before. The lush treetops formed a vast sea of green, a gentle breeze stirring like ripples in the forest. The shades of green swayed, and dewdrops hidden among countless leaves refracted the morning light into thousands of sparkling points. Light shone on the crystal goggles, and an indescribable sense of openness surged through her chest. Ayer paused for a dozen seconds at this beautiful sight, then, filled with strength, continued upward. Below the hive lay a forked branch. Ayer carefully positioned herself within it, hugging the trunk with her legs. Freeing her hands, she carefully removed the magic cage from her waist. The bee-proofing was so thick that not even the humming of bees could be heard. I could only judge the current state of the hive by sight. 1, 2, 3. Several phantom queen bees patrolled the outside of the hive, seemingly the newly awakened advance guard of the hive, observing the incoming signals. If she waited any longer, there was no telling whether these few bees would return to the hive, or whether more phantom queen bees would emerge. Boldly and carefully, Ayer straightened her back, opened the cage door, and with a swift, precise push, slammed the hive inward. The door was a little narrow, so she quickly raised her hand and pushed the hive inward. The door of the magic cage was elastically expandable, and with a single push, Ayer swallowed the entire oval, earth-brown ball whole. The moment Ayer closed the cage door, white magical light instantly filled the gaps between the metal bars, severing the connection between the hive and the tree trunk and trapping the scattered phantom bees. Even though these actions were completed in a matter of seconds, a dozen or so bees still managed to escape and swoop down on Ayer, dancing frantically and stinging his goggles, elbows, and legs with their stingers. It's okay. They can't get in through the bee-proof vest. Ayer took a few deep breaths to calm his pounding heart. He hung the cage back around his waist, and slid down the tree smoothly and efficiently. Somewhere in the outer reaches of the dark forest, the blonde Roland walked forward, holding a crystal ball like Ayer's. Beside him was the mist of the dark forest, a symbol of danger. Without a portal, he couldn't enter the sunken moon lake plate. So he walked in a circle around the outer edge of the dark forest, hoping to stumble upon a spot near the sunken moon plate and connect his crystal ball to the hummingbird's image. This was a futile effort, and the chances were extremely slim. Even if they happened to be less than a kilometer apart, and he could see the hummingbird's exploration. So what? If there was danger on the other side, He couldn't offer any help. Yet he simply couldn't let it go, couldn't convince himself to do nothing. Finally, the image on the crystal ball flashed by. A yellow-brown beehive dangling beneath a canopy of trees that blocked out the sun. Then his gaze quickly dropped. Before the hummingbird was caught, Ayar's face flashed by. Her fiery red hair framed her brilliant smile, like a victorious warrior. That smile was so pure, the curve of her lips, the smile in her eyes, the slightly arched brows, all exuded the vitality of life. It wasn't the fake smile she wore when facing him, nor the submissive deference she wore before Countess Clemens. This was her true self. Just looking at her stirred a strange feeling in Roland's heart. In a childhood filled with constant adversity, amidst countless losses, the longing for beauty that had vanished was now ignited by the girl's fiery vitality. Chapter 19. Current time, December 22nd, 824 Genesis. Countdown to death, 1 year from now, exact date unknown. A horse-drawn carriage laden with vegetables lurched through the city gate. Elle nimbly jumped from the back of the carriage and waved goodbye to the peasant woman who had kindly given her a break. Miss Clemens had a few days left on her vacation, just enough time to return to the Earl's mansion after the new year. After a week in the monster-infested dark forest, Elle missed the hustle and bustle of crowds. As New Year approached, the commercial streets of the main street of Phillips were bustling with activity. Shops and vendors were shouting their wares at full volume, and the center of the street was packed with people buying New Year's gifts. After a day of training in monster-filled streets, returning to the bustling streets felt a warmth and familiarity settle in her heart. She relaxed her brows and walked in. The finest local wine, rich and fruity, will enhance your New Year's feast. The owner of the wine shop set up a stall at the door to attract customers. A sign on a thick red wine barrel read, "Free tasting. Boss, please give me a glass." "Okay, wait a moment." The tap on the barrel opened, and the bright red wine filled a clear glass. The owner generously handed the full glass to Ayar at the stall. The wine had a moderate alcohol content, making it easy for Ayar, who wasn't used to drinking, to drink easily. She grabbed a few silver coins from her pocket and placed them on the stall. "Please fill 2 bottles for me. The bottles need extra packaging." Walking through the bustling shopping streets, nothing felt more reassuring than having a pocket full of silver coins. Fine ham from the kingdom of Nonly, a delicacy beloved by the nobles of the capital. Limited sale during the New Year period, no more available after the expiration date. Ayar's attention was once again caught by a foreign accented shout. Pushing through the throng, she saw a vendor with distinctly exotic tastes hawking his wares. On the stall behind her hung rows of reddish-brown smoked hams, their beautiful grease making her mouth water. "I never had this before. Try it." With a wave of her hand, she harvested another whole ham. She had also taken special care of Boss Renee's fruit stall. Unfortunately, winter fruit was scarce, so the stall only had the usual large, bright red apples. "No problem. Apples are delicious too. Give me a kilo." Boss Renee stared at Ayar as if she didn't recognize her. "Not only have you grown taller, but why are you so generous with your money now? You used to be so reluctant to even buy an apple." Now Ayar was a head taller than her, his arms strong, and he looked energetic, a stark difference from his former demeanor. "It's been a year since we last met. I take care of your business. Besides, New Year's is coming soon, so it's a good idea to buy more." Carrying a bag of wine and a shoulder load of ham, Al barely had a hand free to hand a few copper coins to Boss Renee. Okay, you're a good kid. Are you going to your aunt's for New Year's this year? Don't stay alone in the hotel. She was talking about you yesterday while shopping." Al smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your concern." Walking into a familiar alley, the clamor of the main road gradually faded. Al, returning with a full load, arrived at the apartment building where Aunt Sophie and her family lived. For the rest of the holiday, Al stayed at Aunt Sophie's house, enjoying a few rare days of leisure. In a blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve, December 31st. Every year on this night, the city holds a bonfire celebration to thank the Creator God for the magic that allows humans to expel demons and thrive on the earth. Ever since her encounter with the Black Ball, Elle no longer believed in legends about the so-called Creator God, but when she was among them, she was still swept up by the people's enthusiastic spirit. The celebration began at 5 p.m., with people from different neighborhoods marching from their doorsteps, holding homemade torches. They formed small groups with others from nearby neighborhoods, and then the groups from each neighborhood met on the main streets of the main city and marched together to Mars Square in the center of the city. Almost the entire city participated in this grand event. Some cheered as the torchlight procession marched forward, and people on the buildings along the road opened their windows and shouted blessings to the marchers. Elle and Aunt Sophie's family followed the procession and walked with the others to the square. In the center of the square stood a statue of Count Mars, the first lord of Philos. The marchers threw their torches into the bonfire in the center of the square. Everyone held hands, sang and danced around the bonfire, and the waving fire snakes illuminated everyone around them with a glowing red and warm glow. The crackling of torches blended with the enthusiastic laughter of everyone. From the direction of Count Mars's mansion, the deafening sound of firecrackers rang out, and fireworks exploded in the sky. Elle, pulled by her cousin Beatrice, stepped over a small fire nearby, praying to banish bad luck and usher in a new year of vibrant life. The flames reflected on Elle's red hair, tinting her smile with the same hue. If only she could, she wished time could freeze at this moment. The holiday passed quickly, and Elle was soon back at the mansion, joining Miss Clements, Urza, and Jeff for closed-door training for the Junior Magician Star Examination. Another month later, the star-picking exam arrived as scheduled. The cooperation between the 3 magic attendants and Miss Clemens went more smoothly than expected. Like the entry-level exam, the star-picking exam took place at the Magic Court's dedicated exam ground within the city. The center of the field was a circular, sunken exam area, and 3 high-ranking magicians sat at the edge, acting as examiners. They graded the examinees based on their magic use and enemy strategies. The target was a blue-ranked, Category 4 monster. After its appearance, the perceptive Elle quickly observed and deduced its weaknesses. Urza, who had the highest strength, then tested it. Finally, Miss Clemens delivered the final, decisive blow. However, this strategy rendered Jeff redundant. He could only rely on his own judgment to navigate the field, but he was unable to dodge, and was nearly injured by the monster. Thankfully, Urza distracted the monster, saving him from disaster. Just half an hour into the exam, Miss Clemens had dispatched the monster. After the 3 examiners reached a consensus, the examination assistant announced the results. 7 points for magical application, 9 points for enemy strategy. Out of a full 10, this was a decent, above-average score. Miss Clemens bowed to the examiners with satisfaction and left the room. She wasn't obsessed with perfect scores. She was content to pass the star-grabbing exam, become a junior magician, and continue her studies at the Magic Court. The power of the nobility was her greatest strength. As the 4 of them emerged from the examination room, the magic attendant of Miss Clemens's friend Eugenie approached and invited her to a seating area at the side. From this location, one could easily see what was happening in the sunken examination hall. Because it was a centralized examination, many familiar faces gathered here. Before the exam, everyone was busy preparing, having had little time to greet each other. Now that the exam was over, those who had successfully passed had unconsciously gathered together. After all, they had been studying together for a year, so if someone failed the exam, those present could simply say goodbye. The person next to Eugenie tactfully offered their seat to the Countess, and the 2 friends, reunited after a long time, quickly struck up a conversation. Listening to the sounds of fighting in the examination hall below, Elle and Urza exchanged glances, each understanding the other's expression. I really want to see the battle below. Unfortunately, due to their duties, without Miss Clemens's permission, they couldn't sneak over to watch. 10 points for magical application, 10 points for enemy strategy. The examination assistant loudly announced the astonishing results. Many magicians present had scored 10 points in individual areas, but this was the first to score 10 in both. Everyone gathered curiously at the edge of the seating area, peering down. It's Roland, indeed. Since no one dared to grab him, Miss Clemens, enjoying a prime view, brought the information everyone was eager to hear. No one else could have single-handedly taken the stars. When he comes out, make sure he explains how he did it, Eugenie suggested. Miss Clemens approved of the idea, but she had other concerns. Roland doesn't like crowds, and seeing how many of us there are, I'm afraid he won't come. After saying that, she turned to Ayer and instructed, Ayer, wait at the exit. When Roland comes out, ask him to come over. Ayer felt a little regretful that she hadn't been able to see how Roland killed the monster earlier. During the past month of joint training, through Miss Clemens, she had witnessed the power of magic. She could easily kill monsters from dozens of meters away, without even trying to get close. What she considered to be a formidable magical skill only received a 7 from the examiner. So what would it be like to achieve a 10? She was filled with curiosity about this power, and a subtle desire she hadn't even realized. Perhaps she could learn something from the other person's description. Outside the examination hall, Ayer waited with anticipation. Footsteps approached, and Ayer, who had been leaning against the side wall, straightened up. The blond boy, fresh from a fierce battle, was still breathing heavily, still radiating the heat of exercise. He brushed his golden hair from his forehead with one hand to cool it down, leaving it looking slightly messy and casual. A thin layer of sweat shone on his forehead, and his fair skin resembled jade dusted with dew. In short, he looked very different from his usual gentle self. Ayer stared at him for a few moments, until their eyes met. Luo. Before Ayer could speak, he suddenly turned his head away, his gaze averted. His fingers hurriedly ran through the hair he had just lifted, and the tips of his jade-like ears were stained with a faint crimson. What a coincidence. His tone was off, but Ayer, with a mission to accomplish, didn't delve into it. Congratulations on passing the star-grabbing exam. Well, you did very well, Roland said, his ears flushed, his head lowered, avoiding eye contact with Elle. Especially your observation of monsters, and your ability to judge the timing of the kill for the Countess. He added softly, did you come all this way to wait for me? Thank you for the compliment. It's what a magic attendant should do. Elle, who hadn't heard the last half of the sentence, thinking it was just a polite compliment, continued, I wonder if you're free. Miss Clements would like to share your strategies and methods for fighting monsters. Chapter 20. The setting sun generously cast its last rays upon the girl before him. The image he had glimpsed through the crystal ball that day was now before his eyes. She was no longer the distant and evasive figure she had been when facing him. Instead, she was vibrant, full of life and energy, brave and open-minded. That was her true self. Not the helpless, pitiful, nameless person who, in her own nightmares, was constantly pierced by thorns and lost her life. The past year of their acquaintance seemed less than the length of this month. Even though they had often been in close contact during treatment, Roland now lacked the courage to look her in the eye. Just now, he had watched the entire Countess's assessment test. A discerning eye could easily see that Elle was the one formulating the strategies on the field, like a general in battle, knowing the enemy's weaknesses and his own strengths, and presenting the crown of victory to Miss Clements at the right moment. In his chest, his heart raced uncontrollably, beating even more fiercely than during the previous battle with the monster. He was so excited that perhaps he had lost his mind, saying that after evaluating her performance. Did you come all this way to wait for me? The expected response instantly brought his sanity back. I wonder if you're free. Miss Clements would like to ask you to share your strategies and methods for fighting monsters. Yes. Why did you come to me on your own initiative? A flicker of disappointment flashed across his downcast lake green eyes. Roland calmed himself and tried to return to his usual way of interacting with her. Of course. Thank you for leading the way, Miss Elle. It turned out that, rather than competing in skills, the magicians were more concerned with each other's rankings. After Roland sat down next to Miss Clements and Miss Eugenie, everyone started showering him with compliments, mostly number 1 of the year and double 10 magician. This disappointed Elle, who genuinely wanted to know the details of the battle, for a moment. The discussion was so dull that Roland excused himself and left shortly afterwards, claiming to be busy. After he left, Miss Clements and Miss Eugenie changed the subject, discussing a good game before the start of the new school year. Elle and Urza stood guard behind Clements like gatekeepers, while Jeff, a rare occasion, took on the task of serving tea and water. He hadn't been performing well at his job lately, so he became even more attentive to Miss Clements. As the star-grabbing exam drew to a close, several mages with dismal scores left dismally. The conversation among the other mages gathered in the rest area inevitably turned to the difficulty of the star-grabbing exam and the fate of the remaining mages. Tired of hearing the two noble ladies' travel plans, Ayer pricked up his ears. I'm afraid Loki won't be able to stay this time. He's not very good with his magic, and his magic attendant is also mediocre, scoring only 3 points and 1 point. That's not true. He comes from a wealthy family, so he's not interested in this. While being a magician is prestigious and promising, dealing with monsters all year round is dangerous. I'm thinking the same thing. After I pass the 2-star exam next year and earn the title of intermediate magician, I don't plan to take the next step. You're wishful thinking. The 2-star exam isn't easy. I heard the exam will be held in the gloomy forest to simulate real combat conditions. No way, so cruel. There are only wild monsters in there, naturally raised. What's there to be afraid of? Every year, the 2-star exam is led by Master Mage Luna, who knows the dark forest best. Even if you fail, at least your life won't be in danger. However, because of Master Mage Luna's busy schedule, the 2-star exam often has to accommodate her schedule. My cousin told me that this year's intermediate magician exam hasn't started yet, and I don't know what Master Mage Luna is busy with. Busy with beekeeping. Ayer answered silently in his heart. Because her behavior at the time was so unusual, Aire still remembers it clearly. After returning with Luna number 8, Master Mage Luna's eyes seemed glued to the hive, and she practically snatched the magic cage from Aire's hands. She seemed so excited that her hands, holding the cage, were shaking unconsciously. Recalling the scene where Grand Mage Luna and Luna number 8 appeared simultaneously, an incredible thought flashed through Aire's mind. Aire quickly recalled the day the death countdown had been triggered. Black Ball had said that indirect contact with items related to oneself also counted towards the judgment. That day, Instructor June led the magic servants in their first training on monster attribute resistance. To test for toxin levels, healer, and drew a tube of blood, the only personal item Aire could recall being left behind. The person who had taken care of the blood-drawing magic tool was Luna number 8, and she was also responsible for cleaning up the area after everyone left after the training session. It was the same routine that followed countless training sessions over the next year. Because Luna number 8 had always appeared as an assistant to instructors Bade and June, Aire had habitually overlooked her other identity. A puppet of Master Mage Luna. More importantly, the 2-star star-grabbing exam will be held around this time next year, but the date is unknown, and will depend on Master Mage Luna's schedule. The countdown to her death is approximately 12 months, and the date is also unknown. If nothing unexpected happens, she will accompany Miss Clemens on the 2-star star-grabbing exam. Even if a magic attendant dies during the exam, it will probably be treated as an accident. Compared to Healer N's flawless performance, this hypothesis seems more likely. Why? What could an ordinary life bring to a highly respected Grand Mage? Elle recalled the man's cold comment when she had escaped the enchantment of the Phantom King Beehive. Your resistance is quite good. You didn't disappoint me. At the time, she had thought he was impressed by her ability to capture the Golden Ring Crocodile monster. But if Grand Mage Luna was indeed receiving information about patience training from Luna number 8, then this comment seemed to have a deeper meaning. A cold sweat instantly spread down her back. Back at the Magic Court, classes and life remained largely unchanged. Elle continued to improve her abilities, while racking her brains for ways to counterattack should something happen. Know yourself and your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. As if nothing had happened, she headed to the potion workshop, hoping to find some clues. Unfortunately, since the hunt for the Phantom King Bee, Grand Mage Luna had rarely appeared at the workshop and never asked Elna to do any hunting work part-time again. Luna number 8 also returned to her initial silence towards Elle in class. Everything seemed the same as it had been the previous school year. The only thing that puzzled Elle was that Roland had come to her for treatment less often, and even when she clearly stated she was fine, she wasn't forced to undergo a magical examination. While this was normal, she felt like she was missing something. Current time, April 30th, 8:25 of the Genesis calendar. Countdown to death. Less than 10 months, exact date unknown. At the end of the month, Elle, having received her magical servant's payment, made a rare visit to the magical equipment workshop. She came specifically during dinner time, and as expected, Roland was the only one in the room. You're here? Were you injured during training? You looked fine yesterday. Did you secretly train yourself again? The door to the magical equipment workshop was open. Roland looked up at the voice, quickly putting down his carving knife and stalking over. He grabbed Elle's arms and scanned her. No injuries. I pay for the maintenance of the bird returns to the nest. Yes, after the trial, Aire paid in full for the magic tool, though Roland, the maker, still had to perform the monthly maintenance on the mechanical bird. That's good. You've been in good health lately, and your injuries have become less frequent. That's great. The worried frown on his face visibly relaxed, and a gentle smile spread across his handsome face. You can let me go now. Aire shook his arm slightly uncomfortably. Roland quickly withdrew his hand, as if waking from a dream, and then turned his head away to hide his flushed cheeks. Wait for me in your seat for a moment. I have something to do. I'll be right back. With these words, he ran out the door, as if pursued by a demon, leaving Elle inexplicably stranded. The April breeze, with a hint of coolness, ruffled Roland's golden hair and blew away the suspicious red cloud on his face. The moon hung high in the sky, but its light seemed to be swallowed by the forest, leaving only a dim and unclear impression. The shadows of the trees passed by as Roland ran quickly. Besides his own rapid and unsteady breathing, he could hear the roars of various demons. He didn't know why he was there, but as if afraid of missing out, he ran desperately forward. The strong smell of blood was carried by the wind into his nostrils. His foot slipped, and a stream of blood flowed up along the sole of his shoe. He slowly stopped and stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Under the pale moonlight, shapeless monsters bit and sucked. 5 or 6 corpses were torn apart and scattered everywhere. Their unwilling eyes remained open, their white eye sockets gazing at him as if still alive. In the dormitory of the demon court, Roland woke up again in the middle of the night after a long absence. Drenched in sweat, he rose from the bed, walked to the table, poured himself a glass of water, and gathered his consciousness. Moonlight sneaked in through the edge of the window, which had never been closed tightly, leaving a silvery streak on the ground, reminiscent of the scene in the dream. This was a new premonition nightmare. The faces of the people in the dream were not unfamiliar. He had occasionally passed them in the demon court. The scene of the tragedy, if he was not mistaken, was in the gloomy forest. A group of students from the demon court appeared in the gloomy forest together only during the 2-star winning examination. Perhaps he should do something to change the fate of those people. Because of Ayer's existence, he regained his faith in changing the future. If a miracle can happen once, it can surely happen again. Chapter 21. Current time, July 15th, 825 Genesis calendar. Countdown to death. Less than 7 months, exact date unknown. Friday afternoon, the week's classes ended. Near the magic servant's accommodations, the dense bushes by the roadside stirred, and a light cocoa-colored Abyssinian cat emerged. It had a long neck, slender limbs, and ears, larger than those of an average cat, tilted upward at a 45-degree angle. It had a pair of bright, emerald almond-shaped eyes, observing its surroundings like a nimble deer. Hearing voices approaching nearby, it turned and retreated beneath the bushes, quietly listening to the conversations of passers-by. Hey, it's a rare weekend. Where can we go? My magician has gone home, so we finally have some free time to go out and play. Magical servant Laurent and his brothers had just finished dinner and emerged from the cafeteria, looking languid. No matter how big the magic court is, I already explored it all after a year and a half. Why not borrow a teleportation device from the magic equipment workshop to get to the city? You're the one with the idea. Let's go! I'm going to have a blast these next 2 days. Laurent put his arm around his brother's shoulder, and the two of them staggered towards the magic equipment workshop. In a gap under the bushes, Abby the cat sat demurely, its bright green eyes gazing in the direction Laurent and the others were heading. There was nothing special about this person. Why was he being hunted? Roland, transformed into a cat, tilted his head in thought. After that night's new prophetic dream, Roland took time every weekend to search the magic court for those familiar faces. To facilitate the investigation, he used the transfiguration technique to transform himself into an Abyssinian cat. Because he had mastered transfiguration so well, no one in the magic court had ever discovered him. After 3 weekends of investigation, Roland successfully identified the identities of those individuals among the hundreds of individuals of similar age in the magic court. Laurent, Simon, Bernice, and someone Roland could consider familiar with, Elle's roommate, Urza. Surprisingly, they shared similar identities, magic servants of Roland's fellow magician class. Besides that, there were no other similarities. Urza might be slightly special, possessing exceptional skills, while the others were mediocre, with no particular distinctions. So, were those attacked by monsters randomly selected? Roland always felt that nothing was that simple, but the only information he had was that the event would occur during the 2-star examination. Every year, the monster extermination team raids the gloomy forest to eliminate monsters. Logically, no monster so ferocious as to directly invade the star-grabbing exam grounds should exist. Furthermore, with Great Mage Luna in charge, how could monsters intrude so easily? Roland, looking like a cat, was lost in thought, crouching in the bushes for a long time, not even noticing someone approaching. Miss Clemens is planning to return to the city with Miss Eugenie tomorrow, and asked me to go with her. I won't be training with you tomorrow. The trees on either side of the road rustled in the wind. Urza, still steaming from training, slung her coat over her arm, and spoke to Elle as they walked. Hee, don't worry. I train even harder tomorrow when you're gone. Elle made a cocky expression, earning Urza a hearty laugh. I've been waiting for you to say that. When can we have another fight? Don't worry. You won last time, but I definitely win back next time. Elle vowed, then caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye and paused. Wait a moment. Elle leaned over and fished out a light brown kitten from the bushes nearby. When did a cat appear here? Urza peered over from behind Elle and looked at the cat, held under Elle's armpits. Its emerald eyes looked at the two of them innocently, not struggling at all. Well, it's quite good. It didn't run away when you caught it. Roland, who was actually afraid the cat's sharp claws might accidentally scratch Elle, meowed. I never heard of a magician keeping a cat. I don't know where it came from. Elle replied, freeing his hand to pick 2 leaves from its light brown fur. Why are you here, a cat? You're so dirty. Aren't you afraid you run into the monster garden and get eaten by the monsters? Huh? Elle shook the little kitten with both hands and whispered softly. It's common knowledge that when faced with a kitten, people tend to pick it up unconsciously. Arusa, seeing its cuteness, reached out her evil hand to pet it, but was met with a hoarse whimper. This little cat has quite a temper. It must have been pampered by some noble family. Arusa, unwilling to give up, reached out again, only to be blocked by a cat's paw. Hey, I don't believe I can't take care of a little kitten like you. Arusa, in a playful mood, played hide-and-seek with the cat, poking her head back and forth over Elle's shoulders, dodging. You two, stop messing around. Al laughed out loud at the childish play between him and his cat, causing the cat's body to tremble. Roland Meowth in his arms instantly froze, motionless. Let's take it back first. It's too late today. It would be terrible if it got lost. We ask at the Demon Court tomorrow, Al suggested, earning unequivocal approval from Urza, who was always vying with the kitten. The unfortunate capture Roland Meowth was brought back to Al and Urza's dormitory. This was the first time seeing it from a cat's perspective, and everything looked very different. Al placed it in an empty box under the table and went to the cafeteria to buy some fresh milk, placing it on an empty wooden plate in front of it. Roland had never felt so caught between a rock and a hard place. He shouldn't have let himself be caught. He should have at least slipped away when the other party went to the cafeteria, instead of trying to observe him for a while and missing the chance to leave. Don't you like it? Ire pushed the plate closer to the cat. Finally, the kitten leaned over, sniffing cautiously at first, then, as if resolved, licked the plate with its crimson tongue. It tastes quite good. After running all day, he must be hungry. Meow. He's not a real cat. Roland Meow whimpered inwardly as he gulped down the milk. Ire, oblivious, simply thought the kitten, its head lowered to eat, was a little too adorable, so he gently rubbed it again. Such an adorable little kitty, born to be rubbed. It was late at night. Urza, my roommate, was sound asleep, even snoring softly. Elle on the other side had put up a screen to block out the light from the magic lantern and was still writing at his desk. Meow. It's too late. Time to rest. Roland Meow, perched at the corner of the table, watched Ire diligently working under the orange light and meowed softly. Meow. Sleeping so late every day is bad for your health. Repeatedly told not to disturb Urza, Roland could only meow softly. Ire, engrossed in her notebook, was oblivious to the outside world and didn't hear anything. Thankfully, the cat's body was small and nimble. With a swift kick of his hind legs, Roland Meow nimbly leaped onto the edge of the desk and headed for the notebook. He planned to personally intervene. The cat's eyesight was low, and as he reached the notebook, he inevitably saw the following text: Training Experience. Time, July 15th, 8:25 of the creation calendar. Countdown, less than 7 months. Realizing this intrusion on Ire's privacy, Roland Meow immediately lifted his front paws and took a step back. Turning his gaze upward, he saw Ire's focused expression, especially the furrowed brow, and thought. Ire's nightly training review was a long-standing habit. Late at night, in the quiet, she could more deeply reflect on the key points of the knowledge instructor Zhu and had shared, and review Bade's strategies and actions in combating the monsters to see if there was room for improvement. The countdown at the top of her notebook reminded her of the urgency of time, and the nightly review and visible progress helped soothe her anxiety. Ultimately, all she could do was strive to improve her strength with all her might. Unaware of the enemy's plans, she could rely on her own abilities to adapt to any situation at the last moment. The quill kept turning, the words gradually filling the blank page. Just as Ire finished writing a page and was about to turn the page, a light brown paw gently pressed on the corner of the notebook. Ire looked up, following the furry paw of the kitten. The kitten she picked up that afternoon tilted its head back, its watery green eyes, like a fawn, staring at her. Its large ears tucked back, accentuating its pitiful face. Meow. Ire actually felt as if she heard a hint of grievance in the cat's soft meow. So cute. Overwhelmed by the cuteness, she couldn't help but touch it with the hand holding the quill. The soft, light brown fur brushed against her palm, so soft and warm. On a whim, she used the feather on the pen to tickle the kitten's chin. A few discordant sounds escaped its throat, and its long, raised tail swished lightly along her arm, rubbing against her arm, making her heart soften. A break from time to time is okay, right? Already melted by the cuteness, Ire simply put away her pen and closed her notebook, immersing herself in playing with the kitten. Seeing his persuasion had worked, Roland Cat turned his head and walked over, rubbing against Aire's arm to show his approval of her acceptance. Aire wrapped her arms around the kitten and placed its head on her shoulder. "It's getting late, kitty. Are you ready for bed?" The sound of his breath gently brushed against the kitten's sensitive ears, causing them to twitch rapidly. The power disparity between a cat and a human was immense. By the time Roland realized what was happening, the kitten had already been tucked into the warm bed. He suddenly felt something was wrong and struggled in Elle's arms, his front paws stirring the air and meowing, only to be met with even gentler caresses and a rub on his tail. "Shoo, good cat, please stop meowing. Urzane is asleep, don't disturb her." Meow. The cat in his arms let out a short, sharp meow, like an electric shock. Its front paws froze in the air before silently withdrawing and resting gently on Elle's forearm, which was stretched across the blanket. "That's good. Let's go to sleep." Elle stroked the kitten's soft head with his backhand and extinguished the magic lamp with his free hand. The room was instantly plunged into darkness, leaving only two green eyes that shone brighter in the darkness. By the Creator God, he really didn't mean it. Chapter 22. Current time, July 16th, 825 of the creation calendar. Countdown to death. Less than 7 months, exact date unknown. At 4 a.m., the entire magic court was hushed. The sky was blanketed in a red veil by the rising sun, and a few stars twinkled on the horizon. A small, nimble cat leaped onto the roof, its long, slender tail raised. It leaped a few times in the air, landed silently, and vanished quietly into the magician's quarters. A light brown figure squeezed through the doorway deliberately left yesterday. Roland, having released his transformation, reappeared in the room. As usual after releasing his transformation, he washed up to relieve the fatigue of his body. In the small bathroom, white steam rose in the air, and warm water droplets slid down his golden hair, dripping onto his fair skin, moisturizing and comforting it. He bent his left forearm upward, curling his fingers and raising them. For some reason, he blankly pressed his right hand against the palm of his left. The touch felt completely wrong. It wasn't the feeling of a cat's paw pad being gripped and squeezed by her. His butterfly-like pale eyelashes drooped, obscuring the shimmering lake green light in his eyes. He rubbed his forehead, as if with a headache, until the skin flushed red. Is this the time to dwell on this? Besides, it would be an insult to her. Isn't it time to think about this? He warned himself mentally. And yet, the white mist that enveloped him, like the warm breath that rested on the cat's head last night, constantly awakened fresh memories. A young man's heart is always full of spring. After today's classes ended, several intermediate magicians gathered in the third-year magic classroom, discussing something. There were only about 10 intermediate magicians who could enter the third grade, and they were already very familiar with each other, so the arrival of magicians from other grades was particularly conspicuous. "Hey, did you see that? That's the famous junior magician." The short-haired female magician, sitting in the middle of the group, glanced toward the door. The man was leaning against the railing outside the hallway, chatting with their classmate, intermediate magician Ethan, his demeanor as graceful as a jade mountain. I know. He's truly a top-notch beauty, just as the rumors say. His golden hair is more dazzling than a king's jewels, his green eyes clearer than lake water, his still face more holier than snow, his smile more refreshing than a melting ice spring. He just asked me for someone, and he looks even more beautiful up close." Mickey, a magician with long, pink curly hair, sitting at a nearby table, said, looking at the figure outside the door, her hands cupped to her heart, as if she were still reflecting on the conversation. Her words were met with intense disdain from the others, and one friend shook her shoulder. "Come back, it's about strength, not looks. He's the first magician to score a perfect 10 on the star-picking exam." "Ah, it's him. Handsome, gentlemanly, and capable. Oh my God, how could such a perfect person exist in the world? I'm captivated." Everyone was speechless. "Senior Ethan, this is the hook claw magic tool you asked me to customize last time." Ethan took the wooden box Roland handed him, eagerly unsheathed it, and fastened it to his right arm. He was about to swing it out to test it, but Roland stopped him, holding his arm. "The hook claw is made of a special material, and with limited space here, I'm afraid it might damage the wall. Why not try it somewhere open?" In an open space in the magic court, Ethan aimed at a tall tree 10 meters away. With a flick of his hand, he quickly launched his hook. A flash of silver light pierced the wood, instantly severing the tree's entangled branch. "Good work. I give you the balance tomorrow." Ethan nodded with satisfaction, then retracted the hook. He surveyed it from side to side, his satisfaction growing. Roland smiled politely. No need for the balance. I have a small favor. I appreciate your assistance. Such a good thing? Tell me. I help if I can. Ethan agreed without hesitation. Roland's custom-made magic tools were always expensive, so if a simple favor could save him the balance, he was happy to oblige. Honestly, I want to know about the 2-star star-grabbing exam. That's it, you're really out of luck. Ethan smiled heartily. But you started preparing with only 6 months left. No wonder you became the first magician in the history of the Philippus Magic Court to achieve double 10. In the evening, a brilliant sunset rose over the horizon. Roland mentally sorted out the information he had just received as he walked back to the magic equipment workshop. As Ethan had said, the 2-star star-grabbing exam was thoroughly prepared before it began. 10 days to 2 weeks in advance, an 8-person team composed of magicians and knights would inspect the venue's safety. Together with Grand Mage Luna, they would determine the venue's location to ensure there were no factors that could compromise the exam. This 8-person team, specially dispatched from the royal capital, would inspect every 2-star star-grabbing exam venue in the magic court throughout the kingdom. Their impartiality was unquestionable. Roland himself had experienced hunting monsters in certain areas of the gloomy forest, so Ethan's statement that the safety of the site is completely negligible was more plausible. If the site was fine, then the only problem was the monsters being tested. The 2-star star-grabbing exam assigns each magician one of 3 types of monsters as a target. Could it be that during the test, the target monster's demonic nature was somehow triggered, causing a collective monster rebellion? The sun had already set, and the sky was bathed in a deep blue. The scorching air of the day gradually cooled. Roland paused at the fork between the magic tool workshop and the potions workshop. Should he find a way to alert Great Mage Luna? She was a key figure in the 2-star star-grabbing exam, and her research on the monsters of the gloomy forest was top-notch in the entire kingdom. Suggesting some indirect warnings might have a significant impact on the outcome. Furthermore, from her perspective, perhaps he could gain more information about the target monster selection. Without further ado, Roland turned and headed for the potions workshop. Silver Ivy expertly opened the door for him. Inside, only Luna No. 2 sat bored at the counter. The wicker chair by the window was empty. Brother Roland, are you here to play with No. 2? I'm so bored. The little wooden puppet chimed in, circling him twice. Isn't Aunt Luna at the workshop? Luna No. 2 lowered her round head dejectedly and turned away. Master Luna hasn't spoken to No. 2 for a month. No. 2 is so lonely. In the first 6 months of the new school year, Aunt Luna seemed to have rarely come to the potions workshop, and consequently, she rarely hired people to hunt monsters or collect materials. Does No. 2 know when Aunt Luna will be back? Roland patted the puppet's head and spoke in a slow voice. Master Luna is always busy, and so is No. 8. The puppet shook its head, turning to look at Roland aggrievedly, its eyes tearing up, though the puppet had no tears. Brother Roland is busy too, and there's no one to play with No. 2. No. 2 makes and sells potions in the workshop every day, and you treat me like a child laborer. Roland was stunned by these unexpected accusations. Luna No. 2 had always loved her job, so why did she suddenly have such thoughts? But children still need to be coaxed. He knelt on one knee, looking the puppet level, and spoke gently. How could that be? Luna No. 2 is the most sensible child in the workshop. Aunt Luna has praised you to me many times. She said you make potions better than some potion warlocks, and you're her little bundle of joy. Really? The puppet asked, his expression softening. Yes, of course it's true, Roland replied gently. The first half of the sentence was actually true, while the other half was fabricated by Roland based on actual circumstances. Great Mage Luna had an aura of aloofness, and her closeness to the son of her best friend was limited. On the contrary, when facing the little puppet before her, she occasionally smiled genuinely. So, in reality, it wasn't a lie. Besides, how could words meant to comfort a child be considered a lie? Just then, the door to the potion workshop creaked open. Facing the door, Luna No. 2 immediately saw the newcomer. She burst into tears and smiled, stepping away from Roland and throwing herself into his arms. Sister, I'm not a child laborer. Master Luna says I'm her little bundle of joy. Really? That's great, but you also have to take care of yourself, okay? You've been working every time I've been here these past few months. Even though you have a special body, you still have to take good care of yourself. Whether it's people or things, only careful care can ensure their longevity. Aren't these the words he often repeats when he's treating Elle with magic? Familiar words, familiar voice, Roland, like a stressed cat, longs to hide. Help! After yesterday's experience, he still doesn't know how to face her. Unfortunately, the workshop's outer space is limited. There's no room for him to hide. Behind him, Elle, who recognized him by his back, was equally nervous. Isn't it just to buy some healing potions? What if they find out? The most he can do is drag me through a few more magical treatments. It's no big deal anyway. Thinking this through, Ayer steeled herself and approached. Ahem, what a coincidence, you're here to buy potions too. Unexpectedly, the next second, the half-crouching figure in front of her suddenly stood up, turned around and scurried out the door, as if she hadn't heard anything, just as fast as she had run to the magic tool workshop to get the children returning to the nest maintenance done. The remaining person and puppet looked at each other, bewildered. Does this count as a safe haven? At least, she doesn't have to endure his constant reminders to protect herself, Ayer thought, looking toward the door. However, after she and Luna number 2 exchanged payment and walked out the door with a few bottles of potion, she realized that the man was standing not far away, most likely waiting for her to come out. He seemed to hear the door open and close, and he turned awkwardly, lowering his head slightly and rubbing his cheek uncomfortably with his fingers. I was in a hurry to leave just now, so I didn't get to ask. Are you hurt again? What could be done in such a short time? He wouldn't even have time to go back to the nearby magic tool workshop. So you really didn't come here specifically to wait for me. Alas, what's coming will come. Ayer looked at Roland, who looked a little embarrassed for some reason, and calmly accepted the fact that he was about to receive another round of don't get hurt advice from him. Chapter 23. Current time, July 16th, 825 Genesis calendar. Countdown to death. Less than 7 months, exact date unknown. A cool summer evening breeze rustled, and the ivy with its green leaves and silver edges rustled in the breeze. The man stood among them, his back to the world, cold and detached. For a moment, Ayer almost thought the mountain elf from his childhood stories had appeared before him. Until he turned around, his illusion was shattered. He unconsciously touched his face, feeling a little uncomfortable, a little embarrassed, and a little worried. It turns out that a single face can hold so many emotions at once. I was in a hurry to leave, so I didn't have time to ask. Are you injured again? How about you check yourself? Ayer was already familiar with his reaction to his injuries. In the past, he would insist on checking himself, like a stubborn, relentless opponent, before he felt at ease. Now, though restrained, his lake green eyes still hinted at worry. It would be better to let him confirm it directly, which would be more straightforward. The tall figure before him moved, closing the distance between him and Ayer. He didn't stand directly in front of Ayer, but instead stepped aside, looking away to avoid meeting Ayer's gaze. The magic tool workshop has been receiving a lot of orders lately, and the full-time magic tool warlocks are working overtime and haven't left yet. The sky darkened. First, the lights in the magic tool workshop across the wall came on, and then the magic streetlights next to it also lit up, sensing the change. The shadows of the two people standing side by side merged. Roland stared at the shadow in a trance, paused, and then said, "There are too many people in the workshop. If you don't mind, can we go to another place to heal?" "I'm fine with anything." Elle nodded in confirmation. She also had something she wanted to ask the magician and magic tool master before her, so being able to avoid the crowds was a plus. 10 minutes later, the two of them sat side by side on a deserted grassy slope. A few fireflies flew out from the bushes, swirling in the air. A nearby magical streetlight shone softly from behind, making the place less dark. "Yes, no problem. Your breathing is steady, and you seem stronger than before." Roland retracted the green light of his healing magic and picked up the bottles of potion Elle had placed beside him. His inquiry was clear. "I bought these for Urza. She hurt her leg a while ago and hasn't been feeling well, so I made a trip to help her." That wasn't entirely true. Urza was indeed injured, but that happened 2 weeks ago, and this was Elle's third visit to the potion workshop that month. In the 6 months since she identified the high-risk character as Great Mage Luna, Elle's visits to the potion workshop had become more frequent. Sadly, she hadn't encountered him again. Instead, she'd grown close to the little puppet, number 2, and occasionally helped him with potion making, despite being afraid of loneliness. Roland's grip on the potion loosened, his expression noticeably relieved. He even began to rationalize things. Although Urza, who played with the cat yesterday, looked healthy, perhaps she was the type to force herself to hide her injuries. Many powerful people have this habit, and it's quite normal. When I examine you next week, I check on her too. No, she recovers well, and is almost fully recovered. Elle shook his head frantically, consciously changing the subject. Do you have time later? I actually have a question for you. What? Elle's request was unusual, and for a moment Roland thought he misheard. After realizing his true meaning, he quickly added, "What question?" Elle turned around and pulled out a delicate dagger from his waist, handing it over. "I'd like you to take a look at the magical inscriptions on it." The dagger was light, and the scabbard must have been engraved with some kind of pattern, though the dim light made it difficult to see clearly. Mage Roland casually cast a small summoning spell. First, the fireflies dancing around gathered in groups of 3 or 4, then all the fireflies in the surrounding meadow were summoned. Hundreds, even thousands, their taillights flashing, spun and gathered into a fist-sized object that hovered in front of the two of them. The distance between the insects shifted, then closer, like a breathing lamp. Under the cold blue light, Roland's ears blushed slightly as he looked at the girl beside him. She was astonished, then gave him a thumbs up with genuine emotion. Magic is truly convenient. Now we don't even need to buy energy crystals for the magic lamp. We're so good at living. Quickly, take a look at the inscription inside the dagger while it's still light. Roland, feeling both amused and embarrassed, put away his thoughts, removed the scabbard, and held the blade close to the firefly lamp for a closer look. The inscriptions on it flashed a frosty white light, and a faint glimmer of darkness passed by. It has 2 layers of magical inscriptions. It should have dual properties, just like the armed guard I made for you. The engraving is very expertly done. In short, it's a very fine magical weapon. Do you recognize the inscriptions above? Can you copy them down? Elle asked expectantly. I need to take a closer look tomorrow. The outer inscriptions should be frost-related, but the ones hidden inside are rare, and the light is really poor right now, so it's hard to see clearly. Roland spoke cautiously. Magical device sorcerers, who can create original inscriptions, usually add some deceptive content to prevent others from copying them. If Elle needed it, he would naturally give her the inscriptions that could be truly used after deciphering them. Can I trust you? This is very important to me. Under the blue light of the fireflies, Elle's face was more serious than ever, as if they were discussing something more important than a dagger. Yes, Elle was about to make a huge gamble, with his own life on the line. Elle pondered for a long time how to deal with a great magician whose power far surpassed her own. After ruling out impractical methods, like rapidly increasing her strength, hiring a lavishly wealthy night guard, and escaping with a teleportation magic link before the star-grabbing exam, she finally realized that her true weapon was herself. One day, hiding out alone in the monster garden, laying out all her available magical weapons, armor, exploration tools, and potions, she grasped the dagger she had acquired during her initial panic and came up with an utterly absurd plan. Freeze, then corrode, what a brilliant damage combination. If only it weren't the dagger that could produce this effect, but herself. As a magic attendant, she was naturally inferior to the great magician. She would be wary of herself, but she likely wouldn't put too much effort into it. Once captured, all offensive external objects would be eliminated, whether potions or magical tools, so she needed to transform herself into a weapon. To achieve this, the dual inscriptions on this dagger were crucial. Ire stared at Roland with a burning gaze. After knowing him for a year and a half, she still couldn't figure out the underlying reason behind his excessive concern. But for Ire now, at least, there was no better choice. Even if he truly was the key figure in the drama described by Black Ball, Ire, now nearly penniless, could only be drinking poison to quench her thirst. Roland felt the weight of that gaze, forgetting his shyness, forgetting his blush. He solemnly and cherishingly clasped Aire's hands. Please trust me, always. Not you can trust me, but please trust me. He knew his treatment of Aire was somewhat questionable, yet he was extremely reluctant to reveal the reason for his actions, fearing she would view him the same way as those others, calling him bad luck. He desperately hoped to gain the other person's genuine trust, as if that would bring him true salvation. So he pleaded, prayed, please believe me, no matter what. Perhaps because the summoning magic hadn't been maintained for a long time, the firefly lights suddenly dispersed, and the tiny flies, carrying their own light, flew in hundreds of directions, instantly dispersing the solemn atmosphere between them. Of course I believe you. Mage Roland has helped me so many times. How can I not believe you? Ire smiled, pulling his hands from Roland's cool palms, picking up the dagger and pressing it against his chest. Then I leave the dagger with you first. Okay. The blonde magician frantically retracted his hand, gripping the dagger firmly. This time, your payment will be calculated based on the price of making a magic tool. You helped me so much, so I have to give you something in return. Ire said seriously, but his words were surprising. As far as I'm concerned, since you've been taking care of my business for so long, consider this a service you're offering. Roland, sensing an unusual signal, tentatively asked, you're used to being frugal, so why are you acting like a spendthrift now? Ire plucked a blade of grass from the ground, shook it in his hand, and said boredly, no, I just wanted to thank you. You need to have the life to spend it. Ire had already staked his life on the table. In a few months, if he died, all his gold and silver would be wasted. If he survived, he would have contributed to it, so thanking him in advance was the proper thing to do. Roland shook his head. No need to thank me like that. Why not wait until you're successful in the future and thank me properly? Your well-being is most important to me. Elle chuckled lightly. How dare you say that? How can a magic servant achieve success? You might as well pray for Miss Clemens to quickly become a great magician, or even inherit the throne of the Lord of Philo City. Then, perhaps, I actually rise to prominence. Who knows? I'm sure you have your own plans. His lake green eyes, overly gentle, cast their unrestrained gaze on the girl's face in the night. Okay, then, let's make a pact. Elle's smile faded, and he turned away, saying seriously, if we're lucky enough to meet again in the magic court next year, I tell you a secret. The man before him smiled faintly, his eyes glittering like stars falling into the sky. Then I have to push the Countess hard, and make sure she passes the 2-star exam. Chapter 24. Current time, February 19th, 826 of the Genesis calendar. Countdown first release date, almost 2 years since countdown release date, February 22nd, 824. Death countdown, could happen at any time, exact date unknown. In the densely forested hills of the Dark Forest, somewhere in the gently sloping woods, 2 space tents were stationed in a camp. Emblazoned with the Ouroboros totem of the magic court, and the double star symbol signifying intermediate magician status, this marked the beginning of the 2-star exam for the magic court in Philo City. The interior of one of the tents was identical to the medical tent used for magic servant training. Besides Healer Annie, there was also a magician skilled in healing magic. The other was set up like a conference room. On the left side of the circular conference table sat Vice Dean Andre and 3 other senior magicians responsible for assessing the results. On the right sat a team of 6 royal knights. They wore a uniform, with a holy flame, the emblem of the royal knights, adorning their tunics. The main seat in the center belonged to the principal investigator for this 2-star exam, Archmage Luna Theodosius. The meeting had barely begun when the 6 royal knights, acting in unison, rose and saluted respectfully. Respected Princess Luna Theodosius, the jewel of the kingdom, please allow us to extend our most respectful greetings. Archmage Luna rested her chin on one hand, her face turned to the side of the magician, not even turning her head to face the respectful group of royal knights. Even though she had been sent here solely because of a request she had sent to the king a few days prior, this is not the royal capital. Stop addressing me with that disgusting title. The royal knights looked at each other, bewildered by Princess Luna's attitude. Only the captain showed some understanding, glanced at the magicians across from him, and saluted again. Respected Grand Mage Luna, the royal knights will follow your instructions, and do our utmost to ensure the smooth conduct of the 2-star star-grabbing examination. The person in the main seat waved his hand, and said lightly, just know your responsibilities. Don't bother me unless necessary. The royal knights captain hesitated. We just arrived from the capital, and are not familiar with the 2-star star-grabbing examination at the Philo City Magic Court. We are inevitably at a loss as to the proper guarding. Please provide your instructions. Then, as if fearing a direct rejection from Grand Mage Luna, he quickly added, at least let me know the scope of the examination and the distress signal for the magician apprentices. Once you understand this, I promise that the knights will not bother you further. These dutiful requests were met with only a cold glance from their superior. Find a way to handle these minor details yourself. Andre, Grand Mage Luna stood up, walked to the side of the senior mages, and patted Vice Dean Andre on the shoulder. I leave the rest to you. I check around the examination venue to prevent any unexpected events. With that, she gracefully left the meeting, unconcerned with the others' reactions. Ahem. Thank you very much for the Royal Knight's support for this Magic Court's 2-star star-reaching exam. Vice Dean Andre tactfully cleared his throat and resumed the conversation. He was the highest-ranking mage in this examination, aside from Grand Mage Luna. Although he was known within the Phillips Magic Court for his fiery temper, he was more pragmatic in social etiquette and handling matters, compared to Grand Mage Luna. This assessment began the morning of the day before yesterday. The 15 participating magicians and their attendants have already set off for their respective destinations. The members of the Knights exchanged puzzled glances. It started the day before yesterday? Then why wasn't that mentioned in Princess Luna's dispatch message? Arriving early and conducting preemptive inspections is clearly a more effective form of protection. 100 meters from the camp, Grand Mage Luna, who had just left a meeting, activated her communication device and contacted Roland, who was currently undergoing the assessment. The Royal Knights have arrived at the camp. Whatever you foresee, it won't come true. Focus on the assessment. I await your good news. Roland's reply came from the device. He might have been chasing or fleeing a monster. His voice was audible with breaths, but even so, his joy was palpable. Thank you so much, Aunt Luna. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I promise. Grand Mage Luna spoke with a blank expression, filled with concern. After receiving the other party's repeated thanks, she disconnected the call. As expected, he was her good nephew, someone who knew to come to her when he had problems. She still remembered how he had asked for help a few months ago. He stood at the table in the dark forest laboratory, as if with a great resolve, revealing his gift of precognitive magic. Just when she thought Roland had learned of her secret experiments through his precognitive magic, and was trying to preemptively eliminate him, he suddenly turned to her for help. Aunt Luna, besides you, I don't know who else to turn to for help. Although this matter is unbelievable, I guarantee you on my life that during the 2-star exam, there will be accidents where magical beasts lose control and injure people. The star-picking exam is meant to test a magician's apprentice's ability to fight monsters. It's normal for you to foresee such a scenario. This isn't just an ordinary test. The monster's eyes are wild, and their behavior is illogical. I suspect someone has driven them mad. Really? Did you foresee anything else? She stood behind Roland, barely a foot away. If she heard anything about herself, she would immediately eliminate the person in front of her. Even if he was her best friend's child, she wouldn't allow him to interfere with her plans. Thankfully, he shook his head, allowing her to continue playing the role of a good aunt. I can only foresee one scenario for a particular event. It's always been this way, so I often want to explore it, want to change it, but I don't know where to start. Roland turned, his lake green eyes gleaming with earnestness. But this time you're here. You're the primary person in charge of the 2-star star-picking exam. As long as we increase security during the exam, we can definitely prevent this incident. The Honorable Great Magician Luna, the Princess of the Kingdom, laughed. Of course, I will eliminate all influencing factors. What a kind-hearted child, with a face that resembled a close friend, she couldn't refuse. As long as things went smoothly, she didn't mind a few extra tricks for her nephew. For example, hiring a team of incompetent royal knights and letting them become part of the deception. Somewhere in the dense forest and hills, Roland was rejoicing over the news he had just received. Anyone else wouldn't have smiled in his current situation. The 2-meter-long eagle-like monsters at the post station took advantage of his communication break to surround him. Their sharp beaks shone with a sinister light, and their black feathers stood upright like a porcupine's. Once released, they could easily pierce ordinary metal armor. The dense forest and hills area is the largest region in the dark forest, roughly 50 times the size of the sunken Moon Lake area. It's also the only area to combine the desert, jungle, grassland, river, mountain, and snowfields. This rich terrain provides ample testing grounds for the star-picking exam, which also means it harbors a large number of monsters. Participants in the 2-star star-picking exam will be randomly assigned to any location within the area. While fending off the monsters lurking in the shadows, they must also find and kill the most powerful monster in the area. Of course, the most dangerous red Category 1 and orange Category 2 monsters are not included in this list. They were eliminated during the Monster Extermination Team's monster crackdown 3 months ago. Roland's test target lives in the mountains, where the roads are rugged and jagged. Bird-like monsters are common. Although not high-level, they are adept at flocking. The eagle-shaped monster currently preparing to attack him is a prime example of group action. The moment Roland retracted his communication device, the monster in front of him launched an attack, followed by 2 more from behind. Roland shifted sideways with measured steps, dodging the monster's front and back attacks with a few simple steps. Before the second wave of attacks began, he smiled and chanted rapidly. Purple lightning shot up from his palms, and as he swung back at the monsters, it struck like a whip. The lightning transformed into flames upon contact with the monsters. As Roland chanted, it glided through the air like a self-aware whip, following a predetermined trajectory. As the attack and defense shifted, the monsters fled in all directions, but the flames followed them, burning increasingly fiercely on their black fur. Soon, 8 or 9 blackened skeletons plopped to the ground. There was no time to waste. Having cleared out the smaller monsters, he now faced his assessment objective. He had to complete his objective and returned to camp as quickly as possible. A slender figure sprinted forward along the jagged mountain road, eager to change his fate. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, L's group was also advancing. The four of them advanced in 3 layers. Following their usual team responsibilities, L led the group a dozen meters ahead, scouting the area ahead. Urza was at the rear, defending against potential dangers from behind. Jeff accompanied Miss Clements in the center of the group. They prioritized Clements' safety, so their pace wasn't very fast. Despite this, they had already encountered 5 waves of monster attacks, a somewhat unusually high frequency. Ding dong. Death countdown updated. Just as Ayer was concentrating on observing her surroundings, a familiar, teasing voice echoed in her head. As usual, a screen flashed before her, visible only to her. This death countdown's initial release date, February 22nd, 824. Trigger type, indirect contact with high-risk individuals. Since the prediction conditions are complete, the specific time of death is now confirmed. 1 day later. 1 day later. Ayer wasn't surprised. She had assumed the incident would occur during the 10 days of the star-picking exam. Now that the countdown had confirmed this, she knew more clearly when to prepare. This was a good thing. At least today and tomorrow, she wouldn't have to simultaneously guard against monsters and the unpredictable attacks of the great magician Luna. In addition, there is a long and meaningless comment on the light screen. Probably the commentator is expressing his love for XX. Paragraph comment Crazy Kingdom Pearl. Seeing XX follow the protagonist's advice, I didn't expect it was just a deception. I love this kind of plot where someone does bad things openly and doesn't get exposed. I declare that XX is the most charming character I have seen this year. Woo woo. Please look down on me as if I were a bug. Please. According to L's previous speculation, the so-called XX must be the great magician Luna. Another piece of evidence is that the title Pearl of the Kingdom is generally only used for princesses. As for the protagonist in the comments, L didn't have much clue at the moment. She wasn't familiar with the great magician Luna's social circle, so she couldn't make any effective assumptions. My dear friend, long time no see. Did you miss me? Black Ball said coquettishly in her mind. After reading the message on the screen, Elle ignored Black Ball call and calmly gestured behind her. We've been walking for 3 hours. Let's take a break. We continue in 20 minutes. Ever since Miss Clements successfully obtained the title of junior magician by taking the 1-star exam, she gradually began to rely on Elle, and she rarely overruled her decisions. When someone is relied upon, someone else is neglected. It was also from that time that Elle's original chores gradually shifted to Jeff. He pulled a clean, soft cloth from his bag, placed food and water on it, and set up a resting place for Miss Clements. Urza quickly leaped onto a tree branch and took the food thrown by ZF, eating it while keeping a vigilant eye on the situation. This was a tacit understanding between her and Elle. Because the vanguard was the most demanding, she served as lookout during rest periods. Elle took the food and sat down on a rock 10 meters away from Miss Clements. Seeing that Miss Clements had no further instructions, he began to respond to the demon in his mind that kept noisily calling her name. Chapter 25. LL, my dear friend, you're so heartless. You haven't seen me in so long, and you haven't even bothered me. I'm so sad. Woo. Seeing that Miss Clements showed no sign of giving any instructions, Elle found a rock to sit on with her food. Last time we left the magic court, didn't you say you were going to play with other friends? It's been 2 years since you left, and I don't know what that friend did to make you completely forget about me. Elle tentatively responded in her mind. She had always been curious about how many people besides herself had made deals with the black ball. Ayer, you're so annoying. I have a big appetite. Your story here is just beginning, and there's no food to eat, so I just have to go explore somewhere else. Hee. But this time, you really surprised me. The little ant that used to get killed by the monster collapse has grown into what you are now. If things keep going this way, you might become a major player in this drama. Hee. Ayer casually put the food into his mouth and chewed it, his eyes still vigilantly observing his surroundings, a look of deep determination flashing. It doesn't matter, I just want to live longer. Ha ha ha, I really like you as much as ever. You must survive this time. I'm looking forward to you providing me with the most delicious food, hee. The sound of Black Ball faded away amid the irritating laughter. Ayer gathered up the remaining food and headed towards the rest of the group. Are you all rested? Let's get ready to go. About 2 hours after resuming the journey, the sun began to set, and Ayer left the group and found a wonderful campsite. Naturally grown shrubs blocked the forest wind, and a small stream 100 meters away provided ample water. The three magic servants worked together to set up the space tent. The tent, roughly the same size as Healer Ann's treatment tent, was divided into two rooms, an inner and an outer room. The inner room, complete with a full set of bedding, tables, and chairs, served as Miss Clemence's space, while the three servants shared the outer room, each in a sleeping bag. In the gloomy forest, vigilance was paramount. After dinner, the magic servants took turns standing guard outside the tent, and Elle volunteered to be the first. From the dark forest night, the distant roars of monsters and beasts could be heard from time to time. Elle sat alone by the campfire, her flaming red hair seeming to blend with the dancing flames. She stared at the flames for a moment, lost in thought, remembering the bonfire celebration at the end of last year, when the flames had been just as warm as now. Elle allowed herself only a brief moment of melancholy before quickly preparing for the life-or-death battle. From her bag, she pulled out a coloring pencil, commonly used by magic tool sorcerers, and a small box of blue and black paint. She then removed half of her outer garment, removing her silver arm guard and folding back the inner sleeve. Exposing her left arm, she took the coloring pencil, dipped it in black paint, and began to trace something on her arm, intensely focused. In the tent, Urza awoke drowsily from thirst. It was still far from her shift, and she was about to go back to sleep when she saw Air's silhouette, reflected in the tent by the flames. He looked a little lonely. She crawled out of her sleeping bag, put on her shoes, and braved the cold as she walked to the campfire, intending to sit with Air, who had been keeping watch all night. Hearing the noise, Elle didn't look up. Instead, he dipped his marker in the other blue ink and put the finishing touches on the double inscription. "What's wrong with your arm?" Urza, who had just noticed what Elle was doing, exclaimed in surprise. "Shoo." Elle raised his right hand, holding the marker to his lips. "Don't wake anyone up." Urza's face was grim as she knelt on one knee, tightly gripping Elle's wrist. It was winter, and the clothing was thick, otherwise she wouldn't have gone unnoticed for so long that Elle had such a severe scar. On his forearm, uncovered by the fabric, about 3 centimeters from the base of his palm, a hideous 5-centimeter wide scar circled. Even the star symbol representing the apparition magic link was half obscured by the scar. Above the scar were 2 rows of black and blue magical inscriptions. Like wriggling insects, the inscriptions cast uneven tones on the skin, further accentuating the horror. Who draws inscriptions directly on their body? When did you start doing this? Don't tell me you're self-harming. Urza was furious, her voice low and filled with both blame and hidden heartache. The hand holding her wrist was even trembling slightly. Don't you know that magical inscriptions can't be drawn on human flesh? If you do, your body will be the first to be harmed when the magic is activated. Judging by your scars, you must have tried it before. Why are you still doing this? Don't you think your injuries aren't severe enough? What kind of goal is worth harming yourself to achieve? Even if Clemence fails this test, she's still a distinguished countess. She won't suffer even a single ounce of harm simply because she can't advance in magic. And you? Are you going to torment yourself like this just for the countess's supposed reliance? Even if you get hurt or die, no one will remember you, except those who truly care about you. Urza's barrage of questions stunned Elle for a moment. She immediately understood that Urza had misunderstood, believing she was self-abusing to better assist Miss Clemence in the star-grabbing exam. Yet, no one had ever said such words to her since she was a child. No one had ever shown such obvious concern for her, like a sister, like a mother. Strange emotions brewed within her, causing her to stutter as she opened her mouth to explain. No, it's not self-harm. Sister Urza, I won't do anything to harm myself. If you won't do anything to harm yourself, then how do you explain that? Urza raised her arm. The black and blue magical inscription was already written, glowing faintly in the firelight. Air lowered his head in silence for a moment, then whispered weakly, I can't explain this right now. I tell you after the star-grabbing exam, okay? Are you serious? It's really not self-harm? Urza asked uncertainly. Don't worry, Urzane, I know what's going on. Air shook Urza's arm and acted obediently. I just have reasons I have to do this. Luckily, Air's reputation with Urza was quite high, and Urza softened at her display of weakness. She reached out and tapped Air's forehead. You kid, you always push yourself too hard in everything you do, even in training. You always practice until you're exhausted. When the star-picking exam is over, you must give me a reasonable explanation, or I won't forgive you. Air took advantage of her calming down and quickly changed the subject. It's not time for the shift change yet. Go back and get some sleep. I wake you up when it's time. Relieved, Urza yawned loudly, feeling sleepy. She waved to Air and returned to the tent. Outside the tent, Urza gently pressed the dried inscription on her left arm. Life or death depended on this one moment. The magical inscriptions she had written on her arm were exactly what she had asked Roland to transcribe 6 months ago. To ensure the inscriptions would work properly, Urza privately tested them 4 or 5 times. It turns out that no matter the material, as long as the inscription could be activated, it would work. However, the blade can be made of special materials, and forging techniques to prevent damage to the blade when magical damage is applied. The human body, unable to forge or change materials, can only withstand it. The next day, shortly after setting off, the group was surrounded by a pack of wolf-like monsters. Although most of the monsters were of low rank, they managed to repel them after some time. Amid the tangled trail of wolf-like monsters' footprints, Al discovered the traces of Miss Clemens's target for this assessment. The Blazing Tiger. As its name suggests, the Blazing Tiger possesses powerful fire abilities. Its paw prints transformed the sand into a black, scorched earth. The group followed the black paw prints deep into the forest. About half an hour later, they finally located the monster. It was devouring a wolf-like monster. Its prey's black body was torn apart, and a foul, disgusting black slime flowed out, presumably the monster's blood. The monster was absorbed in its feeding, oblivious to the impending danger. It was already the most powerful monster in the area, so it wasn't on guard at all. This was a rare opportunity. El raised his hand and pressed it downward, signaling everyone to lower themselves. They planned to strike without the monster noticing, finding the optimal angle and launching their attack. However, something unexpected happened. Jeff, perhaps unable to understand El's gestures or perhaps desperate to prove himself, actually ran past El, raised his right arm, knocked his crossbow, and fired a short ice attribute arrow at the monster. The monster, startled by the sound of its running, erupted in flames, incinerating the arrow before it even touched its body. However, surprisingly, it roared and ran in the opposite direction. Seeing the monster flee, Jeff seemed like a changed man, courageously proposing to Miss Clemens. "Miss, the monster has been frightened by our aura and has fled. If we catch up, we definitely kill it." Miss Clemens, the monster just now was clearly uninjured, yet it chose to flee. It seems there's something else going on. It's best to be cautious. El immediately expressed his judgment. Miss Clemens looked at the two of them hesitantly, undecided. Jeff, seeing this, added fuel to the fire. "It took us 5 days to finally find the monster, 4 of which were spent on the journey. We missed our target this time, and who knows how long it will take to find it next time. Do you want Miss Clemens to fail the test? The monster's behavior is unusual. I'm worried about following it rashly. The monster has already fled, clearly frightened. If we chase it now, we'd definitely be able to kill it." Before El could finish, Jeff interrupted. After saying this, he once again adopted the demeanor of a loyal servant and looked at Countess Clemens. "My lady, I truly cannot bear to see you living and sleeping in the wilderness these past few days. I simply want to help you complete your mission as quickly as possible. Please make the decision. Whether to pursue it or not, I will follow your instructions." The tone of his words was sarcastic, as if implying that El was deliberately delaying. Urza, unable to bear it any longer, retorted, "Your statement is completely illogical. The gloomy forest is the birthplace of monsters. It's always wise to be more cautious." "Really?" ZF glanced at him sinisterly. "Then why did I hear someone whisper yesterday that it wouldn't matter if Miss Clemens failed the test?" Unexpectedly, Jeff overheard yesterday's conversation, and now it became evidence for him to question the positions of El and Urza. "You're taking things out of context." Urza, always forthright, opened her mouth to defend herself, but Miss Clemens interrupted her. "All right, stop arguing. ZF, that's just your opinion. I make my judgment after the test." Miss Clemens looked at El and Urza standing together. "Right now, the priority is to find and defeat the Scorching Tiger. Do you two have any other opinions?" Whatever the truth, the two, now in the wrong, had no other choice. "As you command," El said, pulling a reluctant Urza along. Although the countdown to her death was today, she wasn't afraid. Unsure where the danger might come from, she felt better to relax and respond as it came. Once again, El led the way, chasing the monster in the direction it had fled. The tracks on the ground were fresh and distinct. Zeph was eager to try, seemingly eager to replace El. However, he knew the greatest danger came from leading the charge, so he trailed behind El a few steps apart, practically following her closely, as if afraid El would steal the lead. For some reason, the monster's movements stretched in a straight line for a long time, quite unlike their natural trajectory. Just as El's doubts grew, the claw marks disappeared outside a cave. Carefully, she slowed her pace and slowly made her way inside. The cave was empty and dim. After a moment of adjustment, her eyes realized that a thick fog enveloped the cave, making it impossible to see inside. Elle broke out in a cold sweat. If she hadn't been vigilant, she might have walked in unnoticed. Monsters clearly wouldn't actively cross the mist of the gloomy forest, so why would they vanish here? Something suddenly emerged from the swirling fog. It grasped Elle's arm like a physical object and forcefully pulled half of her body into the mist. Elle struggled desperately, but was still being pulled forward, bit by bit, like a tug-of-war. Elle thought of her companions following behind her. "Jeff, there's something in the cave, help me." "What are you nagging about? Aren't you quite capable?" The cave was dim, and Jeff, entering from behind, was caught off guard and bumped into Elle. The collision between the front and back jostled Elle, causing her to lose balance and fall toward the mist. Chapter 26. Zeph, charging from behind, shouldered Elle into the mist. Realizing her balance, Elle struggled to roll over and waved, trying to steady herself. However, there was nothing around her, and she only saw Jeff's panicked, hesitant expression. In an instant, Elle's entire body vanished into the mist. Footsteps rang out, and Urza, accompanied by Miss Clemens, arrived at the edge of the mist. Urusa, observing Zeph, cowering slightly against the hillside, and Elle, who had disappeared, keenly sensed something was amiss. Where did Elle go? You two arrived here at the same time, so why is Elle gone? She saw the shadow of the monster, and in her eagerness to make a name for herself, she ran into the mist. Zeph stammered. This excuse immediately made Urza frown. Strongly built, and a head taller than Zeph, she grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. You better tell me the truth. Elle repeatedly warned us not to touch the mist of the obscure forest. How could she have gone in on her own? Zeph huddled in Urza's arms like a chicken, stiffening his neck and saying stubbornly, how should I know? If it happened and she accidentally fell in, do I have to go in and find her? Don't argue for now. Miss Clemens approached the two, her face sullen, and instructed Urza to let go of Zeph. She had heard the exchange between the two. Regardless of whether Zeph was hiding something, Elle's disappearance in the mist was a foregone conclusion. Among the group, Elle was the most skilled at tracking monsters, but now she was missing, and the monster was nowhere to be found either. Zeph, send out a distress signal. Zeph, who had just been gratified to escape Urza's clutches, still harbored the thought of making a contribution during this test. He said unwillingly, Miss, we're only halfway through the test. Perhaps we encounter the scorching tiger again tomorrow. If it were you who disappeared today, perhaps I could still complete the test. Miss Clemens glanced at him unhappily. That single sentence put all other thoughts to rest in Jeff's mind. He activated the magic device that transmitted the signal, and a red flare soared into the air with a sharp chirp. Roland, enchanted with speed magic, hurried through the forest. Just half an hour ago, he had completed his test and returned to camp. However, the only people left in the camp were Healer Annie in the medical tent, Archmage Luna, who was in charge of the 2-star star-grabbing exam, the senior mages, and the royal knights who were supposedly there to escort the star-grabbing exam. Healer Annie relayed that before he returned, the camp suddenly received distress signals from 9 different directions, prompting everyone to rush out. Luna number 8, who had been assisting her, appeared to have left the camp long before, following Master Luna. 9 distress signals, meaning everyone except 2 other mages, including him, had sent out distress signals. This was an unprecedented emergency in the history of the star-picking exam. He immediately contacted Master Luna, trying to understand the situation, but the voice on the communication device was intermittent. Master Luna claimed to be heading to the source of the distress signals, and then the device seemed damaged, preventing normal communication. Did it still happen? No, perhaps it was even more catastrophic than the prophetic dream. A strong sense of unease surged within him. After asking Healer and where the others were heading, he cast a speed spell on himself, intending to aid the nearest helper. Just then, a red flare ignited in the northwest sky. The jungle in that direction seemed to be the location of the Countess's assessment target. He no longer hesitated and ran northwest. The moment he fell, a familiar gravity sucked him in, just like the feeling he had when he passed through the portal in the Monster Garden training ground. Something strange seemed to be lurking in the mist, and his body spun around, feeling dizzy and his consciousness blurred. Oh no! What if I fainted and was teleported to the monsters? Wouldn't I be devoured in a moment? Thinking of this, Al fell into a deep darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Elle regained consciousness, her eyes still unable to open. She vaguely felt herself standing upright, her legs, chest, and wrists restrained and oppressive. Her eyeballs twitched rapidly beneath her lids, and Elle gradually regained consciousness to the sound of conversations nearby. Master, the high-ranking magicians and royal knights have been diverted by the distress signal and will not interfere with your plans. The voice was flat and expressionless, devoid of any human emotion. Well, you did well. This shouldn't have been necessary. Unfortunately, my good nephew is too perceptive. If I hadn't come this way, he might have spotted our flaw. Alright, it's almost time. Go get the others. Elle closed her eyes and took in the conversation, trying to comprehend more. She had long suspected that Great Mage Luna would be the cause of her death, but she had no idea how. It seemed she hadn't fallen into the mist of the obscure forest, but rather into a trap set by the person before her. The sudden appearance of the blazing tiger was likely her handiwork. You're awake, so there's no need to pretend to be asleep. A cold voice spoke, and a hand firmly grasped Elle's chin, forcing her eyes open. The more information she received, the more flaws she revealed. Expecting she would be caught, Elle decided to take advantage of the situation to elicit more information. Having been unconscious for so long, even the light in the room was blinding. Elle squinted at the person before her, shaking her bound body and struggling forward to free herself. Realizing she couldn't break free, she stared at the person in front of her in disbelief. Great Mage Luna? Why are you tying me up? Elle looked down at the ropes around him again, tilting his head in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. Is this your laboratory? I remember accidentally wandering into the mist of the gloomy forest and only waking up when I heard your conversation. Did you rescue me from the mist? Humph. Great Mage Luna released Elle's chin, but returned to her seat without answering. Your endurance is truly remarkable. I thought the special potion would keep you asleep for at least half a day, but you're already awake in less than 2 hours. What do you mean? Elle summoned all his acting skills, staring at him in shock. Did you capture me and try to use me for something? You could have survived this ordeal unconsciously, but who made you wake up so early? I have to bear the brunt of your own consciousness being strangled. What do you mean? I'm willing to cooperate with whatever you wish, but I beg you to spare my life. I'm just a humble servant. What use can I be to you? Ire pleaded with all her might, her words overwhelmed with emotion, even shedding a few tears of genuine weakness. A servant is of little value, so you must thank me. I will grant you the purest soul in the world. She practically smiled as she spoke, her lips curled high and her gaze fixed intently on something, as if her long-cherished wish had finally come true. Ire was truly stunned by her words. Give a soul. What does that mean? I already have a soul within me. Are they letting another soul in? Why? What's the point? After saying that, Grand Mage Luna stopped paying attention to Elle. No matter how many questions she raised, she received no response. After confirming that the other party ignored her, Elle secretly moved her wrists. Her arms were tied behind her back, and between her back and arms was a pillar fixed to the ground. Excellent. The rope was located very close to her wrist. I could corrode it by activating the inscription, and my left arm would be freed immediately. But the timing of the activation had to be perfect. The person in front of her held the title of Grand Mage, and subduing her with magic would be a piece of cake. This realization calmed Elle's nerves. Unable to gather any more information from the conversation, she began to carefully observe her surroundings. The moment she opened her eyes, she suspected she had been taken to Master Luna's laboratory in the dark forest. The layout and decor were strikingly similar to the one she had entered while helping to hunt the Phantom King Bee. But inside, instead of a monster containment area, there was a vast white room. If there was a basement, then a second basement was also plausible. This was most likely another hidden area within the laboratory. But what were those 5 rooms filled? Elle had no idea. Soon, her question was answered. The door to the white room opened, and Luna number 8 emerged. Behind her, 5 puppets, similar, even identical, faces, followed her closely, their expressions vacant. When they saw Master Luna, they seemed to suddenly become animated, scrambling towards her, shouting something. Mom, you finally came to see number 4. Mom, number 3 missed you so much. I learned a few new spells lately. If you're willing, I show you some, but please don't tell me I'm just kidding. It hurts, Mom. Can you hold me one last time? Ire's pupils constricted as he stared in shock at a group of puppets, crying Mom, as they clung to the great magician Luna. Their bodies, or rather, they, ranged from stiff to incredibly flexible. But besides sharing the same face, they also shared the same voice. Luna number 8's. Luna number 8 stood behind the group of puppets, head bowed, seemingly dejected. Ire tried to piece together the information before him. Luna, a master of puppetry, was the only puppeteer who accompanied her daily. Number 2 and Number 8 were the only two puppets she kept company with. With the exception of Number 2, all the others had the body shape of an adult woman, similar to Number 8. Plus, some of them just called themselves Number 4 or Number 3, so they're numbers 3 through 7, somewhere between numbers 2 and 8. In terms of form, movement, thinking, and language skills, Number 8 is undoubtedly the best, and therefore chosen to serve as Grand Mage Luna's traveling assistant. What about Number 2? Why do all the others look alike besides Number 2? And most importantly, why does she raise these puppets like children? Ire had a vague sense of this. The answer to this question might be the root cause of his unforeseen misfortune. Chapter 27. Ire had a vague sense of this. The answer to this question might be the root cause of her unforeseen misfortune. Several puppets stood behind Great Mage Luna's chair, one holding her neck from behind, while two held her arms, one on each side. Two, noticeably less agile, knelt on the ground, their arms resting on their heads, resting on her knees, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at their mother. And Great Mage Luna caressed her daughters, her face filled with love and longing. If she weren't tied to the stake, Ire would have happily uttered a sigh of praise for their mother-daughter bond. Now, she was a prey, desperate to attract or provoke them, to gain more information for a chance of survival. These daughters were a good starting point. She looked at Luna Number 8, who stood there with a look of disappointment, and an idea came to her mind. I had no idea Master Luna had so many children. How blessed! Elle exclaimed. But how can you favor one daughter over another? Numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6 can all call her mom, but why can't numbers 2 and 8 just call her master? As soon as she spoke, all eyes in the room turned to her. The daughters turned their heads in unison, their expressions visibly vacant, as if they couldn't grasp the meaning of her words. Don't slander Master Luna. Number 8's usually calm tone suddenly lent a harsh edge. Master Luna, who had been singled out, remained remarkably calm, her hand still stroking the soft hair of the puppet on her lap. My love for them is the same. Because they all share the same soul. The same soul? Elle's mind raced, recalling what the other party had said at the beginning. I will give you the purest soul in the world. Was he going to turn her into a puppet like that? No, Luna Number 8 looked human, but her body was made of some material, not flesh and blood. Her pensive expression caught the eye of the great magician Luna. You're facing death, yet you're still so curious. You keep asking questions. Although you look frightened, I don't see any fear in your eyes. Patting her daughters, she gracefully rose and walked over to Elle. A hint of sneer curled her lips, making her look particularly out of place. You don't think you can escape from here just because you know the truth, do you? She saw through Elle's trick. The sneer was so glaring that Elle, mocked and belittled, smiled broadly. Yes, that's what I thought. What? A great wizard, are you afraid of a prisoner learning your secret? If that's the case, then I, a humble servant, would be truly honored. Although it was a cheap provocation, it worked well for the self-important noble. Humph. The elegant and beautiful wizard pinched Elle's cheek with her backhand, not pressing hard, as if considering the body's feelings. Your mouth is not very articulate. But it's okay to tell you. After all, your body will be with me for a long, long time to come. I just wonder if you still be able to smile so brightly after hearing this. Really? Ire's cheeks arched upward, pushing the pinching hand away. With a provocative smile, then I'm all ears. I love hearing horror stories. I hope the great magician won't disappoint me. It seems you're destined not to suffer a painless death. It would be so much better to disappear without a trace, like sleeping. He withdrew his hand, lovingly rubbing the reddened spot, but Ire turned his head away. Unfortunately, I'm naturally rebellious. Even lying in bed feels uncomfortable, so I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy sweet dreams. You? Unable to gain the upper hand verbally, Great Magician Luna breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Luna Number 8, commanding, Go get that thing. Luna Number 8 seemed to be in a trance, and after being called several times, she finally responded, Okay, Mom. Master. I go now. In the field of magic, it's no exaggeration to say that Roland is exceptionally gifted. Magic spells that others need repeated practice to master, he can chant fluently after just one look, and the effects of his spells far surpass those of ordinary people. He mastered everything taught in class instantly. Even high-level spells that would be incomprehensible to students of the same level in the magic library, he mastered with a brief study. Speed magic was one of them. With the blessing of speed magic, and the powerful ability to blast every monster that stood in his way with lightning spells, Roland arrived at the source of the distress signal in a short time. After walking through the forest, I saw a 2-meter-high cave in front of me. I didn't expect the fierce fighting and blood-stained scene I had dreamed of. Countess Clemens sat on a boulder at the cave entrance, as if enjoying afternoon tea in her own garden. A picnic mat with intricate patterns covered it with food and tea. One of her magical attendants, probably named Jeff, was fanning her with a round fan. But where were Elle and Urza? He walked forward, and a figure swiftly leaped from a tree and stood before him, a serious expression on her face. The scene of Urza covered in blood in his dream hadn't occurred. Now she appeared unharmed. Perhaps the Countess simply couldn't bear the rigors of the examination and wanted to withdraw. Roland felt a sense of relief, as if he had been freed from long-standing shackles. Where's Elle? Is she also guarding the area? She fell into the mist of the obscure forest and disappeared, he heard Urza say. Where is she? Roland tried to steady his voice. After hours of sprinting, he felt completely exhausted. Suddenly, his feet wobbled, his consciousness drifting out of his body. Even Urza's reply sounded like it was separated by a thick wall. The mist of the gloomy forest moves randomly. We don't know where Elle has been transported. Urza's voice trailed off. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Elle was transported to a high-level monster, or even to a monster birthplace outside the gloomy forest. She had no way to communicate with the outside world. I'm asking where the mist is. I'm going to find her. Are you crazy? Miss Clemens cried out in disbelief, and Urza looked at him in shock. Where is it? Roland stared at Urza, waiting for her response. Just ahead. Urza mumbled, pointing in the direction of the mist. The group returned to the spot where Elle had disappeared, but, surprisingly, the mist had vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. How could this happen? Urza's question echoed through the cave. Elle was no stranger to the things Luna No. 8 had brought. At that time, she had clung to the branches of the cloud-off tree, watching the forest ripple. From her perch, she felt even the sunlight favor her. It turned out that it had been a factor in her own death. Throughout the magic cage, the earth-brown oval cylinder bore the psychedelic patterns unique to the Phantom King beehive, capable of inducing a mental storm in any creature that viewed it. Elle had experienced this before, and quickly averted her gaze. You should know that the hallucinogenic effects of the Phantom Queen Bee don't have much effect on me, Ire said casually. The great magician glanced at her without saying anything. Donning a pair of jade-colored gloves, he opened the magic cage and, with the longsword No. 8 had handed him, split the elliptical hive open with a single stroke. The hexagonal holes, one after another, were empty. It was an empty hive. No, at the deepest point of the hive lay a distinctly abnormal, immensely large queen bee. He thrust his longsword in and extracted the queen bee. It was the size of a fist, its head taking up half its body. Its body was frail, and its wings lay limply on its back like 2 dry leaves. The 2 compound eyes on its massive head were filled with countless tiny, psychedelic circles, each with lines extending infinitely inward. Just one glance gave one a splitting headache. As if an invisible force was drawing his gaze to it, Ire struggled to avert his gaze, his spirits drooping. It seems your attribute endurance is indeed exceptionally high. A single glance from an ordinary human or living monster would send them into a frenzy. What did you do to the Phantom King Bee? This isn't its original form. This is the 20th generation queen bee of the hive you captured. The Phantom King Bee is a psychic monster. Every member of the hive possesses psychic attack power, but none of them are strong enough, not even the queen. So, I came up with a brilliant plan. Let the queen bee devour all of its subjects, nurturing them generation after generation to increase their spiritual power. The great magician brought the tip of the blade, holding the queen bee, towards Ire's face. This is my final product. It will use its powerful spiritual power to destroy your individual consciousness, leaving behind a perfect soul vessel. Anger, disgust, contempt, shock, all these emotions mingled, swirling in his chest, tangling and forming a ball. Ire suppressed the oppressive feeling, letting reason triumph over emotion. You already developed a puppet body that's as lifelike as a real person. Is it really necessary to go to all this trouble? You mean No. 8? She's more like her than the others before her. When I first created her, I was so happy, thinking I could finally let my daughter live in the world as she deserved. But it's not a human body after all. It can only hold a tiny bit of her soul. It doesn't feel pain, it doesn't grow, and even an embrace lacks warmth. Luna No. 8 stood nearby, hearing every word they spoke. She stood there like a real puppet, unresponsive to her master's denials, neither arguing nor agreeing. So, I decided to find a human body to carry her entire soul and bring her true resurrection. But an ordinary body can't withstand the consequences of having its consciousness shattered. Only someone with a strong enough tolerance for demonic attributes can maintain vitality even after their consciousness is destroyed. I originally wanted to test a few more of your fellow magic servants, but you performed so well, you're practically perfect for my experiment. From your first demonic attribute training, I sense this in your blood and your performance. Great Mage Luna looked at the girl, who would become her test subject with a haughty expression. You should be honored. Your body will carry the most beautiful soul in the world. When people are at their wits' end, they can also reach their utmost rationality. Elle clenched her fists, restraining herself from activating the magical inscriptions in her anger. So this is the cause of my death. Thank you so much for letting me die knowingly. It's not the right time, she told herself. Suppressing her deep anger, she sarcastically threw the words to the ground. Chapter 28. So this is the cause of my death. Thank you so much for letting me die knowingly. In the past, the princess of the kingdom and great magician of such a lofty status would never have tolerated such an insult. However, now that her wish was about to be fulfilled, she continued with her original plan without a care in the world. It was time to exterminate the lowly soul within this body. At her command, Luna No. 8 stepped forward, grasped Elle's head with both hands, and twisted it sideways. Elle struggled fiercely, veins bulging in his neck as he screamed at Luna No. 8. Not only was she driven by the desire to sow discord between the master and the servant, to gain an opportunity for herself, but she also felt a little pity for Luna No. 8. You're carrying the same soul, right? What do you think she'd do to you once my shell is empty? Once your shell has lost its usefulness, your soul will be reclaimed. Including those puppets, who were just sitting there with you. You're all just her tools. The connection is easy to make. The identical face, the puppets calling her mother, and Luna No. 8's unnatural reaction when she provoked them. You're different from those puppets, who only flocked to her. You have self-awareness, right? Ire still remembered Luna No. 8's warnings to her at Sunken Moon Lake as she faced the swarm of bees. Don't worry if the Phantom King bees pounce on you. They can't penetrate the shield. I catch them when you get down. Puppets aren't afraid of stings, you know? The flat tone and straightforward words concealed concern. Those weren't the words of an emotionless puppet. You're not trying to turn No. 8 against me with just a few words, are you? Luna, the great magician, said with amusement. After she finished speaking, Luna No. 8 increased her strength. Al, already drugged, was weakened and his head was gradually twisted back. The great magician raised the long sword in her horizontal position and placed the giant phantom bee on the tip of the sword against the delicate skin behind Ael's ear. First, there was the icy chill of the sword tip, followed by the almost imperceptible tingling of the crawling insect legs. No matter how hard she looked to the side, she couldn't see what was happening behind her ear. Good boy, it's time to feed. The queen bee bared its tiny, sharp mouthparts and buried itself in Ael's skin. The phantom bee venom, dozens of times more potent than anesthetic, rapidly injected into Ael's body. Aer felt limp all over, his limbs dangling limply from the wooden stakes as if their bones had been pulled out. His mind was hazy, and everything before him spun. The touch behind his ear became remarkably clear. The Phantom King bee rustled slowly across his skin, its wings like dead leaves scraping against it. It was a creepy sensation. And this was just the beginning. Good boy, this is your final mission. Stab the poison needle too. The great magician spoke to the queen bee, feeding it something unknown. Then, its big head, which occupied half its body, began to swell and shrink. A barely perceptible lump moved from its head to its abdomen and tail. Like prey in a frenzy, it frantically flapped its wings like dead leaves, then lifted its tail and thrust its dark, purple-black tail needle at Aer. The great magician looked at Aer's pained face and said softly, just like this, become a perfect body. After injecting all the venom into Aer's body, the queen bee seemed to be squeezed dry, shrinking to the size of a normal phantom queen bee. It took a few shaky steps on its tiny legs, then, unable to support itself, fell from behind Aer's ear. The tiny body floated to the ground, trembling a few times before it was no longer able to breathe. It died, having released all the toxins in its body. The powerful venom quickly flowed through Aer's blood vessels into his brain. His mind, previously hazy, felt like it was being hammered. An unprecedented pain raced through his head, and a constant, sharp ringing in his ears made it impossible for Ai to hear any external sounds. Only the gurgling sound of blood flowing through his blood vessels, a rapid, high-frequency countdown to his death, could be heard. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A massive wheel crushed through her brain, every nerve and blood vessel seemingly transformed into cold, hard metal, weaving into a cage that then contracted, and contracted again. Aer could no longer see anything before her. Everything became a molten mass of color, churning wildly in her brain before being torn apart, smashed, and ground into dust. So painful, so irritated, from the outside, Ayra's state resembled that of a frenzied monster. Her mind and body struggled desperately, oblivious to the pain, unconcerned even by the frayed and bleeding ropes. Her face was contorted with agony, and the swaying of her head caused her red hair to tumble like a ball of straw in the wind. How ugly! This sight disgusted the elegant great magician. She tossed her sword into Luna No. 8's arms and turned away. "No. 8, keep watching. Don't move her. If she shows any signs of waking, report to me immediately." Several puppets remained sluggishly clustered around her seat, only to come alive again when she drew near, following her around. She washed her hands first, then walked to a cabinet at the back and carefully pulled out a long sealed box, enshrined in 3 magical barriers. From it, she pulled out a crystal bottle shaped like a water droplet. Through the densely inscribed magical inscriptions on the crystal screen, a faint white light could be seen floating at the bottom of the bottle, like a dying candle in the wind. After carefully removing the bottle, the Grand Mage gently placed it on a cushioned, well-fitting groove in the center of the table. Several puppets were drawn to them like a magnet, their 10 eyes fixed on the candle within the bottle. "This is your soul." Grand Mage Luna's tone was both kind and cold. "Now, it's time to return." She placed her hand on the back of No. 4's neck, gently caressing it. No. 4, unaware, instinctively glued his gaze to her face, rubbing his head against her cheek. Slowly, her slender fingers lifted from her neck, and a wisp of white, smoke-like soul fragment was extracted. No. 4's bright eyes instantly lost their luster, and her entire body collapsed, landing on the ground with a wooden sound. The wooden body folded strangely, a degree that no human body could achieve, like a pile of debris. The soul fragment was gently gathered in her palm. The great magician opened the lid of the crystal bottle, and the soul fragment was attracted to the main body. With a flash of white light, it merged into the candlelight. The fate of their counterparts piqued no interest in the other puppets. One by one, they perished at the hands of the Grand Mage. The fragments of their souls, which had once sustained them and brought him some solace, were gathered and returned to their origins. The puppets fell in pieces, and the Grand Mage, surrounded by them, felt helpless. "No. 8, come and clear them out," she said to Luna No. 8, who had been standing near the wooden stake, drawn to the sound of the puppets falling to the ground, and had been staring at them. Unbeknownst to the Grand Mage, her assistant, Luna No. 8 had flinched at the sight of the puppets falling to the ground. No. 8 seemed unaware of the significance of this reaction, but she was curious. So, she didn't immediately respond to her master's command. Instead, she raised her slightly trembling hand and, as she had asked Ayra a year ago at Sunken Moon Lake, asked, "What is this?" This time, the person before her was unable to answer. After a long struggle, Ayra was now exhausted. Her head tilted sideways, swaying slightly backward, repeatedly hitting the top of the wooden stake. Her eyeballs rolled upwards, their large whites filling their sockets. "Hello," No. 8 called softly. "Hello." He raised his voice a little. "Hello. Tell me." She stared at Ayra, who ignored her. She reached out her hand, held it in the air for a moment, and then gently nudged Ayra's shoulder. "No. 8. What are you doing? I told you not to touch her." Great Magician Luna scolded sternly, impatiently kicking the scattered puppets at her feet to clear a path. She walked over quickly, placing her hands on Eller's face for a closer look. She found her still in a state of confusion, with no sign of consciousness. The matter with the body was fine, but the matter with the soul must continue. She cast a dagger-like gaze at No. 8, then softened her facial muscles upon seeing that face, so identical to her own. "Why aren't you being disobedient? Wouldn't it be nice to return to your soul and become my real daughter?" No. 2. No. 8 seemed to recall something, staring blankly at the Grand Mage, then said in a flat tone, "I can accompany you like No. 2 did. I'm more capable than any of them, you know. You're different." Grand Mage Luna raised her hand, tucking No. 8's hair behind her ear and rubbing her face with the back of her hand. "You are my daughter. No. 2 is just a memory, the version of her I miss most, and you are a part of my daughter's soul." No. 8's resistance was palpable. Her human-like body trembled and shrank back, as if she were facing not her master but a butcher. "Don't run away," the Great Mage whispered soothingly, holding the puppet in front of her with her hand. Unexpectedly, No. 8 dared to shake her hand away. "Don't." The Great Mage, who had never imagined being rejected by her own puppet, grew furious. After a brief chant, she used her binding magic to bind No. 8 like a rope, pulling him toward her. She placed her left palm on the side of No. 8's face, rubbing it with the tip of her thumb, as she had done countless times when she missed her daughter. You're a puppet, not a person. You don't have human emotions, so how could you be afraid? This must be an illusion. She placed her right hand on the back of number 8's neck, and a wisp of soul, brighter than before, reluctantly emerged from the shell. Don't be afraid. I take care of it. Still caressing number 8's cheek with her left hand, Great Mage Luna spoke lovingly. Just as her soul was slowly fading, Luna number 8 saw through her half-closed eyes. A hand, gleaming with blue and black magical light, appeared from behind Luna, the Great Mage. Like a ghost, it passed over her shoulder and suddenly pressed against the Great Mage's defenseless throat. Don't be afraid. I be quick, Ire said from behind her. Chapter 29. 1 minute ago. Great Magician Luna stood slightly to the left of Elle, almost 3/4 of her body facing away from her. She focused all her attention on the suddenly disobedient puppet before her. She had never imagined that exposing her back to a magical servant whose consciousness was about to be shattered would be so dangerous. In the brief moment the king bee venom stung her, Elle experienced unspeakable pain, as if her entire consciousness was being shredded. But Elle had a hidden trick up her sleeve. As she neared collapse, Great Magician Luna was busy retrieving the soul from the puppet's body. Number 8, the only one keeping an eye on Elle, was completely distracted by the pain. So Elle concentrated all her remaining energy, controlling the magic inscriptions on her arms to activate as little as possible, using the pain to sober herself up. The ropes binding her hands snapped at that moment. Fortunately, neither number 8 nor Grand Mage Luna noticed this minor change. Even when the Grand Mage checked her consciousness, he didn't notice Elle's true condition. This was exactly what Elle had anticipated, her greatest advantage against the Grand Mage, his arrogance and contempt. Elle's body was still bound to the stake, but her arms were completely free. The sleeve shattered, revealing her bare left arm, gleaming with blue and black magical light. Like a ghost, it passed over her shoulder and suddenly pressed against the Grand Mage's unprotected throat. Don't be afraid, I be quick, Elle said from behind her. To prevent the magic's impact from knocking her hand away, Elle firmly supported her left arm with her right hand, recklessly activating the icy veil on her left arm, corroding the magical inscriptions. That night, she didn't just trace a single set of inscriptions, she covered her entire left arm within the confines of her space. Holding her arm firmly against the Archmage's neck, 5 pairs of intersecting blue and black magical auras erupted. Blue ice crystals instantly covered the Archmage's neck, followed by black, which began to corrode. Then, alternating blue and black, the magical damage of freezing and corroding continued. The delicate, soft skin was quickly shattered, revealing a splatter of blood and flesh. Not only the Archmage's neck, but also Elle's own hands and arms. Ah! Elle's movements were so swift that by the time Archmage Luna reacted and tried to retaliate, she realized her vocal cords were damaged. This was why Elle had been targeting her throat from the beginning. Realizing she couldn't cast magic through chanting, she immediately released puppet number 8, attempting to tear Elle's hand free from her neck. AI noticed her movements and increased the frequency of the inscriptions. The pain in her neck was so intense that she nearly fainted. It seems the Great Mage's attribute tolerance is not as good as mine. After the magic inscriptions continued to fire, dealing damage no less than 100 times, AI's pulse weakened beneath her palm. The Great Mage's arm drooped helplessly and passed out. After sensing the other's inability to struggle, AI retracted the inscriptions and released her grip. The Great Mage fell to the ground, lifeless, like the puppets she had abandoned. Number 8 collapsed on the ground, helplessly looking at his former master. After experiencing the effects of the drug, the Phantom King peak poison, and the freezing and corrosive effects of the magic inscriptions, AI's hand was no longer strong enough. It took her considerable effort to untie the knots around her waist and the ropes that held her. Her left sleeve had long since vanished in the magical aura, and her left arm was now a bloody mess. Where the inscription had once been, the skin had been completely corroded. Blood oozed continuously, dripping down her arm and onto the ground, forming a small puddle. The star symbol of apparition was also completely destroyed as her flesh corroded. The good news was that she was free. Without apparition, even if she never returned to the Phillips Court or the Earl's mansion, no one would be able to find her. Freed from her restraints, Elle passed by number 8 and walked towards the table filled with various potion-making supplies. After a clinking search, Elle successfully found several bottles of healing potions among a pile of expensive lab equipment. Her left hand was temporarily unable to move, so she opened the bottles with one hand and gulped down the potions with a proud gulp. After several bottles, the wound began to heal. The exposed flesh stopped bleeding, and the bright red turned a scar-like crimson. Across the uneven color, the marks formed the inscription, as if carved directly into the body with a knife and iron. Ire was delighted at the sight. It seemed that the magical inscription had permanently grown on her body. Okay, although the bumps and dents were unsightly, they could still save her life in a critical moment. It was just that the tendons and bones in her left arm were injured, and potions couldn't fully heal them. Was she now considered a half-armed Ire? She thought of the creator of the two magical inscriptions that had saved her life. Old Peter, the blacksmith and magic tool warlock with a broken leg. When she bought the Frostfern dagger, he had deliberately placed his broken leg on the table, warning her that the road ahead was dangerous, and it was better to avoid it. Oh, and he also said something. Sometimes, to save one's life, necessary sacrifices are worth making. At this point, Elle expressed her full agreement. Trading an arm for a life was certainly worth it. Even more, this life was snatched from the hands of someone of the Grand Mage's caliber. She was so proud of herself. Thinking of this and that, Elle hummed a song as she tended to the wound on her arm. She then found a piece of cloth and draped it around her neck. Then, she walked straight toward the stakes, dragging number 8's long sword, which she had placed beside her, towards the master and servant. The tip of the sword scraped across the ground, making an irritating, piercing sound. "Please move aside," Elle said politely to number 8. "What are you doing?" Number 8 asked, looking up blankly. Beside her, Grand Mage Luna was almost motionless, her neck devoid of any flesh, even her jaw stripped bare. The white robes of the Archmage, a symbol of his status, were stained bloody from the neck down. His long silver hair was tangled in the pool of blood. Is it difficult to understand? Elle raised the hilt of his sword with a single effort, pointed the tip downward at the Archmage's heart, and plunged it straight down. An eye for an eye. She wasn't so kind as to let off the hand that wanted to kill her. The longsword pierced the Archmage's chest with surprising ease. Soon, a large amount of blood oozed from the blade. It was like a blood-red flower blooming on the holy snow. Blood droplets splattered on number 8's eyelids, but she didn't blink. Elle swung the longsword aside with a clang, pulled a teardrop-shaped crystal bottle from his clothes, grasped it by the top, and handed it diagonally to number 8. The faint candlelight flickered even more violently as the bottle swung, as if about to go out. "I thought you were afraid, but it seems that's not entirely true." Number 8 looked at her blankly, as if he didn't understand anything. "To answer your previous question, at least for humans, trembling hands and closing eyes are all signs of fear. The great magician said you're a part of her, but conversely, she's also a part of you. So, it's best for you to handle this. Just consider it a thank you for not attacking me just now. You're mistaken. I wasn't trying to save you. I was just stunned." Number 8's tone remained flat. "Isn't that quite human? Even self-reflection." Elle curled his lips, muttering softly, seemingly distressed. "I don't know how such a powerful magician can't wrap his head around this. He's already raised a sentient daughter, yet he's still demanding that she have a human body." After saying this, she shook the crystal bottle. "Do you want it or not? My hands are sore from holding it." Number 8 silently took the crystal bottle. In those eyes, made of some magical crystal or perhaps some demonic eye, was a reflection of Elle's current appearance. She looked dirty and messy, with blood marks on her face, accidentally smeared. She couldn't tell if it was her own or the great magician's. Her red hair, from the previous struggle, and the sweat of the nervous confrontation, was matted against her head. It looked like a chicken coop with several birds living in it. Ding dong. "I'm here again. This time it's a truly delicious feast. My dear friend, I love you so much." A black ball, unidentified as either gas, liquid, or solid, emerged from Aire's chest and clung to Aire cheerfully. Aire raised his hand in disdain to flick it away. "Why is that?" "Aire is so cold," the black ball said coquettishly, then suddenly, as if it had smelled something, spun around, searching for something. "Hey, there's the scent of a soul here." The floating black ball looked like a dog, drooling at the candlelight-like soul in the crystal bottle. Aire stepped in front of it, his expression serious. "That's not your food. Aire, you're so stingy." "It's just a little bit, I don't care." The black ball turned around in mock anger, its back looking round and elastic, almost twice its original size. "You seem to have grown a lot bigger than before." No, it's just your imagination." Aire narrowed his eyes in disbelief. "Aside from this one time, am I really never in danger of death fighting monsters? You're not telling me to get more food, are you? If I told you, you'd definitely run away. How could I possibly do such a losing business?" And can a death probability below 70% even be considered death? If you hadn't experienced so many life-threatening battles, could you have survived this 95% chance of death? The black ball spoke with increasing confidence, turning around to face Ayer mid-sentence. Even the curve of its mouth, as it spoke, revealed its increased fleshiness. Thank you, then. Having just escaped the brink of death, Ayer feared nothing. She simply grasped the black ball in one hand and, eye to eye, said, I can forgive your earlier concealment, but that soul is not yours. It twisted a few times in Ayer's grip, perhaps because it was too fat, but it failed to break free. Although Ayer found the bouncy feel quite pleasant and relaxing, it was quite relaxing. Humph. Okay, I get it. You can let me go now, the black ball said reluctantly, nestling in Ayer's grip. Besides, it's just a tiny amount. It dissipates soon. It definitely won't taste good. I don't want to eat it. It knew the choice between being full all at once or being full every day. Hey, why don't you let me go? I don't believe you, Ayer said frankly. I let you go after we leave here. Ayer, you learned bad habits. Ayer ignored its various compliments and continued to hold it, looking at the bewildered number 8. Who are you talking to just now? Ah ha ha ha, it was the communication magic tool, Ayer explained with a smirk. This was obviously false. After she was captured, number 8 searched her, and she clearly didn't have a single magical tool, not even the arm guard she always wore during training. Yes, to prevent the inscription on her arm from being discovered during a magical tool search, Elle had placed her own magical tools in Urza's backpack and carried nothing else. Not to mention any communication magic tools. But if you don't ask, there's no need for explanation. Number 8 considerately didn't ask any more questions. Well, we've been delayed for so long, I'm almost leaving. Elle smiled at number 8, then we meet again someday. Number 8 nodded. As Elle was about to reach the door, she spoke softly, that leads to the monster containment area on the second floor, the kind that goes directly into the cages. Wow, there's actually a trap here. On the left side of the cabinet behind the seat are gold coins, and a key to the upper floors. Ayer quickly returned, laden with gold. He expressed his sincere gratitude to number 8, and gave her half of the gold. You be a motherless child from now on, surviving on your own. Money is crucial. Ayer winked at number 8, activated the teleportation key, and left the place that had nearly cost her her life. Chapter 30. Stepping through the key-activated portal, Elle appeared directly in a small, childlike hut, untouched by the chaos of the laboratory below. In the corner beside the bed, the vibrantly colored box, painted with flowers, suns, and grass, still sat quietly. This was the hut on the laboratory grounds. The box was enclosed by several layers of magical restrictions, and Elle, after trying several times and failing to open it, simply let it be. She clutched the black ball in her hand, various potions slung across her back, and in her arms was more gold than she could earn as a magic servant for another 5 years. She leisurely kicked open the door of the hut and walked out. This place was on the outskirts of the gloomy forest. A little further out, there would probably be a village. Although a year had passed, Elle still remembered this path. That was her first time stepping into the legendary gloomy forest, cautious as a frightened bird. It was these repeated struggles with danger that had allowed her to grow. A gentle breeze swept over her, and she felt incredibly relaxed and free, full of hope for tomorrow. She planned to rekindle the plan she made before her first death. Leave Phillip City and explore other cities or countries. Of course, there was another reason. She had just assassinated the great magician and Princess Luna, antagonizing the entire nation. It was a sure death, and she couldn't escape on her own. Now that her disapparition had been dispelled, Black Ball had just eaten a full meal and might not stop her. Ayer simply asked directly, I plan to leave here. You won't stop me, will you? The tightly held black ball puffed out its lips and said, sure. The main storyline of the novel has already begun, and the entire continent will become the stage. No matter where you go, I have a chance to eat my fill. That's great. So I can go wherever I want. Ayer laughed heartily. She no longer feared the death countdown, because when it appeared, she would give it her all. Until then, she wanted to go wherever she wanted and try whatever she wanted. Perhaps after walking for about half an hour, a strange, incomprehensible sound, like a magical chant, echoed through the endless forest. Did you hear that sound? Ayer looked at the black ball in her hand. I don't know. The black ball turned away proudly and closed its eyes. Ayer was already very familiar with it, and this meant that it not only heard the sound, but likely also understood the reason for it, but it didn't intend to tell her. What an unreliable partner. One could only take it one step at a time. They walked about another 100 meters. The sound grew louder, as if burrowing directly into Ella's brain, and the headache caused by the king bee venom began to flare up. Elle stood there for more than 10 minutes, intending to fight off the venom before moving on. But suddenly, she felt as if summoned by some kind of voice. Her mouth opened and closed, making a sound similar to the strange one. She walked in the opposite direction, toward the dark forest. About an hour later, the mist surrounding a section of the dark forest appeared before her. Still guided by some force, she stepped into it without hesitation. The white fog swirled as Ella walked deeper and deeper, her figure gradually disappearing into the mist. The medical tents at the Philippus Court of Demons camp were filled with wounded, and even the office tents were being used to house those with less serious injuries. Vice Dean Andre reported the situation to Dean Sophia with a solemn expression. Over 80% of the magicians participating in the 2-star exam had been attacked by monsters. This was a very serious matter. Furthermore, the monsters were in a very abnormal state. Andre recounted the situation to the dean. He and a royal knight had teamed up to rush to the exam site. When they arrived, a Category 4 monster was attacking the junior magicians participating in the exam. It clearly displayed an attack power beyond that of a monster of its rank. One junior magician and 2 magic attendants were unable to resist, and were all seriously injured. Even after Andre and the royal knight severely injured the monster, it continued to attack until it was slain. Even more bizarrely, junior magicians at several other exam sites encountered the same situation. It sounds like these monsters are going berserk. Regardless of the situation, ensuring the safety of all junior magicians is our top priority. The 2-star star-grabbing exam will be held again later. For now, please return to the magic court. I'm afraid you have to open the portal to the obscure forest yourself. Andre looked at the Royal Knight Captain, who was also busy reporting to his superiors, and continued, Grand Mage Luna has disappeared, and the portal to the obscure forest she was responsible for has been taken away. The Royal Knights are trying to contact her. Dean Sophia is the only other Grand Mage in Philo's city besides Luna. Portals within monster spawning grounds, like the obscure forest, are only accessible to Grand Mages and above. I understand. Dean, there's one more thing about Countess Mars. Is she injured too? No, she's perfectly fine. It's one of her magical attendants who's disappeared, and the circumstances are very strange. Prioritize the injured. We discuss this in detail after I get there. In a corner of the camp, Roland and Urza sat together, deducing Elle's whereabouts. Miss Clemens had previously tried to track him with the magic of disapparition several times, but to no avail. You said Elle left something with you? Wait a moment. Urza stood up and retrieved a few items from her bag. These are them. I just realized they might have been snuck in last night. Silver wire wristband, frost fern dagger, chicks returning to their nest. Roland took them one by one, a small ridge between his brows, his bony hands unconsciously stroking the magical inscriptions on the frost fern dagger. When he first learned of Elle's fall into the mist, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. The death foreseen could not be avoided, and so now it happened again. Past experiences told him so. Yet he was willing to cling to a faint hope, attempting to search through the fog. But when the fog unexpectedly vanished, his illusions were shattered, and at the same time, a modicum of rationality was awakened. This was not normal. Aire, always so vigilant during monster duels, would never have strayed into the already perilous fog unless something had happened. After calming down a bit, he realized that everything about this matter was suspicious. He raised the dagger in his hand and asked, "These are the magical tools she always wears. She wouldn't have left them for no reason. Did Aire behave in any unusual way before you set out, or the night before?" "Let me think." Urza recalled that night. The night before, Elle was on guard first. I woke up and found her drawing magical inscriptions on her arm with a pen. I thought she was hurting herself, so I got angry at her. But she denied it, saying she explained it to me later. The news was like thunderbolt. Roland immediately found paper and pen, traced the 2 inscriptions he spent so much time separating, and showed them to Urza. "Are those the 2 inscriptions you see?" Urza nodded. "They look very similar. And there were some scars on her arm, probably from activating the inscriptions herself, which damaged her arm." After saying this, she slapped herself with a hint of self-reproach. "I live with her, train with her, and I didn't even notice." It wasn't just her. Roland, who had personally handed over this self-inflicted knife, felt a pang of pain in his heart. Only now did he realize that, after 2 years together, he hadn't understood Elle at all. During the monster attack at the Earl's mansion, healing magic hadn't worked. Just when he was about to give up, the wounds from the thorns piercing her body began to heal. In the magic court, She always threw herself relentlessly into training. Was there any other reason besides the trauma of the monster attack and those two magical inscriptions? It was hard not to say they weren't preparations for some hidden attack. Because, under normal circumstances, there was no need to use one's own body as a vehicle, providing a potential attack vector through self-injury. Who was she wary of? Had she anticipated the disaster she would encounter during this star-grabbing exam? Mystery surrounded Elle, and no one knew the answer except her. So he could still hold out hope, right? Hoping she could survive what outsiders considered a certain death. So, he would keep searching until the day he could see her again. Even after Dean Sophia personally sent all the members of the Magic Court back, Great Mage Luna was still unreachable. The Royal Knight Captain could only relay this news to the capital, seeking further assistance. The message traveled from the gloomy forest to the palace, and then quickly from the palace to a certain section of the gloomy forest. Don't worry, I know where the princess went. She'd be fine. A brown-haired man spoke into a communication device, communicating with someone in the palace. The white mage's robe hung from him, empty and hollow, like a skeleton transformed into a spirit. Behind him, 6 massive, 5-meter-tall, yellow, prismatic crystals stood on the ground, forming a near circle. Each crystal projected a magical chain inward, and 6 beams of yellow light conspired to trap a single monster in the center. This monster stood about 2 or 3 meters tall, its head a giant mushroom cap, constantly emitting gray spores. Its body was covered in a green and brown substance, resembling mossy bark. The spores, like smoke, were instantly destroyed by the yellow light. However, among the billions of spores, 1 or 2, invisible to the naked eye, were lucky enough to avoid the yellow light's glare, drifting lightly to the ground or walls. Then, as the magicians moved, they clung to the edges of their robes or drifted on the wind. As long as it continued to release spores, one would surely find its way through the long corridors and countless doors, releasing it into the gloomy forest. That moment was the moment it regained its freedom. The secrets of the gloomy forest were not just the fog. Chapter 31. In a forest of monsters, somewhere unknown, Aire was hiding in a tall, densely covered tree, its leaves, like umbrellas, completely shielding her. She planted her feet on a branch, one hand grasping the trunk, the other pushing aside the edges of the leaves, waiting for the hunt beneath the tree to end. A striped tiger opened its mouth and roared, startling the tiny, dark animal before it, barely a meter long. Then the tiny animal suddenly raised its front limbs, transforming into a shapeless, black wall. The tiger, frightened, its ears drooped, and it ducked backward. Then, it lowered its front paws and shrank back to a meter on all fours, leaving the tiger bewildered. The tiny animal was a monster with the transformation attribute, cunning and playful. It stood erect, growing larger, then hunched over, shrinking, toying with the tiger like a cat and mouse. A strong gust of wind shook the branch beneath her, and Aire quickly stepped onto another trunk, making a faint sound. Thankfully, the monsters and beasts beneath the tree hadn't noticed. Aire breathed a sigh of relief. She decided to take advantage of the situation, saving as much energy as possible. After about 20 minutes, the monster, tired of playing with it, remained upright, grabbed the tiger's head with one claw, and forcibly twisted it off. It tossed the head back and forth in its hand like a ball, then left its play area. Aire waited in the tree for another 10 minutes, making sure the monster was far away. Then, quietly, she slid down from the tree and plucked 2 large leaves. With whole and fresh tiger meat, I don't have to worry about food for the next few days. The tiger's skin can also be made into clothes or bags. This is a great bargain. She flipped the remaining tiger carcass onto a leaf, covered it with another leaf, tied a long grass leaf in the middle, and then twisted the 2 leaf stalks together. She dragged the tiger carcass toward the shelter she had built. She was still wearing the same dress with half the sleeve torn off, though it was much more damaged. Her bare left arm, aside from the slightly bruised, had mostly healed, though occasionally it would swell and ache when she exerted force. She wore a deerskin skirt, one of the few pieces of clothing Aire had left. This had been Aire's 9th month in this monster forest. 9 months ago, upon regaining consciousness, Aire arrived in this unfamiliar place, surrounded by tens of thousands of monsters, like migrating animals on the grasslands, all gathered together and moving in the same direction. Aire, like a lamb among wolves, followed them unconsciously for who knew how long. Thankfully, the monster seemed to be unconscious at the time, allowing Aire to escape immediately. After observation, Aire discovered that these monsters were all natives of the gloomy forest, likely summoned by the strange figure, just like herself. This forest now possessed completely different geological features, and flora and fauna from the gloomy forest. Unexplained loss of consciousness, arriving in an unfamiliar place, was a huge risk. She wasn't sure if she would be lucky enough to regain consciousness before the monsters next time. If not, she might die unconscious before the countdown started. For this reason, Ayer decided to put finding a way out on the back burner and continue following the monsters to understand the reason for her summons, thus eliminating any future trouble. What she then awaited was a battle between monsters. The terrain was a valley-like landscape. Elle hid on a cliff 100 meters away, looking down. As the monsters from the obscure forest poured in, the local monsters quickly became aware of the situation and gathered into groups. The two groups of monsters met on a narrow road and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The leader of the local monsters was a snake-like creature, about 20 meters long, neither snake nor lizard-like. Elle called it a giant lizard snake. With a single sweep of its tail, it overwhelmed a large number of the obscure forest monsters. The venom from its mouth was like a torrent. Even monsters at a distance could not escape. It was more powerful than any monster Elle had ever seen. It must be the legendary Orange Level 2 or higher Red Level monster. Just as the two monsters were engaged in a fierce battle, a green mist filled the entire valley. The monsters, previously engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly lost their fighting spirit and sat lazily on the ground, drowsy. A path parted among the local monsters, revealing a tall, thin monster, about 3 meters tall. Atop its head rested a funnel cap, 1 meter in diameter, or rather, its head. It emitted a series of strange sounds, and a plume of green and white spores emanated from beneath its cap, spreading across the entire battlefield. Then, all the monsters made a gesture of submission to the Mushroom Man. The two groups merged into one, following the Mushroom Man's footsteps and marching forward. This scene shattered Elle's understanding of monsters. She was absolutely certain that the sounds made by the Mushroom Man were the same syllables that had summoned her. It turns out that monsters actually have their own language. Language signifies wisdom and intelligence, and the Mushroom Man is an intelligent species among monsters. This had never been mentioned in any of the monster-related knowledge Ayer had previously encountered. Now that she had witnessed it with her own eyes, she had no choice but to believe it. For the next 9 months, Ayer followed the monster herd. The number of monsters led by the Mushroom Man dwindled, because whenever it arrived in a place, it would leave some monsters behind, as if to settle them. After 9 months, tens of thousands of monsters had been settled, and Ayer had followed them through almost the entire forest. This place was like a Garden of Eden for monsters, with an incomparable abundance of flora and fauna, providing them with ample food. Tens of thousands of monsters that arrived later merged into various areas, just like streams flowing into tributaries and rivers into the ocean. They lived a carefree life. More importantly, there were no humans here at all. There were no monster extermination teams, and no monster hunters in the forest. Furthermore, unlike the dark forest, none of the areas here were separated by monsters. At least the areas assigned to the monsters by the mushroom people were properly connected. In other words, after 9 months of observation, Ayer concluded that the only fog in the entire forest existed where Ayer and the group of monsters had appeared. It served as both entrance and exit. This discovery was truly ironic. Having tracked them for so long, and deep into the forest, before turning back, it would be wise to thoroughly explore its secrets and find a way to prevent them from being summoned again. Time returns to the present. Ayer is still tracking, but the target has changed from a group of monsters to the Mushroom Man. Ayer won't risk getting too close to him. She's outnumbered and doesn't know his details. If discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. She uses the spore trails left by the Mushroom Man in the air, on the ground, and on plants to determine his direction, always maintaining a safe distance from him. The current shelter was built just after she arrived in this area yesterday. Monsters are scarce, and the transformed monster she just saw was the only one she had seen in this area. The shelter was made from local materials, a triangular space constructed from branches. The area is relatively shaded by shrubs, and at night, a layer of leaves is enough to hide everything from the outside. When in the wild, it's important to eat and sleep well to have enough energy for other things. Returning with a full load, Ayer sat on a bed made of small tree trunks. She pulled a flat bone from her bosom and began to cut the tiger's flesh. She first peeled off the skin in one piece, then used a bone knife to cut the tiger meat into more than 10 pieces. She strung them onto 3 1-meter-long branches and placed them on large leaves for later use. Then she went into the shelter, retrieved the package she had collected from the laboratory, and pulled out an empty crystal potion bottle. She carried the potion bottle to the stone bonfire and added some twigs and hay. The sunlight from the crystal potion bottle formed a bright spot on the hay. Aire held it for about 10 minutes, until the spot finally penetrated the grass and ignited a small flame. Fire is everything. Aire placed the tiger meat skewers on the fire and began her picnic. Large chunks of meat, licked by the flames, released fat and sizzled as they landed on the fire. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted from the edge of the fire. She placed the large, grilled skewers on the leaves, intending to let them cool before packing them for the next few days. However, as she crouched down, she keenly sensed something approaching behind her. At the same time, a very brief death countdown began. Death countdown 10, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She quickly dodged to the left, and a wall fell where she had been. As Aire successfully escaped death, the black ball yawned as it escaped from his arms. Seeing the forest still surrounded it, it retreated back into the air, feeling bored. Aire ignored it, still focusing on the monster before him. It was the transformed monster, Aire thought to herself, careless. It must have noticed the sound of stepping on empty space in the tree. But she hadn't expected it to be so cunning, pretending to leave with tiger head and following Aire all the way back to the shelter. It was cunning, so it was likely an intelligent species, like the mushroom man, Aire immediately thought. But then Aire realized she had overestimated it. It pounced on the ground, still about a meter long, paying no attention to Aire's dodging. It lowered its head to sniff the piece of meat on the large leaf, then, with its nose twitching, began to gnaw. It hadn't cunningly discovered and followed Aire, but rather, the aroma of barbecue had drawn its greed. It wasn't intelligent. Aire breathed a sigh of relief. She casually walked over to the gluttonous deformed monster, raised her left hand, and placed it on its body. Then, she unleashed the scarred inscription on her arm to attack the monster's shoulder. As it reared up in pain, its body growing larger, Aire swiftly dodged 2 steps back, meeting the monster's yellow eyes. Colorful blocks of color swirled in her mind, the dizziness growing stronger. Aire steadied herself and used her consciousness to activate the Phantom King Bee's attack attributes. The shapeshifter seemed frozen in place after catching sight of Aire's eyes. A few seconds later, it swung its arms wildly, attacking with impunity. It struck a tree directly upon crashing into it, already in a state of self-destruction. Aire gathered her consciousness, still a little dizzy, and took a few steps before regaining her balance. The sudden activation of the inscription still caused new damage to her left hand, but she didn't bother bandaging it. While the shapeshifter was frantic, she quickly wrapped the untouched piece of flesh in leaves, draped the tiger's skin around her, and, carrying her bag, she slipped away. Only after running 1,000 meters did she finally have time to remove a small, half-bottle potion from her bag and sip it carefully. After surviving in the wild for so long, supplies were scarce, and she had to be frugal with everything. Besides discovering the secret of Entrance's exit, the only surprising thing for Aire during this time was discovering, during a near-death experience 2 weeks ago, that she had actually possessed the psychic attack power of the Phantom King Bee. Without a magical weapon, the inscriptions and the psychic attacks of the Phantom King Bee were Aire's lifeline. Because of this, Aire began to suspect that her consciousness had been tainted by the traces of the Phantom King Bee, which was why it was affected by its summoning words. In any case, she was getting closer to the truth. Aire raised her head and looked in the direction of the Mushroom Man. Chapter 32. In the quiet forest, the gurgling water composed a moving natural melody. Having escaped from the shapeshifter, Aire, bundled up and in a dishevel, arrived at the stream. Looking in the water, she felt like a wild man. Not to mention the self-inflicted wound on her left arm from activating the inscription again, her face and clothes were stained with blood from the tiger's skin. Raising her hand and sniffing, the stench of blood reached her head. There were no humans in the forest, so Aire didn't hesitate and went directly to the middle of the stream to wash herself. She then washed her clothes as well. The old shirt was stained with blood. Aire exerted extra effort to wash away the smell, but with a crackling sound, the shirt, already worn and worn from numerous battles, was completely ripped apart. Elle looked at the scraps of cloth in her hand, then at her deerskin skirt. With a sigh, she cast her gaze upon the tiger skin she hadn't been willing to discard even when fleeing, deciding to abandon her last vestiges of human clothing. She pulled a needle made from wolf bone from her bag, threaded it with silk thread made from twisted plant stems, and simply sewed the tiger's skin together. Her craftsmanship wasn't particularly impressive, and the clothes weren't particularly attractive, but they were just enough to keep her from falling into a state of nakedness. After eating a few pieces of tiger meat and munching on some wild fruit, Elle gathered her miscellaneous belongings and set out again. Over the past 9 months, Elle had discovered that the mushroom men emitted spores of different colors. She had seen the green spores emitted when they stopped monsters in battle, and the white spores emitted continuously during their journey. On the trees and blades of grass along the way, the spores left by the mushroom men were still fresh. Elle crouched down and observed carefully, following the trail of spores glowing white to determine her direction of travel. She planned to walk another dozen kilometers before dark. If she couldn't get out, she would truly become a savage. Elle tugged at the tiger skin jacket she was trying on and quickened her pace. Following the trail of white spores, Elle emerged from the forest and onto an open hill. The cool evening breeze blew her hair against her face, and the sky was filled with orange clouds, casting a golden veil over everything she saw. She stood on the high ground, gazing at the scenery below in disbelief. If she wasn't insane, those were human traces, right? It was a magnificent complex, roughly a kilometer square. A broad road ran through the center from north to south, with houses extending east and west along either side. Delighted to finally see humankind, Elle quickly detoured down. But when she reached the base of the cliff, she realized the building complex wasn't nearly as close as it had appeared. Suddenly, her feet struck something smooth and hard. Lifting her foot, Aire saw countless white bones, exposed or half buried, scattered across the ground as far as she could see. The one she had just stepped on was one of them. Aire used a branch to pick up several skulls and examine them, discovering some belonged to humans, others to monsters. The common denominator was that they had been dead for a long time, eroded and weathered. Perhaps, long ago, a war between humans and monsters had taken place here. So, if someone truly lived in the building in front of them, would they tolerate the skeletons of humans and monsters lying exposed on their doorstep? Regardless, you won't know anything unless you see it for yourself. Aire observed the traces left by the mushroom people around her. The white spores were still spreading forward, and their freshness indicated they had been separated from their mother bodies for at least 3 days. 3 days was long enough for the mushroom people to have passed by the city-state ahead. So let's go in and take a look. Perhaps we find something different. Silence. That was her first impression upon entering this city-state. The streets and houses were completely silent, even quieter than the forest. In the forest, there were at least the roars of wild animals, and the rustling of leaves by the wind. Here, however, the silence was as if the wind had stopped. Hundreds of square houses stood silently, their walls long since faded, revealing the marks of time. Aire walked along the main road in the middle, and through some of the collapsed walls, she could easily see the interior layout. Some rooms contained stone tables and chairs, others earthen beds. Beneath some walls, there were broken pieces of porcelain. This was undoubtedly a deserted city. Or perhaps a more accurate term would be ruins. Countless questions arose in Eller's mind. When the city-state was first established, was this a human territory, or a demonic one? If it belonged to demons, then why were humans allowed to live there? If it belonged to humans, then why was there no mention of this demon-inhabited Garden of Eden in human history? Eller once again realized the vast discrepancy between the information accessible to ordinary people like magic servants, and the true nature of this world. But what concerned her most at this moment was that if humans existed and then disappeared here, then there must be a connection to the outside world. Therefore, she decided to stay a few more days and thoroughly explore the lost secrets of this place. It was hard to say whether the disappointment of finding no one there was greater, or the desire to explore this lost land was stronger. It was getting late, and the most important thing now was to find a place to rest. Aire looked around and chose a relatively dilapidated, low-lying house as her campsite for the night. The wooden door crumbled to dust the moment it was pushed open, and Aire was stunned as the dust showered her face. Well, now she could conclude that even the wood had naturally corroded to this extent, so this place must be over 100 years old. At night, Aire used her hands as a pillow, lying on her back on the earth and stone bed. The roof above her head had been worn down by the passage of time, revealing large wedge-shaped and triangular cracks. Thankfully, there was no rain tonight, and only the moonlight streamed through the cracks. For months, she'd been living in the open air, constantly on guard against monsters and wild beasts, unable to sleep peacefully. Elle had thought she'd find a good rest in a room with a roof and a door, but now, lying in bed, she was overcome by the silence. After more than half a year of hardship, she no longer felt the same fear she felt when she first arrived. Her ability to avoid and defeat monsters had grown stronger, and she was now able to hunt for food, build shelter, and provide for herself. Even the death countdown had become a useful warning before a monster attack. But she was reaching her limit. When her stomach and body were satisfied, new worries arose. What if she couldn't find the exit here, never leaving, or, If she tried to find the fog that had brought her in, only to be transported to another, uninhabited monster forest, was she going to live her whole life isolated from the world, like a savage? Such a predictable life was definitely not what she wanted. If she had a choice, she would rather return to the human race. There, she would certainly have a high chance of triggering various death conditions, but she could go where she wanted, experience a completely different life, and make all kinds of friends. Elle sighed, fished a piece of roasted beast meat from the package, and stuffed it into her mouth. She thought of Aunt Sophie and her cousin. Would they be sad because of her? She thought of Urza, the days they trained together, and how she cared for her like a younger sister. She thought of Miss Clements, even though she was her employer. But without her, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to gain the ability to easily deal with monsters. Finally, she thought of Roland, the magician, who always paid too much attention to her. Whatever the reason, he had helped her so many times, whether it was post-training treatment or finding those lost magic tools, all of which had been invaluable in her journey to improve her abilities. Yet, she had always treated him as a potentially dangerous character from the original novel, even though he had been helping her. Thinking of this, Ayer felt a belated pang of guilt. If she had the chance to meet him again, perhaps she could be more honest and directly ask him about the true motives behind his actions. The more she thought about it, the more sleep became impossible. Ayer sat up, intending to go for a walk and relax. She had no plans, and simply headed straight for the main avenue in the center of the city-state. She tread lightly, a habit she had developed in recent months to avoid drawing unnecessary attention to herself. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a few shimmering green particles drifted in from the distance. At first, Ayer thought they were fluttering fireflies, until she caught some and twisted them between her fingers, realizing they were green spores belonging to the Mushroom Man. Quickly hiding behind a nearby rubble, Ayer quietly moved through the narrow alley, approaching the source of the spores. A recent thought changed her mind. She couldn't wait any longer. What was the point of being safe if she couldn't leave? She had to quickly uncover the secrets of this demonic paradise, then find a way to escape and return to the human world. Late night was a time for contemplation, and Ayer wasn't the only one who felt that way. Hiding behind a wall, Ayer peeked around the corner, and saw a circular open space that might once have been a square. Beside the now-dead fountain, the Mushroom Man sat on a double stone bench, its green spores lovingly surrounding a vaguely white humanoid figure. The white figure reached out, seemingly caressing the side of the Mushroom Man's face. The white figure almost immediately reminded Al of the tiny soul encased in the magical crystal bottle of Great Magician Luna. The impression and feeling they left on Al were so similar. Al hid behind the wall, not daring to make a sound. In the deep blue night, a cool breeze blew, and green spores drifted leisurely in the center of the square. Although the Mushroom Man had no expression, Al could sense his peace of mind and body, enjoying the quiet moment. After about half an hour, the white figure stood up, raised its hand, and pointed forward, then leaned over to embrace the Mushroom Man. The Mushroom Man let out a strange sound, embraced the white figure, and rested his mushroom-like head in his arms. It was unclear what message they exchanged, but the Mushroom Man stood up and walked toward the back of the clearing. It walked the rest of the way, leaving the city-state and re-entering the monster forest. The white figure watched it leave. Once it was out of sight, it slowly turned and nodded slightly toward where Ayer was. Could it be trying to communicate with him? Such thoughts crossed Ayer's mind. But this was too bizarre. Could it be not just a soul, but a living being with thoughts and the ability to communicate? During Ayer's brief hesitation, the white figure simply stood there from a distance, watching Ayer's direction, quietly waiting. If it wanted to harm him, there would be no need to let the Mushroom Man leave first. Thinking this through, Ayer hesitantly stepped out from the corner. The white figure then turned and floated off in a certain direction. Ayer observed its actions, understanding its intention, and took 2 quick steps to follow. Chapter 33. The dilapidated buildings cast dark shadows on the ground, moonlight filtering through the gaps between them in a silvery glow. The boundary between black and white resembled piano keys, and the white figure leaped between the shadows of the houses like a game of hopscotch. Though only a blurry shape, one could tell they moved with remarkable agility, alternating between 1 and 2 feet, standing and leaping across the black and white ground. Elle followed the white figure closely, wondering if all this was just a ridiculous dream she had after falling asleep in the dilapidated house. She was absolutely certain the white figure wasn't human, but how could a soul maintain its form and walk like a human without support? Back then, Great Magician Luna had used a magical crystal bottle with several restrictions to contain the tiny bit of her daughter's soul. Number 8 also moved because of the support of her body. If she could still be so alive after transforming into a spirit form, why would Great Mage Luna indulge herself in puppetry, ultimately bringing disaster to Elle in pursuit of her terrifying resurrection plan? The mysteries surrounding this place, the monsters, and the white figure grew more and more, and she had only ever wanted to find a way out. Why was it getting so complicated? Ah! The faintest sigh became crystal clear in the silent night. The white figure stopped, standing upright on one leg, maintaining that position as it slowly turned. Of course, the figure itself couldn't be seen from front to back, front and back, top and bottom. It was all just the white figure. But his movements gave the impression of turning around and glancing at Aire. It was a rather baffling reaction. Until he began to land on his feet, expertly swerving left and right through the alley, and soon stopped in front of a somewhat unusual house, making a come-in gesture. What made this house different was that it was structurally intact, unlike other buildings with pieces missing here and there. It was so complete that it seemed as if it existed in a different time and space than the surrounding buildings. Aire realized that his silent glance back earlier was probably due to guilt. He could have brought the person here faster, but he insisted on playing while walking. So, after hearing his sigh, he turned his head and looked at him. I hadn't expected him to be quite human. Aire chuckled, and as the white figure tilted his head in confusion, he entered the house. Because of its impenetrable roof, the room was pitch black. Aire walked forward in the darkness and soon bumped into something, probably a table. Hey, what did you call me here for? You disappeared again. A flash of white suddenly appeared in her peripheral vision. Aire turned her head and saw a solitary, glowing sphere, floating in the air, waving at her. Aire's heart nearly raced with fright. Fortunately, the figure moved a little, and Aire realized it was the door to another room. The white figure leaned sideways, its body hidden by the wall, causing the frightening scene. It was a bedroom. Aire knew this because, after she approached, the white figure demonstrated the movements of getting into bed right in front of her. Do you want me to rest here? Nodding. Can I trust you? Nodding. What's the point in asking this now? I followed him all this way. Besides, if he truly intended to harm me, then the best time would have been when the Mushroom Man was here. Aire couldn't tell whether she truly trusted him, or if she was just mentally confused from being trapped in this monster Eden for too long. Anyway, she laid down and quickly fell asleep. As for the package still in the shack, she'd go back and get it tomorrow. A dreamless night. By the time Aire opened her eyes, it was already daybreak. She stretched and yawned loudly, feeling refreshed. After living in the wild for so long, she hadn't slept this comfortably in ages. Sunlight streamed in through the window, and Aire stood up to survey the room. It was a simple two-bedroom apartment, the same layout as most shacks in the city-state. Yet the place wasn't dilapidated. Instead, it looked as if someone still lived there. On the living room table sat a vase-like vessel, a dead branch of unidentified species nestled inside, with a small, reddish-brown dot growing on its edge. Seeing even a hint of life here was unusual. Aire lifted it up to examine it more closely, when he heard an unidentified noise coming from the next room. Startled, Aire pushed the door halfway open, peered cautiously into the room, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It was clearly a study. A desk occupied a prominent position, scattered with books. A chair had been pulled slightly apart, as if someone had been studying or working there just a moment before, and now had simply left for a brief moment. The white figure leaned against the table, looking down at something. After taking a few steps forward, Aire followed her gaze, and spotted a thick, reddish-brown leather notebook lying on the ground. It looked at Aire, then at the pen at its feet. The meaning was clear. Aire walked over, picked up the notebook, dusted it off, and handed it to it. The white figure shook her head, and she remembered that it was a spirit and couldn't lift anything. So how did the notebook fall? The scene before her quickly revealed the answer. In an instant, the white figure emitted a blinding light, nearly blinding Aire. She instinctively grasped the notebook to block out the glare. Unseen, a white shadow detached itself from its body and merged into the white light. When she opened her eyes again, she was sitting in a chair. But Aire had no memory of sitting down. And the white figure had vanished. Before Aire could comprehend the situation, she was surprised to find her body moving on its own. She put down her quill, closed her reddish-brown notebook, and stood up and walked out of the study. On the table in the center of the living room, the vase still stood, a pale yellow lily quietly blooming inside. Before, it was clearly a strange branch. Was I dreaming? Aire felt her thoughts begin to confuse her. However, more strange things continued to happen. Outside the door, the once dilapidated ruins had completely transformed, looking like they had only been built a few years ago. Even more surprising was that the street was not deserted. A burly man approached. AI heard herself ask him a question, only to hear a strange, unfamiliar female voice. "Philip, no news today." The man shook his head, then smiled and replied, "Maybe after the peace talks, the Qin people are visiting the human settlements." "I hope so," the female voice replied. "It's been a week since the scheduled end date, and I'm feeling a bit uneasy." "Hella, relax. You always overthink things. It's good for research, but it's a burden on you in life." "Hella." The unfamiliar address made AI realize this wasn't what was happening right now. This body wasn't hers. She remembered the white light emanating from the white figure. Perhaps it had something to do with it. Could this body belong to the white figure? In this unknown space and time, in this unknown body, no one could give AI an answer. She could only wait and see. After parting with Philip, Hella returned to her room, seeming restless. She flipped through her notebook for a long time, her ink smearing across the page. Without writing a single word, she closed the book again. She got up to cook and eat, and even as the sky gradually darkened, Hella continued to go out and watch. "Oh no! The monsters are going crazy! Everyone run!" A shrill roar pierced the night sky. Farther away, the roars of other monsters seemed faint. Hella immediately cast a speed spell on herself, braving the bright moonlight and sprinting like an arrow toward the source of the sound. With the help of her speed spell, Hella quickly located the source of the voice. A medium-sized man ran over from the other end of the street, repeating the same cry as before. "Monsters are eating people. Everyone run. We can't stay here any longer. All the monsters are deceiving us. Monsters gone mad?" As they passed each other, the tall Hella turned and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him back, her bright eyes piercing him with scrutiny. His gaze shifted, as if hiding something. Then, catching sight of something behind Hella, he suddenly regained his composure. "Look! Even the knights are here! The monsters have gone mad. They invaded the city-state." "You're lying. Unintelligent monsters will obey the Qin people unconditionally. Without the Qin people, they won't attack unless someone attacks them first. If you believe in monsters so much, then go see for yourself." "Of course, I confirm it with my own eyes." The man under him began to thrash. Hella, unwilling to argue, let him go and continued to sprint forward. Soon, she saw the knights he mentioned, accompanied by the monster's painful roar. On the fairly wide street, 6 knights, each on a horse, rode 2 abreast, their momentum fierce. "Everyone of the peaceful city-state, it's time to leave. We just discovered these monsters attempting a surprise attack on our city-state. This is a shameless violation of the peace agreement between humans and monsters. Monsters cannot be trusted. It's time to leave." On the roadside, people were out checking the situation. They seemed unfazed by the monster's issue, whispering to each other, their thoughts carried to Hella's ears on the night wind. "What happened? They say the monsters have gone mad. How could that be? We've been here for so long, and they've been fine. With the Qin people around, they've been very stable. But most of the Qin people are out now, attending peace talks with the kings. Didn't you hear the monsters yelling just now? They yell all the time too. Why didn't they listen to you? You're still too prejudiced." The crowd was divided. The 2 leading knights spurred their horses to the sides, leaving enough space in the middle for the 2 knights behind to ride forward. A huge, dark voice tugged from behind 2 horses, and the stench of blood immediately filled the streets. "This is the monster that attempted to attack the city just now. It has been slain in the heroic battle of the knights." His eyes swept over the faces of the people in the city. "This proves that monsters cannot be trusted. I have received a letter and a token from the king. I can open the portal in Fountain Square at any time. Please pack your bags and leave before midnight." Chapter 34. This proves that monsters cannot be trusted. "I have received a letter and a token from the king, allowing me to open the portal in Fountain Square at any time. Please pack your bags and leave before midnight." The news came suddenly, but it was the knights who spoke these words, representing the king's orders. People moved, some quickly, some hesitantly. The leader of the knights kicked his horse's belly, and it snorted twice, but didn't move. It was Hella, and she grabbed the horse's reins. "Why aren't you going home to pack your things?" "Captain, can I see the token you mentioned?" "You?" The knight commander was about to lose his temper, when another knight whispered something in his ear. He calmed down, dismounted his horse, and whispered in Hella's ear, "Your brother, Lord Theodosius, has ordered us to do this. Now is the most precious moment. We can capture all those Qin people in one fell swoop. We must evacuate everyone as quickly as possible before the lower-level monsters react." What do you mean by capture them all in one fell swoop? Aren't we currently in the peace talks? Hush, keep your voice down. The Knight Commander clearly hadn't expected Lord Theodosius's sister to be so clueless. He covered Hella's mouth with his hand and whispered, "This is confidential. We just received the news this afternoon. Please do not leak the information. Lord Theodosius's monster extermination team has secretly arrived in the city-state. They will kill those unintelligent and inferior monsters tonight. Our duty is to evacuate everyone from the city-state tonight. Our duty is to be done. We will be leaving now. Please gather at the Fountain Square as soon as possible." The knights had already ridden away. Standing in the night breeze, Hella saw some people carrying packages heading towards the square. "Brother, my dear brother. You truly are a master of politics." Hella, against the tide of people, walked dejectedly towards the city's edge. Sensing Hella's presence, the sparse green spores still lingering in the air clung to her, but their color had dimmed from being separated from their mother body for so long. Ire, whose vision was synchronized with Hella's, saw the monsters outside the city, in the open space beneath the cliff, docilely surrounding Hella. Could humans and monsters truly be so harmonious? Even Instructor Zhu In and Bai mostly treated the giant scorpion monsters in the monster garden with discipline. Hella's interactions with the monsters made Ire feel like they were partners. The night grew darker, and the so-called monster extermination team arrived as promised. The monsters had been ordered by the Qin people not to attack humans. Hella, the sole fighting force, stood before her docile companions, but was ultimately defeated. Or perhaps, she was too soft-hearted to unleash her fire and lightning magic on her own people. The extermination team slaughtered all the monsters surrounding the city-state, and then fled. Hella lay on the ground, soaking herself in the mingled blood of monsters and herself, and with her last strength, she drew an extremely complex magic circle on her body. She lay in a pool of blood, leaving a final message to those who would only see this memory many years later. The despicable will always whitewash it, but the truth cannot be buried. Please help me bring the story of the city-state out. In exchange, you can take my most valuable possession. It's an absolute taboo, but even this taboo must yield in the face of human evil. You may use it freely, as long as you help me restore this world to its proper form." And then, on that night, countless years ago, she died. Green spores clung to her face, like a friend's final embrace. It was probably a few days, or even a dozen days, after the city-state's fall. Several of the mushroom people, as Aire called them, or to use their true names, the Qin people, returned here. Aire didn't know how many Qin people there were originally in the monster forest, but she saw only a handful who had returned. The Qin people walked isolated on the land, one of them stopping at the foot of a cliff. She was tattered, the mushroom cap on her head cracked into 3 pieces, and white and green spores continued to spread out from the cracks. She stretched out her arms, like dry branches, to gather Hella's body, the floating white spores gathering around her. When she touched him, the final magic circle Hella had left behind on her was triggered. Then her perspective shifted, and Aire felt herself detached from Hella's body, floating in midair. She realized that she, or rather, Hella, now existed as the spirit form of the white, humanoid figure. Hella's final magic circle was a necromancy, triggered by her Qinren friend. From then on, she was trapped in a city-state, unable to leave, for countless years. After a moment of dizziness, she opened her eyes again to a familiar scene. Aire looked at Hella, who leaned against the table, with a complex expression. Witnessing the city-state's final night through Hella's eyes, Aire felt a pang of sadness, as if Hella's final regrets had been passed down to her. "You showed me what happened in this city-state, correct?" She nodded. "That last sentence, was it directed to me?" Hella nodded again, then pointed to the reddish-brown notebook on the table. Elle still remembered that, in Hella's memory, she was in the city-state to conduct some kind of research, and this notebook must have contained her research records. She flipped open the cover, and saw a name beneath the title page, Hella Theodosius. Theodosius? Elle remembered the Knight Commander whispering in Hella's ear, that was Lord Theodosius's order. Also, another person came to mind, Luna Theodosius. What an unexpected coincidence. Hella gestured for her to continue reading, but after turning a few pages, Ella looked hesitant. I don't think I told you yet, I'm not a magician. So, I can't understand magic text at all. The notebook contained Hella's magical research notes, so naturally, it was written in magical text, interspersed with illustrations of various magic circles. Aire felt as if the white figure froze for a moment, then, radiant with light, she approached Aire, took her hands, and seemed to repeat her request. As she said, this notebook was her most valuable possession, Beyond that, she had nothing else to trade. Ire understood her meaning, and gave a sly smile. Even if I can't understand it now, I can learn it secretly later. Ire shook the metal of scar on his arm. I'm not afraid of death, so of course I'm not afraid of any laws or taboos. The white figure shook its head. Ire thought she might be laughing, but she had no proof. The light on Hella's hand shone brightly, and a warm current flowed through their folded hands into Ire's body. Hella's voice echoed through the light. I can sense the strength and vitality within you, enough to allow you to wield necromancy beyond the reach of ordinary people. Please accept this power, and may it aid you in your growth. Ire had a bad feeling. She hurriedly shook her head, trying to withdraw her hands. I don't need charity. You don't look right. Hella firmly pressed Ire's hands. Where their hands touched, the light grew brighter and brighter, like an overdrawn candle. This isn't charity, remember? You promised to learn my magic. I hope you can use it freely, as long as you help me make this world what it should be. If you die, how can you be sure I grant your request? Stop. Ire desperately tried to break free, but it was no use. She could accept the magic book in exchange because she longed for greater power, but that didn't mean she was willing to accept her friend's offer of her own life. As you can see, my body has perished, and my soul, for some reason, cannot leave this place. For centuries, I have waited in vain, sometimes even doubting I would ever see it. But you have come. Your presence is the greatest response to me. Hella's voice began to fade, but it remained gentle and full of emotion. Finally, please say goodbye to my friend for me. When she sees you holding this notebook, she will understand my request and open a portal to the outside world for you. Don't you want to say goodbye to her in person? Aren't you afraid she'd be sad? You've been together for so long. Ire stared desperately at Hella's round, white head, hoping to make out even the slightest hint of her features in the hazy light. But even though the light stung her eyes until they watered, she could see nothing. She understand? For Chinren, death is the beginning of life, not the end. I will transform into wind, into rain, and stay by her side forever. Ire, I sincerely thank you for coming. With these words, the white figure gradually melted into a single mass of white. The white light vanished like morning dew in the sunlight, as if it had never appeared. Ire hurriedly stood up, trying to hold back something. As she moved, the reddish-brown notebook was knocked under the table with a thud, like the final echo of the melody of life. Even though they had only known each other for less than a day and had just exchanged names, Ire felt as devastated as if she had lost a friend. She picked up her friend's belongings, and a metal bookmark slipped out, inscribed with a message. To my beloved sister, Hella. Fenris Theodosius. Across the wall, a few green spores drifted in through the crack in the doorway, then slowly drifted into the study, landing on a reddish-brown notebook. Chinra arrived faster than Ire had imagined. She seemed to have some special connection with Hella related to necromancy. When Ire regained her composure and emerged from the study, she saw Chinran already standing silently in the living room. In the past, Ire had imagined countless times how she would confront and escape this intelligent creature among the demons. Now he stood before her, yet Ire felt no fear. Hella asked me to say goodbye to you for her. She said she would become wind and rain and always be by your side. She spoke in a low voice, unconcerned about whether the other party could understand her or not. You? Leave. A dull, unpleasant sound, like branches scraping against a wall, echoed. The umbrella cap on Chinren's head flickered at a strange rhythm, imitating human speech. I will leave. I followed you here precisely to leave, Ire said, a touch of anger lingering. Besides, I didn't come here of my own free will. It was you, or rather you, who summoned me using the demonic language. She felt a little sad. She had actually thought she could reminisce about a mutual friend with this Chinren, even for a moment. Only people of the same kind are summoned, Chinren questioned. You can say whatever you want, but I am indeed human. I was simply injected with demonic venom. Just because I was poisoned, you can't say I become a poisonous creature, Ire said angrily. Chapter 35. Say whatever you want, but I'm indeed human, having been injected with monster venom. Just because I was poisoned by a monster doesn't mean I become a monster. Perhaps it was Chinren's communicative demeanor, unlike other monsters, that rekindled the anguish Ire had harbored over the past 9 months. Or perhaps it was because he had once empathized with Hella's perspective that he had transferred some of his friendship to Chinren. In short, Ire spoke furiously, momentarily ignoring his monster identity. Don't hurt. Let me see. Then, a dense, intermittent green light extended from Chinren's umbrella cap, enveloping Aire like the silk threads of a silkworm chrysalis. This space wasn't suffocating. The green spores seemed to have a soothing effect, gently moving around his body, slowly dissipating the fatigue accumulated from the constant physical and mental tension. After a moment, Jinren retracted the light. The parachute cap still vibrated, emitting a simulated voice. You are a human. Thank you for your long examination, giving me a conclusion I known for 20 years. Aire stared at the other person in silence. It spoke so slowly, it was practically inarguable. Your mental network is very powerful. A phantom king bee transformed is a symbiotic form. Yes, I told you, I was once heavily poisoned by a phantom king bee. Shouldn't exist. Whether I should exist or not is not for you to judge. Aire, who had just thought he achieved a friendly exchange with the other party, was ignited again. You're a monster, so naturally you believe monsters should exist. But even if I die, the phantom king bee that's meant to strangle my consciousness won't survive. Monsters kill, humans kill monsters, and neither life is more noble than the others. This sentence seemed to pierce a wound in the Qin person. The green spores floating under the umbrella cap dimmed, and some turned gray and fell to the ground, probably inactive. Don't fight, don't, Hela, leave. This Qin person had a talent for making people's emotions fluctuate. Aire watched the dimming light around her, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. After reading Hela's memories, Aire believed that this Qin person was a true pacifist. Back when the city-state still existed, the Qin people ventured into human territory to negotiate peace with humans. Who could have imagined that human representatives would turn against them and seize the opportunity to attack them? After coming to her senses, Aire recalled the summoning that had originally brought her here. She asked, about 9 months ago, did you or your kind summon the monsters of the obscure forest to avoid conflict with humans? A year ago. Lost contact. Sheltering your tribe. You accidentally. The truth was revealed. That summoning had appeared to be a massive monster outburst. Who could have imagined that it was actually a migration of habitats? The only human injured, Aire, had been caught up in the incident by accident. Some things, if viewed from a different perspective, reveal a different explanation. For example, the fog that permeated the dark forest and other monster forests. Entering the fog would teleport one into a swarm of monsters of unknown rank, posing a multitude of dangers. That's from a human perspective. But from a monster's perspective, isn't the fog, which allows for transport between different areas of the forest, and even between different monster forests, a protective shield? If she shared these thoughts with others, she'd probably be considered foolish. Aire sighed, feeling that the task Hela had entrusted her with might be far more difficult than she imagined. She wanted to share the story of the city-state's peace talks and rebellion. Like the Qin people, she wanted to return to an era of true peaceful coexistence. But that was nearly impossible. The struggle between life and death had raged for far too long. She herself had attacked monsters many times out of sheer need for survival. If the monster before her right now were any other, less intelligent monster besides the Qin people, they would have devoured her without hesitation. Let's take it one step at a time. Even if all I can do in the end is pass on the story, it won't be considered a disgrace to Hela's trust. Hela. You. Leave. A dull, unpleasant sound, like the scraping of bark, echoed as Jinren once again ordered them to leave. Aire said nothing more, following Jinren outside. After understanding the truth behind the summoning, she came to terms with Jinren's indifference. They were strangers from different tribes, and even though they had lost the same friend, the barrier between humans and monsters forced them to grieve separately. The moment they left the room, the house collapsed behind them, and Hela's magic lost its effectiveness with her departure. Only the reddish-brown notebook survived, thanks to the magic inherited from Hela within Aire. I will inherit her mission. As a reward for this encounter and trust. Aire muttered to herself. Passing the fountain square and down another street, in a corner surrounded by trees, stood a building resembling an old altar. Wild vines entwined the broken stone pillars. The center, a stone platform more than 10 centimeters above the ground, was covered with moist moss. Aire stepped onto the stone platform. Jinren raised his branch-like hands and touched the pillars beside the platform. Light surged from the base of the stone pillars, like an upward whirlwind. Under the portal, the scenery beyond the stone platform began to blur. Before Aire could fully teleport away, Jinren delivered a final warning. Human. Don't come in again. This unexpected journey ultimately ended with expulsion. In the previous second, Aire was still resentful of his expulsion. The next second, she landed on a strange, yet ornate teleportation platform. Is this right? Where was I being teleported to? Elle, who had originally thought she was being teleported back to the dark forest, was bewildered. A teleportation platform is a fixed location between cities. Back then, there was a teleportation platform leading to the city in the Phelps Magic Court, but it was said to be expensive per use, and Elle had never spent any money on it. Then Elle remembered that Garden of Eden had once had a honeymoon period with the kingdom. She had probably been teleported to a teleportation point from when the city-state still existed. This was fine, at least it was a human town, though she had no idea where it was. Ire looked around and saw, besides the ornate platform, some metal and ironwork ornaments. The walls were smooth, white marble, and laid with 6 fan-shaped stained glass windows, giving it a luxurious look. Perhaps it was some prosperous, large city. Country bumpkin Ire tucked her notebook away in her arms. She looked down at her tiger-skin top and deerskin skirt, which looked out of place in the city. She realized something tragic. She had left all her belongings in the shabby house of the city-state. There was even a bag of gold coins she smuggled from the laboratory. She hadn't forgotten about it even during her escape these past few months, yet she had forgotten it on her last departure. Never mind, it was ill-gotten gains, so what if it was lost? Ire sighed, the only way to comfort herself. At that moment, she hadn't realized the gravity of the matter. Pushing open the heavy oak door of the teleportation room, another iron door blocked the path, encased in a magical barrier requiring specialized magical tools to unlock. A weak, lazy male voice rang from the nearby pavilion. Royal City Post Station, 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins? Hearing Ire's question, a uniformed man peeked out of the pavilion window and sized Ire up and down, his eyes brimming with disdain. TSK. Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? You don't have any money, and you dare to try to use a teleportation portal to come to the capital? Just hire a horse or donkey cart. Oh no, seeing as you're wearing fur, you've probably never even seen one. I'm new here, and I really don't have 5 gold coins. Could you please give me credit? I definitely pay you back when I saved enough. Thinking about the gold coins he left behind, Ire wanted to punch himself. Or I could work off the debt. Running errands, cooking, hawking. I done all those jobs. What do you think this place is? You're still buying on credit, running errands, hawking. And you don't have the money to pay the landing fee? That's money you owe the king. No one can say a word if I send you to jail. As he spoke, the man picked up a communication device, as if to call someone over. Sir, can you give me another chance? Ire, with a plan in mind, tried to dissuade the man. You saw, everything I'm wearing is taken from wild animals. What does that mean? What does it mean? It means you're poor. The man chuckled, continuing to fiddle with the communication device. Ire wasn't upset. She laughed along, but she was actually observing her surroundings, planning her escape route after evading the ticket. Look, this shirt is made of real tiger skin. Even in the capital, a single piece of tiger skin should be worth quite a bit of money. Ire patted his clothes, successfully drawing the man's attention. Not only that, I can continue hunting. With more hunting trips, I earn money. You given me an allowance this time, and I definitely never forget your kindness when I pay for it. Interesting. The man nodded. At this moment, the voice from the magic tool spoke. King's Capital Guard, what's up? Nothing, nothing, go about your business. The man said flatteringly, clearly moved by Ire's offer of reward. Don't make things worse. Don't you know how busy the guards are these days? And yet you're causing trouble? The person in the communication device scolded him, and turned off the call. Why don't you come out and see the quality of this tiger skin? Okay, you sound so sincere, I'm actually a little interested. The man put down the communication device and walked out of the small pavilion. He stretched out his arm, and just as it was about to touch the tiger skin, Ire grabbed his arm, pinned it, twisted his shoulder blade, and pressed his entire back down. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Open the door. Ire ignored the man's pain and ordered calmly. I can beat a tiger, so of course I can beat a human. If you don't want to feel any pain, open the door. With that, she exerted more force, twisting the man's arm wide behind his back. No, 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 isn't it okay for me to open the door for you? I just want to make a little extra money, are you so cruel? Just pay the landing fee of 2 gold coins. I won't take anything more, is that okay? The man twisted his body and complained. No 5, no 2. Open the door. Or give me the magic tool to open it. Okay, okay, I open it for you. You're more ferocious than a monster. Under Ire's control, the man pulled out his magic tool and opened the door. Ire pushed the man back. He turned and ran a few steps, dodging into an alley he had spotted earlier. The man's furious voice came from behind him. Just wait. I'm going to have the guards arrest you. You can't escape prison. Chapter 36. Walking through the narrow alley, the clamor of bustling business emanated from the far end. Ayer followed the sound and emerged into a street 100 times busier than the commercial streets of Philos City. Both sides of the street were filled with shops and stalls, selling a variety of goods Ayer had never seen before. Unknown fruits and foods, exquisite and ornate trinkets, and long lines of desserts and snacks being prepared and sold. Equally impressive was the unusual appearance of the people of the capital. They were all neatly dressed and elegantly behaved. 9 out of 10, women and men, wore intricately decorated wide-brimmed hats. Some even wore perfume, the strong aroma of which could be smelled as he passed by. Clad in animal fur, Ayer looked completely out of place here. A circle of no man's land had even formed around her. People in front, behind, and on both sides of her avoided her, their heads turning and looking back uncontrollably, their gazes filled with either curiosity or disdain. Either was a bad sign. She would draw too much attention. If the people at the teleportation station actually called in the guards, they'd definitely be caught. No, she had to find a way to change her clothes first. Although she had just made up a story to manipulate the man, the fact that he'd fallen for it proved that the two beast furs were indeed worth a fortune. At least she could get some simple, civilian clothes. Ayer made up her mind, found an ordinary clothing store on the street, and walked in. Hello, young lady. We have the latest fashions from the capital. Feel free to browse. The smartly dressed clerk approached with a smile. Upon seeing Ayer's unusual attire, she paused for a moment, then professionally complimented him. Your outfit is truly remarkable. Is it some new trend? At this point, let's just be embarrassed. We were all strangers after all. Ayer took 2 seconds to mentally prepare herself and said to the smiling clerk, Excuse me, do you accept wild animal furs? Tiger and deerskin? The clerk's smile nearly faltered as she politely replied, Sorry, I'm only in charge of sales. The boss handles all the stocking. She then showed off the exquisite clothing behind her. Why don't you take a look at our clothes first? If you like them, you can try them on. Ayer, clear-eyed, remained unmoved. Is the boss in the store? I asked her directly. After saying this, she half-heartedly began to play the victim. Shopkeeper, I can't help it. The first time I arrived, the guard at the teleportation platform ripped me off. As soon as I emerged from the portal, he demanded 10 gold coins. Ayer sighed pitifully, I'm broke now. If I want to buy clothes and food, I just have to find a way to ship out the goods. That idiot at the teleportation platform has raised the prices again. He's been bullying the streets because his cousin is in the guards. Unexpectedly, Ayer had a lucky break. This topic resonated with the shopkeeper. After angrily scolding the scumbag together, Ayer successfully gained her sympathy and trust. Wait here. I asked the boss for you. Thank you, sister. You're so kind and sweet. I definitely buy new clothes from you once I finish selling. The saleswoman went upstairs to consult the boss, while Ayer waited in the shop downstairs. Business was brisk, and soon 2 young customers arrived. After Ayer told them the salesperson would be back shortly, they took their time, choosing clothes and chatting. Hey, did you hear? The Monster Slayer is returning to the city this afternoon. Wow, really? Then I have to pick out a nice long dress and dress up. I have to make sure that gentlemen can spot me in the crowd. Okay, I know you're feeling amorous, but every time that Battle Mage returns to the city, there's always a huge crowd of people watching. I don't know if we can get a good seat. That's easy. After we buy some clothes, we quickly go to the second floor of the restaurant at the west end of the street and wait. I checked it out, and it has the best view. But if we're upstairs, he won't be able to see us, right? I have an idea. I go buy some flowers right now. When he walks by, we throw them to him. Are you afraid he won't notice us? The girl in the yellow dress said this, and sure enough, she ran out. Her companion continued to choose clothes, looking very happy. I wonder what that magician has done to deserve such a priceless gift that people would be willing to spend money on flowers and clothes just to catch his eye. Ayer, who overheard their conversation, sighed that buying flowers for a stranger would probably never happen to her. It's because she's so poor. Soon, the shop assistant came downstairs. Seeing a customer, she let Ayer go upstairs on her own. The bargaining process was quite tedious. After Ayer played the victim and promised to sell the owner more later, the two sides finally reached a deal. Ayer traded her tiger skin top and deerskin skirt for 2 sets of the cheapest coarse cloth clothing, a new pair of shoes, and 30 copper coins. With her new clothes, Ayer finally felt like she had returned to the human world. The kind shop assistant Grace gave her an extra piece of coarse cloth to wrap the other set of clothes and old shoes in, while Ayer carefully placed the notebook inside her clothes. Sister Grace, is there a potion workshop in the royal city? I'm planning to try to find a job there. Ayer only had 30 copper coins. If she wanted to survive long term, she needed to find a new job. No matter the city, magic-related jobs are undoubtedly more lucrative than ordinary ones. However, after what happened with Hela, Elle now has some psychological barriers to actively hunting monsters, not to mention she lacks the money to buy proper magical weapons. She plans to take up magical plant gathering work instead. It's more profitable than regular jobs, and doesn't require confronting monsters. All she needs to do is avoid them. I didn't realize you're also a potion master? Not really, but I'm not just a hunter, I also done potion gathering and other tasks before. Why don't you just try your luck at the Adventurer's Tavern? Grace suggested, straightening Elle's collar. Adventurer's Tavern? Yes, there are 3 monster forests near the capital, Dark Moon Forest, Crimson Forest, and Shadow Forest. Monster activity has been active this past year. Not only do the monster extermination teams go out to hunt monsters every month, but there are also commissions from the public for collecting potion ingredients and expelling monsters. The commissions are distributed centrally at the Adventurer's Tavern. Many bounty mages and bounty fighters go there to find work. This was information I hadn't learned back in Phillip City. However, with only 1 monster forest nearby, Phillip City should be the safest city in the kingdom. It's not surprising that there aren't any such private commission points. Sounds perfect. Elle asked Grace about the location of the Adventurer's Tavern, thanked her, and prepared to leave the clothing store. You better be careful later. With so many people around, thieves are going to come out. Grace patted her small bag and pointed to the bustling street outside. Judging from the situation, it seems the monster extermination squad has returned to the city. Through the open door of the clothing store, one could see that the number of people on the street was significantly more than double the number before Elle entered. They stood on both sides of the road, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Grace continued, ever since the monsters became active this year, the extermination squad's prestige has greatly increased. Especially since a very handsome magician joined the mid-year. Every time they return to the city, they attract crowds of onlookers. At this point, Grace smiled and teased, why don't you wait and see? That magician is really quite good-looking. I even believe he was a prince. It seemed Grace was referring to the same battle magician the 2 customers had mentioned. I have to get busy making money now, Elle said, smiling and shaking her head, bidding Grace farewell. Goodbye, Sister Grace. To reach the Adventurer's Tavern, they had to leave this street first. The crowds were so dense that it wasn't easy to navigate. The rhythmic clatter of horse hooves echoed from behind, and the jostling crowd suddenly erupted in excited shouts. Here they come! At this moment, distracted attention becomes an easy opportunity for thieves to exploit. So, despite the clamor of the crowd, Elle clutched her package and simply trudged forward through the throng. Compared to the legendary monster slayer, she was more concerned about preventing her package from being stolen, even though it didn't contain much money. The returning team was a member of the Magic Slayer squad, consisting of a battle magician, a knight, and a healer, 6 in total. They were traveling in groups of 3, 1 male and 1 female. The neat formation and majestic figures were enough to make everyone dance for joy. The one that caught the most attention was undoubtedly a battle mage on the left side of the front row. He sat tall and straight on his horse, slowly advancing down the street. He had golden hair as dazzling as the sun, a fair and handsome face, and deep green eyes as vast as the ocean. From a distance, he looked like a god descended into the human world, both noble and distant. Master Battle Mage, we love you. Although they were addressed by their professional titles, anyone could easily tell who the cheers were for. Hey Roland, you're still so popular. A female knight with a buzz cut and black hair, walking in the same row, patted Roland's shoulder vigorously. It's all thanks to everyone. Roland remained motionless despite the pat, speaking calmly. His handsome face, carved like jade, was expressionless, silently emanating a cold and aloof aura that kept people at a distance. Ah! Master Battle Mage, please look here. Please accept our bouquets. And our love. Bouquets? Ire, struggling through the crowd, glanced up. It was indeed the 2 girls she had met in the clothing store. They peeked out of the second-floor window, frantically waving bouquets of purple irises in their hands, then tossing them with all their might, their faces filled with pure joy and excitement. Such vibrant vitality. Ire, who had been in the forest for so long, felt a healing sensation watching them. She smiled, clutching her bag and continuing to walk forward. A few meters away, Roland stared at the familiar figure in disbelief. I finally found you. His heart, uncontrollably tightened in this sudden joy, felt a pang of pain and aching. But a few fluttering irises drifted by, and the figure vanished into the crowd as if it had never been there. But Roland was certain it wasn't an illusion. Chapter 37. The magnificent royal palace stood in the very heart of the capital. The four major organizations directly under the king's command. The Royal Court of Magic, the Royal Knights, the Monster Slayer Squad headquarters, and the Royal City Guard headquarters, like 4 stars surrounding the sun, surrounded the palace. The Royal Magicians and the Royal Knights were located on the east side of the palace, while the Monster Slayer Squad headquarters and the Royal City Guard were adjacent to each other on the west side. After bidding farewell to the warmly welcoming crowd, the members of the Monster Slayer Squad returned to headquarters without delay. Although a brief report on the operation had been sent via communication magic device a few days prior, they still needed to return to headquarters immediately to report. As the 6 of them reached the 3rd floor hallway of headquarters, they heard a hearty laugh. Captain Brika personally emerged from his office to greet his trusted subordinates. As expected, you're my good subordinates. You performed exceptionally well this time. Brika mingled with her men without airs. Let's go! We talk about the report tomorrow. Today, I take you out for a nice meal, a treat. I love you so much, Captain Breka. Several team members excitedly surrounded the captain. Hey, just eating isn't enough, Captain. Lucy, the black-haired, buzzed healer, waved a single finger back and forth, shaking her head. We captured 3 Category 2 monsters, and 9 Category 3 and lower monsters this time. The reward should be substantial. Don't worry. The news was reported to the palace a few days ago. Rewards and vacations are all in the bag. You're satisfied now, right? Let's go have a drink. Brika smiled, her teeth flashing. She embraced healer Lucy, her other hand moving to rest on Roland's shoulder, but he dodged. Captain Brika, I'd like to ask for leave. You definitely get it. Brika patted Roland's arm. You're quite capable. You single-handedly took on a Category 2 monster. After this celebration, I give you 2 weeks off starting tomorrow. Can you start today? I have something urgent. Amid the joyful atmosphere, Roland spoke calmly and confidently, seemingly isolated from the crowd. You just got back. What could be urgent? Let's finish dinner first. Brika was in her early 40s, and despite her approachable demeanor, she was the leader in charge of the monster extermination squad, always a man of her word. However, Roland was obsessed with the figure he had just seen, and waiting until tomorrow to look for him was simply out of the question. If Al hadn't quickly vanished into the crowd, he would have chased after him. Everything was compromised in her presence. Please allow me to leave now, Roland insisted. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Breka's face threatened to show signs of displeasure. Lucy, with her buzzed hair, quickly smoothed things over. There's something going on, she said, pointing at Roland with a smile. Then, in a serene, gossipy tone, she addressed Breka, Captain, you don't know. We passed by on the street, and a group of men, women, and children surrounded Roland. Someone even threw a bouquet of irises at him from the 2nd floor, and the boy was stunned. Oh, so he wants to go find the girl he likes. The other teammates joined in the commotion. To everyone's surprise, Roland lowered his head, his gaze softer than ever before, and he softly replied, Yes, I'm going to find her. He wasn't worldly wise, he was simply anxious. If he had approached him differently, Brika might not have refused. The crowd laughed and jostled him, and Brika's expression returned to its sunny glow. So that's what's going on. Can't you finish talking about it earlier? Go ahead. Don't come back and accuse me of being an old-fashioned person and influencing you young people. Roland, having successfully escaped from headquarters, hurried towards the West Market Commercial Street. Passing the entrance to the Royal Capital Guard headquarters, he happened to see a squad leader of the Royal Capital Guard talking to someone. The Monster Extermination Squad and the Guard headquarters were adjacent, so everyone was somewhat familiar with each other. Roland hurried to find someone, and after a polite nod, he brushed past them. Unexpectedly, the 2 men's brazen conversation came from behind. Cousin, that country bumpkin not only didn't pay the portal landing fee, but he also beat me up. You must avenge me this time. I'll be on patrol tomorrow. When I have time, I help you look for him. What do you think he looks like? You recognize him the moment you see him. She's so easy to spot. Not only does she have striking red hair, but she's wearing a tiger skin top like a wild man, and a skirt made of some beast's skin. Red hair. Roland slowed his pace. They hadn't been avoiding each other, and the words reached him clearly. Skirt? It's a woman. Yes, about 20 years old. She lied to me about giving me the tiger fur, then she attacked me when I wasn't paying attention, forced me to open the door, and then disappeared. You didn't chase her? The other man gave an awkward laugh and tried to save his dignity, saying, I was on duty. When my shift was over, I immediately went to the nearby West Market Commercial Street to check, but no one told me they seen her. Isn't that strange? Are there any other signs? If she doesn't wear the tiger skin coat tomorrow, how will I find her? Let me think. Oh, I got it. I saw it when she twisted my arm. She has so many scars on her left arm. I don't know how they got them. Roland, receiving the necessary information, sped up again and cast a speed spell on himself. The direction remained West Market Commercial Street, but he now had a clearer target. He was certain that the red-haired girl the other person was referring to was Elle. Irusa had said that Elle had written a magic inscription on her left arm the day before. If it was activated, it would definitely leave a mark. After using it so many times, it made sense for scars to appear. And when he saw Elle, she was wearing an ordinary women's long dress. In other words, she had made a special trip to the commercial street to buy new clothes that matched the style of the royal capital, to avoid being recognized by the man from before. The clothing store on West Market Commercial Street welcomed an unexpected customer today, the kind that naturally attracted crowds. No, there weren't many people in the store today, so I remember everyone. There were definitely no customers with red hair. The clerk shook her head. Although she was answering Roland's question, her eyes unconsciously flickered to the side. This store, which specialized in women's clothing, was about to close when it suddenly saw a surge in customers. Many young girls pretended to be shopping, and while choosing between items, they would stealthily or boldly glance at Roland. Or did you see her passing by the door? Roland asked, frowning slightly. She was wearing a tiger-skin coat, which must have been very eye-catching. The clerk still shook her head. No, I've been staying in the store the whole time. Well, a girl standing behind Roland said hesitantly. I think I remember her. By the time Roland arrived at his Target clothing store, it was closing time. Grace, a clerk, was closing the door from the inside. He anxiously reached out to block her, nearly getting his arm caught in the door. Sir, we're closed. If you'd like to buy some clothes, please come back tomorrow. Even Roland's handsome face couldn't silence Grace's resentment at being delayed from get off work. She even held half the door closed, fearing the customer would barge in. Excuse me, I'm looking for someone. Roland leaned against the door with one hand and slipped a silver coin through the crack. This is my apology for wasting your time. Who are you looking for? Grace accepted the coin, her tone improving slightly as she leaned against the doorway. I'm looking for a red-haired girl, about 20 years old, wearing a tiger-skin coat and a skirt that should also be made of animal fur. Roland spoke quickly, incorporating the information he had heard from the guard at the teleportation platform. As he finished, Grace's face darkened, and she said coldly, I never seen her. She was about to close the door again, but Roland persisted, reaching through the doorway and pressing it firmly. He spoke again, his tone eager and hopeful. I heard someone saw her in this store. Do you know where she went? Yes, she bought clothes from us, but who can control where our customers go? Grace said unhappily, You're from the guards, aren't you? Are you trying to take revenge on that idiot at the portal? So that's what Roland realized. He then realized the other party's misunderstanding. He explained sincerely, You misunderstood? Elle and I are old acquaintances. I know she came to the capital, but I haven't been able to contact her. It's not the guards looking for trouble. I'm very worried about her. If you know where she's been, please let me know. Roland was running around trying to find Elle, while Elle, unaware of her whereabouts, had arrived at the legendary Adventurer's Tavern. Elle pushed the door open, and the characteristic tavern noises of the day were overwhelming. The tavern was quite large, and she immediately spotted the mission board standing in the center. It was a wooden board, 4 meters long and 2 meters high, covered with various commissions, categorized by task level, S, A, B, C, and D. Ira glanced at it briefly. Since she wasn't clear on the process for accepting and submitting tasks, she decided to ask someone first. Looking around, she saw counters on both sides of the tavern. Several bounty hunters gathered at the right counter, sipping drinks. It looked like a wooden bar selling drinks. The other side, then, should be the counter for bounty tasks. Excuse me, this is the Adventurer's Tavern. I like to take orders in exchange for a reward. How do I do this? Behind the counter sat a freckled teenager. Although he seemed skeptical of Ira's abilities, he didn't say much. Instead, he explained the tavern's order-taking rules. The rules were simple. Individuals or teams could collect commissions based on their needs. Once the task was completed, it was handed directly to the freckled teenager at the counter, who would verify it and issue the corresponding reward. Behind Ayer, dressed in a simple long dress, several bounty hunters were discussing something. When arriving in an unfamiliar place, information about the locals is always crucial. After learning the rules of accepting orders, Ayer found a seat near the group, hoping to hear what they were discussing. Chapter 38. A few tables away, several bounty hunters drank and chatted. Judging from their attire, they must be bounty magicians. Gaining information is crucial wherever you are, and the tavern, with its mix of good and bad, is undoubtedly a hub for all kinds of information. Of course, it would be great if, while gathering information, you could also find a suitable teacher of magic and its principles. Bounty hunters are known for their focus on money. Although the law strictly prohibits civilians from practicing magic, with a high enough price, it shouldn't be difficult to find a bounty magician willing to make an exception. Ayer didn't drink, but to avoid making it too obvious she was eavesdropping, she bought a glass of wine as a prop. 2 copper coins were not to be wasted. Focusing on the principle of not wasting, Ayer raised her glass and took a sip. The moment she took a sip, she was immediately struck by an indescribable flavor, and it took all her strength not to spit it out. So this was the taste of wine. She was no longer curious. Ayer swallowed the wine with difficulty, set his glass down with disdain, and pricked up his ears, focusing on the bounty hunters' conversation. It sounded like they were discussing the monster extermination team that had returned to the city this afternoon. Hey, did you hear? The extermination team that returned this time killed several orange-level, Type 2 monsters. They're royals after all, the best of the best. They're all either royal mages, royal knights, or at least royal healers. Oh, if I had known I work harder in the magic court, I might have become a high-level mage by now, qualified to take the exam for a royal mage. That would be much more lucrative than just accepting commissions now. Do you have the talent? Earning the title of intermediate magician is already quite impressive. After all, geniuses like the combat magician from the extermination team are few and far between. Are you talking about the one from Phillips City? Hearing the name Phillips, Al felt as if he were in another world. He became even more interested in the combat magician they were talking about. Could it be that prince-like magician Grace mentioned? A few meters away, the bounty hunter's conversation continued. He should be the youngest royal mage in the monster hunting team's history, and he's only been with the team for 3 months, yet he's been involved in several Type 2 monster hunts. Several bounty hunters agreed on this person. One of them, seemingly knowing something, said mysteriously, I have a junior magician friend who's also from Phillips. I heard this prodigy was in his class, the only one to reach the advanced level. Furthermore, it only took him 6 months to advance from passing the 2-star star-grabbing exam to becoming an intermediate mage, and then to becoming an advanced mage. The others were skeptical of this insider information. Everyone knew the difficulty of the 3-star star-grabbing exam. The pass rate for those who completed the entire third-year curriculum at the magic court was pitifully low. How could someone master such advanced magic in just 6 months and successfully pass the 3-star exam? And he's now a royal mage. His path to success is truly astonishing. 6 months? How did he do it? As expected, some questioned the veracity of the story. I don't know, but it's pretty bizarre anyway. The person with inside information continued, my friend told me there was a monster riot during his class's 2-star exam. Aside from that person, everyone else who took the exam was injured to varying degrees. So he's completely fine? Someone asked impatiently. Not only is he fine, but I heard he passed the exam early, and even helped the instructors and the royal knights, supporting others who were attacked. After hearing this, several people looked at each other and shared a similar sentiment. So such people favored by the creator god really do exist. That's right. Even that face looks like a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the creator god. Favored by the creator god. Elle remembered having similar thoughts about someone. She knew who the genius these people were talking about was. But what surprised her even more was that a monster riot had occurred during the star-picking exam. Could it be a plot twist from the original novel? Her entanglement with great mage Luna had distracted her from the situation. She just wondered how Urza, Miss Clemens, and the others were doing. Were they injured in the riot? She was able to make some advanced plans using the existence of death countdowns, but the others weren't so lucky. At least for now, she was powerless. Just trying to save herself from the plot killing was already a desperate effort. Unbeknownst to her, were there other innocent people, unknowingly forced to sacrifice their lives for the sake of a supposedly greater plot conflict? Then, She couldn't help but think of Roland, the man who always smiled at her. The prodigy everyone talked about perished at the same time as the monster uprising, yet he successfully completed the 2-star and 3-star tests. In just 9 months, he had not only become a high-level magician, but was now a leader among the monster extermination team. Wasn't he the most obvious beneficiary of that incident? So, was the plot conflict surrounding the monster uprising designed for him? Was he not just a key character, but the legendary protagonist? A stream of theories swirled in his mind, muddling his thoughts. Ire grabbed his glass and forcefully took a long, bitter gulp, forcing himself to calm down. The matter was over. The most important thing now was to understand the current situation. The last death countdown occurred in Eden due to a monster attack, not triggered by a character in the novel. This proved that she had indeed successfully extricated herself from the previous plot. The fact that the Black Ball hadn't yet reported any death countdowns related to any key characters was proof of this. The key was the future. Now that she had returned to the human world, under the powerful pull of the plot, she was bound to be drawn into various life-or-death situations once again. What should I do next? Gurgle. A sudden rumble in her stomach pulled Elle out of her tangled brainstorm. She rubbed it, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Okay, let's put the unknown aside for now. Hasn't she already made plans for her future? The most basic thing is to earn enough money to eat in the capital. When she has enough spare time, she can figure out how to secretly learn some magic, pass on Hella's power, and spread the word about the city-state. Just like 3 years ago, anxiety was useless. Before the death countdown appeared again, all she could do was survive and become stronger. The unpalatable wine was finished unnoticed, and Elle, with a heavy heart, left the adventurer's tavern. It was already getting late, and she planned to find an inn near the tavern to rest for the night before starting to earn money tomorrow. She glanced at the task board and saw quite a few quests that would quickly earn her money. She was confident in her ability to earn money. After comparing prices, Ire chose an inn about a kilometer from the tavern. She grudgingly spent 10 copper coins and secured a room of the lowest quality and a simple dinner. This was the cheapest price in the area, but it still emptied Ire's wallet by a third. The bread for dinner was probably leftover from yesterday or the morning before, and it was quite hard. Fortunately, there was a bowl of thick soup, and Ire broke the bread apart and dipped it in the broth, which made it manageable. After almost a year of living in the open, having a roof over their heads and food in their stomachs was a rare treat. As Ire ate her bread and soup, she calculated how much she could earn tomorrow. Roland, the genius magician the bounty hunters had mentioned, appeared at the adventurer's tavern. Yes, there was one. She came over to ask me about the commission process, then had a drink and left. The freckled boy said, gesturing to a table of people drinking in the hall. About half an hour ago, sitting not far from those bounty hunters. There weren't many customers at the time, so I remember it vividly. Didn't she accept the commission? The freckled man shook his head. No. Thank you. If you remember anything else, please let me know. Roland handed over a silver coin and checked the quest board. Very good. Elle is fully capable of handling most of the missions. It's been almost a year since we last met, and she must have grown considerably. Since there are missions available, she'd definitely come again. As long as he stays here, he'd definitely be able to wait for her. Ever since he saw that figure today, his heart, which had been in a state of panic, gradually calmed down. However, he was also a little curious about what Elle was trying to gather by spending so much time over a beer. He had plenty of time to ask. With this thought, Roland turned on his boots and headed towards the table of bounty hunters the freckled boy had pointed to. Over the past 2 years of their relationship, Roland had racked his brains to ensure Elle couldn't avoid his treatment and care, so he had a certain understanding of Elle's behavior. If there weren't many people around, Elle, with her cautious personality, would probably sit away from the others. Unless, of course, she wanted to take the opportunity to gather some information. Roland hadn't even had time to change out of his extermination squad uniform, but his swift steps still carried the fierceness of a monster-slaying ferocity. The bounty hunters, who had just gossiped about him, watched him pull up a vacant seat next to them and look at each other, their words stuttering. Mr. Royal Magician, what can I do for us? Excuse me. The subject of the gossip was surprisingly polite. He waved to the bar, poured a round of drinks for each of the bounty hunters at the table, and paid for them directly. Half an hour ago, did any of you see a red-haired girl around 20? No, we were so engrossed in our conversation that we didn't have time to worry about the people around us. A bounty hunter hummed. I see, that's what happens when you're talking about something cheerful. A smile spread across his handsome face, dispelling his menacing aura. So I'm curious what everyone was talking about just now. A dozen minutes later. After sharing their gossip, the bounty hunters fled the tavern. Roland stared at the empty glasses on the table, his expression unfathomable. After the waiter cleared the mess, he ordered another drink for himself. He sat at the table, and so on. After a dreamless night, Al woke early, packed his few belongings, and returned to the Adventurer's Tavern. The tavern was much quieter in the morning than when he had left the previous night. In the empty tavern, the sleepy waiter from the morning shift, taking over from the night shift, was sweeping the floor. In the main hall sat the sole guest, his table littered with empty glasses, a testament to his previous night's excesses. Elle didn't care. No matter who it was, or how drunk they were, it was none of her business. But how could it be him? How did he happen to be here? Elle's pupils trembled, and before she knew it, she was already heading for the tavern's entrance. Now she had to leave. Alas, it was too late. The chair creaked harshly as he stood up, and in a few steps, he was behind Elle, his movements nimble, and unlike someone who had been drinking all night. A familiar figure hugged Elle from behind as she tried to escape. She felt him rest his chin on her shoulder, rubbing his cheek against her hair. He spoke in a sticky, drunken voice. "This wine is so awful. Did you drink yesterday too?" There was a clear sense of attachment in his voice. Would he be the kind of person who would do such a thing? Roland's uncharacteristic behavior left Elle frozen in shock. Of course, it was also because his grip was so tight that it was impossible to break free. Chapter 39. A warm chest draped over her back, and a pair of strong arms wrapped around Elle's waist, preventing her from escaping. Intoxicated, Roland rested his chin, then his entire face, against the crook of Elle's neck. His golden hair rubbed against the side of her face, tickling it slightly. "The wine is so awful. Did you drink yesterday?" Roland's actions were completely unexpected, leaving Elle momentarily stunned. So, when this question, uttered with obvious intoxication and a hint of grievance and tenderness, came out, Elle immediately had an aha thought. So he's drunk. No wonder he's acting so erratically. But why is this arm so hard to unhook? Elle tugged and tugged, but couldn't get it off her waist. "Hey, even if you're drunk, have some sense. Can you please let me go?" Elle said helplessly, wishing she could find a piece of cloth to cover his or her face. It wasn't just because she'd been deliberately avoiding contact with Roland, the suspected protagonist, but more importantly, he was already a hot topic among bounty hunters, and now, in his Monster Slayer uniform, he was drawing a lot of attention. She really didn't want to become the subject of gossip. The golden head in the crook of her neck shook, and a muffled voice came from Elle's shoulder. "I'm drunk. Is being drunk a legitimate excuse? Does being drunk mean you can just hug someone's waist? Are you one of those monsters whose personality can change at will? Your personality changes drastically when you're drunk, right?" Elle really wanted to crack his golden head open and question him, but she still had to take on missions at the tavern. If this got out, she couldn't imagine the amount of interrogation she'd have to endure. Even though the tavern was light in the morning, it didn't mean it wasn't empty. The waiter had been wiping the tables near them at least 3 times. So, Elle decided to put the drunk man aside for now, and find a way to leave. If the tavern got crowded, she'd be in a real bind. "You should still be able to walk, right?" Elle tried to soften her tone and persuade him. "This is a tavern for bounty hunters, and you, a royal magician, are drunk here." Here, Elle paused for a moment, realizing his behavior was more serious than just being drunk. She continued, "If you're drunk and acting crazy and are seen, your deeds will be spread everywhere tomorrow. So, if you have something to talk to me about, let's go somewhere quieter." She had just arrived in the capital yesterday, and had just been to the Adventurer's Tavern. To chance to run into Roland here today was not a coincidence. After Ayer finished speaking, he felt the golden head on his shoulder move and rise. The words were so soft, like a passing breeze brushing against his ear. "Don't rush to run away, and I agree." This made Ayer feel strangely guilty. Her turning and walking away just now had been too obvious. But thinking that they were only acquaintances to begin with, and now at most had the added identity of fellow townspeople, Ayer felt justified again. "We're from the same hometown. Why would I avoid you for no reason? It's simply because standing here is blocking someone's business. I go with you. I'm open to wherever you go." Another drunken tone, each word clung to the next. Behind Ayer, those lake green eyes held no hint of drunkenness. "Can you walk on your own?" "I don't want to walk down the street with a drunk on my arm." "Because you've been drinking? I wanted to give it a try." A slightly aggrieved voice echoed from behind. Are you a stalker? You even know I had a glass of wine yesterday." Ayer couldn't help but turn her head and whisper, almost brushing against the breathtakingly beautiful face resting on her shoulder. She quickly turned her head back. "I'd rather be a stalker, so you wouldn't have disappeared for so long after the star-picking exam." Whether these words were true or false, half drunk and half awake, let alone this obsession that couldn't be explained, Ayer said nothing more, patting the other person's hands that were bound to her. "Let's go!" The restraints around her waist were finally released, and Ayer, without even turning back, began to walk out. After a few steps, a hand tugged at the fabric at her waist from behind. "I'm still a little dizzy. Can you walk slower?" "I follow you." "Your Excellency, Master Roland. If you can't drink much, don't try to imitate others, okay?" Elle was practically laughing with rage, but unfortunately, he couldn't vent his anger on a drunk. Someone grabbed him by the clothes, and there was no way to dodge. Finally, Elle took him to the hotel where he stayed the previous night. "Hello, would you like the cheapest room?" Oh. The hotel clerk's eyes were glued to Roland as he fumbled a key from the drawer and placed it on the counter. Roland, already strikingly handsome, was even more so in his tailored royal magician's uniform and black boots. From the moment he arrived, he became the focus of everyone's attention in this humble inn. Elle remained unmoved. She felt the meager dozen or so copper coins in her pocket, then, thinking about the man behind her who had kept her jobless, decided to speak up. "Since you're here to talk to me, it's probably not too much for you to pay for the room." Roland nodded and pushed a silver coin onto the counter. "Please move us to a better insulated room. The rest is your tip." "Okay, this is the best room we have. Enjoy it." The front desk clerk glanced at the two of them with an ambiguous look and added in a low voice, "I promise no one will overhear." Baffling, was it necessary to be so quiet just to remind them? Elle frowned and took the new key. Roland, on the other hand, seemed to realize the ambiguity in his words. He gently tugged at the hem of Elle's skirt, his voice as soft as the fluttering of a butterfly's wings. If Elle hadn't been so close, she probably wouldn't have heard. "Let's go!" "Not drunk now." Ayer looked back, deliberately teasing him about his drunken state. But Roland quickly turned his head away, not wanting to meet her gaze. His ears, hidden by his golden hair, and his delicate face, a faint blush. "You're not still drunk, are you? Your face is even redder than before." No. "Let's go upstairs." Outside, the day was bright, and he felt as if everyone in the hotel was focused on him, a stark contrast to the awe they had just felt at his appearance. In a moment of desperation, Roland covered his blushing face with the back of his left hand, took Ayer's arm without hesitation, and walked quickly inside. It was indeed the best room in the hotel. Even the bed was a luxurious double princess bed. Yet, for such a large room, there was only one set of table and chairs, not even a single chair. Elle looked at Roland, who stood several meters away from the bed, and thought he was disgusted by the poor surroundings. Although he had stayed at the Modest Inn where he worked part-time in Philo's city, things were different now. Perhaps his tastes had become more discerning? She squeaked out a chair and sat sideways at the table. She leaned over and patted the bed just beyond her knees, indicating that Roland could sit somewhere more comfortable. "Well, the bed is quite soft, and feels more upscale than the one in Amanda's shop. Please sit down, distinguished royal magician." 3 years had passed since their first true meeting at the Philo's City Inn. Elle, who never liked to dwell on the past, felt a touch of emotion. "Just call me by my name." Roland's voice was at least a little louder than at the front desk, and his face was still red. As if he couldn't walk anymore, he shuffled to the bedside and sat stiffly at the end, 3 meters away from Elle. Then he lowered his head again, not wanting to look at anyone, and fell silent. Could this guy have been out on the street, and now sober and feeling embarrassed? Elle felt she had grasped the reason for Roland's sudden strange behavior. She sighed, pulled her chair toward the end of the bed, and started talking. "What do you want from me?" Roland opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know where to begin. Last night, he drank alone, thinking only of finding her, not letting her out of his sight, and what to do if she ran away upon seeing him. Pretending to be drunk and pitiful did help. But if he wanted to keep her for a long time, he had no leverage at all. Back at the Magic Academy, he'd been able to provide her with weekly therapy under the guise of helping others. But what about now? He had no idea what she was trying to do, not even what she experienced that day, or why she resorted to self-harm to protect herself. If he asked, would she tell him? He hesitated to take the risk. After much deliberation, he decided to approach the situation with the most conservative approach, which involved therapy. "Can I see the wound on your arm? I don't know what to say, so tell me how you found me." After a long silence, they both spoke simultaneously. Caught off guard by the question about the wound she'd forgotten, Elle subconsciously pinched her arm through her sleeve. It was 800 years ago, and it's healed. Rather than that, answer my question first. A person's subconscious reactions are the most truthful. Roland certainly believed the healed wound. After all, nearly a year had passed. But Elle's pinching of her arm clearly demonstrated how serious her injury had been. Just now, he'd been trying to open up the conversation, but now, he couldn't just let it go. I couldn't rest easy without seeing it with my own eyes. The blush on Roland's face faded, and he tentatively took Eller's left arm in his hand. He spoke in the same tone he used countless times in the demon court. Come to think of it, I contributed to your injury too. Just to reassure me, could you let me examine you? This distance was familiar to Eller, who had received his treatment so many times. Even more familiar was the Roland before her, lowering his posture, leaning forward and looking up at her. That expression again, gentle, soft, yet a persistent, unrelinquished gaze lingered in his eyes. Like the softest spiderweb in the dark night, gently swaying in the wind, but once stained, it was impossible to break free. Being cared for felt good, so she had acquiesced countless times in his actions. But now, Elle didn't want to be caught in the same web again. He had been kind to her, inexplicably kind, from the moment she collapsed from injury at the Earl's mansion, to their first meeting at the inn, to the countless times he treated her in the magic court. But why? An inexplicable pity. She would rather see the real Roland, blushing and unsure of what to say, than have him, with his inexplicable obsession, dictate her decisions or her injuries. How strange. It was clearly me who had been trying to avoid him all along. So why, even now, was I still trying to touch the so-called truth? It's okay, it's okay. Who knows my injuries better than me? Now that I'm no longer in the demon court, that strange relationship of healer and healer should be over. Iyer was silent for a moment before speaking, lifting the strange veil of ambiguous closeness between them. The relaxed atmosphere seemed to freeze. Roland's hand, which had been loosely grasped Ayer's arm. His expression, usually used to seduce and persuade Ai, faltered. He felt he had messed up. Was he too eager? Or was that smile just not good enough? If he had just used his face more often, said soft words, and acted cute a few times, she would have agreed. Why didn't it work? Besides that, he had no other leverage. Do you hate me so much that you don't want anything to do with me? He finally spoke his heart out, his lake green eyes shattering. From the anxiety he felt upon hearing she was missing, to the despair he felt after joining the monster extermination team and struggling to find her in several monster forests. The fear of a doom befalling him, the days and nights when he couldn't confirm her safety. All these emotions washed over him. The hand gripping Ayer's left arm slipped away, and he rested his forehead on her knees, pleading sorrowfully, "Please allow me to protect you, please." Chapter 40. Please allow me to protect you, please. He leaned on Elle's knees like a devout believer in prayer, his straight, respectable uniform folding into messy lines as he awkwardly moved. Elle had suspected there was a hidden agenda behind Roland's actions, but she couldn't imagine it would unfold this way. He had always been a provider of healing and support, so why would he act so servilely? Don't want to be involved? Ever since I suspected he was a key figure. Hate him? How could it be possible? Who could hate someone who, when injured, is more anxious than the person himself and tries every possible way to help? Besides, Roland was an incredibly talented person. Elle still remembered the first time she saw him at the inn. It was precisely because of his striking appearance and demeanor that she sensed a hint of danger in that extreme beauty. Fingers curled and unclenched, raised and lowered. With mixed feelings, Elle uttered the question she had long harbored within her. I don't understand why you're so obsessed with protecting me. It's been like this since we met. But I didn't do it. A low, hoarse voice echoed. What happened to you a year ago, or why you suddenly appeared in the capital now? I don't know any of this. My help was of no use, and now you don't even need this little bit of help. Hearing his self-loathing words, Elle was instantly furious. She lifted the golden head from her lap without hesitation, holding up her angular face with both hands. You're trying to change the subject again. Before you answer my question, stop trying to distract me by playing the victim. He'd been seen through. A faint glint still flickered in his emerald eyes. Roland tilted his head, not struggling particularly hard, then turned his eyes away at Ayer's questioning. Answer me directly. What's your reason for doing this? If you're still trying to brush me off, I don't think there's any point in wasting each other's time. Roland stood up silently, looking at Ayer with an indescribable expression, a mixture of emptiness, loss, and sadness. Deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a hint of longing and hope. He placed his hands, replacing his forehead, on Ayer's thighs, just above her knees. The pressure wasn't very strong, but the gesture was somewhat ambiguous, far beyond social distance. Aira suspected he was worried she might suddenly break out and escape, but there was no evidence. "Do you remember what people called me?" Aira was momentarily stunned. "Genius battle magician?" She mentioned the most common description she heard of him recently. Roland smiled and shook his head, then lowered his eyes and whispered, "Roland of Doom." That was a name from too long ago. Aira strained to recall it, only then remembering it happened when he first entered the demon court. "They call me that for a reason. For as long as I can remember, I've been bringing misfortune to those around me." He gently stroked the hem of Elle's skirt with his thumb, as if the rough texture of the fabric could bring him a little comfort. "Because I was born with the magical gift of precognition, but for me, young and powerless, it was an irreversible curse. My first precognitive dream was about my mother's death. She was a high-ranking magician and a sorcerer who loved making potions. In the dream, she mixed the wrong ingredients and created a poisonous potion, which she drank and died from the poison. Such a thing was so bizarre that even if I spoke of it with trepidation, everyone would have dismissed it as a ridiculous dream. Until the dream came true." Elle felt the pressure of fingers pressing against her leg, and the fabric of her skirt wrinkled as he unintentionally grasped it. "Then, it was about my father and my childhood friend. At a time when there had been no monsters infesting Philo's city for a long time, I dreamed of their deaths at the hands of monsters. Although my father had practiced magic, he was only a rudimentary wizard, and my friend was just an ordinary person. Even though everyone believed my prophecy, they still couldn't escape it. I had several more precognitive dreams after that, but each time I was powerless to change it. Until I met you." The fingers pressing against Elle's leg lifted, extended upward, and pressed against the spot where the thorn rose had once pierced. "You have no idea how happy I was when I saw you at the inn." The lake-green eyes that gazed at Elle were filled with hope, like crystal dewdrops streaking across emerald leaves at dawn. Finding him with such eyes, Elle couldn't help but hold his breath. "The day before yesterday at the Earl's mansion, although the healing magic healed your wounds, I still felt uneasy. That night, I had that precognitive dream about you again." "What happened in the dream?" Elle asked curiously. If the black ball hadn't appeared, would he have died quietly like that? Or would something else have happened? "That's something that will never happen again. It's unimportant." Roland shook his head, his refusal clear. It probably wasn't a happy ending, but it was already in the past, and Elle didn't necessarily know it at this point. On the contrary, she felt a sense of sympathy for Roland, who had been through it all. She used her own experience with the death countdown to comfort him, saying, "Now you're a high-level magician, and have joined the monster extermination squad. You won't be as helpless in the face of danger as before. Precognition will be your aid. You have the power to save those lost in the precognition, and you can create a new future." Just like the death countdown for himself. While it was frustrating when it appeared, as long as he had the ability to survive, wasn't the countdown a reminder? Roland lost himself in thought at this reassurance. How could he be so adorable? Although it wasn't easy to open himself up in front of her, her relief, understanding, and openness were like an antidote, healing old wounds. Roland felt like a traveler lost in the desert for countless hours. Elle was the sweet spring that quenched his parched soul, the only compass pointing to hope. No matter how many lives he could save through his foresight, it would be meaningless if she wasn't among them. He gazed at Elle with longing, like a dragon looking at its most cherished treasure, and spoke with a deep sense of unease. "But I couldn't predict you. Before the 2-star star-grabbing exam, I foresaw the monster uprising and made some preparations. But you, who hadn't appeared in my dreams, disappeared." Speaking of the star-picking exam, Elle's heart skipped a beat, instantly pulling her out of Roland's story. She thought of the great mage Luna, whom she had killed in a counterattack. With such a high position, someone would surely investigate her death. What about Roland? Did he foresee that mage Luna would die at his hands? What if he knew? Would he have denounced him? Elle tentatively asked. "I heard that great mage Luna also disappeared. Did you foresee that?" Roland was stunned for a moment, then gave Elle a reassuring smile. He answered the question irrelevantly. "I once thought she was a trustworthy elder. So I told her about the prophetic dream, including the monster uprising during the star-picking exam, thinking this would minimize the damage. Unexpectedly, things went in the exact opposite direction." He didn't elaborate on the opposite situation. He picked up Elle's left arm again, and through the fabric, he could almost feel the scar beneath it. "Perhaps you could first tell me what happened after you disappeared. Let me know how utterly wrong I was." Ire instantly realized that Roland hadn't foreseen his, and great mage Luna's actions. But from various clues, He had already guessed that Great Mage Luna was the instigator of the monster uprising and his own disappearance. It's over now. Let it rest in peace. The only people who knew about the incident were himself, the victim, Great Mage Luna, the perpetrator, and accomplice number 8. Even if someone investigated the matter, the perpetrator was dead, and the accomplice was on his side, making it difficult for others to find fault with him. It's better to let it go, and never mention it again. She could let it go, but some people couldn't. I'm sorry. It's because of me that you got hurt. It wasn't just hurt. She had literally come face to face with death and returned. But every wrong has its perpetrator, and she wouldn't drag this matter onto someone else. You didn't do it. Why are you so eager to admit your mistake? To Roland, these words sounded like a sign of reconciliation. What if he were even more greedy? Would he be forgiven? Then will you come with me? I never let you get hurt again. After learning the whole story, Elle's defenses against Roland completely vanished. So when he used his handsome face and intimate tone to seduce her again, his attack power was more than doubled. But how could she possibly get involved with Roland? Elle remained impassive, sighing inwardly. She demanded truth from Roland, but unfortunately, she couldn't be honest with him. What could she say? Hi, our lives are actually a novel, and you're likely the protagonist, or perhaps a key character. So, to avoid any events centered around you endangering my life, I have to stay away from you. That sounded too much like a lie fabricated to avoid him. Even she herself, without the experience of resurrection, couldn't believe such a bizarre story. Worse still, he interpreted this as a cover-up for his supposed bad luck. So, let's use the truth to replace the unspoken truth. Don't you already know? Elle raised his head proudly. I possess the ability to escape the clutches of a great magician. I am my own strongest shield and sharpest spear, capable of protecting myself from all dangers. Chapter 41. D-Rank Quest. Gather 50 Silvermoon Grasses. Reward. 10 silver coins taken. C-Rank Quest. Gather 20 Bloodvines. Reward. 20 silver coins taken. C-Rank Quest. Gather 20 Frost Fruits. Reward. 30 silver coins taken. Ire stood at the quest board in the Adventurer's Tavern, and quickly took down a dozen C and D-Rank quests. With only a dozen copper coins left, she needed to take on a few more quests to earn enough for food and drink. A bony hand reached out from her side, pointing to a quest at the top of the quest board. A-Rank Quest. 1 Golden Ring Crocodile Monster. Reward. 3 gold coins. Aren't you going to take this? Ire didn't answer directly, but carefully examined the quest list in her hand. Is the monster extermination team's work so easy? You still have time to watch me take on missions? I'm on vacation. I have 2 weeks free. I can go wherever I want. Then could you please change your clothes before you show up? Elle reluctantly patted Roland's straight chest with a stack of slips, and walked towards the tavern's mission counter. It was afternoon, and there were many bounty hunters sitting in the tavern. Unsurprisingly, Roland attracted a lot of attention. If you don't come with me, I have no choice but to follow you. What if you leave while I'm changing? Roland had his own unique understanding of Elle's refusal that morning. Elle had her own plans, and didn't want to go with him. So wouldn't it be better for him to follow Elle? It didn't make sense. Elle tried to focus his attention, to reduce his attention to this spirit behind the scenes. She didn't believe Roland could continue to follow her everywhere. To complete these magic herb gathering tasks, they had to go to the monster forest. Ire, who had only recently arrived at the capital, had only heard of the nearby monster forest from the clothing store clerk. Beyond that, she knew nothing. It seemed she would have to spend some more money. She went to the quest counter and, after confirming that maps were only for sale, not for rent, she paid the huge sum of 5 copper coins to buy one from the freckled boy. Then she sat at a table in the tavern to study her destination and route for gathering magic herbs. The map, with the capital as its starting point, showed the routes to the 3 surrounding monster forests, along with a brief introduction to each. The information above is a bit outdated. Bloodvine Luo is a good source of bloodvine in the Scarlet Forest, but it's also being found in the Shadow Forest lately. Roland, who was following closely behind Ire, suddenly spoke up. Seeing Ire's gaze shift to him, he smiled again and laid out his plans. I'm very familiar with the nearby monster forest. I know a lot of information that's not on the map. It'd be more efficient if you take me with you. And I have a carriage, so you can save the money on renting one. As expected of him, this shot hit Ire's sore spot. Unlike the strict security of the obscure forest in Philo City, the royal capital, as the headquarters of the monster extermination team and home to the kingdom's best magicians, partially opened the monster forest to the public. On the outskirts of the monster forest, there were teleportation platforms leading to various open areas, accessible for a fee. With Roland's help, Ayer even waived this fee. Coupled with his guidance, which was like a living map, Ayer completed his collection mission unexpectedly quickly. God knows how he's only been with the monster extermination team for 3 months, yet he's already so familiar with this monster forest. Hurry. The materials on the commission had been collected, and the two of them were now slowly driving the carriage back to the city. Ayer and Roland sat side by side outside the carriage. She watched Roland expertly control the horse, feeling a sense of admiration. You seem to learn everything quickly. What did you say? Roland leaned toward Ayer, his eyes still fixed on the front, carefully watching to keep the horse from straying. His hands gripped the reins tightly, not even bothering to wipe the thin layer of sweat from his forehead. I mean, you're a real genius. It was your first time driving a carriage when we went there, and now you're as skilled as a seasoned driver. Ayer leaned closer, raising her voice. Ayer had assumed he had his own carriage and driver. Who knew, after she agreed to go with Roland, he rented one and even bought a new set of ordinary clothes. Apparently, he saved the cost of renting a carriage, so Elle rented it instead, and he was the one doing the renting. As for his changed uniform, it lay in the back carriage along with the packets of magic herbs, with the royal magician acting as groom. Because I need to take you. Roland heard clearly this time. Seeing the horse moving straight, he turned and smiled brightly, even outshining the sunset glow. I told you, anywhere you want to go, I'm fine with it. So that was what he meant by anywhere you want to go in the tavern. Elle realized it belatedly. Whether it was the overly striking smile that had blinded her, or the words that had pierced her heart, Elle's heart pounded. She reached out and patted her cheek, avoiding Roland's gaze, and forcing herself to remain calm as she retorted, How could there be a royal magician as willful as you? Where's your sense of responsibility? Roland smiled gently, watching Elle, so full of life, sitting just an arm's length away from him. Flame-red hair, rosy cheeks, a voice full of life. Bit by bit, it filled a void in his life, and his empty existence seemed to be complete at this moment. I just want to find you. Tenderness in Roland's eyes almost overflowed as he spoke softly, his voice barely audible. During Elle's disappearance, he studied magic day and night, compressing his time to pass all the tests, his goal being to travel through the various monster forests, searching for her. The mist of the monster forest would randomly teleport to various areas within it, as well as to other monster forests outside. He had no idea where Elle might appear, so he searched everywhere. Time was too short. In the 3 months since joining the magic extermination team, despite his dedicated efforts, he had only explored the dark forest and the 3 monster forests in the capital. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, he happened to see her on the way back to the city. If they had passed each other then, he might still be alone in the monster forest, searching for a figure that would never appear. Can you tell me where you've been during your absence? How should I put it? Ayer propped his chin on his hand, gazing at the nearby city gate. After escaping death, I was lost in the monster forest somewhere indistinct for a while. I met someone who wanted my help. I agreed, and she asked her friend to get me out. Ayer said casually. So is this a good favor? Roland tactfully avoided delving into the details of what Ayer didn't want to discuss, continuing the conversation. There's no rush. We have to wait and see. Ayer smiled and quickly changed the subject. We're about to enter the city. Do you want to get in the carriage? What if people from West Market Commercial Street see us and surround our carriage? When they set out, they used a different city gate to buy a carriage, so not many people paid attention to Roland. But on their return to the city, they took the closer West Market Commercial Street. Ayer feared a repeat of the crowds that day. Roland smiled. It's not that exaggerated. The crowds yesterday were because they were welcoming the Monster Slayer squad. We're just ordinary citizens out and about. No one will pay attention. Ayer waved his finger solemnly and shook his head. You have to trust your own charm. But no matter how Ayer tried to persuade him, he couldn't get Roland into the carriage. As expected, not long after entering the West Market Commercial Street, Roland was once again greeted with enthusiastic cheers. Some even imitated the girl who threw flowers yesterday and threw fruit directly at him. Thankfully, the carriage moved quickly, and they soon left the danger zone. A dozen C and D level orders brought in about 100 silver coins, but that wasn't much. It would probably take several days to collect all those gathering orders. I needed food, shelter, and a way to find someone to teach me the magic texts and principles. I had to be frugal. Ayer was a little worried. Why did I feel like I was always living in poverty, saving money? If only I could get a lot of gold coins every day. Oh yes, she once had a large bag of gold coins, but they were lost somewhere in the monster forest. Thinking about it now, it still pains Ayer. Ayer counted the silver coins she had exchanged for materials and quests from the cashier twice, then reluctantly put them into her purse and walked out of the tavern. The carriage had returned to the rental agency. Roland was waiting outside the tavern to hand over the quests to Ayer. Seeing her leave, he walked over and said, "Want to have dinner?" "Okay." Ayer shook his purse and said with unusual generosity, "I treat you." "Then you have to pay for it." Roland agreed with a smile. However, when Ayer took him to the cheap inn again, Roland hesitated and didn't want to go in. "Can we try another hotel?" "Mr. Roland," Ayer said, expressing his disapproval of Roland's picky aristocratic manner. "As you can see, the cost of living in the capital is incredibly high. My family's financial situation simply doesn't allow it. Besides, I had dinner here before, and it was actually quite filling. I'm not being mean. How about I treat you? Anyway, let's go somewhere else." Roland blushed, remembering how someone stared at him at the front desk that morning. "Okay, if you insist. Don't pick a too expensive place. I just arrived in the capital, and I've been spending money like water every day staying in a hotel." The two of them turned around and walked down the street to find another restaurant. After leaving the hotel, Roland's expression returned to normal. He followed up on Ayer's previous question, asking, "Speaking of accommodations, have you considered finding a long-term rental? The capital has a large influx of immigrants, so there are rooms specifically for rent. Staying there for a long time is much more cost-effective than a hotel. I happen to know of a room for rent. If you're interested, you can come with me after dinner to check it out." Chapter 42. As the two were searching for a restaurant, Roland took the initiative to bring up Ayer's accommodations, and they chatted as they walked. "I happen to know of a room for rent. If you're interested, you can come with me after dinner. Could it be that the Royal Mage's salary is too low, so you need to work part-time as an agent to earn some money? How could that be? I didn't know much when I first arrived in the capital. Thanks to my colleagues in the Monster Slayer squad, I found a good place to stay. A colleague was recently assigned out of town, and his room became available," Roland explained sincerely. "The capital isn't like Philo's city. There's all kinds of people here, and some people specialize in scamming outsiders. You're new in the capital. If you look for a long-term rental on your own, you might get scammed." It had to be said that the idea of a long-term rental had Ayer quite tempted. Whether he wanted to learn magic from a gold-hunting mage, uncover the magical secrets in the notebook, or help Hela fulfill her wish in the future, living in the capital was an inevitable choice. But it was foreseeable that accepting this offer would expose her whereabouts to Roland. Given Roland's previous statements and his constant presence, avoiding him would be extremely difficult. Elle pondered for a moment, then came up with an idea. She stopped by the side of the road, and Roland, who had been keeping an eye on her, also paused. "I know you want to take better care of me, and I'm grateful for that." She looked at Roland, her serious eyes revealing understanding. "My position remains unchanged. I hope you won't pay too much attention to me." The afternoon sped together seemed like a fleeting illusion. Roland evaded Ayer's gaze, whispering, "I shouldn't have been so complacent, blurring your boundaries." Then, unable to resist, he looked up and revealed his true purpose. "But at least let me know your permanent residence, okay? I just want to regularly check on your safety." "I won't. I try not to interfere with your life." That was the plan indeed. Ayer thought, unsurprisingly. "I'm willing to check out the room you recommended, but I have a small trade-off. I think if you truly want to protect me, all you need to do is fulfill this trade-off." "I agree," Roland replied flatly. "Just listen to me. If you're bothered by this, forget it." Ayer was startled by his quick agreement, feeling as if she were deceiving him. Roland nodded. "I agree. Go ahead. In exchange, I hope you tell me the contents of your prophetic dreams when they occur." Although Roland couldn't predict his own future, Ayer suspected it was because of a deal he made with Black Ball, who had also said he was now like the illegal immigrant in the novel. But that didn't mean Roland's predictions were useless to her. In fact, both Roland's initial prophetic dream about her and the monster uprising during the 2-star exam overlapped with Ayer's death countdown. Of course, there were also death countdowns unrelated to Roland's predictions, but Ayer believed that even if the overlap was only half, Roland's prophetic dreams would be of great help to her. Elle hadn't forgotten that her death countdown might begin again at any moment, and she had to use every possible means to increase her chances of success. Elle waited for a few breaths, then saw Roland's mouth open and close slightly, as if he were worried about something. She shrugged casually, turned around, and started again. "It's okay if you can't agree. Let's go eat first. We're starving." An unexpected grip on his arm caused Roland to lower his brows and say with a serious expression, "I can agree, but I have a condition in exchange." L nodded, motioning for him to continue. "No matter how terrifying the precognitive dream I told you about is, you must not get involved in it." "Of course. It's human nature to seek profit and avoid harm, isn't it?" She agreed immediately. She was somewhat surprised by Roland's request. She had intended to use the information from the precognitive dream to circumvent the death countdown, so why would she actively seek death? After dinner, Elle, carrying her meager luggage, followed Roland to the place he mentioned. "Are you sure the rent here is cheap?" Elle eyed the red brownstone apartment building before him suspiciously. Not to mention the thick mahogany doors, the horizontal road in front of the building was twice as wide as the one in front of the Adventurer's Tavern, paved with stone slabs and lined with densely lit magical streetlights. Even late at night, there was no shortage of well-dressed passers-by. This was clearly not a place she could afford. "This is an exclusive offer for royal magicians." Roland, his uniform draped over his arm, pushed open the mahogany door on one side with a gentlemanly air. "Let's go up and take a look." The interior layout of the apartment building wasn't much different from the more modest apartment building where Aunt Sophie lived, but the wooden staircase and the crystal windows that let in light from the hallway gave it a touch of understated elegance. The room was located at the end of the third floor. Roland deftly fished the key from his shirt and unlocked the door. "Come in." The room was a clean one-bedroom apartment. The living room opened onto the living room, bare except for a table and chairs and a sofa. Its monotony was somewhat suspicious. Then came the bedroom. Before opening the bedroom door, Roland scratched his cheek awkwardly. "My colleague left some things in here. If you like this room, I can take them away for him tonight." Elle nodded nonchalantly. The bedroom was just as plain as the living room. Aside from the bed, table and chairs, wardrobe, and bookcase, there were no extra items. The only clutter was a large map on the wall, with some markings on it. Ayer took a curious look. It was a map of the kingdom, and the points marked with a pen were the locations of the monster forest within the kingdom. "Your colleagues on the monster extermination team are quite dedicated," Ayer said, smiling. "Even at home, they don't forget to research all kinds of information about the monster forest." "Yeah," Roland, standing behind her, replied calmly. "Such a large bookcase, it's not likely to be filled with books on monster research." Ayer patted the bookcase beside him. Turning to look, he saw a familiar object lying quietly on a shelf above the rows of books on magic and monsters. Seeing the item, Ayer's left arm twitched reflexively. Roland took note of her reaction, slowly walked over, and picked up a small box from the bookshelf. He placed the item inside and handed it to her. "Return the item to its rightful owner." Ayer took the box, and inside, as expected, were several of her magical items: the Frostfern dagger, the silver silk armguard, and the chicks returning to their nest. Seeing these items placed in this room, Ayer immediately guessed that the colleague who had vacated the room didn't exist, just like the carriage that didn't exist and needed to be rented. "This is your room, right? If you give me your room, where will you live?" Ayer asked with mixed feelings. "Does this mean you taken a liking to this room?" Roland said with a smile. "Then I clear out the things now. Don't you even think about yourself?" Ayer said angrily. "Don't worry." Roland looked at her gently, his hands still tidying. "There's a room available on the same floor. I just tell the doorman and we can move in." Ayer suddenly grabbed his hand, his brow furrowed. "You said it's cheaper here than a hotel, but you're probably trying to subsidize me. It's safer here than a hotel, and there aren't as many people." Roland gently waved Ayer's hand away, his gentle smile revealing a firmness that wouldn't allow him to refuse. "Most importantly, we be close. You promised me that you let me check on your safety. I'm currently working in the monster extermination team, and my schedule is very busy. If I were too far away, I wouldn't be able to visit you regularly to make sure you were safe." With these words out of his mouth, Ayer had no reason to refuse. She had never imagined that just by giving in a little, she'd be tricked into the thief's room. She wanted to struggle again. "Why don't I just stay in another room? Why bother with all this effort?" Roland didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand and chanted into the air. Circular magic formulas appeared on the door, the floor, and the wall. "This room has magical restrictions I left behind to ward off monster attacks. You'd be safer here. If it were another room, it would take another week to fully deploy. That's a bit excessive. It must be said that with these magical restrictions, the security is indeed impeccable. No, it's absolutely necessary." Roland retracted his arm, and the magic formula was hidden again. "Rest for a while. I don't have much stuff. I pack it right away. I'm truly defeated. L sighed in resignation, placing his luggage and the small box on the table. I come with you. In less than an hour, the two of them had packed all of Roland's belongings. Meanwhile, the doorman delivered a new key, which belonged to the empty room across the street, with a layout roughly the same as the original room. Finally, Elle held up the huge map with both hands and asked, should we leave it hanging where it is? Roland smiled and shook his head at Elle, taking the map and folding it up. No, this map has served its purpose. Although she didn't know what he meant, since Roland had said so, Elle, as an outsider, naturally wouldn't interfere. Seeing everything packed, Elle stood up and said goodbye. Under Roland's noticeable gaze, she walked towards the room across the street. You won't be as free tomorrow as you are today, will you? Elle gripped the half-open doorknob and turned to look at Roland, who was still watching her from a few meters away, her voice filled with uncertainty. Roland tilted his head and smiled, narrowing his eyes. He didn't answer directly, simply saying, thank you for your hard work today. Good night. His smile was so bright that it gave Ayer goosebumps. Chapter 43. Good night, see you tomorrow. Roland said this with a smile in response to Elle's question. Although he was a little bothered by Roland's vague answer, he had been busy all day after all. Elle decided to leave the question for tomorrow. If it really didn't work out, he'd just have to endure it for a while. After all, Roland had already said he had a 2-week vacation, and after that, he wouldn't be able to follow her around anymore. After tidying up her room and putting on the brand new bedding Roland had left for her, Elle quickly fell asleep. In the morning, a rhythmic knock on the door woke Elle. Opening the door, she saw Roland standing outside, fully dressed and in high spirits, carrying a small wicker basket filled with food. His royal magician uniform immediately dispelled Elle's sleepiness. You're not planning on wearing this on the street, are you? Elle said this, but still made room for Roland to enter. The team has to gather suddenly, so I can't go out with you today. Roland stood still at the doorway, handing the wicker basket to AI. Here's breakfast for today. Enjoy your meal. Roland then pulled a palm-sized circular communication magic tool from his pocket and handed it to Ayer. If anyone from the Royal Capitol Guard bothers you, use this to contact me. My communication formula is already inside. Ayer, his hands full, was confused. Why would the guard bother me for no reason? I explain it to you when I get back. Anyway, contact me immediately if you have any questions. Perhaps the gathering time was urgent, so Roland said, and he set off. Elle looked at the 2 portions of bread and milk in the basket and realized he probably hadn't even had a bite of breakfast. Although she was glad he hadn't had time to spy on her, it seemed like being a royal magician wasn't all that easy. With great power comes great responsibility. Elle chewed her food, her thoughts drifting off. After a satisfying meal, Elle donned her long silver arm guards and tucked the frost fern dagger into her narrow sleeve. She glanced at the communication magic device on the table, pondered for a moment, then pocketed it and headed out in a good mood. She planned to visit the Adventurers Tavern again today. Although she had cleared the gathering orders on the task board yesterday, she might find new ones. Also, learning magical writing was on her agenda. She planned to get to know a few bounty magicians in the tavern and try her luck with them. The distance from her current residence to the Adventurers Tavern wasn't particularly far, about half an hour's walk. Compared to the awkwardness of arriving in the capital and the rush of completing his mission yesterday, Ayer finally had the time to notice the distinctly different urban landscapes of the capital and Philo City. The capital was undoubtedly the most prosperous city in the entire kingdom, with well-maintained roads, streetlights, parks, squares, and other essential amenities. The streets bustled with people, and occasionally, visitors from other regions, even other countries, could be seen. Don't miss it if you're passing by. The unique circus performance of Nonly Kingdom is presented to you. As they passed an unnamed small square, a vibrant, lively announcement reached their ears. Ayer looked in the direction of the voice and saw, in the open space in the center of the square, a foreign woman in brightly colored, though slightly ragged, clothing. She held an iron ring with a diameter of 1.5, and shouted with a fiery smile. Her skin was a tan, unlike those around her, and her features were bright and striking. As she moved back and forth, a squirrel-like creature, its long tail dragging along, darted along her legs and arms, finally landing obediently on her head. Its brown body blended into her brown hair, creating a high, comical bun. I say squirrel-like because Ayer could clearly see a long line of light flickering red in the middle of its fluffy, wide tail. It was a long-tailed flame rat, a relatively harmless monster, a weak, unranked monster below the 5th category. Its characteristic was that when excited or frightened, A streak of flame ignited from its tail. Otherwise, it was no different from an ordinary squirrel. Didn't she know how strict the Theodosian kingdom's control over monsters was? How dare she bring a monster to perform? Ayer stood behind the sparse crowd, waiting to see what the woman was up to. Ordinary people, apparently unable to identify the long-tailed flame rat as a monster, gathered around curiously at the woman's call. In the center of the crowd, the woman, holding an iron ring, placed one hand on her chest and bowed, introducing herself. "Hello, everyone from the kingdom of Theodosius. I am a wandering magician from the kingdom of Nonli, currently traveling across the continent. I'm delighted to be in the capital of the kingdom of Theodosius today. I be performing a unique performance of the kingdom of Nonli. If you enjoy it, please give me a small reward to support my journey." As she spoke, the squirrel slid down her body, retrieved a wide-brimmed hat, popular in the capital, from the tattered bundle behind her, and placed it in front of the performance area, then obediently crouched back on her head. "Everyone, watch. The performance begins now." The woman raised the hoop in her hand, and the squirrel kicked off, leaping into the air and doing 2 flips. Then, with a sweep of its wide tail, it wrapped itself around the top of the hoop. Using the connection between its tail and the hoop as a fulcrum, the squirrel began a 360-degree spin, swinging back and forth for about 4 or 5 times before releasing its tail and landing steadily on the ground, powered by a combination of inertia and the ground's jump. The squirrel's brilliant, seamless performance drew applause from the crowd, and coins were thrown in groups of 3 or 2 toward the hat. The woman bowed calmly to the crowd around her. "Thank you all for your support." Next, the advanced performance, the flaming flying squirrel. She still held the hoop, held it straight above her chest, but this time, with a single shake of her hand, a ring of flame suddenly ignited along the hoop. She then threw the ring into the air, where it hovered 2 meters high, drawing a gasp of astonishment from the crowd. Ayer could see clearly that she had used a combination of fire magic and wind magic to create the hovering effect of the fire ring. It seemed her self-proclaimed wandering magician had some truth to it, and wasn't just a publicity stunt. Looking over, the spectacular performance continued. The squirrel climbed onto the woman's head again and easily leaped through the fire ring. Then the woman raised the fire ring again, and the squirrel successfully jumped through it one by one. Great! That was amazing! The atmosphere intensified, and coins were thrown at the bottom of the hat with a crackling sound. Perhaps the atmosphere in the room ignited the squirrel. No, the long-tailed flame rat's enthusiasm. After jumping through the fire ring for the last time, it flicked its tail, and flames blazed from the base to the tip. "The squirrel's tail is on fire." An audience member immediately exclaimed. The truth was revealed. Ayer noticed the woman's expression was a little uneasy, but she feigned composure. "Ha ha ha, well, squirrels have big tails, so it's not uncommon for them to get burned by the ring of fire. It be out in no time, no big deal." The woman in colorful clothes, unfazed by the burn, grabbed the long-tailed flame rat by the base of its tail and patted its head and body, as if trying to calm it down and put out the flames. Unfortunately, someone at the scene had better eyesight. No, that wasn't caused by the ring of fire. Its tail caught fire on its own. I saw it clearly. "Monster, that's a monster!" someone shouted, and the crowd instantly dispersed in panic, some even running towards the royal guards patrolling nearby. No, don't call the guards. It's just an ordinary squirrel. Don't make a fuss." The colorful-clad woman hurriedly denied, quickening the pace of her hand strokes. However, the long-tailed flame rat only became more excited, and the flames on its tail intensified. "Where is the monster?" The flames on the long-tailed flame rat's tail grew increasingly intense, and a team of 5 or 6 royal guards rushed over. The woman didn't bother to put out the fire. She simply placed the long-tailed flame rat on her head, crowning her hair with a bright red flame bun. She grabbed the large package on the ground, stuffed her wide-brimmed hat filled with coins into her arms, and fled. "Capture that foreign magician and that monster!" The captain of the royal guards, after understanding the situation, shouted a command. The crowd in the square was dense, and the woman, weaving through the crowd, somehow managed to transform her colorful dress into the most ordinary of kingdom dresses. However, the guards behind her were too close, only 7 or 8 men away, and they were about to surround her. Ayer was an ordinary, unrelated passerby in the throng. Until someone, not wanting to distract from the chaos, informed the guards, "She's got that monster on her head, a red mess." Ayer's red hair always stood out in the crowd. After hearing the cry of a red mess, an idea struck her. She quickly squeezed through the crowd and headed straight for the woman. As they passed, Ayer whispered quickly, I can help you. Then she grabbed the long-tailed flame rat and waved it aloft. He shouted to the guards, Here, the monster is in the hands of this red-haired woman. The red-haired woman was referring to herself. El was using the ambiguity of the information to make himself a target for the guards, giving the woman a chance to escape. Hurry, keep your eyes on me, red-haired. The guards had already begun relaying misinformation. Clinging the long-tailed flame rat, El sent a message to the stunned woman, Meet me in the back alley of the Adventurer's Tavern. Then, bearing the charge of being a wandering magician, he swiftly weaved through the crowd, evading the guards' pursuit. As El fled, clutching the long-tailed flame rat, he thought, a foreigner, a magician, reduced to performing to survive, isn't that the perfect candidate for the magic writing teacher he's been searching for? Chapter 44. After saying goodbye to Ayer, Roland hurried to the monster extermination team headquarters, not even having time for breakfast. In Captain Brika's office, the other team members, who had just had a day off, were already in their seats. Each one held a cup of black tea, chatting about something, and the atmosphere was noticeably relaxed. However, Captain Brika, who had something to announce, was not in the room at the moment. Simon, is this the emergency you mentioned? Roland relaxed from his tense combat posture, closed the door with his backhand, and stepped into the captain's office with a swipe of his boots. The matter was urgent, and there was still a wait. Roland guessed it was probably related to complicated and troublesome social events. Perhaps some duke, earl, or other dignitary was hosting a banquet and planning to invite the most popular members of the extermination team to embellish the occasion. This kind of thing had happened before. If he had known it was this kind of thing, he would definitely have found a way to turn it down. A bearded knight in his 40s named Simon pulled a flat silver wine flask from his pocket, took a sip, spread his hands, shrugged at Roland, and said, Hey, don't be angry, it was just a joke. But I'm not kidding. This celebration banquet is being organized by Prince Atticus. Brecca asked us to wait here for an audience with the prince, and we can't refuse. Hey, Rosa, a female knight with long, curly brown hair, said, sipped tea elegantly, legs crossed, next to the burly, bearded Simon. You're so addicted to tea at your age. Simon, you're really hopeless. Yes, Simon, you know Roland's been desperately looking for someone lately. Lucy, the black-haired therapist with a buzz cut, shook her head and looked at Simon disapprovingly. Lucy, why are you siding with Rosa? Simon was hurt by being accused by both teammates. Rosa, if you dare, let's have a fight and see who's better. Go ahead, do you think I'm afraid of you? And Lucy's here too. No matter how badly I beat you, there's someone to deal with it. Childish. Chloe, another female knight with short hair, glanced coldly at the three quarreling people, then averted her gaze, drew her swords from her back, and began to polish them. Roland looked at his playful teammates, and half wanted to leave the office, and come back after the captain showed up. Thankfully, there were still some quiet normal people around. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. Terry, the elegant male knight, expertly untangled the quarreling Simon and Rosa while considerately pouring another cup of black tea and bringing it to Roland. Would you like some tea? I prepared it specially. Thank you. Roland accepted the teacup and nodded in thanks. Roland's Monster Slayer team consisted of 6 members present, 3 women and 3 men. Besides Roland and healer Lucy, the other 2 women and 2 men were all Royal Knights. This was the standard Monster Slayer team configuration. Combat mages, possessing powerful destructive magical power, were often the team's mainstays, but due to the high entry requirements, their numbers were always scarce. Healers, who qualified, applied on their own and passed a rigorous assessment before being selected. Knights, considered the most powerful among non-magical individuals, were directly selected by the Monster Slayer team from the ranks of the Royal Knights. In the current Monster Slayer team, Roland was the youngest, followed by Lucy, a healer who had been with the team for 3 years, and Chloe, a cold female knight. The other 3, Simon, Rosa, and Terry, had been teammates for over a decade, and therefore enjoyed a carefree relationship. In the large office, the teammates were busy bickering, breaking up fights, or obsessively polishing their weapons. Only Roland was there, his mind elsewhere. He took a small sip of the tea out of politeness, then absent-mindedly placed it on the table. He touched the communication magic device in his pocket, his eyes peering through the crystal window behind the captain's office chair, looking somewhere else. Back to Elle. Roland's words that morning had come true. She had ungratefully provoked the Royal Capital Guard, and was now being frantically pursued by several of them. It wasn't that she was deliberately refusing to ask Roland for help, but rather that it simply wasn't necessary for her. Years of training had endowed Aire with keen observation and a strong physique. Clutching the long-tailed flame rat, she navigated the crowd with ease. She also discovered a number of unique obstacles that she could exploit. So, a couple feeding pigeons in the square had their food bag flipped into the air by Aire's slip. Dozens of white pigeons fluttered over, like a cloud falling to the ground, and pounced on the following guards. In the few seconds it took the guards to avoid being pecked and scratched by the pigeon feathers, Aire vanished from the square without a trace. Outside the square were 4 or 5 roads connecting in different directions. The guards looked left and right, hesitant, unsure which direction to pursue. Having successfully escaped pursuit, Aire chuckled softly and, carrying the long-tailed flame rat, whose fur had flared up after being caught by a stranger, ran towards the back alley of the adventurer's tavern she had mentioned to the foreign woman. She was certain the other party must know the adventurer's tavern, a place where countless bounty hunters gathered. A dozen minutes later, Aire had barely entered the alley behind the tavern when she heard a strange, distinctive whistle. The flame rat in her grasp immediately stirred, its tail, having finally extinguished itself, sparking again with a rustle, catching Aire off guard and letting go. Then, the escaped long-tailed flame rat, nimbly like a gecko, stretched its limbs and scuttled up the steep, winding wooden wall, a monster accustomed to climbing trees in the forest. In a short while, it had climbed 4 or 5 meters high, using the regularly spaced window sills and awnings on the wall as its perches, and ran to the other end of the alley. Aire's quick eyes and hands swung his arm, sending the frost fern dagger flying from his sleeve. It struck the long-tailed flame rat just inches in front of it, startling it so much that it loosened its front paws and fell to the ground, its body stiffening. Across from him, the foreign woman sprinted towards him. Unfortunately, Aire was closer and faster. With a few quick steps, she caught the flame rat in her palm again, and picked up the frost fern dagger that had fallen to the ground. "Give Gigi back to me." The foreign woman, using her momentum to run forward, grabbed the flame rat in Aire's hand. To intimidate Aire, she even cast fire magic on her hand. Fortunately, Aire was fully prepared today. With a block of his left hand, the silver silk arm guard's protective properties activated, negating all the fire damage. Aire took this opportunity to distance himself from the woman. Holding the long-tailed flame rat in one hand as a rat hostage, he said to her, "If you attack me again, this flame rat will be in trouble. Don't touch it." "Can't I just stop?" The foreign woman immediately stopped, waving her arms. "Are you a good person or a bad person? You just helped me, and now you're grabbing my squeak and refusing to give it back." Seeing that the woman had indeed stopped attacking, Aire said, "Good or bad, it doesn't matter. I just want your help, so helping you escape is part of my payment." "What do you want from me?" the foreign woman asked, puzzled. "Why did you choose me? I'm a stranger here, and I'm having trouble finding my way here. I'm going down. My business isn't urgent. Let's talk about you first." Elle asked, "You're a magician, so why have you fallen to the point of performing on the streets?" Hearing this question, the woman immediately became enraged. "It's because your kingdom of Theodosius is so perverted. Just look at the quests given out in that adventurer's tavern up ahead. Any quests worth a bit of money require hunting monsters, or even just a portion of a monster's remains. How perverted. And the monster forest doesn't allow foreign magicians to enter. I can't even get jobs collecting magic herbs." Rather than her claim that the monster forest doesn't allow foreigners to enter, Elle was more concerned with her first reason. How is hunting monsters perverted? From the fables of his childhood to his later studies at the magic court, Elle had been taught that humans and monsters are naturally opposed, enemies of life and death. Even after accidentally stumbling upon Monster Eden and learning about the city-state, she only slightly balked at hunting monsters herself. If she were to share a place with monsters today, she would definitely still choose to kill them first, in exchange for a chance of survival. Thus, the foreign woman's completely different approach was puzzling. Aire remembered that she had introduced herself as a wandering magician traveling across the continent. Could it be that humans and monsters had other ways of interacting in today's world? "You said you're from Nonly? Doesn't your country hunt monsters?" Aire asked. "There may have been some history, but that was about 100 years ago," the Nonly woman said. "Nowadays, we and monsters are more like partners, or partnerships. Like Shiji and I, we depend on each other. If it weren't for it, I'd be so lonely traveling alone," the Nonly woman continued. Seeing Aire's pensive expression, she couldn't help but secretly reach out, trying to catch the flame rat. However, Aire's alertness was extraordinary. With a single swerve, she caught the opponent's pounce. The fire rat, held in Aire's palm, stared at its owner with its tiny, black eyes, stretched out its short front paws toward her, and squeaked non-stop. Don't squeeze it too hard, it get hurt. The woman looked at the fire rat nervously. What do you want in exchange for giving Squeak back to me? Or I give you all the money I earned today. Her concern for this weak monster didn't seem fake. It seemed the partnership she spoke of was likely genuine. Putting that aside for now, seeing the woman's genuine worry, Ayer cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Of course, I can return it to you immediately, but you have to do me a favor. Of course, I won't ask you to do it for free. Just consider me your employer. What do you want me to do? You're a magician, so you should be familiar with magical writings. Ayer explained his true purpose for helping the woman and holding the rat hostage. So, I want you to teach me magical writings and the principles of magic. I can also compensate you based on your contribution. Oh, that's it. You should have said so earlier. The foreign woman's expression suddenly relaxed. I thought you were going to ask me to commit some shameful crime. It seems that the regulation of magic in the non-link kingdom is very different from that in the kingdom of Theodosius. Here, for a commoner like her, wanting to learn magic is a crime. But Ayer didn't intend to tell her about this. Okay, I promise. Give Gigi back to me. Wait a moment, Ayer said, dodging the woman's hand that was trying to catch the mouse. Let's make a magic contract first. I naturally return it to you after the contract is established. You're taking too long, the woman said angrily. Ayer shook his head. It's not taking too long, it's being cautious. What if she finds out about the kingdom's regulations on magic and runs away? This possibility must be nipped in the bud. Chapter 45. With his companions under his control, wandering magician Faye Miller quickly compromised. The two men went to the adventurer's tavern up ahead, where Elle purchased a magic parchment for 1 silver coin. Then they found a corner, and sat down while wandering magician Faye Miller crafted a complete magic contract according to the instructions. The magic parchment used for magic contracts follows a fixed format. The parties simply fill in the agreed-upon details. If either party violates the agreement, they will receive the magical punishment enshrined in the parchment. For example, this parchment reads, Respected Creator God, please bear witness. XXXX. Any violation will be punished by the Creator God with a lightning spell. After the two men agreed on the details, wandering magician Faye Miller began to chant. Magical flames rose from the center of the parchment and gradually burned toward the edges. The blank spaces on the parchment gradually revealed the burnt brown ink from the flames. I, Faye Miller, volunteered to be Aile's magical writing teacher. I promise to keep this a secret and not mention it to anyone else. I must provide Faye with appropriate compensation. The compensation and lesson times will be discussed between the two of us. Faye shook the parchment and handed the signed magic contract to Al. Here you go. Give me back Squeaky. I don't know why you're wasting this money. Can I break my promise? This is my guarantee. At least you don't have to worry about me not paying you. Al returned the trembling long-tailed flame rat to its owner, took the parchment, folded it, and put it in his pocket. What do you think about the lesson time and compensation? Let's discuss it. Oh, my Squeaky, you have no idea how worried I am about you. They kissed the fire squirrel's furry head affectionately several times before reluctantly placing it back in her arms. Then, she glanced around the tavern and gave Al a sly smile. There are so many magicians from your country here, and you went to the trouble of choosing me, and even asked for secrecy. There must be something hidden. As for me, I won't ask for much. 500 silver coins, guaranteed to teach you. How about that? Don't ask for too much, Al said in a low voice. Humph. Who told you to hold Squeaky hostage? Faye was still soothing the little squirrel through her clothes. Now that her friend had returned, she felt she had the upper hand. Now you're asking me for something. If I don't fulfill the contract, the most I get is a punishment spell. You won't be able to learn magic spells, okay? Al calmly took out his communication device and warned, the Royal Capitol Guards are probably still searching for the monster in your arms. It just so happens that I have their communication formula in this communication device. You're lying. You just helped me distract the guards. How could you be in contact with them? Faye replied stubbornly. Oh, it seems you still remember my help. Al slammed the communication device on the table. Just because I don't know anyone in the guards doesn't mean I don't have other options. You better reconsider. If hard tactics don't work, try soft tactics. Faye curled her lips and, familiarly, took Aile's hand on the table and shook it. Okay, I was just teasing you to vent my anger. Don't take it seriously. Gigi is my good friend. You're using it to threaten me, so I want to warn you. 300 silver coins, guaranteed to teach you. What do you say? Ayer feigned hesitation, then reluctantly agreed, okay, that's the price, but I pay you in installments. As you can see, I'm not a rich man. In fact, the 500 silver coins offered were well within AI's budget. If it were a local magician, knowing she wanted to learn magic illegally, they wouldn't have agreed so easily. However, Faye's attitude just now was clearly intended to pressure AI. If AI agreed, it would likely make the other party think they had her under control, leading to more trouble. So AI chose to push back. Fine, give it as you see fit. We just settle it in the end anyway, Faye said nonchalantly. As expected of a magician who had fallen to the point of performing on the streets, Faye's casualness with money was astonishing. However, if she weren't such a free-spirited person, she probably wouldn't have done something like traveling the continent alone. While the nations of the continent appear to be maintaining peace, there are still minor frictions between them, and the overall situation isn't particularly good. It's said that a few years ago, to maintain relations with other nations, the king even sent his second prince abroad. Then I pay you the down payment after your first lesson. Ire then asked her opinion on the class schedule. I like to attend 3 days a week, preferably at the beginning of the week. Is your schedule available? This arrangement was made because Ire not only wanted to learn magic, but also to earn money. Last time, with the help of Roland's living map of the monster forest, she was able to clear a week's worth of gathering quests at the tavern in a single day. This was a special case. Ire never relied on uncertain forces. Acting independently, she estimated that she needed to work at least 3 days a week to ensure she earned enough for 300 silver coins in tuition and expenses in a month. 3 days of classes, 3 days of work, and the last day for rest, just right. No problem. Faye nodded, then leaned forward, slumped over the table, and said weakly, I can't complete the mission, I got caught performing, and I have too much time on my hands now. It's so hard for foreigners here. Even the hotel receptionist charges a surcharge for my accent. I've been sleeping on the streets for a week, and it's never been this bad. She raised her eyes slightly at Al. The little money I earn in the square is only enough for a few days of food and drink. If you're willing to cover the food and lodging, I can give you a cheaper rate. My requirements are very low, I sleep anywhere. A cheaper rate would be nice, of course, and living close would make it easier to ask questions. However, the problem wasn't that simple. Al said hesitantly, I'm living under someone else's roof now. I can't just agree to anything. I need to ask the landlord. The landlord was busy with socializing. Roland and the others waited for what seemed like the entire morning before Captain Brika finally arrived. Prince Atticus, you're too kind. When it comes to gifted magicians, who can compare to you? Even before she arrived, a hearty laugh emanated from outside the door. Inside, Rosa brushed her long curly hair, stood up, clapped her hands, and said, Friends, a distinguished guest has arrived. Cheer up. Aside from Simon and Lucy, who were relatively excited, the others showed little reaction. Roland followed his teammates to the door. Over the course of the morning, thanks to Lucy and Simon's half-forced introductions, he had already gained a relatively complete understanding of this Prince Atticus, a man he had never met before. According to Lucy, this prince was the very embodiment of perfection. Unlike the majestic king and the dull eldest prince, this second prince was gentle and refined, and possessed a high level of magical attainments. Before the 21-year-old Roland's sudden appearance, he was the youngest senior magician in the kingdom. His difference was that he pursued the path of academic magic rather than combat magic. Simon, however, admired his character even more. It was said that after becoming a senior magician, Prince Atticus had caused dissatisfaction with the eldest prince, leading him to volunteer as an envoy to a neighboring country. He had been away for 3 years, and had only recently returned. This banquet was held to welcome him back. The heavy door swung open, and several men saluted the prince in a somewhat untidy manner. Prince Atticus, members of the monster extermination squad greet you. No need for formalities, everyone, Prince Atticus said with a smile. I only recently returned home, and I heard from everyone that the team has achieved remarkable success in monster hunting. It's truly impressive. He had long, silver moon-like hair, similar to that of Grand Mage Luna, and even his features bore a striking resemblance to his aunt. His youthful features, perhaps around 26 or 7, carried a composure beyond his years, and his gentle voice was convincing. Captain Brika glanced at Rosa with satisfaction, then introduced them one by one, as if presenting a treasure. Prince Atticus, these are Knight Rosa, Simon, Chloe, Terry, Healer Lucy, and, as I just mentioned, Battle Mage Roland, who has only been with the team for 3 months. Roland stood at the back of the group, poking his head slightly at Brecca's call. Prince Atticus nodded, approvingly saying, "I heard of you. You single-handedly slew a Category 2 monster. No wonder everyone praises you as a talented battle mage with a promising future. Thank you for your appreciation. It's just flattery. Without the cooperation of my teammates, I couldn't have accomplished anything on my own," Roland said modestly. "Regardless, you are all the pride and heroes of the kingdom," Prince Atticus said, shifting his gaze from Roland to the entire team. "Perhaps Brecca has already told you about my dinner tonight. I wonder if you're free to attend." What a pretense. Chloe, with her short hair, couldn't help but TSK. "That's why we're here. We're delighted to have your personal invitation." Rosa, the team's social presence, quickly stepped forward, smiling and smoothing things over. Terry, the team's peacemaker, helped pull Chloe to the back. "Please, everyone." Prince Atticus smiled amiably, seemingly oblivious to Chloe's rudeness. Among the members of the monster extermination team, the magicians and healers were all of noble descent, while the knights were a mix of commoners and minor nobles. They were constantly active on the front lines of slaying monsters, radiating a murderous aura. As a result, they were somewhat inferior in the eyes of the powerful, true nobles. It was only this year, with the increasing activity of monsters, that the extermination team's reputation began to improve, and they were even invited to several noble banquets. This banquet, held specifically to welcome the prince, invited all the prominent nobles in the kingdom. Prince Atticus personally led the group to the banquet to demonstrate his respect for the monster extermination team. However, the banquet was attended by a number of influential figures, and after solemnly introducing the heroic deeds of the extermination team to the guests, the prince went about socializing with others. It seemed that the prince's banquet was not much different from any other aristocratic banquet, simply introductions followed by food and drink. Simon, Lucy, and Rosa had long since vanished, while Terry found a quiet spot and began savoring the banquet refreshments. Chloe squatted beside Terry, bored, being fed from time to time. Roland, who usually stayed as quietly as Terry, had other plans today, so he headed towards the banquet hall, intending to try his luck. Typically, the royal guard would be deployed at such banquets, and he planned to see if he could encounter the guard, who was planning to capture Aire. But before he could find the guard, an unexpected voice called out to him. "Roland? Long time no see. Miss Clemens?" The visitor was none other than Miss Clemens of Count Mars, with Urza following behind her dutifully. Clearly, she had come on behalf of the city of Philos to congratulate Prince Atticus on his return. Because they had other concerns, Roland and Clemens didn't chat for long, simply exchanging brief updates on their respective recent developments. Clemens had already begun training to become the heir to the lordship, so not becoming a high-ranking magician had little impact on her. Her biggest concern now was a shortage of talented personnel. Urza, despite her formidable skills, continued to serve as her bodyguard. Another magic attendant, ZF, was replaced due to incompetence, and there is still no successor. Speaking of her talented personnel, Miss Clemens expressed a touch of sadness. "If Elle hadn't disappeared, she would have come with us today. I still value her abilities. Things are unpredictable." "Yes, Elle is indeed rare," Roland agreed, his expression somewhat strained. He had been away from Philip City for only 3 months, but he had already experienced an incredible amount. Not only had he become the capital star battle magician, but more importantly, he had successfully found Elle. However, this news could not be shared with anyone, especially not with Clemens. Nominally, Elle was still Clemens's magic attendant. Once she knew of Elle's existence, she could naturally ask for him to return to her position as attendant. That was not what Roland wanted. He believed that was not the life Elle truly desired. However, Elle and Urza had always had a good relationship. Would she want to meet her? Thinking of this, Rolando asked, "Where are you staying in the capital this time, and how long will you be staying?" Chapter 46. Halfway through the banquet, Roland said something to Terry and slipped out quietly. His boots made a crisp, urgent sound on the cobblestones. His shadow lengthened and shortened as he passed by the magical streetlights. When he reached the bottom of the apartment building, Roland looked up for some reason, his pace gradually slowing, his brow relaxed. The room that had once belonged to him, a warm light shone through the square crystal windows. Then, a second later, he saw the curtains drawn, revealing an unfamiliar woman, looking around, on the balcony. He quickly sprinted towards the building, his medium-length blonde hair tumbling back in a chaotic pattern as he moved swiftly, his lips pale from pursing his lips. Dong dong dong, he knocked hard and fast, pushing the door open a crack. The door was unlocked. The thin gap, however, seemed as impenetrable as a chasm. He hesitated again, fearing that if he pushed the door open, The stranger inside would tell him that Ayer had already left. "You're back?" The concierge. The person inside had apparently heard the noise outside and was mumbling something. In his confusion, Roland didn't hear what the person inside was saying, but he knew the strange voice definitely didn't belong to Ayer. A single thought filled his mind: "You lied to me. I only been away for a day, and you're so impatient to leave." At this point, he needed to quickly learn of Ayer's new whereabouts. Roland pushed the door open, his brows dark as a cloud, his gaze darting towards the strange woman. She was about 27 or 28 years old, dressed in tattered, exotic clothing. Before he could ask, the stranger exclaimed, You, are you kidding? I'm hiding in a private house. How can your guards find me?" The woman in the room swiftly ducked behind the balcony door, a bulge in her clothing shifting constantly. Things were clearly unfolding differently than Roland had anticipated. It sounded like this person had mistaken him, in uniform, for one of the royal guards. Thankfully, it turned out to be a thief hiding from the enemy. Though he felt relieved, thinking that this person had somehow breached the magical barriers in the room, Roland secretly prepared magical defenses and demanded, "The room is enshrined with multiple spells, making it impossible for ordinary people to break in." "How did you get in?" "How else could I get in?" "Of course, that black-hearted flayhead, L, invited me in. There's no law against staying at a friend's house, right?" They cried out in despair. "You're L's friend?" I thought. Though he was displeased with her calling L black-hearted flayhead, Roland's hostility softened slightly. "What do you think? Do you think I'm a thief?" They retorted, feeling insulted. "I'm a foreigner. How could I be a thief here? Even if I were wandering the streets, I wouldn't be a thief." She had truly had enough. Ever since arriving in the capital, she'd been plagued by bad luck. "This place really unlucky her," Roland apologized. "I was too arbitrary. You can come out now. If it's convenient, could you explain it? You're not here to arrest me." "Wait, your clothes are indeed different from the guards." They finally realized mid-sentence that she had recognized the wrong person. "Are you L's other connection?" She opened the balcony door and poked her head out, asking tentatively. "Another connection?" "Oh, L's just using the power of a powerful person to bully others. That guy, to exploit me, claimed she had connections to take me, someone illegally carrying a monster." They waved her hand, stepped out of the balcony door, and pulled out her bullet. The long-tailed flame rat then casually rested on its master's shoulder in front of the main force of the Monster Slayer squad. "That other connection is you, right? Your uniform looks quite impressive." "Ah. Well, it's me. I hadn't expected L to bring himself up with his friends." Roland, who had been so imposing and menacing just a moment ago, blushed. But then he thought about L having made friends, and bringing them home after only a day out. He felt a little uneasy. They were so wary of him. So why were they so relaxed with this other person? The person before him was unknown, not only carrying a monster, but also acting suspiciously. "Where's L?" Roland asked with a resentment he barely even noticed. "What? Are you anxious to find her?" Faye lay on the sofa, relaxed as if at home. "I went to buy me some clothes and bedding. I'll be back soon. If you're not in a hurry, sit on the chair and wait." "Bedding? What a cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest." Roland's brows furrowed immediately. "You want to live here?" He hadn't even considered living here. What was this foreigner from nowhere thinking? "Yeah, she owes me this." They replied nonchalantly, shifting positions on the sofa, trying to find the perfect reclining position. "What does she owe you?" "I can pay it back." "Don't make things difficult for her." "I made things difficult for her." Faye jumped up from the sofa, as if she had heard something out of the blue. "She made things difficult for me, okay? Even if you're partial, can you at least be reasonable?" As the atmosphere between the two men grew tense, Ayer, the key figure who sparked the conflict, finally returned. "Why isn't the door locked? Aren't you afraid the Royal Capital Guard will come and arrest you?" Ayer walked in, clutching something large, and the weight of her arms barely obscured her view. "The guards aren't coming. I already told them." A familiar male voice rang out, and the package in front of her was taken away, returning Ayer's obstructed vision to normal. Roland had returned. After accepting the package, he turned and strode forward, calculating Ayer's blind spot. He threw the blanket onto the recumbent Faye, and gently admonished, "A guest should behave like a guest. How can you burden the host with so much trouble? Don't you agree, foreigner? Don't go too far, you other way guy. What does Ayer and I have to do with you? Why are you targeting me like that?" Faye retorted, pulling the blanket aside. Ahem. Ahem. "It does matter." Ayer muttered, a little guilty. After all, He was just a guest, and now he brought others along without even notifying them. This is the host. Whether you can stay here depends on him. Faye, flexible and adaptable, immediately stood up and bowed, saying, Master Host, please allow me to stay here for a while. As you can see, Ayer and I are good friends. With my help, her. Seeing Faye about to spill the beans, Al quickly came over, put his arm around her shoulders, and with a smile, introduced her to Roland. This is Faye, a magician from the kingdom of Nonly, currently traveling the continent. That monster is her pet, Harmless. I saw her alone on the street, so I took the liberty of letting her stay for the night. If you mind, I find another way after tonight, Al said briefly, not forgetting to secretly touch Faye's shoulder, reminding her to keep her mouth shut. This is your room now. You have the right to invite your friends to stay. I have no problem with it, Roland said, his tone unnaturally gentle. Faye looked at the two people smiling at each other, a look of disbelief on her face. So you two were all so cheerful with each other, but you only attacked me, right? After resolving Faye's lodging issue, Roland invited Al downstairs for a walk, saying, I have something important to discuss privately. Faye, excluded, narrowed her eyes as she watched the two men leave, feeling targeted again. The orange streetlights shone on the ground, like lily pads on a black lake, carrying the endless thoughts of the night. Did you go out on some important mission today? Just as Roland was pondering how to bring up Miss Clements, Al asked. Although Al didn't look at him, Roland shook his head and said, nothing important. It's just a welcoming party to celebrate Prince Atticus' return. My superiors asked me to attend. I only found out when I arrived. I wouldn't have gone if I had known. His tone dropped to the latter part, a hint of grievance in his voice. The vacation was only half a month long, and he had wasted an entire day. The thought of it made him irritated. Unexpectedly, Elle gave a short laugh. Is it funny? Roland asked aggrievedly. Sorry. I just thought of something funny. Elle turned around, clasped his hands together, and smiled apologetically at Roland, explaining, when I was a magic servant, I often had to consult the Countess. At the time, I thought it would be great if I were a noble, so I could be my own boss. But it seems that even nobles are forced to do things they don't like. Since none of us are free, it doesn't matter whether we're servants, commoners, or nobles. Isn't it better to just do our best to be ourselves? Then if you had a choice, what would you choose? Would you choose the past or the present? Roland asked. Of course, the present. The path you forge is the best path. Elle replied lightly. What if information from the past connects to the present? That's no big deal, Elle said, turning and smiling. Here's a piece of advice. All problems can be solved. So I'm not afraid of anything. The two of them were walking under a streetlight, the orange glow casting a halo around Elle, who was so close. Or perhaps, in Roland's eyes, she was the source of light. Perhaps his hesitation was just unnecessary worry. Elle. I met Clemens and Urza at the party today, Roland said, pausing. He expected Elle to be at least a little surprised by the news, but Elle continued to walk forward calmly. It seemed as if no one, could stop her from moving forward. Oh, so that's what happened. No wonder you said you had something important to say, but kept beating around the bush and wouldn't say it directly. I didn't tell her about you. Roland took a few quick steps before walking side by side with Elle, at a leisurely pace. Yes. Elle nodded. Thank you for keeping it a secret for me. Since you run into them, can you do me a favor? What favor? Write a letter to Urzane. Tell her. Sometimes, small sacrifices are necessary to gain a greater chance of survival. She understand? Don't you want to go see her? I heard they won't be back in Philos until the day after tomorrow. Elle shook her head. To her, I'm like a ghost from the past. I won't bother her. Okay. I help you pass it on, Roland said. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, are you talking about the magic inscription on your arm? You can understand it that way. Elle looked at the road ahead. It seemed much longer than it had been during the day, as if it would never end. But she firmly believed that no matter how dark the world became, there would eventually be light. Chapter 47. Draw the curtains, lock the door, and prop a chair against it with some clever force, and a perfect secret room is complete. Elle and Faye sat at the living room table, and began their first magic lesson. Can we just start right away? Don't I need to find a magic book? Or buy a teaching board for you to write on? Elle asked skeptically. Beside her lay a blank new notebook and a set of pens and ink. Faye shook her head confidently. No, why waste the money? Memorize this and you have everything. As she spoke, she rummaged through her tattered bundle, pulled out a thick book, and slammed it down on the table. The book was half the thickness of a palm, a large greasy stain on the cover, the title illegible, and the pages inside were curled and chipped. "What is this?" Elle asked, picking up the weathered book. She was sure she could smell the odor of worms. "Isn't it written right there?" Elle silently pointed to the large greasy stain on the cover. "Oh, it must have been improperly wrapped when I put the confit duck in the package. Take a look inside. It looks like a dictionary to me." Elle flipped open the pages. It was densely packed with obscure magical text, with pronunciations marked below. It was surprisingly handwritten. Printed books must have been commonplace decades ago. Where did Faye get this antique? This is a dictionary. There's no more comprehensive collection of magical texts on the entire continent. I stumbled upon this in an old, historic magic shop while traveling. I spent all my money on it. Faye patted the dictionary and said, "Does it really work?" Elle was filled with doubt. "Who of us is the magician? I'm a man of my words. I won't mess with you when I say I teach you," Faye said. "This book is incredibly useful. Now when I'm lost for a phrase or word while chanting, I still look it up. Look how clearly it's been used." Okay. At this point, Elle chose to believe. "So how do I learn?" "Let me first explain the principles of magic," Faye said. "Magic is the process by which a magician communicates with a magic spirit through chanting magic words, thereby unleashing magic. This process involves 3 key steps. First, recognition, understanding the meaning of each magic word and composing the sentence you want to convey to the magic spirit. Second, chant these sentences successfully. Don't assume this is easy. Elvish is very difficult to pronounce. If you accidentally mispronounce something, like triggering fire magic when water is needed to put out a fire due to incorrect pronunciation, that could be disastrous. And third, weighing. This is more subjective and is crucial to the strength of your magic." "Weighing?" Elle repeated. "Does it mean weighing the strength of the spell you cast?" Faye shook her head. "The weighing here refers to the magic elf's assessment of the caster. Just like singing or reciting, each person's spellcasting is unique in their word combination, intonation, rhythm, strength, and intention. Every aspect is considered by the magic elves. This is also why the same magic spell has different effects when chanted by different people." Now Elle understood. The trade-off here is like affinity. If you can gain the favor of the magic spirits, more or more powerful magic spirits will be summoned, thereby increasing the effectiveness of the magic. "I understand," Elle nodded, feeling a bit surprised. According to Faye, as long as she fully mastered the magic text and pronunciation, she could also master various natural magic such as water, fire, thunder, and lightning like a magician, not just read the notebook and learn the necromancy contained in it. She was eager to try. "So how do we learn next?" "Well," Faye said, subtly avoiding Eller's earnest gaze and pointing to the book. "Open that magic book, and I teach you how to use it. Once you learn this, you master everything. Learn how to use this dictionary, and you'll be able to freely combine magic words and chant them. However, as for trade-offs, that depends primarily on talent and luck, so I can't teach you." Good student Elle obediently opened the dictionary and took note of Faye's earnest instructions. What Elle didn't know was that Faye's teaching method, based on learning from the magic book, had been obsolete for decades, just like the book itself. Because of her childhood experience of self-taught writing, Ella's first reaction, when she saw Hella's notebook written in magic words was, "I have to understand these words." She approached magic learning with the same mindset as learning a new language and script, and when she sought a teacher, she emphasized the need for teaching magic words. So now, listening to Faye's words, it made sense. Faye, on the other hand, chose not to speak simply because she wasn't well versed in the art. After all, Shiji was still held in the palm of Ayer's hand at the time, and she was too impatient to think things through. Now, she had no choice but to go ahead and do it. These days, few magicians would meticulously decipher the meaning of magic texts, word for word, as Faye said. With the advancement of magical pedagogy, current teaching materials emphasize refinement and usefulness. Generations of magicians have, through proven experience, eliminated sentences and phrases that struggle to pass the magic spirit's weighing, removing unnecessary parts. Today's refined and selected magic texts teach magical knowledge directly through magic phrases, short sentences, and paragraphs. These sentences are concise and efficient, making it easier to connect with the magic spirits, and thus more stable when casting magic. You have to remember that in the past, when magicians chanted directly through language, there were instances where the magic spirits would completely ignore them after a long passage, causing the spell to fail. Time passed quickly and slowly, and the entire morning flew by. After teaching Elle how to look up the pronunciation and meaning of magic words, Faye wrote a few simple fire spells for Elle to learn on her own. While Elle was still absorbed in her studies, Faye, the hands-off manager, leisurely sprawled on the sofa, playing a round game with Gigi with a small colored ball. Hey, right, bring it back. Knock, 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 followed a few rhythmic knocks on the door, and Roland's gentle voice pierced through. Elle, it's noon. Let's go have lunch together. I booked a meal at a nearby restaurant. Great. Time to eat. Faye, not even bothering to pay attention to Gigi, who had just brought back the pom-pom, excitedly jumped off the sofa and rushed to the door, moving a chair aside and opening it. Roland, what did you order? Faye asked excitedly. Ire, who hadn't heard Roland's voice and had been distracted from his studies by her loud questioning, frantically began to hide various study evidence. Roland ignored her and stepped sideways into the room, just in time to see Ire clearing the table like an octopus. Are you still busy? No, it's all done. To prevent Roland from getting too close and seeing what he had hidden, Ire hurried over, grabbed Roland's arm without a second thought, and quickly pulled him out the door. Let's go to lunch. Yes, let's go, Roland said softly, silently lowering his arm to make it easier for Elle to hold him. Although Roland had originally agreed to regularly check on Elle's safety, he was currently on vacation and had plenty of time. His protection of Elle wasn't exactly constant, but it was pretty much the same. The fact that he was learning magic couldn't be exposed. To counter Roland's all-round tracking, Elle lied about needing to help Faye practice a new trick, so he had to stay in seclusion in his room from Monday to Wednesday. Roland's condition for retreat was regular meals. So, as soon as lunch arrived, he couldn't wait to knock on the door across the street. A 2-week vacation was a rare opportunity for him. The work of the Monster Slayer squad was not easy, and once the vacation was over, he would be busy again. By then, I'd probably only be able to check on Ire's daily situation remotely through the communication magic tool. I have to find a way to persuade Ire to let me modify the children returning to the nest crystal ball, so I can see her even when I'm out on field work after work. Roland thought as he walked downstairs, his arm in his. I have to prevent Roland from accompanying me from Thursday to Sunday. That way, when I go on quests in the magic forest, I can test the power of the spells I learned today. Ire, absorbed in studying magic literature, didn't realize he'd been holding Ire all the way. Time for lunch. What's for dinner today? The two, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, followed closely behind Faye, who was simply craving food. This was a family restaurant not far from the apartment building, with booths for 4 facing each other. The two sat opposite each other, while Faye, on Ai's side, oblivious to the world outside, simply focused on eating. Roland looked at Elle, who had put down her cutlery, and said cryptically, "The task you assigned me the day before yesterday has been completed. She's very happy, and hopes to see you again someday." "Yes, thank you." Elle knew Roland was referring to Urza. "Do you plan to return in the future? Or will you stay in the capital?" Roland, who had never directly asked Elle, followed up on Elle's question. In fact, Elle had already made it clear that night that she wouldn't live her life according to the conventional wisdom of servants and commoners. She had also begun buying some daily necessities for her room, indicating her intention to stay here permanently. But without hearing Elle's direct answer, he couldn't make any firm conclusions. After all, her last departure had been so sudden. Who knows? There might be a chance later. But for now, until something unexpected happens, I probably stay in the capital. So, you don't have to worry about me. The capital is protected by the extermination squad and the guards. It's safe, isn't it? Ire smiled and looked around at the people dining peacefully. There were couples and families of 3, and the overall atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Eating is eating. If even in a place as safe as the capital, I need the protection of a top magician like you, then I'm a complete loser. That's different. Understanding AI's implication, Roland tried to defend himself. Of course, I believe in your abilities, but no one can guarantee when danger will strike. He implied that he couldn't predict AI's future. You're imposing your own fears on me, Roland. Elle stared at him intently. You know, I can't live my whole life under your watchful eye. This is disrespectful to me and a waste of your talents. If life is a road, no two people's paths are exactly the same. Roads may intersect, but they can never overlap. Chapter 48. A month later, in the Scarlet Forest, the monster forest near the royal capital. A hawk flew over the vast expanses of blood-red trees in the Scarlet Forest, wings spread wide, and soared up the steep cliffs into the wind. 5 or 6 meters from the cliff top, a figure with a rope tied around her waist and a backpack was climbing. It was Ire. She curled her fingers tightly, gripping the small protrusions on the cliff face. Using her toes to find the right angle, she searched for the slightly tilted rocks on the nearly vertical cliff face. One hand finally reached the ground at the top of the cliff. Ayer took a deep breath, exerting force with her forearms and waist, and lifted herself from the cliff. She unrolled the rope tied to the tree at the edge of the cliff, one by one, and tossed it onto 2 or 3 herbal bags below. She then took off the backpack, shook it, and carefully poured the black bean pods into another bag. As she poured the liquid, a few red, almost purple, beans popped out. She quickly dodged and scooped up the spilled beans through the cloth. These were hell coral beans, native to the Crimson Forest, and the last ingredient Ayer had collected. Hell coral beans, from leaves to flowers to seeds, were all poisonous, and Ayer had collected them for her own needs. During this time, besides studying magic and earning money, she also sought to expand her arsenal. Thanks to Roland, several magical tools were returned to her, but one can never have too many ways to save their lives. After everything was cleaned up, Ayer stood at the edge of the cliff and surveyed the surroundings. This was the highest point in the area, offering a wide, unobstructed view. Therefore, there were few monsters or animals venturing there, and naturally no humans who came to hunt monsters. It was a perfect place to practice magic chanting. For the past month, Ayer had been learning to recognize and recite magic texts from the Magical Text Encyclopedia, and now she had accumulated some basic skills. She could roughly recognize the few chanting spells Faye had written for her by looking at the fonts, and could pronounce each word individually, but she hadn't yet tried chanting them as a whole. This was mainly because Roland had set up various defensive spells in the room. If she accidentally made a mistake and triggered one of the spells, Roland would definitely know. Practice now. Ayer fished out a water spell Faye had written for her from her pocket, cleared her throat, and began chanting with full concentration, moving her mouth open and closed. The crimson leaves covering the mountain were beautiful, and the mountain breeze blowing from the cliffs was refreshing. However, the chanting mixed with the wind sounded hoarse and unpleasant, like a parrot with unclear speech imitating a human voice. Because the spell was being read back to the reader, Ayer chanted it word by word, each note emitting subtle variations. This resulted in the entire spell sounding drastically different from the actual intonation. It was unpleasant, but fortunately, no one was around. Ayer endured her halting accent and persevered through the entire spell. She waited expectantly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing happened. Is it really wrong? Ayer, unwilling to give up, tried to recite it again, looking at the note. Suddenly, a fireball appeared out of nowhere, nearly setting Ayer's clothes and hair on fire. Before she could react, a cloud of water vapor swept over her head, extinguishing the fireball. Then, a sudden gust of wind blew, splashing water everywhere, drenching Ayer. Even more astonishing was the dense, tiny lightning bolts that erupted from the water droplets. Fortunately, the droplets were small, and when they landed on Elle, they only caused a slight tingling pain. When she tried to move away from the area, she took a few steps back, but a mound of earth suddenly appeared beneath her feet, knocking her to the ground. Then, several lush green vines suddenly erupted from the earth, tightly binding her like a mummy lying on the ground. Is that right? Elle shook the dagger from her sleeve, cut the vines one by one, and climbed out, looking suspiciously at the tattered paper strips that had been damaged by the magic. It was clearly a water spell that summoned water balls, but why did it summon such chaos? She hadn't even faced the enemy yet, and she was already being dealt with. Maybe I'm reciting it wrong? I need to practice more. It's okay. I'm on the carriage now, and will be back in the city soon. At this moment, she was riding in a carriage that ran between the monster forest and the royal city, returning to the city with 3 bounty hunters. Since their last conversation, and now that he had returned to work, Roland had restrained his tracking of Ayer's whereabouts, insisting only on seeing her every morning. If he was out on a mission, he would communicate with Ayer regularly through a communication device. Roland's smooth voice came from the device, perhaps because he was traveling quickly on horseback, so he spoke with a slight breath. If you encounter any problems or difficulties, please tell me. Even if we have to go our separate ways, I want to walk with you. This statement was unlike Roland's usual euphemisms. It was blunt and bold. This left Ayer somewhat at a loss for words. Don't worry. Focus on your team's affairs. Goodbye. Ayer quickly replied and immediately severed contact with Roland. Looking up, she saw several people in the carriage staring at her intently. Seeing her return their gaze, they quickly turned their heads away, either pretending to gaze at the scenery outside or simply facing the wall to reflect on their mistakes. When Ayer wasn't looking at them, several pairs of eyes quietly turned back. The previous conversation had been brief. They were concerned about Ayer's current state of disgrace. Her fiery red hair was singed black at the ends, and her clothes were covered not only with green vine flakes, but also with spots of mud, a mixture of water and soil. She didn't seem to be gathering potion ingredients. Instead, she rolled around in the mud like a wild boar. A few hours ago, after failing to chant, Ayer, unwilling to give up, practiced over and over again in the Crimson Forest, no fewer than 100 times. She was either being chased by fireballs, or tripped by piles of earth rising from the ground, or electrocuted by lightning balls, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, then swept away by a whirlwind of wind, entangled by vines, or a crackling burst of water, specifically hitting her. Each time was a chaotic clash of elements, and the order of their appearance varied, sometimes even appearing simultaneously, causing mixed damage to her. This chanting was too painful, and she planned to ask Faye before continuing. At the same time, on the road outside the city of Boar, near the royal capital, Roland and his fellow monster slayers had just returned from a monster forest on horseback, having just finished their monster extermination mission for the day. The monster slayers' daily mission required patrolling monster forests across the country. The rate of monster spawning in monster forests in various cities had recently increased, so the monster slayers were dispatched again just after the holiday. "How's it going?" Any response? Rosa, dressed in a dashing knight's uniform, smiled as she steered her horse parallel to Roland. Lucy and Simon followed closely behind, also intent on eavesdropping. At the end of the group were Terry, admiring the sunset, and Chloe, completely uninterested in gossip. Roland shook his head, still clutching the disconnected communication device. "Hey, that's normal," Big Sister Rosa soothed. "We have to take it one step at a time. You can't become close just by a single word, right?" "Yeah," Roland replied absent-mindedly, flicking the reins to spur his horse into a gallop, leaving his teammates behind. The child has grown up and has his own concerns. Big Sister Rosa sighed. "I wonder if it's the girl who brought flowers back to the city last time." The gossipy Lucy tilted her head. "What do you think? Should I share some of my experiences from my youth with Roland?" Simon stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Don't." Rosa and Lucy objected in unison. Roland wasn't in a good mood this time. Ever since joining the team, Roland had always looked troubled, but this time, his behavior seemed different. The melancholy aura made his already handsome face even more pleasing to the eye. However, as Roland's companion through thick and thin, and a dozen years his senior, Rosa felt that her child's mental health should be prioritized. So last night, while on vigil in the monster forest, she teamed up with Lucy and Simon to insinuate the root of Roland's troubles and offer some counsel. After their tireless efforts, Roland, somewhat embarrassed, cryptically explained that a friend had shunned him. Rosa and Lucy exchanged glances, immediately speculating. "Well then, tell me, how did your friend avoid you?" The reliable Big Sister Rosa coaxed. The campfire's fiery crimson bonfire danced in Roland Lake's green eyes, like someone he cherished, as vibrant and full of life as fire. "She told me that no two people's paths are exactly alike. Paths can intersect, but they can't overlap." That makes sense. But how did you get to talking about such profound life questions?" Big Sister Rosa asked. Roland shook his head, refusing to speak further. "Since she said that, you're thinking of getting closer to her, right?" Rosa took Roland's silence as a tacit agreement and suggested, "Next time we contact, why don't you try to be more forthright and express your feelings?" Time returned to the present. The wind whistled past his ears. Roland, ignoring his teammates' calls, rode his horse with all his might, his golden hair flying wildly. "Even if we're on two different paths, I still want to walk alongside you." As he spoke these words to Elle, his own mood brightened. Elle was right. He projected his fear of doom onto her. But his feelings went beyond that. The quickening of his heartbeat whenever he faced her was another hidden emotion. So whether he was shunned or pushed aside, no matter how many times, he would walk the path alongside her. He would be her most loyal companion. Strange, so strange. How could this be? They twisted the small handful of hair she cut from Elle's head. The red strands were charred and curled 5 or 6 centimeters at the ends, and there was a faint, distinct smell of burning egg whites. "Are you sure you summoned several types of natural magic with that spell?" Faye asked, turning around. Behind her, Elle, freshly washed, sat on the sofa, wiping her shorn hair with a towel. "You saw it yourself." Elle tilted her head, gesturing to the battle-damaged dress she had just changed out of. "I never encountered something like that before. If a spell fails, at most there's no sound. How could there be several different types of magic fighting each other?" Faye tossed the hair in her hand into the trash can, plopped down next to Elle, and patted her shoulder. Hey, show me how it works. Let me see what's going on. No, I'm afraid the house will burn down again, and we both end up sleeping on the street. Elle declined, feeling a little worried about her future studies. If you don't even know the reason, how can I improve? Even though I'm not afraid of pain, I still need to know where to improve. She felt a little annoyed, and rubbed her wet hair harder with the towel. What are you afraid of? I'm telling you, in this case, it's probably because your pronunciation isn't standard. Next time, take me with you and I correct you on the spot, Faye said casually. Although her teacher had said so, Elle disagreed. She felt there was something else going on. She could feel the surge of magical energy as the spells responded to her. Would it have had such an effect if it were simply due to incorrect pronunciation? If you're still worried, ask the guy across the street, Faye said nonchalantly. Nonly Kingdom had almost no control over magic, so she hadn't known that civilians weren't allowed to learn magic privately. Was this something she could tell Roland? Elle hesitated, then suddenly recalled Roland's words. If you encounter any problems or difficulties, tell me. Even if we're on different paths, I want to walk alongside you. Chapter 49. Allah hadn't yet decided whether to ask Roland for help and reveal his secret magical skills. Fortunately, he was still out on field work in another city, so Elle put the matter aside and focused on what he could do for now. Early this morning, Elle had found a sparsely populated open space on the outskirts of the city and presented to Faye the problems he was encountering with his magic chanting. Since it wasn't a monster forest that forbade foreigners, and the location was secluded, Faye simply released the long-tailed flame rat. Hey, can't you sleep a little longer and come back this afternoon? Faye yawned and complained. There's still afternoon training, Elle said seriously. Training maniac. Faye muttered softly. Can't you give yourself a break once in a while? So I start? Allard took a few steps and stood in the open space, asking. Okay, go ahead. Air stood still, about to begin, when something suddenly fell, banging against her head. Looking up, she saw several more wild fruits hurtling towards her, smacking her face painfully. It was Gigi. After being released, the little creature quickly climbed up the wild fruit tree overhead and nimbly plucked 4 or 5 fruits, throwing them down. Ha ha ha. Faye, sitting with her back against a tree, picked up a fruit that had rolled to her side and pointed at Elle, grinning. Look, even Gigi is irritated by you for coming out so early. Eat your fruit. Air threw a fruit at Faye, angrily saying, next time you go to the street and buy fruit picked by Gigi, you won't have to worry about getting arrested. You know what, that's a really good idea, Faye muttered, still chewing on the fruit Gigi had just picked. Seeing Aya's frustration, her early morning resentment vanished. Enough of the idle chatter, let's get started. Let me see the results of your training. Speaking of training, Aya quickly got into the flow, calming her mind and reciting the short magic spell. She had practiced it so many times that she could recite it without even looking at the paper. After the chanting, the scene was just like that day. The elemental balls of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared in random order, as if fighting, leaving Aya's face utterly grimaced. This is actually real. Faye was stunned, the fruit falling from her mouth. Can you tell what the problem is? Aya asked, wiping her face with a handkerchief she had prepared. Well, this is the first time I've seen something like this. Faye came over and touched the burnt hole in her shirt, thoughtfully saying, but after seeing your summoning process with my own eyes, I have a guess. What guess? Elle, you might be a genius. Faye clenched her fist and punched Elle's shoulder. Remember to look after me in the future. You think this is genius? Do you have some misunderstanding about genius? Elle raised her arm, displaying her tattered clothes. Don't be so quick to deny yourself. Faye, imitating her teacher's manner, asked, do you remember the 3 stages of magic I taught you in our first lesson? Identification, chanting, weighing. Elle answered smoothly. That's right. Although your chanting is rather unpleasant, the fact that elemental spirits responded to you proves your recognition and chanting are fine. The only problem lies in balance. Faye went on to explain, when ordinary people learn magic, because the magic spirits are unfamiliar with each other at first, they won't always respond to their requests. As they become more proficient in magic and develop a better relationship with them, their spellcasting success rate will gradually increase. For example, I most often use fire magic, so fire-based magic spirits are more likely to respond to my summons. That's why some magicians are either strong or weak in certain types of magic. In your case, I thought about it, and there's only one possibility. Faye said confidently, hands behind his back, That's that the magic spirits all love you and can't wait to respond to your summons. Being naturally favored by spirits is a supreme talent in the magician's vocation. Is it possible? A low-class commoner, forbidden from learning magic, a nameless NPC in a novel, happens to possess this talent. Rather than trusting in talent, Elle now had another hypothesis. Faye, can the relationship between magic spirits and humans be inherited? For example, a powerful magician could transfer their magic power to another person? She asked. Maybe, Faye said uncertainly. If they can be recognized by a powerful magician, then this other person shouldn't be disliked by the magic spirits either. But I never seen anything like what you're talking about. Elle was silent for a moment, remembering the energy Hela had infused into her in Monster Eden. She had never known what it was, nor had she felt anything else. Now it seemed that it was that energy that made the magical spirits feel familiar and fond of it. Then do you know how I should refine my chanting to precisely unleash the desired magical effect? At this point, Elle no longer felt unworthy or uneasy about Hela's power. She and Hela had made a pact, and fulfilling that pact was the greatest reward for this gift. Well, Faye pursed her lips and replied distressedly, I'm not a very skilled magician, actually. The implication was that she couldn't help. Elle's progress in magic stagnated, and she subsequently tried switching to water magic spells and other spells. But no matter how she changed, she still summoned all the spirits, despite her desire. Elle reasoned that while she possessed Hela's magical affinity, she was a novice with no real skills, and therefore unable to harness its power. After determining that she couldn't improve her current situation, Elle paused her chanting practice and decided to focus on recognizing magic texts. The more magic texts she knew, the faster she would understand Hela's notes. Perhaps they contained some tips for casting magic. Faye had originally been able to assist Elle by providing spells. Now, with Elle's focus shifted, her daily study sessions consisted of poring over the complete collection of magic texts. Faye was almost completely idle. Elle didn't mind, they had already provided her with significant assistance. If she hadn't met her, Elle would have spent more time and taken greater risks searching for other potential candidates. And Faye had indeed opened the way for her to learn magical writing. But Faye felt uneasy about not being able to provide the promised assistance. When they first met, she thought Elle had captured Gigi to blackmail her, a foreigner. She had encountered such things before on her travels. Unlike her expectations, Elle had threatened her, but offered to hire her for money and even provided her with shelter. Even Elle's diligence and dedication in his magical training amazed her. She had originally intended to fool around. She wasn't a powerful magician, and since she could earn some money, why not? But now she had decided to leave. Because Elle had become a friend. She couldn't take her friends for granted. Frequently on the road, they had experienced many farewells. Most of the time, she could easily make her way, her heart always focused on the next stop. But this time, she felt a rare reluctance to leave. This was not a good sign. How could a wandering magician stop? Since staying here was no longer of any use, he should set off again. Faye left one morning. The day before, she and Ayer had taken advantage of their free time to have a great time at the West Market Commercial Street. The next morning, she was gone. A letter and a small pendant from the kingdom of Nonley lay quietly on the sofa in the living room. Elle opened the envelope, revealing two brief words. I'm leaving. I give you the magic book. I don't usually read it anyway. As for the remaining tuition, use it to treat me to dinner next time we meet. By the time we meet again, you must be a formidable high-level magician. Because I want to be a teacher to high-level magicians, ha ha ha. Elle, watching these words, seemed to hear Faye's arrogant, brazen declaration. That Faye, what can I say about her? She left without a word, not even a goodbye. She whispered, noticing for the first time how quiet the room was. It was 2 weeks later when Roland returned to the capital. Back at the apartment building, he passed by his own door and walked straight to the door diagonally opposite. His golden hair rested against the door panel, and he needed to calm his hurried breathing. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. There was no response from inside the door. He panicked for a moment, then managed to calm himself down and activated his communication device. They had just spoken yesterday. Elle wouldn't have left suddenly, she might have just gone out. The call didn't connect. At the same time, on the second floor of the Royal Capital Central Library, Elle stood stiffly behind a bookshelf, using the tall shelves to shield her form. Through the gaps above the rows of books, she gazed towards the stairs leading to the library's third floor. There, a familiar figure ascended the steps. Her long, silvery hair and elegant demeanor seemed to bear witness to a single name. Impossible. She had been killed by his own hands. That couldn't have been her. And if she were still alive, Roland, knowing she was the culprit behind the monster riot during the star-picking exam, wouldn't have hidden it from her. Elle spoke to herself with certainty. But the next second, her pupils suddenly constricted. Luna number 8, a long-lost friend, perhaps a companion, and former victim, descended from the 3rd floor. She met the silver-haired figure, exchanged greetings, and ascended the stairs together until they disappeared onto the upper floor. A message came from the communication magic tool she kept close to her body, but Elle didn't have time to answer it. An even more obvious message grabbed her attention. Long time no see. The latest death condition has been triggered. Chapter 50. A message came from the communication magic device she kept close to her body, but Ayer didn't answer. A more obvious message captured her attention. Long time no see. The latest death condition has been triggered. Trigger type. There's a chance you uncover a high-risk secret. A connection from the past will inevitably lead you to the graveyard of death. Death countdown. 3 months and 8 days. A connection from the past. Could it really be her? She's not dead? And she's reconciled with number 8? The moment Ayer heard the death countdown, her mind raced, pondering potential possibilities. At the same time, a new commentary appeared on the screen, once again overturning her suspicions. Comments slowly revealing ambition. So handsome, so charming. A refined villain, that suited thug vibe really tickles me. Comments slowly revealing ambition. I thought XX was just a background character, but it turns out he's playing dumb. Take a wild guess, XX's ambitions aren't just about becoming XX, although there are a lot of incomprehensible words on the screen, like suited thug, but suit? Just now, I was so stunned by the silver moon-like waist-length hair that I didn't pay any attention to his clothing. So it's he, not she? Ayer breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who it is, they can't be more dangerous than Great Mage Luna. However, this means the triggering conditions for the death countdown need to be reconsidered. Ayer recalled the previous message. There's a chance of uncovering a high-risk secret, and a connection from the past will inevitably lead you to the graveyard of death. Recalling the Great Mage Luna, whom he had killed, Ayer initially focused on the connection from the past. But if it wasn't referring to Great Magician Luna, then could the past connection refer to number 8? The information was too vague to confirm. But one thing was certain. There's a chance of uncovering a high-risk secret, meaning that the silver-haired man's actions triggered the death countdown. He was very likely plotting some high-risk secret. Elle walked out from behind the bookshelf, grabbed a book as a cover, and followed number 8 and the other man up the stairs. After reaching the 3rd floor, the 2 people ahead didn't stop, continuing up to the 4th floor of the library. The area above the 4th floor of the Royal Capital Central Library was not open to the public, something the librarian had warned Al about upon entering. Al stood on the last few steps of the 3rd floor, looking towards the entrance to the 4th floor. There were even 2 guards standing there, so it seemed impossible to follow him any further. But maybe he could get some information from the guards. Al clutched the book he had used for cover and continued to climb the stairs. As expected, as soon as she reached the 4th floor, she was met with a glare and a rebuke from the guard. Who are you? Don't you know you're not allowed above the 4th floor? This is my first time here, and I'm not aware of this. Why aren't you allowed in? I'm looking for a book, and I can't find it on the lower floors. Ayer feigned fear at the guard's presence. The guard eyed her suspiciously. Are you from out of town? You don't even have common sense. Only nobles can enter the central library from the 4th floor up. I saw someone just go up there, Ayer muttered timidly. Huh? Do you know who that person was? The guard scoffed. That's Prince Atticus, the kingdom's youngest gifted academic magician. If he hadn't been frequenting the library lately, a commoner like you wouldn't have had the chance to encounter him. With that, the guard shooed Elle away. Elle chose to wait and see. This time, the countdown to her death was too short, only a little over 3 months. And now her magical training had reached a plateau. If she couldn't figure out the source of the danger, she had no confidence in surviving her death in 3 months. She had planned to find a spot on the 3rd floor, near the stairwell, to keep watch. Just as she sat down, the communication device lit up, indicating someone was trying to contact her. The device only contained the contact formula for one person. Roland, what's going on? Elle walked to a corner, opened the communication device, and whispered. Through the communication device, Roland's calm voice trembled slightly. Have you been out? I just got home, and your room seems empty. Yes, I'm out, and I'm not sure when I'll be back. Ayer said this, keeping his eyes fixed on the stairwell. By the way, aren't you coming back tonight? Things went smoothly, so I came back early. Where are you? Can I pick you up? Air hesitated. Hera's reason for coming to the library today was related to Hela's notes. She now had enough knowledge of magic to understand the simple meaning of the notes, which contained dates written in magic. Hera's last name, Theodosius, was a royal surname today, but she insisted she wasn't a princess. Now with the date as an anchor, she planned to go to the library to research the history of that year to see if she could find any evidence related to the city-state. The story of Hela and the city-state was meant to be spread. It wasn't a secret. But how could he explain his need to stake out a distinguished prince? Perhaps because the pause had been too long. Roland, standing across from him, couldn't help but speak, bringing up an old story. Do you remember? Back at the Magic Academy, when you asked me to copy those 2 magical inscriptions, you promised to tell me a secret in a year. Including the 9 months you were missing, it's been 11 months now, not far off the 1-year promise. Although their conversation was separated by a communication device, Ayer could still detect the restrained tension in his voice. He was probably worried that she'd sneak away again, and worried that she'd think he was watching her too closely, so he brought up his promise. At the time, Ayer, determined to fight for her own survival in the deadlock created by the great magician Luna, had made that promise. She hadn't expected Roland to remember it. Ayer sighed inwardly and gave in. I'm on the 3rd floor of the central library right now. I'm waiting for someone, so I'm not sure how long I'd be there. I come find you. Don't, Ayer said hurriedly, afraid he started imagining things. Things are complicated, and I can't let him notice I'm watching. So you're not suitable to be with me. Why not? The voice on the other end sounded a little aggrieved. I won't disturb you. Supposing he was asking knowingly, Ayer lowered her voice and retorted, Your very presence is distracting. With your looks and fame, you be the center of attention the moment you appear. Wasn't it just like that when we came back from the monster forest? Unexpectedly, a low laugh rang out from the other side. I'm honored to receive Miss L's compliments on my appearance. As if anticipating L's rebuttal, he immediately stopped laughing and said, I promise, I just see you and never draw any unwanted attention to you. If necessary, I can even provide cover for you. A passerby passed by, and L couldn't say anything more. Reluctantly, he compromised, whatever you say. L found a seat diagonally across from the stairs, a book on the kingdom's history open in his hand, watching the movement at the stairs from the corner of his eye. Hey, look, is that the battle mage? Someone whispered to a friend nearby. The build looks a bit similar. But it's hard to tell without seeing his face, her friend replied. I think it's him. He even wore a wide-brimmed hat, obviously not wanting to be recognized in the library. Ayer overheard the two whispering and followed their gaze, looking towards the reading room on the other side of the stairs. Even though he was wearing a simple shirt and vest, and a wide-brimmed hat that concealed his overly handsome features, he would still be noticed at a glance. Roland was standing across a wide corridor from Ayer. As if sensing Ayer's gaze, he raised the brim of his hat, and casually tilted his head to the side, his handsome features flashing by. Wow, it's really him. The girl next to him whispered in surprise. Ayer shook her head helplessly. See, she knew it. As soon as this guy appeared, he would be noticed. Fortunately, Roland had a good sense of propriety. He borrowed a book from the shelf, and then began reading intently, at least on the surface. Because access was restricted above the 4th floor, not many people came in or out. Throughout the afternoon, Elle only saw 2 people go up and 3 come down. The library was about to close, and just as Elle had made up her mind that she would wait outside all night for this person, she heard the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. Using the pages of an upright book as a shield, Elle glanced sideways, and saw 3 people descending the stairs together. The first person she noticed was Prince Atticus, with his long silver hair. Even from a straight-on perspective, he bore a passing resemblance to the great magician Luna, or rather, Princess Luna. Next was a brown-haired man in his 40s, wearing rimless glasses. Finally, there was Luna number 8, following behind the brown-haired man. The 3 of them reached the 3rd floor. Elle pretended to follow them downstairs, hoping to overhear any conversation. Elle placed the borrowed books on the return cart. She walked down the 3rd floor hallway, her head slightly lowered. She couldn't get too close, fearing Luna 8 would see her. A figure swiftly passed by, a tall, slender figure blocking Elle's path, golden hair peeking out from under his wide-brimmed hat. Prince Atticus, I didn't expect to see you here. The prince stopped in his tracks at Roland's call, looked at him in surprise, and said with a smile, Roland? I heard the monster extermination team didn't return to the city until this afternoon. During this operation, we encountered a new kind of monster, so we came to the library to see if there were any records of it. Roland spoke naturally, turning to the brown-haired man and nodding. Baron Siki, long time no see. Then, as if realizing something, he said apologetically, "Are you two discussing academic matters regarding magic? I hope I haven't disturbed you by my sudden arrival. A greeting between friends is hardly a bother. Have you finished your research? My carriage is downstairs. I can give you a ride." Prince Atticus, as always, was approachable and deftly deflected Roland's question. "Don't bother me. I stay a little longer. I take you downstairs." Then the three people descending the stairs became a foursome, with Al trailing behind them. After Prince Atticus left, El, hiding behind a pillar, heard Roland say to Baron Siki, "Baron, I heard that your expertise in monster research is unparalleled in the entire kingdom. I frequently encounter monsters, so if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know." Baron Siki, with a gloomy expression, glanced at Roland. "Are you still interested?" "I'm a little interested, but primarily I want to help you. You might not know this, but Great Mage Luna is not only my mentor, but also a good friend of my mother's. Come to think of it, I should call you Uncle." Chapter 51. Hella Theodosius. Opening this notebook written in magical language, the name written in ordinary characters on the title page was once the only word El had ever recognized. A month after Faye's absence, El had learned through self-study to understand the meaning of some of the simpler entries in the notebook by reading and guessing. However, the content regarding the magic formulas contained so much obscure information that it remained difficult to decipher. El suspected that even if Faye were still alive, she might not be able to decipher it. Faye had mentioned that the Nonly Kingdom didn't have the strict magician grading system like the Kingdom of Theodosius. With Faye's demonstrated abilities, she likely wouldn't even pass the kingdom's junior magician assessment. In short, after reaching a bottleneck in all aspects, the information revealed in the notebook, such as the founding date of the city-state, 605 in the Genesis calendar, became the only anchor point for progress. 5 hours before his death, El borrowed every history-related book from the central library of the royal capital. Unfortunately, most of the books describe myths about the creator god, with only 2 related to actual history. 1, a 500-page narrative of the entire continent's history, begins with the familiar story of the creator god's creation, recounting the history of humanity's confrontation with demons, and the birth of more than a dozen major nations on the continent. However, the record ends in the year 600 of the Genesis calendar, with no further information after that. The other is a chronicle of the events of the Theodosian kingdom. The chronicle's timeline begins in the year 610 of the Genesis calendar, and ends last year in the year 825 of the Genesis calendar, similarly avoiding the events of the city-state incident. However, El wasn't entirely unsuccessful. In the Chronicle of the Kingdom, Hellas' brother's name was clearly written. Thenris Theodosius I, the name of the kingdom's first king. In Hellas' memories, her brother was still addressed by the knights as Lord Theodosius. This led one to speculate that perhaps his immense power stemmed from his significant contributions during the city-state incident. Also, El had intended to collect some books about other countries on the continent, but was told that civilians were not allowed to borrow them. Later, as she was returning the chronicle, she unexpectedly saw Prince Atticus and Luna number 8, triggering the next death countdown. No need. I have enough manpower, and the deceased is gone. It's a little late for you to try to establish a relationship now. Back in the present, a gloomy Baron Siki lifted his eyelids, glanced at Roland, rejected his advances, and returned to the library with Luna number 8. After the 2 figures had completely disappeared, Roland walked behind the pillar, outside the library. El leaned against the hidden pillar, not moving. His gaze at Roland was complicated, and his words were particularly stiff. "This is the first time I heard of your relationship with Great Mage Luna. We had just reunited, and I was afraid that if I revealed this relationship, you instantly vanish without a trace." Roland, who had just been sociable in front of outsiders, now looked like a withered camellia, his head lowered dejectedly. He should have anticipated this scenario the moment he spoke. After their encounter in the capital, when confessing to El, Roland had deliberately avoided mentioning his relationship with Great Mage Luna, simply referring to her as a trustworthy elder. As expected, concealment is a hidden danger. Over the past 3 months, El had finally let go of her resistance to him, and now, was he about to mess things up again? El knew she was taking her anger out on him. Rationally, she knew Roland had just said that to help her gain more information, to strengthen his relationship with Baron Siki. Emotionally, the keyword Great Magician Luna was like a switch, uncontrollably raising the thorns in El's body. However, when she saw Roland lower his head, gloomy and saddened by his questioning, the thorns that had pierced him seemed to sting her again. "Is there anything else you're hiding from me?" If you tell me everything now, perhaps I consider letting it go. She crossed her arms, and although her tone was still stiff, she clearly gave Roland a way out. Really? Roland raised his head, and his features, which had been gloomy just a moment ago, brightened up again. Elle raised an eyebrow and said, "So there's more? Actually, it's related to this matter." Roland avoided Elle's scrutinizing gaze guiltily. "Do you remember when Great Mage Luna recruited you to hunt monsters?" "I do." Elle nodded. "You also gave me a new magical tool, the hatchling returns to the nest, which was a huge help. Now it seems you knew I was going to work for her, didn't you? Did you make that magic tool specifically? I was worried you'd be attacked by monsters while hunting, so I made a little extra." Roland pursed his lips, nodded slightly, and said hesitantly, "The hatchling returns to the nest also has another magical crystal ball that can see the images transmitted by hummingbirds. Are you a stalker?" This completely caught Elle off guard, and then, realizing something, she grabbed Roland by the collar. "Wait a minute, you gave me that magic tool back earlier. You can't still see it, can you?" Roland raised his hands. "It's gone." "We severed all contact." "That's best." Elle let go of his hands, huffing. "You didn't do anything else, did you?" "No, I promise," Roland replied sincerely. Elle ignored him and hurried down the street. Clearly, today's library trip was over. Roland followed with a knowing stride. Knowing Elle, the fact that she could vent her anger like this actually meant she had room for maneuver. So he pressed on, intending to make amends, and shifted the conversation to Prince Atticus and Baron Siki. "Did you hear my conversation with them just now?" Considering the passers-by, he leaned closer as he walked. As he spoke, a light breath brushed across his ear like a brush, like being caught off guard by static electricity from a winter sweater. Ire simply quickened his pace. "They're both top academic magicians, so I assume they can discuss something in this area." Roland's pace quickened, still analyzing in Ire's ear. "Are you trying to learn about academic magic? Is that why you went to the library specifically, and pay so much attention to them?" "Just talk, why does this person have to get so close?" Ire paused, staring straight ahead, and said awkwardly, "Don't talk in my ear. It's even weirder than being overheard. I tell you about this when we get back." Roland's eyes were fixed on her, so he didn't miss the subtle blush that graced her stubborn face. And so, a faint smile played on his lips. "Okay, let's talk when we get back." Back in the apartment building, as they passed Roland's room, he paused suspiciously and, blushing, invited, "Why don't you come to my room? You have someone else in your house, right?" "You mean Faye? She's gone. Nomadism is her true nature." Elle walked to his room, inserted his key, and said, "Come in. I have something to return to you." A few minutes later, Roland sat on the sofa in the living room, holding the magical tool child returns the nest that Elle had insisted on returning. Well, on the bright side, even though the item was returned, Elle accepted his apology. "So can you tell me? Why do you care so much about those two people?" Roland asked lightly, but if Ire wanted to answer, she would have to consider more. After all, the secret behind the death countdown involves the secrets of the entire world. However, since she had already promised to tell him in a year, and he was so busy working on his own affairs, she might as well be honest. Ire took a deep breath. The words of confession were on the tip of her tongue, but they seemed to be stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single word about the world is a fiction, NPCs, or death countdown. The black ball's playful yet serious voice echoed in her mind. "No. You are forbidden to reveal the truth about the world to unawakened characters." "Why didn't you say it earlier? You only told it when I was about to tell it." Ire replied angrily in her mind. But the black ball didn't respond. From Roland's perspective, Elle opened and closed her mouth, but no words came out. "Is there something you're hiding?" he asked considerately. At this point, unable to tell the truth, Elle chose to generalize, revealing a small part of the truth as an alternative. This way, she wouldn't be wasting Roland's efforts, and would be more beneficial for her future actions. At least, she wouldn't be hiding from Roland like a thief, secretly learning magic. "Yes, what I'm doing is not honorable, and it may even violate the kingdom's laws. No matter what, I will be your most loyal partner. Please believe me." Roland sat closer, not caring to offend Elle, and lightly grasped her hand, trying to make her feel his support. "Actually, I want to learn magic. This is the secret I promised you a year ago to tell you in a year," Elle said. "I accidentally stumbled onto the 4th floor in the library. A guard told me Prince Atticus was the kingdom's youngest academic magician, so I wanted to meet him." "So you want to know him? What about me?" Elle's hand was held in his. Roland lowered his brow, his eyes sparkling. I'm even younger than him. I'm the kingdom's youngest combat magician. Am I not amazing? Are you curious about me? Huh? How had the conversation suddenly taken this turn? Elle was baffled. Seeing Roland's aggrieved expression, she could only mumble, "You're amazing. You're the most talented magician I ever met." Roland smiled, leaned over, and whispered, as if whispering, "How about you learn magic from me? We can't let anyone else know." Chapter 52. Then why don't you learn magic from me? We won't let anyone else know. At this point, Roland thought again. I see, you already been learning, right? That wandering magician from another country. After unfinishing his words, he made another startling statement. She's gone, so choose me. I can do better than her. Elle stared at him in shock, forgetting to pull her hand away. She wanted to reveal her secret, intending to use it as a chance to learn magic from Roland, but she had never imagined he would be so eager to offer himself. What kind of competitive spirit was this? After competing with Prince Atticus, she was now competing with Faye. After a long pause, Elle finally found her voice, and, facing his eager gaze, admitted, "You guessed right, I've been secretly learning. Only the strong can be killed easily." Due to the restrictions of the Black Ball, Elle switched to a more common way of speaking. "You said you saw my death through precognitive magic, didn't you? I don't know what you saw, but similar dangers are common to civilians. I can't guarantee when the next danger will strike, so you need to become stronger." Roland nodded in agreement. The monster extermination team's missions have become more frequent recently, and the number of monsters has increased across the land. Although the capital remains peaceful, he has a premonition. Some danger is approaching. Although he hasn't yet received a prophetic dream related to it. Under his expectant gaze, even though he already knows the answer to his question, Al continues, "So even if you don't bring it up, I'm going to ask next, even if it goes against my original intention and even drags you into it. Will you be my magic teacher?" "At your command." Roland's eyes beamed with a smile, as if helping her was the happiest thing in the world. The reappearance of the death countdown disrupted Eller's current rhythm. City-state matters had to be put on hold for now. Survival was the top priority. Due to the nature of the monster extermination team's work, Roland spent most of the month on field missions in the kingdom's various monster forests, with only a week or two of free time between missions. Roland's time in the capital was limited, so magic training was his priority. As for the investigation of the secrets surrounding the death countdown, Elle had already made some plans, and would only begin the process during Roland's next field mission. Time was running out, and the next day, new magic training began. For the sake of secrecy, Elle took Roland to the cliffs high above the Scarlet Forest, where she had first practiced her magic spells alone. Just as he had demonstrated before Faye, every spell Elle chanted triggered responses from the various magic spirits, colliding and counteracting each other. "It happens every time I chant." I asked Faye, and she simply said that my affinity with the magic spirits is so high that they all respond to my summons. But she had no idea how to improve it. Elle said distressfully, accepting the handkerchief Roland offered and briefly wiping the plant juice that had splattered on his hands. "I practiced on my own for thousands of times, but aside from being able to resist the damage of my own magic, I haven't made any progress." "Don't worry, you're talented, but you lack formal training, which can be easily compensated." Roland spoke softly, as if he had already seen the root of the problem. "Do you know what the spell just now means if expressed in human language?" "Fire magic spirits, please lend me your power," Elle replied. This was the first spell Faye had written for her. Later, as Elle's proficiency in magic writing deepened, she changed the previous names to water, earth, and other natural magic spirits, but the results didn't change much. "The problem lies with this spell," Roland said. "It's too general, and because you're so approachable, magic spirits, who don't understand what you're doing, just rushed out." "Then how can we improve it?" Elle asked humbly. "It'd be easy for you." Roland smiled, and put back the magic book he had prepared. "You don't even need this book on the principles of magic. Many people need to learn magic to effectively communicate with magical spirits. This is the purpose of magical education. You possess the most outstanding magical affinity of any magician I ever met, a level many magicians can never achieve even after a lifetime of training. So all these techniques can be ignored. As long as you can clearly express your message through spells, you can achieve the same spell-casting effect that others have practiced for years. So how do you improve your spells?" Ire knew that this so-called powerful magical affinity was a gift from Hela. If she wanted to maximize it, she would have to put in enough effort. "Tell the magic spirit how you wish your magic to manifest," Roland said. He walked to the other side of the clearing, putting some distance between him and Elle, chanting rapidly. A circular, silvery magic formula unfolded from his hand. Then the ground at his feet bulged upward, and a sprout sprouted from it, rapidly growing a green vine, wrapping itself around his palm. He grasped the vine and waved it casually. The long green vine instantly wrapped around purple-blue lightning. With another wave, the lightning vanished, and the vine burst into blazing flames, transforming into a blazing whip of fire. After another brief chant, a stream of water gushed out from the circular magic formula in Roland's palm, slowly devouring the flames from the whip. Summoning multiple magic spirits in a similarly short period of time, Roland's demonstration was a perfect feat. The order, speed, and form of the various spells he unleashed were all controlled by his will. Aire applauded, "Amazing. Teacher Roland, I want to learn that." Roland smiled, then said, "Guess how many spells I just chanted." Aire's eyes never left Roland's movements, so he answered confidently, "You summoned 5 spirits, earth, wood, lightning, fire, and water, so you used at least 5 spells." "Not enough." Roland shook his head. In addition to the 5 summoning spells, there were also 6 transformation spells. "How is that possible?" "The whole process took only about 20 seconds. "How could you have chanted so many?" Aire said in disbelief. "Because I have a secret." Roland smiled, translating the spells he had just chanted into human language and reading them aloud. "Respected magic spirit, please hear my request and cast your magic power in turn. Earth rises, trees sprout, trees grow, calling forth thunder. Thunder extinguishes, fire rises, and water recedes." The words rise, sprout, grow, extinguish, rise, and birth are precise instructions for the magic spirits. "I see." Elle's eyes lit up. "I see. The use of magic actually tests your thinking and imagination." "That's right," Roland replied, his tone as gentle as ever, even though he was teaching. "You grasped it perfectly. Your previous study of magic literature has laid a solid foundation for you. If you can better utilize language and imagination, then no magic can stump you." After hearing Roland's words, Elle was eager to try. She first borrowed the spell Roland had just received and chanted it in magical language. This time, the spells didn't clash, but were cast smoothly. Although there were times when she mistimed the chanting, causing the vines to grow too long or the fire to spread too widely, she unexpectedly broke through the bottleneck that had troubled her for months. However, Elle knew that she had just crossed the threshold of magic and would need to continue to study and hone her skills to truly master this powerful magical force. The wind on the cliffs rustled the leaves in the forest. Elle panted slightly, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and a broad smile played on her lips. "Roland, I did it." Roland, who had been called, was distracted by the girl's heartfelt smile. After a moment, he smiled and replied, "Well, you're great." Roland, worthy of being the youngest senior magician and combat magician, explained magical knowledge in a profound and easy-to-understand manner. In subsequent classes, Roland taught Aire the abbreviations of the true names of various magical spirits, as well as the rules for drawing magical formulas. Aire's magic skills also made rapid progress under the training of the one-on-one master class. The days passed quickly, and after about a week and a half, Roland's day off was over. This time, the monster extermination team was dispatched to Hardy City, a city adjacent to Philo City. Since this was a rare opportunity, Roland specifically asked Aire if he wanted to deliver a message to his family or send something, so he could make a special trip to Philo City during his free time. Elle simply pulled out a small bag of silver coins and handed it to Roland. "The bag contains Aunt Sophie's address. Besides that, just give me a message. I'm actually still alive and well, having fulfilled my childhood dream, and now happily living somewhere else. Wouldn't you like to give me some specialties from the capital?" Roland asked, scooping the purse into his arms. Elle shook his head. "You're going on a business trip, and it's inconvenient to carry things. Besides, no matter where you go, coins are always the best specialties. Oh, and I have to remind Aunt Sophie not to let anything slip at the Earl's mansion, or my carefree days will be over. Don't worry, I'll be sure to deliver the message. I'm still waiting to see you back. I can't let anyone from the Earl's mansion take you back," Roland whispered, a smile softening his sharp, handsome features. His pale green eyes seemed to be filled with a lake. "When are you leaving?" Aire awkwardly avoided their gazes and said, "I'm taking a day off today, so I can see you off." A bustling crowd followed several monster extermination teams, bidding them farewell as they left the city. Amid such scenes, Roland, always the aloof one, simply stared ahead quietly, gripping the reins tightly. The clatter of voices around him seemed to be a thick barrier, unrelated to him. The clatter of horse hooves was clearer than the cheers. But this time, an unconcealable smile spilled from the corners of his mouth, between his brows, and in his eyes. He made no attempt to conceal it, aiming his handsome smile somewhere in the crowd. He opened his mouth silently, in full view of the crowd. The unspoken words were easily deciphered by everyone who saw him. He said, "Wait for me to come back." "Ah, Lord Roland told us to wait for his return. We will definitely wait for your triumphant return. The people of the capital will always be behind you." The crowd responded enthusiastically, while the true recipient of the message blushed silently in the crowd. As expected, being crowded together with so many people just makes you hot, she thought to herself, deceiving herself. Chapter 53. The day he bid Roland farewell, Elle returned home and opened a new diary, recording the information for this death countdown. Death countdown record trigger type. There's a chance you uncover a high-risk secret. A connection from the past will inevitably lead you to the graveyard of death. Related persons: Prince Atticus, Luna number 8, Baron Siki, Luna's husband, the Great Magician. Expected occurrence: August 8th, 827 Genesis. Current time: May 15th, 827 Genesis. Time remaining: 83 days. 83 days. Elle used a pen to underline the date, then added a line below it. Action objective: 1. Become a magician who can wield magic freely and experiment with necromancy. 2. Complete the investigation of the high-risk secret-related persons as quickly as possible, deduce the possible cause of death, and then use the remaining time to quickly equip yourself and plan a counterattack. Strengthening oneself and mastering information are both essential for survival. For Goal 1, Ayr's plan is to continue daily study, reflection, and training. For Goal 2, he start from scratch and find a breakthrough. Ayr rested his elbows on the table, pondering for a moment with his quill. He circled Prince Atticus in the list of relevant characters. Luna number 8, following Baron Siki, is clearly closely connected to the high-risk situation. Whether she's an enemy or a friend remains unclear. Based on Baron Siki's last conversation with Roland, it seems he's unyielding, and with Luna number 8 right next to him, the chances of her being exposed are too high. Therefore, Ayr set his sights on Prince Atticus. Although, as a prince, he seemed even more difficult to approach than Baron Siki, Ayr had his own methods for dealing with aristocrats swarming with servants. On the afternoon of June 1st, 827 of the Genesis calendar, the gate to Prince Atticus's residence opened, and Camilla, the head maid in a simple black and white dress, emerged, holding a list with something inscribed on it. Just as the prince held his place in the king's heart, the location of his private residence as an adult was not remote, but it was not prosperous either. To reach the main city, one had to pass through a section of ordinary civilian streets. This street, about 800 meters long, was not long, but it was quite sloping, making the hike quite tiring. In early summer, the weather was getting hotter, and the hilly path was difficult to navigate. After walking for a while, Camilla, holding her skirt, began to sweat profusely. She paused, fanning herself with the sheet. Not far ahead, she saw a stall filled with a variety of fruits on the flat ground. She usually lived in the mansion, and rarely went out, but she had recently heard from a maid returning from an outing that the fruit stall on the street leading to the main city had a new owner, and the current stall owner was very enthusiastic. If anyone passing by said they were thirsty, they would be given a free glass of water. If they said they were tired, she would magically produce a folding chair and let them rest under the tent. If anyone wanted to buy some fruit, she would generously give them extra gifts, such as an extra apple or a slice of watermelon. As she approached, Camilla saw that the previous fruit vendor had been replaced by a peasant girl in a long gray dress. "Maid, these grapes just arrived today. Would you like some to try?" Ayr, dressed in his new outfit, stood up from behind the stall and greeted enthusiastically. Camilla, the list she held in her hand nearly soaked with sweat, waved her hand and said, "Miss, I rest here for a bit." In the years since becoming head maid, Camilla's job has shifted from manual labor to managing people, and with age, her physical strength has diminished. "Of course," Ayr said with a smile. "It's hot today. Come sit under the shed." After Camilla sat down, Ayr handed her a glass of water, glanced at the list she was fanning herself with, and asked, "Judging from your attire, you must be from Prince Atticus's palace. Are you still going to the city on this hot day?" "It's exhausting." The shade under the shed was much cooler and more comfortable. Camilla placed the list on the fruit basket, took a sip of the water. "Oh, it's my duty," Camilla sighed, picking up the list and shaking it. "Now, I have to rush to the servant recruitment office in the city center to deliver this." "You're hiring?" Elle asked curiously. "A sweeping maid we hired a few months ago just quit. She said she was rich and didn't want to do such backbreaking work anymore." The maid's resignation was so sudden that Camilla had nowhere to vent her anger. She started chatting, her every word a complaint against her. How can these young girls nowadays be so incapable of enduring even this little hardship? When I was on duty at the palace, I had many nobles and a lot of work, but I wasn't so spoiled. Have a melon to cool off. Al pulled a slice of triangular watermelon from the corner and handed it to Camilla. The bright red flesh was mouth-watering. You're quite a kind girl. Camilla praised Al and accepted the gift. I hold your order for you, just in case the watermelon juice gets it dirty. Al glanced at the job posting. Seeing Camilla gradually recover from the heat, her mood also lifted by the sweet watermelon, Al adjusted his tone to a pleasantly surprised tone and said, Wow! The Prince's Mansion's recruitment conditions are indeed better than those of other nobles, and the standards are high. If I qualify, I definitely give it a try. Camilla glanced over at Al, carefully examining him. She considered her height, her appearance, and her literacy, so she meet the criteria. Hiring her would save me a trip to the city. So she asked, Are you looking for a job as a servant? Aren't you closing the fruit stall? Ah, Al frowned in grievance, recounting a fabricated story. I came to the capital looking for a job, but a relative was busy a while ago, so they asked me to fill in for a while. Who knew I ended up staying for 2 weeks, and had no time to look for a job. Apart from the 2-week stay being true, everything else was a lie. El had paid for the fruit stall, and bribed the maid to create this opportunity. This opportunity to enter Prince Atticus's palace. Camilla, of course, knew nothing of this. All she saw was a kind-hearted girl, who met the recruitment requirements, and was just looking for a job. If she were hired, there would be no need to go to the recruitment office, and the vacancy could be filled quickly. You do meet the requirements for employment at the prince's residence. Camilla nodded to Al. When can you report in soonest? Really? Al's voice rose a little in surprise. Tomorrow, no today. I returned the stall to my relatives this afternoon. There's no need to rush. Having resolved one matter, Camilla felt a great deal more relaxed. With a few simple words, she arranged Al's new job. Tomorrow, when you arrive at the residence, announce my name and tell them that Camilla, the head maid, sent you. Take care of your personal affairs today, and pack your necessities. You be staying at the residence for this job. Okay, thank you, Camilla. Al said with a smile, then filled a basket with the grapes he'd been selling at the beginning and insisted on giving it to Camilla. Ha ha, you're quite a sensible child. Do your best when you get to the palace. His Highness Atticus is very approachable. If you do well, you'd definitely be rewarded. Okay, I'm going back now. See you tomorrow. Camilla, carrying the basket in one hand and popping a grape into her mouth with the other, walked down the ramp with a smile. This time, my luck is really good. There's food and things to take, and the work is done very efficiently. Coincidentally, Elle also felt that her luck was quite good today. It was worth spending all her hard-earned money on bribery. See you tomorrow, head maid. Elle walked out from behind the stall and waved goodbye to Camilla. After all, with 2 years of experience as a magic attendant, Elle was already very familiar with packing up her belongings. After packing all her daily necessities into a rattan box, Elle locked the books and other important items on the desk in a drawer. She had just tucked her own diary into the compartment of her suitcase, while Hellas' necromancy notebook remained on the table for now, intending to pack it securely on her when she set out tomorrow morning. While the contents of the diary were confidential, the black ball restricted it, making it difficult for others to see or clearly read the words Death Countdown, just as it had prevented her from speaking anything related to Death Countdown back then. Thus, Hellas' notebook was more important. After packing everything up, Elle lay comfortably in bed, placed the communication device by the bedside, and then closed her eyes, mentally rehearsing the effects of various spells. No matter how busy she was, she would go to the fruit stall late at night or early in the morning, and set aside 4 or 5 hours for secret training. The training not only included the application of magic, but also involved crafting her own spells, just like Roland. Having achieved some initial success in Goal 2, she paused her training for a day to rest her body from the fatigue of the past 2 weeks. Around 9 o'clock, the communication magic tool emitted a small, silvery white circular magic formula. Ayer sat up in the darkness, turned on the magic lamp by the bed, picked up the magic tool, and placed it to his ear. What are you busy with? Still training? Roland's soft voice, like the orange glow of the magic lamp, gently enveloped Ayer, who was half shrouded in darkness. Today is a day off, Ayer said easily. Hearing this answer, a low laugh echoed from the other end. That's rare. It's good to take a break. Remember to balance work and rest. Constant training can easily tire you out. Roland, who had risen from intermediate magician to senior magician, and even become a royal battle mage in just 6 months, had a lot to say. "Oh, aren't you afraid I work too hard, progress too quickly, and break your battle mage growth record, my dear teacher?" Eyre propped his pillow upright at the head of the bed and leaned back, relaxing. "Then I couldn't be happier. It's a teacher's greatest honor to have a student even more capable than myself." Roland immediately slipped into the role of teacher, speaking formally, but then regained the gentleness that characterized him when addressing Elle. "I've been busy lately, and haven't had time to go to Philo's city to deliver your letter. It might take another week or two." "Was this mission very dangerous?" Eyre asked, sitting up straight. "Fortunately, the monsters aren't that high level. It's just that there are so many of them, so we don't have enough manpower." Roland glanced back at his teammates, who were chatting around a campfire not far away. Due to the heavy workload, he and his teammates had been camping in the monster forest recently. "That's good." Elle relaxed again, and took the opportunity to explain that she would be out of the room for a while, and that he should contact her if he returned. "What are you busy with?" "No big deal. I found a job at a noble's mansion. The pay is good, and it's much easier than running around the adventurer's tavern every day to take quests." Elle briefly brushed it off. If Roland knew she was going to work at Prince Atticus's mansion, the matter would be more complicated than a few words. "Which noble family?" he pressed. "That's not important. The key is that they pay. There are so many nobles in the city, I just randomly found one at the servant recruitment office." "Well, I won't ask. But remember to report back regularly, okay?" Realizing that Elle didn't want to reveal too much, Roland withdrew his somewhat overstepping question and gave a considerate reminder. "Don't worry, it's just a job. It'd be fine." Chapter 54. The next morning at 7 a.m., in front of Prince Atticus's residence, Eyre, carrying a rattan box, passed through the exquisite, wide wrought iron gates and announced his name to the concierge inside, maid Camilla. Camilla had made arrangements in advance. After the concierge opened the side door and let her in, he contacted someone inside via a communication device to pick her up. A moment later, Eyre saw a young maid, about 20 years old, appear in the corridor in front of the gate. It was the girl he had met at the fruit stall before. Eyre remembered her name as Lily. She was lively and talkative. During the half-hour break at the stall, she repeatedly praised Prince Atticus for more than 10 minutes. Later, under Ai's guidance, she revealed the little secrets of several of her colleagues. It was from that maid who constantly whined, "Oh my god, someone give me 100 silver coins for no reason. This crappy job is for anyone who wants it. Every day, I sweep the courtyard, then the stairs, then the vases, then the desk. I'm really tired of this life." It was from her that Eyre heard the story. It was this little gossip that inspired Eyre to devise the subsequent trap. Lily had clearly recognized Eyre. Her black and white maid dress swayed gracefully and rapidly. She walked towards him at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person, yet she still maintained a respectable demeanor. "Go in with her," the doorman said businesslike, then returned to his own pavilion. Eyre thanked him and hurriedly joined Lily, carrying his suitcase. "So you're the new recruit that Camilla has hired. She asked me to take you in. From now on, I'd be your senior. Don't worry, I definitely protect you," Lily said cheerfully. Then she gossiped, "Why did you change careers? Can't you keep running the fruit stall?" Elle smiled and jokingly changed the subject. "It's because I heard your praise of His Highness Atticus, and wanted to meet this noble and elegant prince in person." "Oh, don't make fun of me." Lily shyly covered her cheeks with her hands. Then, as if remembering something important, she reached out and put her arm around Elle's. "Hurry, hurry, let's get going. Put on your maid's uniform. We might still have a chance to meet." "Meet what?" "You know soon." Elle was inexplicably dragged along by her, trotting along. Only after she had changed in her assigned small room, and stood with a dozen maids and footmen on either side of the carpet between the main entrance and the stairwell on the first floor of the main building did she understand what Lily meant. From Monday to Friday, His Highness Atticus leaves the house promptly at 8 o'clock every day. Lily, standing beside Elle, whispered in her ear, her hands folded in front of her. "Thank me, or you might not have seen His Highness all day." Elle was silent. Feelings were about standing here, waiting for the opportunity to admire the noble and elegant His Highness Atticus up close. The steady clatter of leather shoes against the wooden stairs echoed, and Lily excitedly called out, "Here they come, get ready." Elle followed the other's lead, lifting her skirt with both hands and curtsying with her knees. Because the gaze was lowered during the salute, and servants were not allowed to look directly at their masters, Elle could only see the same figure approaching from the distance as that day in the library. The attire was a formal court suit, a low-key black blazer, and a silk shirt underneath, perhaps also embroidered with silver thread, which seemed to shimmer as he walked. Beneath it were ordinary trousers and boots. The so-called understated luxury. Eyre, poor as she was, knew that every piece of clothing here must be incredibly expensive, perhaps even some kind of royal special. Just as Eyre was muttering inwardly, the pair of boots she had complained about being so expensive stopped in front of her. "Do you know how to open the study door?" A gentle male voice echoed. What kind of incoherent question was this? A moment of surprise prevented Eyre from answering. "Don't worry. I just remembered I left a document in the study, and need to find someone to retrieve it," Atticus said. Elle felt relieved. She straightened up, and was about to reply when Lily took a half-step forward. Her tone was respectful but not intimidating, even a hint of levity. "Your Highness, I get it for you. Elle just started duty today, and doesn't know where the study is yet. I finished reading the documents this morning, and casually placed them on the desk, next to the one with the palace emblem," Atticus said gently, placing an exquisitely shaped brass key in Lily's hand. "Take this new lady with you. Just help her get acquainted with the work environment." "Yes." Elle and Lily knelt in agreement. The study was on the second floor. Lily, mindful that His Highness Atticus was about to leave, ran upstairs even faster than she had when she saw Elle. "Wait for me at the door. I'll be right out." Lily unlocked the carved study door with her key, gave Elle a few words of advice, and hurried inside. Generally speaking, a person's secrets are kept either in the bedroom or the study. Eyre felt truly lucky to have the opportunity to see the study on her first day. Through the half-open door, she easily observed the study's interior layout. The first thing that caught her eye was a wall-long bookshelf filled with bulky tomes. In front of the wall of books was a large wooden desk and chair. Lily stood beside the desk, leaning over to pick up a stack of documents from the table. Seeing Lily about to leave, Eyre gently pushed the door open and turned right, revealing a spacious, transparent floor-to-ceiling crystal window directly opposite the door. The curtains were drawn, revealing the view from the window, stretching from the nearby garden trees along the corridor to the distant view of the main entrance. Lily, emerging from the door, temporarily handed the documents to Eyre, then locked the study door with her key and took the documents back from Eyre. "Let's go quickly. Don't keep His Highness waiting." In the few seconds that passed, Elle had no time to flip through the document. He only saw the royal crest on the document and the slogan on the cover, "Employment Letter for the Royal Capital Demon Court." After Prince Atticus left, the servants returned to their respective tasks. Maid Camilla, despite her busy schedule, took a moment to come over and hand Elle the labor contract. Ordinary servants' labor contracts had no magical power. They simply stated the working hours and remuneration. Elle wasn't really here to work. He glanced at it and signed his name after finding no problems. "Your job is to clean the main building. You usually be accompanied by 4 maids. Since you're new here today, just ask Lily if you have any questions. She'd tell you your assigned cleaning area," Head Maid Camilla said. "I understand, Head Maid," Elle replied respectfully. Beside her, Lily patted her chest and assured her, "Don't worry, Head Maid. With me here, Elle will soon become a qualified maid. For luxurious porcelain like this, you can't wipe it with a cloth. Use a feather duster like this to gently dust it off. Pay attention to my technique, be sure to be gentle." Lily followed her instructions, carefully demonstrating to Elle how to clean various items. After demonstrating once, she pressed the feather duster into Elle's hands and said, "Try it like I did just now." Elle had worked odd jobs at Count Mars's household, and was no stranger to the maid's duties. However, she had something to learn from Lily, so she treated herself as a complete novice and imitated her movements with a slightly awkward air. As Eyre cleaned, he casually asked, "Lily, are we only cleaning the main building's hallways today? Do we have to clean the rooms?" Lily's gaze measured Eyre's movements. "Don't be too ambitious. Cleaning the rooms is more complex. You have to handle all the valuables inside with care. Newbies should start with cleaning the floors. After a week, when you've gotten the hang of it, you'd be assigned to clean the rooms." "Is that so? Then cleaning the hallways is easier," Eyre replied. "We still have to use a key to get documents from the study. If we're assigned to clean the rooms later, it'd be quite a hassle just to open and lock each door." "Don't worry. Although our mansion has many rooms, not all of them are locked. Only His Highness's study is locked, because it stores important documents. So that's how it is. It seems the study truly holds a secret. Whether it's a royal secret or something else entirely, if one wants to uncover the high-stakes secrets of the death countdown, the study must be explored." After successfully cleaning the full-height vase in front of him, Al then tentatively asked, if the study is locked, then wouldn't it only be cleaned when His Highness is in the mansion? Wouldn't that disturb him? The head maid has a spare key. No one else can enter while His Highness is working, unless they're delivering tea or delivering messages. Lily gently wiped her finger over the vase, finding it clean and flawless, and nodded with satisfaction. Having completed her task, she quickly pulled herself out of her work, clasping her hands to her heart. His Highness is truly charming when he's working diligently. It's a shame I only seen him once or twice. Most of the time, it's the head maid herself. Is that so? Al replied thoughtfully. She needed to find out Atticus's outings and secure the opportunity to clean the room as soon as possible. This would make it easier to enter the study and gather information. 9 a.m., Palace, Council Chamber. Prince Atticus sat in the second seat to the right of the long table, his chin resting on one hand, and rubbed his ears subtly. The king had not yet arrived, and the noble counselors sat on either side of the long table, whispering to each other. The sounds were not loud, but when more than a dozen people spoke together, the low-pitched sound was like the annoying buzzing of flies. The noble who had been sitting below him, taking advantage of the meeting not yet beginning, silently stood up and gathered with his old friends. Why does he come here so often? A nobleman glanced sideways at Atticus Cricket, who was sitting alone, and said, it's not like the king will actually assign him a position of real power. I remember last week during the meeting, the eldest prince immediately offered him an offer from the royal capital Demon Court, right? He's sitting here all day, so he might as well fulfill the eldest prince's wish and teach at the Demon Court. Your information is out of date, said another nobleman, who clearly knew more. Last weekend, the second prince directly told the king he declined the offer, saying the Court of Magic had no shortage of skilled magic instructors, and as a younger brother, he should assist the first prince. Plus, Baron Siki's situation has seen progress recently thanks to his joining the court, so the king agreed and stopped mentioning his joining the Court of Magic. It's a shame for the second prince. The king even held a welcoming banquet when he returned a few months ago, so how did he fall so quickly out of favor? It's also because the queen is so weak that she's being outshined by the first prince's biological mother. Otherwise, the second prince wouldn't even have a powerful position and be stuck hanging out with that lunatic Siki all day. After saying this, the nobles exchanged glances, their eyes tinged with a sense of pride masked by shared pity. What's the point of being a prince? Being a powerful noble is much more comfortable than being a powerless prince. Atticus, standing nearby, seemed oblivious to the crowd's quiet discussion. His bony fingers clasped his chin, his slender ring finger tapping rhythmically against his cheek. Most people only saw his gentle and polite exterior, but not his meticulous mind and repressed, overwhelming desires. He had clearly declined the offer to become a magic instructor at the Court of Demons, so the document he had instructed the two maids to fetch that morning was, of course, like a piece of waste paper. Aside from his mother, the current queen, no one knew that Prince Atticus was not only incredibly gifted in magic, but also possessed a photographic memory. Thus, he remembered every time Elle had appeared near him. The first time was over a month ago, when he caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye while talking to Roland on the third floor of the library. Then, at the fruit stall on that ramp, she became the fruit vendor. And finally, this year, she transformed herself into the mansion's new maid. What exactly did that new maid do? He was curious. And he was an expert at sting operations. Chapter 55. This death countdown record trigger type. There's a chance you uncover a high-risk secret. A connection from the past will inevitably lead you to the graveyard of death. Related people: Prince Atticus, Luna number 8, Baron Siki, Luna's husband, the Great Mage. Expected date: August 8th, 827 Genesis calendar. Current time: June 7th, 827 Genesis calendar. Time remaining: 61 days. A week had passed since Elle entered the mansion. Through conversations with Lily, the mansion's groom, and others, Elle gradually understood Atticus's usual schedule. From Monday to Friday mornings, he would attend meetings in the meeting room. In the afternoons, there was a 50% chance he'd go to the Royal Capital Central Library, and the other 50% chance he returned home to work in his study. On Saturdays and Sundays, he occasionally attended banquets, but more often he spent time in the mansion's study. Elle remembered that Count Mars's mansion used to hold at least 2 banquets a month, and he was invited to banquets every week. In contrast, this prince was rather too low-key, or perhaps he wasn't very popular among the nobles, Elle speculated. But none of that mattered. Finding an opportunity to enter the study was Elle's priority. After fully demonstrating his professional cleaning skills to Lily and head maid Camilla, Elle finally got his wish today, assigned to clean the rooms on the first and second floors of the main building. After finishing cleaning all the other rooms, head maid Camilla used the spare key to open the study door, instructing, "The study is a sensitive area. Don't mess with the documents. Be quick. I locked the door in 20 minutes. Even if you finish cleaning early, don't leave without permission. Don't leave the study unattended." "I understand, head maid," Ayer replied obediently, holding the cleaning supplies. After closing the door, Ayer placed the large tools beside it, picked up a rag and feather duster, and began the exploration known as cleaning. Whenever someone plans something, it always leaves a trace. For example, Ayer's own secrets were hidden in the notebooks he and Hella had shared. So Ayer first set his sights on the nearly 3-meter-long desk. A white rag snaked across the dark brown desk, and Ayer scanned the items on it. A stack of papers lay on the right side of the center desk, a few of them scattered. Ayer flipped open the pages. Most of them were blank, but one had a few lines of slanted handwriting, likely a casual jot down of inspiration. I'll discern the lines of writing in magical script, which translated roughly into human language. Destruction is the beginning of power. Magic is the source of destruction. Elves create destruction out of love. Monsters destroy out of hatred. Time was limited, so Al committed these words to memory, gathered the pages neatly, and squatted to clean the 2 rows of drawers under the desk. The drawers wouldn't open. When he applied outward force, silver magic formulas emerged. Decoding the formulas would take time, and it was definitely too late now. Let's look elsewhere first. As long as he's still working in the mansion, there's still a chance to get in. Al picked up a feather duster and turned to clean the entire wall of books. The names on the spines looked alright at first glance. After dusting them off, Al took the books down and flipped through them quickly, trying to see if they held any unexpected secrets. There were no secrets, but there were certainly some surprises. Although this prince held the title of Royal Academic Magician, specializing in academic research, there were only a few magic books on his bookshelves, and they were placed in difficult-to-reach locations. The rows at the most accessible height contained books related to the kingdom's neighboring countries, such as geography. This was consistent with his experience. The second prince's high magical talent had once incurred the eldest prince's disapproval, leading him to volunteer as an envoy to another country and returning only a few months ago. His return date was roughly the same as Eller's arrival in the capital. Eller remembered that Roland had been abruptly summoned back from his vacation to attend his welcoming banquet. These books were the kind Elle, a commoner, couldn't access in the library. If she weren't so pressed for time, she would have loved to examine each one in detail. Time flew by, and despite Eller's quick hands, she still had some work left to do by the time 20 minutes were almost up. When head maid Camilla pushed the door open, Al was mopping the floor. She didn't blame him, but walked in to check the cleanliness of the desks, bookshelves, and the sofa in the corner living area. "Not bad, very thorough cleaning," head maid Camilla said. "But remember to be more efficient next time. The study is the room His Highness uses the most. We can't let it be left unfinished before the master uses it." "Understood." Al quickly finished under Camilla's supervision, watching as Camilla locked the study door again and hung the key around her waist, beneath her white apron. That night, Al opened his notebook and wrote down the few sentences he had found in the study. Destruction is the beginning of power. Magic is the source of destruction. Elves create destruction out of love. Monsters destroy out of hatred. It wasn't so much valuable information, as it was a serendipitous academic insight into magic. After a long pause without coming up with anything, Ayer decided to refresh her mind. She closed her notebook, and pulled out Hella's notes on necromancy from her bosom. After Roland's guidance, Ayer's magical skills advanced rapidly. However, she discovered that the principles that intertwined other magics couldn't be directly applied to necromancy. The current consensus in orthodox magical theory is that magic originates from magical spirits, and that magicians can use their imagination and affinity to establish a friendly connection with these spirits and thus practice magic. Hella, however, believed that all things possess animism, and that humans themselves are a kind of spirit. The human spirit, body, and soul contain immense magical energy. Necromancy harnesses a person's own magical power. If this power is harnessed skillfully, a person's soul can achieve immortality, and their body can become immortal. Wait a moment, all things possess animism. As his finger traced over these words, Eller suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking back to the second half of Atticus's magical insight. Elves destroy out of love, monsters destroy out of hatred. If humans can be considered a specialized form of elves, then aren't monsters the same? An elf's magic is confirmed by the manifestation of human magic, while a monster's magic is directly emitted from its own body, used to attack its enemies. Both human magic and monster attacks can cause harm to the world or others. So, what does His Royal Highness Prince Atticus intend to do? The first half of that magical insight surfaced in his mind. Destruction is the beginning of power, magic is the source of destruction. At the same time, Ella recalled a commentary that appeared simultaneously with the death countdown. Commentary slowly revealed ambition. I thought XX was just a background character, but it turns out he's playing the pig to eat the tiger. Take a wild guess. XX's ambitions aren't just to become XX. L pieced all the information together and formed a hypothesis. To satisfy his ambitions, the prince sought power, whether from orthodox magic or demonic sources. L knew that this was merely her speculation and might not be accurate. And how could she, an unrelated individual, become involved in such matters? These questions remained uncertain. She needed more information. Perhaps she could find a way to swap shifts with other maids and visit the study more often. Meanwhile, the head maid, Camilla, knocked on the study door and brought a pot of black tea to Her Highness Atticus, who was working the evening shift. As she bowed and withdrew, the prince, leaning back in his chair reading, suddenly asked, "Who cleaned the study today?" "It was the new maid, L." "Is there something wrong?" Camilla asked respectfully. "It's all right." The prince, not taking his eyes off the foreign books before him, said nonchalantly, "She cleans quite well. Especially the desk. She's taken great care to even the gaps between the drawers. She's very attentive." "You're too kind. That's what a maid should do. There's a difference between should do and can do." The prince flipped back a page and said gently, "Let's have her clean the study more often in the future." The fish was about to bite, so why not spread a little more bait? In the early morning, in the small lounge, the single bed was made as new. Elle fell asleep on the desk, her necromancy notebook spread out beneath her arms. Suddenly, the communication magic tool she had casually placed on the desk after contacting Roland last night glowed. Elle's forehead furrowed, her eyelids fluttered a few times, and then she was awakened by the light. "Roland? What's up so early?" Elle rubbed her eyes, her voice still raspy with sleepiness. She'd been busy studying necromancy yesterday, and stayed up too late. "I just suddenly wanted to hear your voice." Didn't we just contact each other last night?" Elle stood up and stretched with one hand, her energy gradually returning. She checked the time. It was just 6 a.m. It was exactly her usual wake-up time, meaning Roland had contacted her on time. An inexplicable premonition struck Elle, and Elle asked, "Did you have a precognitive dream?" "No," Roland replied. "It's just that things in Hardy City are almost done today, so we have time to return to Philo's City. However, we should be staying in Philo's City for a while. My teammates all asked me, as their host, to treat them to a good tour. There's a lot of delicious food in Philo's City. You have to spend money on it." Elle smiled, and the inexplicable premonition vanished. "Is there anything you want to eat? I tried to bring it to you." On the other end of the communication magic device, Roland also smiled easily and asked, Let me think about it. Do you know the dessert shop across from Boss Amanda's Inn?" Ayer's thoughts passed through the small maid's room, as if crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, returning to the attic on the top floor of Amanda's Inn. There seems to be a dessert shop there. Roland also recalled the brief time he lived in that inn. One morning, a girl delivered the inn's breakfast outside the door. As he opened the door, a lively, energetic face caught his eye. "I lived in the attic on the top floor of the inn back then," Ayer said nostalgically. "In the summer, the attic was extremely hot. I could just look down through the window and see the dessert shop selling ice cream outside. Maybe it's the magic cooling. I always feel like just looking at that little ice cream tank cools me down. A very childish preference." Roland's chuckle emanated from the communication device. "This time, you don't have to just look at it. I bring this coolness back to you." "No need. How could it be possible from such a distance?" "I just miss it a little." Elle smiled broadly. "Besides, I didn't have money for ice cream back then. What if you bring it back and I eat it, and it's not great? Wouldn't that ruin the beautiful memory?" The two chatted for a while longer, only disconnecting when Elle had to start washing up. In a hotel room far away in Hardy City, Roland Kong stared at the communication device in his hand, the smile gradually fading. Elle's intuition was accurate. He had just had a precognitive dream last night, but he couldn't tell Elle. This matter was serious. He couldn't tell her something so dangerous. Despite their previous agreement. Chapter 56. A tavern in Philo's City. It was lunchtime, and the tavern was bustling with activity. "Please make way, please." A waiter with pigtails, a tray in hand, weaved through the crowd and approached a long table in the center of the tavern. "Dear customers, please enjoy your order of Philo's herb lamb chops." The waiter placed the tray on the already overflowing table and greeted them warmly. The 3 women and 3 men before him were so impressive that even after the waiter had served the dishes and walked away, he stole a few glances back at them. 4 of the 6 people were armed with swords or other sharp weapons. The other 2, the woman with a buzz cut, exuded a warm presence. The 3rd man was strikingly handsome, exuding a distant aura, a slender magic wand at his side. They were members of the Monster Slayer team, who had completed their field missions and were on vacation. As soon as the lamb chops arrived, Simon and Lucy, sitting across from each other, eagerly scrambled to dig into their plates, their table manners completely unremarkable. Rosa and Terry were much more refined. While Rosa had impeccable table manners, she downed beer after beer, a true alcoholic. Chloe silently ate her initial order, showing little interest in the wine and meat before her. Roland, on the other hand, barely touched his plate, showing no interest in the new dishes. After a while, when his teammates hadn't finished, he pulled out his chair, stood up, and said, "I'm done. I need to go out for something. See you at the hotel tonight." "Where are you going?" "Eating is the most important thing in the world." Simon swallowed the chunk of meat he just torn from the lamb bone, speaking incoherently. "That's right, let's go after dinner. You haven't been back in so long. Don't you miss the taste of home food?" "Just a little." Lucy nodded, her mouth greasy. "You two look clueless. You just got back, so of course you have to go home and visit some friends." Rosa put down her mug-shaped wooden wine glass and smoothed her long, curly brown hair, which was clinging to her lips and hindering her performance. "Do you remember the hotel we booked?" "Don't go to the wrong door," Terry reminded her kindly. Chloe turned her head and glanced, but didn't comment. Looking at his friends at the lively table, Roland suppressed his gloom for a moment, smiled, and placed his wallet on the table. "A friend from the city wants to visit. Don't let me spoil the fun. I promise to treat you all." Roland no longer had any family in his hometown. He was born into a small noble family in a small town within the Count Mars's domain. Since the deaths of all his relatives and friends, the adults shunned him like a scorpion, and children his age and older took pleasure in bullying him. In reality, even more powerful than the disregard, insults, and oppression he felt at the hands of those around him was Roland's self-loathing. He loathed his own powerlessness in the face of tragedy. This time, the tragedy he foresaw was even more severe than before, but he was no longer weak. He could slay a Type 2 monster in its berserk state independently, and he had teammates in the Monster Slayer squad who could fight alongside him. Even at the cost of his life, he was determined to change everything in his foreseen dream, and to do so, he needed allies. However, his first stop was a somewhat shabby-looking apartment building. After confirming the address on AL's note, Roland stopped in front of a room and knocked on the door. After knocking for a long time, no one answered. Just as Roland was about to try again, someone from the next room opened the door and said, "Sophie and her daughter are busy at the bakery during the day and aren't home." "Where is their bakery?" After receiving the new address from his neighbor, Roland thanked him and set off for Teresa Street. However, as he walked along the street, his expression grew increasingly serious as he surveyed the shops on either side. He had never been to this street before, so it shouldn't have been familiar to him, but he clearly remembered it appearing in a precognitive dream. Roland pushed open the bakery door with a creaky sound and saw a round-faced woman behind the counter, holding a wooden tray and placing freshly baked bread on the shelf. "Excuse me, is this Miss Sophie's bakery?" "Yes, what could you order?" The round-faced woman replied briskly, noticing the customer who had just entered. He was handsome, elegantly dressed, and wielding a magic wand, a stark contrast to the warmly decorated, bread-scented shop. "Hello, Mississippi. I'm a friend of Elle. She asked me to deliver something to Miss Sophie." Hearing the name Elle, the round-faced woman's expression shifted as she lifted the curtain and entered the back bakery. An excited voice rang out from inside, "Mom, it's Elle. I have news about Elle." A few minutes later, Roland sat at the bakery's only table, where he was served tea and snacks. Sophie and her mother sat across from him, excited and expectant. "Hey, Mr. Magician, are you saying there's news about Elle? This is what Elle asked me to bring you." Roland nodded, took Elle's purse from beneath his magic robe, and placed it on the table in front of him. And Sophie's concern clearly wasn't this. She anxiously asked a series of questions. "Where is she now? Is she safe? When we heard she disappeared while accompanying the Countess to the exam, her cousin and I were terribly worried." Don't worry, Roland reassured him. Elle has successfully escaped and is now living well in another city. Good, good, good. After surviving a disaster, there will be good things in the future. I'm glad she's safe. Aunt Sophie's expression softened, and she asked, where is she now? Why doesn't she come back home? Roland paused, then explained, if she returns to Philo's city, I'm afraid she have to go back to being a magic attendant. That's something neither she nor I want to see. Aunt Sophie finally realized this, and smiled softly. This child has always said she wanted to explore other places. I thought it was strange when she went to be a magic attendant, but now it can be considered a blessing in disguise. After saying this, Aunt Sophie pushed the purse back onto the table. Give her this money back. It's not like she's at home, out there on her own. Now that I retired from the Earl's mansion, I opened a bakery with her cousin, so we have enough to cover our expenses. Looking at the purse that was pushed back, Roland thought for a moment, and said half seriously, Air always says you work hard at the Earl's mansion, and it would be great if you could take some time off to go on vacation. Now you have some free time. Why don't you take this money, and go on a month-long trip with your family? It'd be worth Air's thoughtfulness. This. Aunt Sophie was still a little hesitant, but her daughter Beatrice persuaded her, Mom, this gentleman is right. Since it's a kind gesture from Elle, you should accept it. My shop isn't very busy these days, so you can go out for a walk and relax. What's the point of me being alone? I don't want to. Then I close the shop and go out with you, okay? In the shop? The shop assistants are busy, so it'd be fine. Actually, I've been running the shop for so long, and I like to get some fresh air. Okay then. Aunt Sophie hesitantly agreed, still a little reluctant. It would be nice if Elle could come too. Watching the mother and daughter gradually reach a consensus, Roland felt a little comforted. In his experience, precognitive dreams usually appear 2 weeks in advance. As long as he stayed out of town during this time, he should be fine. Since things were going on here, he had to go to Count Mars's mansion as soon as possible. We had to gather our utmost strength to minimize the damage. You too, I have other things to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Roland took a sip of his tea and stood up to bid farewell to Sophie and her daughter. An hour later, at Count Mars's mansion, Count Mars and Countess Clemence received a visiting card from the same person, Roland, the royal battle mage of the Monster Slayer squad. Roland was led by the mansion servants to the front hall of the reception room to wait. He had been to this place once before, and remembered it vividly. Roland looked at the closed door of the main reception room, not far away, his mind racing. Several years had passed since the Thorn monster attack. The banquet hall behind the door had long been renovated, and was even more magnificent than before. About 20 minutes later, the servant who had returned from reporting led Roland up to the 3rd floor of the main building and into Count Mars's study. The servant knocked 3 times, and after receiving a response from inside, he opened the door for Roland. Come in. As Roland entered, he heard Miss Clemence's voice. Roland, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. She then introduced herself to Count Mars. Father, this is my classmate, Roland von Wittelsbach. He is currently serving as a combat magician in Monster Slayer Squad 1. She was dressed in equestrian clothing, and was about to go horseback riding when she received the invitation. Roland stepped forward and saluted. Good afternoon, Count, Miss. Count Mars nodded. I heard of you, the youngest senior magician in the history of the Philos Magic Court. Even Sophia sang your praises, calling you a magical genius. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? The Sophia he was referring to was Sophia, the dean of the Philos Magic Court, another important figure Roland was considering informing about. In this city, no one was more powerful and influential than Count Mars and Dean Sophia. Roland had never been so grateful for his reputation, for it made his subsequent words more convincing. He looked at Count Mars, seated in his luxurious chair, with utter seriousness, and spoke startlingly, My lord, a disaster is about to happen here, and only you and Dean Sophia can prevent it. Late at night, far away in the royal capital, in Prince Atticus's residence, a faint light flickered in the dark hallway. In the dim glow, Aire took out a key and inserted it into the door lock. Turning it, pushing it open, she successfully entered the study. In the past week, Aire had 2 more opportunities to clean the study. However, time was tight, and the effective time available for each search was only a few minutes. She also had to be vigilant for anyone outside, making it impossible to safely remove the magical restrictions on the desk drawers. So she first tried to draw out the magic formula, taking it home to study secretly, and finally discovered a way to break it. Even more fortunately, perhaps because she was becoming more and more confident in her, the last time, head maid Camilla gave Aire the key directly, and didn't take it back until the cleaning was complete. This provided Ayer with an opportunity. Using the clay she had secretly prepared since she saw Head made Camilla's key, she copied the key's pattern. Taking advantage of her weekly outing, she made a new key in the city. Tonight, she had plenty of time to unlock the study's final secret. The room was much brighter than the hallway. Moonlight shone unrestrainedly through the crystal floor-to-ceiling windows facing the main door, casting silver traces of the window frames on the floor. Ayer followed the shadows along the wall, came to the window, and silently drew the curtain shut. The main door was guarded every night, and without a curtain to block the light in the room was easily visible. After the last ray of light was blocked, Ayer carefully summoned a tiny ball of light from her finger and crouched under the desk with the swiftness of a thief. With the slightest touch of her free hand, the magic formula on the drawer shimmered with light. Darkness bred the unknown. The clock in the study ticked, and Ayer's heart pounded as if in sync with the clockwork. Calm down, calm down. She silently soothed herself, taking a few deep breaths to calm her nerves, which had been particularly tense from her first thief experience. It doesn't matter. I have already secretly studied these magic formulas. I will definitely be able to open it smoothly. Chapter 57. The drawer was low, so for ease of movement, Elle knelt on one knee. A small ball of light floated beside her, illuminating the small area before her. The formula on the drawer was a graphical spell. The pattern consisted of magical characters arranged in a unique structure. It was typically used for spells the caster frequently used or needed to maintain for a long time. There were many ways to seal a space. One could set it up to trigger damage when someone other than the caster touched it, or simply strengthen the seal. Prince Atticus hadn't applied the two common methods to the drawer. After disassembling the formula, Elle discovered that it summoned the void spirit, essentially preventing it from appearing in the space inside the drawer. Even though the drawer's strength wasn't strengthened, no matter how hard she applied it, she couldn't open it. Although she didn't understand the underlying principle behind the spell, Elle still tried to decipher it using reverse thinking. Ayer opened his palm, his knuckles naturally bent, and touched the magic formula on the drawer, chanting a spell. Dear Sky Spirit, please answer my prayer and fill the space where my finger points with your presence. A sudden burst of white light, and the summoned Sky Spirit, floating with countless particles, drifted towards the tiny gap between the drawers. This process was not easy, but fortunately, Ayer's inherited magic power from Hela was strong enough to suppress the original restlessness of the magic formula. The original magical restraint dimmed, and Ayer tried to pull with his free hand. The drawer, as stable as a rock, finally gave a slight slack, and with a little more force, it was pulled out smoothly. Inside the drawer were some land deeds, contracts, and other items, likely belonging to the prince's private property. Ayer didn't find anything useful. Quickly switching targets, he repeated the same process, opening 3 more drawers. Finally, he found something suspicious in the drawer. A letter from the sender, Zoe Sloan. That's it. Ayer quickly pulled the letter out, opened the envelope, and pulled out the letter. Just then, the rhythmic sound of leather shoes hitting the floor suddenly rang out from outside the door. Because it was late at night, the originally gentle footsteps became amplified, gradually approaching until they stopped at the door. It was so late, could they be patrolling guards? Ayer's eyes froze, and he stuffed the letter into his pocket. He quickly glanced around, finding only the curtains as a hiding place. Almost as Ayer ducked in, the key slipped into the lock, and with a click, the door opened. His vision was obstructed by the curtains, leaving him in darkness. His breath hit his face. Ayer concentrated, listening for any sound beyond the curtains, hoping the person would leave quickly. Unfortunately, his wishes were not fulfilled. The sound of a desk lamp turning on and off, and a chair being pulled back, echoed in succession. Ayer realized that the person wasn't a guard, but Prince Atticus, who had come in late for work. This was trouble. The magic formula on the drawer had been broken. If the person tried to reach inside, they would surely discover tampering. The only thing he could be thankful for was that he hadn't turned on the main lights in the room. The curtains were thick and light-blocking. Without careful inspection, someone could easily hide there. The sound of a chair moving aside and standing up again. He seemed to pull a book from the shelf and sit back down. After a while, the rustling sound of pens scraping against paper could be heard. It seemed he had come to the study to read. Ayer relaxed a little. The clock ticked, and after Ayer had held his breath, remaining motionless for who knows how long, the clear chime echoed through the room. 12 chimes marked the midnight hour. Nearly half an hour had passed. Just as Ayer could no longer resist, wanting to stretch his legs, a nonchalant voice spoke. I'm so sorry to have ignored this, friend. You must be tired after standing for over half an hour. Why don't you sit on the sofa for a while? The words struck like thunder. Thump, 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 my heart nearly leaped out of my throat. Footsteps approached, and the curtains rustled open. Her long, silvery hair seemed to blend seamlessly with the moonlight, and she spoke as if addressing a distinguished guest. It's rare for a friend to visit so late at night. I've been inconsiderate. A storm raged within Elle. Had he anticipated the intrusion of his study with such composure? Or perhaps his unusually late arrival was intentional. If the guest insists on standing here, I doubt the mansion's guards will approve. Atticus smiled playfully, stepping aside to make way for Elle. Had he been terrified while hiding in the shadows, now officially exposed to the other party, Elle gradually calmed down. There was no point in panicking, there was always a chance. The most important thing now was to secretly find a way to escape. In the corner, a set of sofas, one long and two short, faced a crystal window with the curtains drawn on the other side. Elle said nothing, brushing past Atticus and unceremoniously sitting on the main sofa. Uneducated fellow. Despite his disgust, the joy of closing his net overshadowed this slight displeasure. Atticus raised an eyebrow and, with a leisurely gait, sat down on the single sofa to the side. Guest, won't you tell me? What's the reason for your late-night visit? Perhaps I show some leniency. He leaned lazily against the soft, luxurious backrest of the sofa, one leg folded over the other, his long legs stretched out to almost touch Elle's knees. It was as if he wasn't facing a thief who had broken into his empty house, but a tiny mouse trapped in the clutches of a cat. Caught in the open, Aire abandoned her humble servant's pretense and lied. Men die for money, your highness. As you can see, I come from a poor family, and came here to work to earn a little extra money. I just arrived right after you, and I didn't actually steal anything. If you find me offensive, I have no objection to deducting my salary for the past few months and detaining me for a few days, as required by law. Theft was considered a minor offense, and according to law, it fell under the jurisdiction of the Royal City Guard. The guards wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning at the earliest, giving her more time and more opportunities to escape. But if he discovered her true motives now, it was doubtful whether she could walk out of this door alive. This prince was ambitious, and he certainly wouldn't be so gentle as to let anyone who pried into his secrets go unpunished. Oh! Few thieves are so righteous as you. But how did you, a lowly thief, manage to undo the magic I set? A commoner navigating the streets must have some means of making a living. Items in aristocratic homes are always more valuable. Without some practical skills, you can't become a thief. Aire replied calmly. Atticus couldn't help but chuckle softly, tilting his head to the side. Hey, do I look so foolish, so easy to fool? You won't take the gold and silver ornaments in the bedroom, but you have to go to all this trouble to look for treasure in the study? After exposing Aire's lie about the thief, Atticus continued calmly, let me guess, you're a spy sent by my foolish elder brother? Suddenly, hearing him bring up someone completely unrelated, Aire was stunned, and her words stuck in her throat. To him, this reaction was proof that she had been hit so hard. My elder brother is so meticulous. I have to look at him with new eyes. Her true purpose had been misinterpreted. Aire felt a mixture of laughter and tears. Atticus had fallen into a misconception. Elle knew it wasn't because he was stupid, but rather because he was truly intelligent, skilled at unraveling the truth and seeing through others through their behavioral logic. Human nature dictates that people only care about the people and things that matter to them. So Atticus couldn't imagine that a truly humble person would care about the secrets of an unattainable noble prince with whom she had no connection. There must be someone behind her. She must have been instructed by someone. Atticus's reasoning was distorted by the filter of her established position. Just like a king, high above, he never knew that his casual decree might, after ripples through several channels, ultimately lead to the bankruptcy and death of the lowest of the low. No, it should be said that he didn't care. Because an ant died, it died. So when an ant crawled onto him and bit him, he didn't think the ant had done it on purpose, but simply that it was a prank. But for the ant, it was exactly the opposite. The death countdown didn't explain why the secrets of a few nobles would affect the life and death of someone like Aire, who had nothing to do with them. But Aire had no doubt about it. Because, as a person of the lower class, Aire knew it all too well. These powerful nobles could treat their power struggles and greedy accumulation of wealth as a chess game, and the lower class were the players in each of these games, unable to escape the fate of being crushed no matter which side won. A myriad thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Atticus, perhaps sensing that Elle had been caught in his trap, chattered on in a showy manner, "You're well disguised, and you acted very discreetly. Your entrance into the mansion was very natural. Aside from appearing near me several times before entering, you haven't behaved in any other suspicious way. If I didn't have a photographic memory, I probably wouldn't have noticed you. I don't like killing, so if you could tell me everything my foolish brother told you, along with the information you stole from me, I'd be fine. Perhaps you'd die more peacefully." With these words, Atticus raised his right hand, and a magic wand materialized, thrusting it horizontally against Elle's neck. The gesture was of limited practicality, but clearly intimidating. At this point, Elle couldn't have understood. He hadn't intended to let him go from the start. He recognized him from the first day he arrived, and the repeated assignments to clean the study were likely due to his will. Stripping away the veneer of gentleness everyone praised, this man revealed a nasty personality, taking pleasure in manipulating others. Rather than a straightforward villain, he was more like a venomous snake stalking its prey. Elle refused to be misunderstood as a pawn, and even more so, the smugness and arrogance on the other person's face, which seemed to see through everything, could not bear. After all, this person had already committed murder, a fight was inevitable. She simply scoffed and said, "It seems your highness's imagination isn't very rich. I'm here for myself." As soon as she finished speaking, Elle jerked her head to the right, her hands grasping the edge of the sofa. Using her waist and abdominal strength as the pivot, she launched a sweeping kick, knocking Atticus's magic wand off his grasp. Chapter 58. As soon as he finished speaking, Elle's head jerked to the right, his hands grasping the edge of the sofa. Using his waist and abdomen as a pivot, he launched a powerful kick, knocking the wand from Atticus's hand. He then used the force to roll behind the couch and immediately summoned a wall of fire between them. The swirling wind spirits fanned the flames, which quickly spread along the sofa and the floor-length curtains. Kicking the wand with his foot was like slapping Atticus, especially since Al was incredibly strong. He managed to grab the wand just in time to prevent it from slipping out of his hand. It was the ultimate humiliation. In the red glow of the fire, Atticus's face darkened. He lightly placed his silver wand on the ground, and a large circular magic pattern appeared on the study floor. Cold air and white icicles rapidly extended outward from the point of contact between the wand and the ground. In mere seconds, an intense cold filled the room, freezing even the rising flames within. A row of icicles, over a meter tall, shot forward like blades, charging towards Aire. As the icicles hurtled toward Aire's face, Aire's left hand swung a ball of flame, melting the sharp icicles. Then, his right hand swung upward. The wooden floor beneath his palm trembled upward, and 3 intertwined green vines formed a sharp drill, darting in the direction Aire's right hand pointed, towards Atticus. After a swift counterattack, Aire retreated and leaned against the crystal window, palms facing downward, expanding the direction of his summoning of the wood spirit. The entire floor of the room began to tremble, and vines sprouted from beneath the icy floor like mushrooms after a rain, growing wildly. Hundreds of ever-growing green vines swarmed the vast study, making it incredibly crowded. The two men, only 3 or 4 meters apart, couldn't even see each other. This was their first magical battle. Elle had no idea of the depth of his own magical powers, and since he was facing a high-level magician considered a genius, he used all his might in every attack. Atticus, on the other hand, had more concerns. The study was his, and the deeds and research materials within were enough to limit his attacks. Elle, on the other hand, didn't have to worry about these things at all. Rather, the more chaos, the better for her. Such frantic, python-like vines would cause massive damage to the study and its contents, and Atticus couldn't use fire, the most direct means of restraint. Even if he could freeze the vines instantly, it would take time for him to penetrate the numerous obstacles and reach Elle. Elle's move, ostensibly an attack, was actually an attempt to create obstacles, buying him time to escape. Elle hadn't forgotten that the other party was a wizard considered a genius. Even though he specialized in academic magic, his actual combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, this was his territory. Escape was the only way out. She pressed her hands against the crystal window, and immediately felt a piercing chill. Atticus's ice magic had spilled onto the window, as evidenced by the ice crystals scattered across it like bouquets of weeds. She spread her fingers, and fine purple lightning danced between them. Elle, without holding back, increased her magic output. The frozen, brittle crystal began to crackle. At that moment, a beam of silvery white light shot from behind, piercing Elle's left hand, and the crystal window beneath it. So fast! It was light magic, narrow in range but fast, precise, and incredibly destructive. Elle instinctively turned back. Nothing stood between her and Atticus. The ground was littered with vines, frozen, and then shattered by the light magic. The green limbs were encased in a layer of icicles. The smooth, neat cuts made by the light magic reflected the moonlight outside the window, like a galaxy. The devastation on the ground resembled the most elegant work of art. You destroyed my study, so there's no point in you living. Atticus, stepping on the galaxy, approached Elle step by step. Atticus dealt with the obstacle faster than expected, but there was still a chance. Ignoring the piercing wound on her left palm, Elle spun sideways, twisting her waist and abdomen, and kicked with her long legs at the crystal window that had just been pierced with a small hole, along with her hand. This kick not only employed Elle's own strength, but also infused it with lightning. Unable to withstand the magical attack, the crystal shattered like a spiderweb, the fragments flying outward with a resounding sound, leaving a large hole in the window. Just as Atticus saw everything clearly and understood Elle's intention, she leaped from the hole without hesitation. About a meter from the ground, a vortex formed in the air, allowing her to land smoothly. She then scurried down the corridor, toward the main door. Atticus, furious at being fooled, stood by the shattered window and raised his magic wand. A surge of magical light gathered at its tip, illuminating the entire room like daylight, illuminating Elle's back in the darkness as well. The magic wand swung, and light shot straight at Elle. To escape faster, Elle cast a sprint spell on herself, but nothing was faster than light. One after another, beams of light, much faster and higher in frequency than the last, struck from behind with pinpoint accuracy. Even though Elle continuously summoned ice shields behind her, her entire back was vulnerable as she fled, leaving her vulnerable spots unprotected. Just as another ice shield shattered, Elle's left half leaned forward as the beam struck her left shoulder. She endured the pain, barely managing to keep her balance. The next second, another beam pierced her right leg, sending Elle tumbling to the ground. Her palms and forearms made contact with the ground as she released the force, leaving large bloody marks on each side. Her chin also hit the ground, creating a gash, from which drops of blood dripped. Everything she experienced was illuminated by the light of Atticus's magic wand, captured by the eyes of the caster. A smile curved his lips, and he lifted his neck, his gaze brimming with malice and amusement. He paused his attack, watching Aire crouch on the ground. This wasn't out of pity, but rather the desire for a more brutal slaughter. He waited, waiting for Aire to rise, once again clutching at a last shred of hope and running out, before shattering her illusions. A thick, warm liquid gushed from the wounds on her shoulder and right calf. With no time to heal herself, Aire summoned an ice spirit to freeze the wounds and slow the bleeding. Even if the bleeding could be stopped, it would only be temporary. If she couldn't find a solution, she would die here tonight. Even though the death countdown didn't sound at this moment, this realization became increasingly clear as the blood continued to flow. The light magic was incredibly fast, and Atticus's superior control only increased its accuracy and chance of success. Hand, shoulder, leg, where would the next blow land? Elle struggled to hold her upper body upright, like a fish stranded on the beach. The muscles in her face were tense with pain, her lips pale from blood loss, and her chin stained red with blood, but her brown eyes still burned with the desire to live. With trembling fingers, she pried open the wound, freshly frozen by the ice magic, dipped her fingers in the warm blood, reached inside her clothes, and fumbled to draw a small magic formula on the skin of her chest. This was her only hope. Because she was drawing blindly, Elle took a little longer. After about a minute, Atticus grew impatient. "TSK, boring. I thought I could at least get up again." Atticus swung his magic wand, and was about to deliver a final blow when the figure lying on the ground in the distance finally moved again, causing him to pause for a moment. When Elle stood up again and took a step forward, Atticus chuckled, as if his wish had been fulfilled. He raised his magic wand again, and mercilessly shone a final ray of light. Injured, Elle's movements slowed, making this attack, as the attacker had intended, hit her heart. After taking a step forward by inertia, Elle fell heavily. This time, there was no reflex to release the force, and her limbs could no longer effectively respond to her commands. Darkness, a thick darkness descended. Her eyelids felt heavy, unable to open. A ringing sound echoed in her ears. This was the second time she had felt this way. Is there still a chance of survival this time? Elle couldn't answer. Her first resurrection was due to the demon's arrival. This time, without a death countdown warning, had she been abandoned by the black ball, Elle's consciousness was already blurry. A heavy darkness enveloped her, sinking into the thick night. The victor, Atticus, broke through the shattered window and, surrounded by wind spirits, descended lightly and gracefully to the ground. The tip of his magic wand was a crescent moon encircled by a ring, flashing with the command of light magic. The moon was bright in the sky, and his wand seemed like another moon falling to the ground. The person who had dared to confront him just now was now reduced to a corpse by him. This fact soothed the anger he had felt when Elle's magic wand kicked him. He slowly walked to the place where Elle had died. The corners of his mouth, which had been raised, fell the moment his right foot accidentally stained the blood. How filthy! He frowned. Your Highness, what happened? The guards arrived breathlessly, still confused by the sudden appearance of the dead body. Carry it away, throw it away, and clean up this place and the study before dawn. Atticus ordered expressionlessly, his voice flat and calm, a stark contrast to his usual self. Yes. The guards responded loyally as Atticus retreated. The remoteness of Prince Atticus's mansion took on a new meaning at this moment. 2 guards drove their carriage along a path behind the mansion, heading towards the forest a short distance to the east. Even with the moonlight, the forest at night was still eerie, especially with a dead body lying behind them. How about this? We walked far enough. The tall guard's voice trembled. Okay then. This is it. It's too far, and it delay our return. Working overtime late into the night, the shorter guard also wanted to get home early. The 2 guards stopped the carriage, took out their tools, and began digging a hole under a fir tree. Is this deep enough? The tall guard, probably new to this kind of work, felt tired after digging only half a meter. This depth certainly wasn't up to standard, but digging a hole was strenuous. The shorter guard looked at the hole and said, usually, we dig 2 meters. Since this is your first time, we dig another half a meter. After all, the person was dead. Burying them in the ground wouldn't tell anyone. Besides, this was Prince Atticus's private land, and no one could enter without permission. After digging the hole, the 2 guards, one lifting the body by the shoulders and the other by the feet, lifted the body of Aire out. This person is really heavy. How did she offend the prince to deserve such a beating? The prince seems like a nice guy, so why would he kill people at the drop of a hat? The body was so heavy, the tall man couldn't help but complain. More work, less talk. That's the basic principle of working in the prince's mansion. Don't say I didn't give you some advice. After lowering the body into the pit, the short man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said meaningfully. Shovel after shovel of dirt fell on Aire, gradually covering her calm, sleep-like face. Chapter 59. The 2 guards had already left together, the heavy shadows of the trees casting a shadow on the ground. This small patch of land was indistinguishable from the surrounding ground. To prevent detection, the 2 guards not only flattened the spot where the body was buried but also covered it with scraps of fallen fir bark and dead branches. Less than a meter below, red hair, like the roots of a nearby fir tree, entangled with rotting branches and leaves. Humanity is part of the natural cycle. Perhaps before long, the elastic skin of a young man will be corroded by spots, and his flesh will be absorbed by plant roots, until only a skeleton, unrecognizable, remains. She will vanish from this world like wind, sand, and dust, silently. The story continues, and no one will know that a young girl who once struggled desperately for life was once buried on Prince Atticus's private land. If I give up now, then this will probably be my final fate. As she fell to the ground, these thoughts flashed through Eller's mind. She had only been studying magic for so long. Although Hela's powerful magical power resided within her, she still struggled to freely control it with her own will. Atticus's light magic possessed astonishing speed. Without other defensive magical tools or obstacles to protect her, she was unable to dodge it. If the damage was irresistible and death was inevitable, then she must fully utilize all the means at her disposal to find life beyond death. The magic formula Elo drew on her heart was a reversal spell from necromancy, capable of maintaining a person in a near-death state, drawing upon the vitality of heaven and earth to reverse life and death. Perhaps, this time, fate had truly befallen her. Beneath the rotting earth, a red magic formula flickered above Eller's heart. From her huddled form, a white figure gradually emerged, gleaming with an intense light, like a dazzling sun emerging from the dark earth. As Eller studied magic, aided by Hela's powerful magic, along with her own talent and diligence, her progress had already been several times faster than that of an ordinary magician. However, time was short, and the magical prowess she now displayed was only the tip of the iceberg. Much of Hela's centuries-old magical power remained hidden beneath the surface, unactivated. At this moment, Eller's vitality was exhausted, and her consciousness had fallen dormant. The powerful magic power of Hela, summoned by the same necromancy she had created, began to reverse the spell on its own. The white figure loomed above Eller's body, then completely merged with her. Like a surging ocean, its powerful magic filled the palm-sized formula above her heart. The red lines deepened, the glow growing brighter, and the necromancy erupted with astonishing energy. Above, a cold moonlight shone on the ground. With the spot where Ayer was buried as the center, the surrounding grass and trees turned from green to yellow, leaves falling, vegetation withering, and everything withered rapidly, as if autumn, winter, and death had suddenly arrived. Within a few hundred meters, the insects stopped chirping, snakes and beasts scurried out, and even the moles living underground leaped from their burrows, snouts trembling as they scurried away. An owl, freshly fled its nest, swooped down from the opposite sky and snatched the black mole in its jaws. It tapped the ground with its claws, and flew into the circle of death, from which all creatures were fleeing. Its fluttering wings trembled, and it plummeted from the air, frozen to the ground. The recaptured mole squeaked, then fell silent. Soon, the blighted border ceased to spread, and the animals quietly stopped, turning their heads warily to gaze at the circle of death that had suddenly appeared a few hundred meters away. Dead branches and rotting leaves on the ground trembled. A hand, stained with dirt and blood, emerged from the earth, digging through the moist, rotten soil, revealing a red head with mud-stained hair. Glowing in the gloomy moonlight, Ayer crawled out of the mud, alone and silent, her eyes blazing like will-o'-the-wisp fire floating in the air. In the complete silence, she was like a ghost returned from hell, radiating an eerie white light. Her gaze fell on an owl and a mole lying on the ground. She took 2 slow steps, then knelt on one knee. "Were you harmed by the magic just now?" How pitiful. It wasn't Elle's natural voice, but a more mature, deep female voice. It was as if someone else, through Elle's eyes, was casting love and compassion on this tiny creature. Hela possessed the same compassion for all creatures. That's why she created necromancy, yet after her death, she chose to live on as a spirit rather than resurrect herself. This was her choice. Now, she had placed her chance for change on Elle, and no matter what Elle used these magics for, she would remain silent. But that didn't mean she agreed with Elle's actions. Glowing hands gathered the owl and mole together. A strange magical incantation rang out, and Hela chanted through Elle's body, "Return, my eternal companion." The 2 tufts of horn-like feathers on the owl's head trembled, and the dense down became fluffy again. The owl's orange pupils contracted and then widened. It saw the black-nosed mole at its feet, and was about to press down with its claws, but a gentle, warm hand stopped it. "Live in peace. From now on, you be partners," a mature female voice said. The owl and the mouse nestled lovingly in Ayer's palm, as if they understood her words. "Goodbye, little ones. Live well." With these words, the shimmering white light gradually dissipated, and Ayer's body suddenly lost its support and fell limply to the ground. Outside the withered circle of death, a group of animals, large and small, stood at the boundary between green and withered land, watching from afar, no one daring to move a step into the circle. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the sun shone from the distant horizon, awakening all creatures, including Ayer, who had slept on the ground all night. Her eyelashes fluttered, and just as she was about to wake, Ayer smelled a strong earthy odor. She rubbed her nose and slowly opened her eyes, meeting a pair of large, black grape-like eyes head-on. "What the hell?" She jolted awake instantly. Before she could even stand, she was so frightened that she knelt 2 steps backward, pressing one hand against the soft earth. Looking back, she saw a large pit over a meter deep. There were clear footprints on the earth, identical to her own, and traces of her hand's previous pressure. Ayer roughly guessed that she had been buried underground by the prince's men after her death, and then death reversal miraculously took effect, awakening her. She had never imagined that necromancy could be so powerful, truly capable of bringing the dead back to life. But she had no memory of how she had crawled out of the earth. Coo-hoo-hoo. Before she could ponder it, the big-eyed owl followed her rhythm, leaping forward on its tiny paws, landing on her folded thighs. A pitch-black rat followed behind it. Down, down. Ayer recovered his strength, herded the 2 small animals to the ground, and stood up. The wounds on his body had long since stopped bleeding, but the flesh still needed to heal. Ayer touched his heart and glanced around. The grass withered, the trees withered, the earth like quicksand. It was a summer morning, yet not a single insect chirped nearby. Looking into the distance, everything was equally bleak. The vast circle of land centered on him looked as if it had just been burned, devoid of a single living thing. Hellas Necronomicon once said that everything in the world holds vitality and magic. It seemed this was the price of death reversal, transforming a land once teeming with life into a deadly wasteland. Beyond the vegetation visible before her, countless birds, beasts, insects, and ants perished beneath the ground, unseen. Ayer could feel a surge of power coursing through her body, since waking, a feeling of unprecedented fullness. Powerful magical energy clung to every finger, even every hair. She suspected that the necromancy had activated hellish magic. She raised her hand and caressed the withered tree, its brown trunk remaining only. She exerted her power relentlessly. A green glow emanated from the spot where her palm touched the trunk, attempting to summon the spirit of the wood to infuse the withered tree. A hint of green slid down the trunk of the tree and into the deep earth, but nothing happened. How could a tree so drained of its vitality be so easily revived? Perhaps this was the taboo of death reversal. She thought to herself, indeed, she had been incredibly selfish. Even if she had it to do over again, she would still make the same choice that night to survive. Aya regretfully withdrew her hand, hugged the dead tree, and rested her forehead against the trunk, silently thanking the earth for its resurrection. Aya didn't allow herself to grieve for too long. The matter wasn't over yet, and the dangers of the days ahead remained. She fished out the necromancy notebook she had hidden on her person, and opened the blood-stained cover. Tucked between the title page was the letter she had so painstakingly stolen. The bad news was that the letter was stained with blood, and the words inside were completely illegible. The good news was that, thanks to the envelope, the contents of the notebook were unaffected. She used fire magic to burn the blood-stained envelope and letter paper on the spot, then carefully hid the notebook back on her body. She brushed off the dirt and fallen leaves, intending to leave this unlucky place. Just then, a dark aura appeared out of nowhere in the air, coalescing into a black ball that danced joyfully through the air. A childlike, playful voice echoed through the forest. "Oh my feeling was right. You're not dead after all. To be able to survive on your own without a death countdown is truly worth investing some more time in. What should I do? I thought this was my last supper, but why did it see such glittering potential? If we added another important character to this story, it would definitely make it even more interesting." Hee. Ira ignored the grinning creature and walked around it, followed closely by the owl and mole behind her. Hee. Why are you ignoring me? Are you angry? Really angry? The black ball circled around and around Ayer, up and down. Ayer was irritated. Realizing that this guy wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal, she decided to talk it out. She stood still and said, "Since we made the agreement, I survived countless near-death experiences, which should have provided you with plenty of energy. But this time, I broke the agreement without any warning. How will you explain this, and how will you compensate me? You can't blame me alone, my dear Ayer." The black ball floated in front of Ayer, oscillating up and down. "The energy of the other soul within you is too strong. I can't let her know of my presence. I can only reduce my appearances." Hearing this, Ayer realized that this was the black ball's first appearance since emerging from Monster Eden. When the death countdown in the library began, the black ball hadn't actually appeared, it had merely mechanically announced the countdown. "Are you talking about Hela? Didn't she completely vanish?" Hee, you're so naive. Without her involvement, your own magic wouldn't be enough to activate that incredible necromancy, my good friend. The black ball said with a grin, a tone bordering on mockery that made Ayer frown. Of course, part of the reason was that he realized what the black ball said was probably true. "I thought Hela's soul had dissipated, but it turns out she made herself a home, just like the earlier black ball. At least she should have said something. Aren't you afraid she hear you talking to me now?" "It doesn't matter now." I shielded her. "As long as I'm not attached to you, she won't notice a thing. But if I wasn't attached to you, how would I have been able to detect your impending crisis?" What the black ball said seemed quite true. "You're lying," Ayer pointed out. "You clearly said the countdown is triggered by the probability of death." The black ball seemed unconcerned about being exposed. It had no concept of shame or embarrassment. Hee. "Okay, since you're so perceptive, I tell you the truth. That's because I anticipate Atticus will bring me far more value in the future than you can." As expected, profit alone informed its behavior. "Is he also your contract partner?" Ayer asked. "No. What I can tell you is that he's the most important figure in this story, capable of bringing about the most extreme chaos, and I'm a fan of chaos." The black ball's vagueness meant that Ayer couldn't get any more information on the subject. It continued, "But your performance exceeded my expectations. No, I should say it surprised me. It overturned my original judgment of you. Can you understand? It's like thinking you're just having a home-cooked meal for a change of pace, but instead you're eating a state banquet? What a bizarre metaphor." Ayer could almost see saliva at the corners of its black mouth. "So? What do you want to do?" "Don't be so cold, my dear Ayer. You know, I'm just greedy. Besides your struggles, I hope you can mortgage your influence to me. How can a commoner like me have influence? Please speak sensibly, and stop making me guess." After being teased by the black ball so many times, Ire had lost much patience with it. As I said, don't underestimate yourself. I see potential in you. You could become a figure as important as Atticus. You have to trust my judgment. Ire wasn't impressed by its compliment. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Ire had learned her lesson from the black ball. She replied bluntly, so? What can you offer me? I don't need anything right now. As long as you pledge your influence to me, I promise to exchange it for the world's most valuable currency. Health points. I don't need it. Ire frowned, staring at it. This time, even without your warning, I still managed to survive. No, you will need it. Your mortality is set in stone. Don't think you can always escape it. The black ball spoke, as if it saw through Ire's life. Don't be hasty to refuse. My deal is always open. Call me when you need me. My name is Nyarlathotep, the Chaosbringer. Chapter 60. The next morning, at the prince's residence, Maid Lily yawned as she emerged from her room carrying her toiletries, only to find the door to the next room wide open. Lily rubbed her eyes and peeked inside. Elle, are you up? It was Camilla, the head maid, who came out, who answered Elle's voice. Even though the head maid had closed the door, Lily's sharp eyes instantly recognized the figure, as bright as the silver moon. It was Prince Atticus. Ah, why is His Royal Highness here? Excitement, and confusion mixed together, making her almost cry out. Hurry up and wash up and get to work. Camilla took in her expression, admonished her sternly, and then shoved her shoulder hard. Don't ask any more questions. Oh! Lily reluctantly let herself be pushed away, still thinking about asking Elle what was going on when she got to work. Inside the room, Atticus carefully examined the items arranged on the table, a diary and some plain clothes. He opened the diary, and was surprised to find that everything in it was completely blacked out. If Elle were here, he would know it was the black ball. No, a trick played by Nyarlathotep. Atticus tossed the notebook among the clothes, and the words the man had spoken before escaping yesterday came to his mind. I came here for myself. Could it be true, as she had said, that she had only come to steal some valuables from the study? Atticus began to doubt his own judgment, a rare occurrence. And just then, a faint wave of magic rippled through the air. Following the magical aura, he reached under the table and pulled out a round communication device, which was emitting a light requesting a connection. After connecting the device, a familiar voice rang out. Elle, I'm sorry to bother you so early. I suddenly have a new work assignment. Atticus easily recognized the owner of the voice. Not hearing Elle's voice, Roland assumed she had just woken up and was still half-conscious. He continued, I'm about to enter the gloomy forest, so I might not be able to contact you regularly for a while. When did the monster extermination team go to Philo City? Atticus's face changed when he heard the words gloomy forest. On the other end of the communication device, Roland immediately said, what you're going to do is confidential. I can't tell you. Just wait for me in the capital. Stay in that safe room. Don't go anywhere else, okay? A little-known thief and the renowned rookie of the Monster Slayer squad were so closely connected. Could they be working together to uncover the secrets behind the gloomy forest? Atticus's eyes darkened as he shut down the communication device. He wasn't worried about Elle learning anything. After all, she was already buried in the earth. Roland, on the other end, didn't seem to know of Elle's actions, otherwise he wouldn't have unilaterally told her to stay away. The only risk lay in the gloomy forest. That secret was the first and only job Atticus had secured since returning to the kingdom. Although the king had agreed to hand the task to him because he had long lost interest, he had a serious stake in this matter, and could not let the Monster Slayer influence him. There has never been a person named Elle in the mansion, remember? You're older, so I can let you off the hook this time, but it won't happen again. Atticus walked out of the room, glancing at Camilla. He threw the small communication device backhandedly. It arced and landed on the tabletop with the diary and clothes, spontaneously igniting without a breeze. The flames consumed all of Elle's remaining belongings, leaving the tabletop and other items unscathed. Yes, your highness. Camilla watched the flames with a shudder, realizing that the little prince, who had grown up in her arms, after years of experience abroad, had become a completely different person. On the other side of the communication device, Roland thought his assertive tone had offended Elle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it, but this prediction is too dangerous, and I can't let you get involved. He held the communication device in his hand, resting his hand on his forehead, thinking silently. After a moment, he regained his composure. On Count Mars's private land, the Earl's personal guards, the Knights of Philos City, and the 3 grades of magic apprentices from the Philos Magic Court awaited him, and his teammates for another day of monster hunting instruction. He wanted to train a powerful monster fighting team before disaster struck. He thanked his teammates for their unconditional support and faith, even if it meant disobeying Captain Brika's recall order. Guided by the sun and the shadows of the trees, Elle successfully escaped the forest. Dusted and exhausted, she hurried back to her apartment in the city, packed her belongings, and, taking with her the frost fern dagger and silver silk armguard she had hidden in her room, she planned to leave. The letter she had finally stolen from Atticus's study was stained with blood, not a single word legible. She had already been exposed by Atticus, and she could no longer uncover the so-called secret on her own. With only a month left to go before her death, she had no other choice but to avoid key figures like Atticus, number 8, and Baron Siki. Death trigger condition. There's a chance you uncover a high-risk secret. A connection from the past will lead you to the graveyard of death. Whatever the secret, what does the graveyard of death represent? The impact of an incident will always have a certain scope. If she escaped far enough, even to another country like Fae, the impact would be less than if she were in the capital. Besides, her magic power was now abundant. A month was enough for her magic to reach a higher level. She could then react flexibly when the situation arose, perhaps escaping. Thinking of this, Elle sighed deeply. She had taken such a circuitous approach to entering the prince's mansion to avoid arousing suspicion. Who could have imagined that Atticus would recognize her after just one encounter? Her savings had been greatly depleted during this period of concealment, and the magic device used to communicate with Roland had also been lost. After leaving now, there was no telling when they would see each other again. Thinking of this, Elle put down her packed belongings and, with a farewell in mind, wrote a letter for Roland. Dear Roland, I hope you will be reading this. By the time you read this, I will have already left this place. Meeting you in the capital was an unexpected event. I sincerely thank you for your care and protection during this time. Nothing in this world can be reversed. I didn't mean to avoid you, but I accidentally lost my communication magic tool, and now other things are pushing me. I can't wait for your return to say goodbye. Life is a vast ocean, the journey is long, but friendship remains in our hearts. We will meet again if fate allows. I wish you all the best. Ire. Ire sealed the letter, went to the room across the street, and slipped the letter through the tiny crack at the bottom of the door. Walking out onto the street, she glanced back at the apartment building one last time. The scene of Roland bringing her here, when she first arrived in the capital, seemed to be vivid before her eyes. She hadn't expected that soon she would have to say goodbye again. A wave of reluctance stirred in her heart, but she turned and chose to leave. As she had said in her letter, nothing in this world can be reversed. No matter how reluctant she was, she couldn't stop. After leaving the capital, Ire chose to head west towards the border. The capital was located in the heart of the kingdom. To cross the border into a neighboring country, one had to pass through at least 3 major cities and dozens of villages. The long journey often passed through vast countryside. A few copper coins would be offered to the drivers, and they would gladly give her a ride. This small amount of money could also buy her the opportunity to stay in a rural village. Once in town, besides stocking up on daily necessities, she would always buy the local best-selling newspaper and visit the local adventurers' tavern to gauge their opinions. Through this method, she gathered information and speculated on matters related to Atticus and the others. 2 weeks had passed, and with only 15 days left until her death, Elle had reached the last border city. Having escaped far enough, Elle felt a slight sense of relief. She ordered a glass of water in the outdoor dining area of a restaurant, finding a shade from the blazing sun. Then, she opened the newspaper she had just bought and began flipping through it as usual. Of all the reports, most of the headlines were about the monster extermination team's activity, but Roland's team didn't appear in any of them. Could it be that they were so engrossed in the holiday that they didn't want to leave? Elle remembered that the last time they contacted Roland, it seemed that Roland had taken advantage of the holiday to bring his teammates back to Philo's city. Not getting much useful information, she flipped a page in the newspaper, and the large words upper trend caught her eye. Whether it was a major newspaper or a tabloid, there was always an entire page devoted to this topic, covering everything from aristocratic clothing to gossip. While the content regarding the royal family was mostly vague, many readers still enjoyed imagining the details about the royal family members. Elle wasn't gossiping, but rather looking to see if there was any information about Prince Atticus and Baron Siki. It sounded like a lucky break, but what if? She truly had no other better sources of information. This time, Elle actually came across a relevant piece of information. 3 days later, Princess Luna and Baron Siki's daughter, Madeline, would attend a dinner hosted by Count Mars. This would be her first time participating in aristocratic events as an adult. In a single piece of news, There were 3 people she knew. As for the princess and the baron's daughter, Madeline, weren't they already dead? Otherwise, why would the great magician Luna be so obsessed as to use a human puppet to retrieve her daughter? Then, in a flash, the image of Luna number 8 appeared in Elle's mind. Could it be her? After absorbing the remaining soul of the real Madeline, Baron Siki considered her his true daughter? This would explain why Luna number 8 had appeared in the library with Baron Siki. Perhaps she simply longed for a place to call home, and the father she had always remembered. Baron Siki had opened the door to her. The news item also detailed the life of Madeline's mother, Princess Luna, including her world-renowned grand funeral and the mystery surrounding her sudden death. Even more outrageous speculation swirled that Princess Luna hadn't died at all, but had been used for experiments by her husband, Baron Siki, a top academic magician. Elle stopped reading. These speculations were too outrageous, and they were simply relying on the newspaper's small circulation to keep the royal family from reading.